Chapter 1. The Awakening at 3 years old. Seymour Finnegan was acutely aware that he was dreaming. This was not the chaotic, disordered illusion of sleep, but a distinct state of consciousness, akin to observing the world through frosted glass. He felt the coarse wool carpet brushing against his cheek, inhaled the aroma of oatmeal cookies wafting through the air, and heard his mother humming an Irish lullaby in the kitchen. Danny Boy, her favorite. These sensations were strikingly vivid, so much so that he overlooked a crucial question. Why was he lying on the floor in such a peculiar manner? The body of a 3-year-old child is bound by undeniable physiological constraints. As he struggled to turn his neck, the bones protested with a discomforting creak. The sight that met his eyes jolted his muddled consciousness. A chubby little arm, stained with milk, its skin as pale as a freshly cracked egg, with a faint reddish mark where his mother had wiped it after a spillage the night before. This was not his hand, at least it was not the hand he remembered, the one skillfully wielding a scalpel, navigating the intricate pathways of neural fibers that in an instant, the veil of the dream shattered, and a multitude of fragmented memories exploded in his mind like uncontrolled fireworks. The scent of antiseptic, the blinding light of the operating room, the anxious faces of patients' families, the searing glare of headlights in a car accident, the violent twist of a steering wheel, the shattering of glass culminating in a warm darkness, as if he had returned to the womb. And then, there was the present. Seymour abruptly attempted to sit up, but was betrayed by the poor balance of his body, crashing heavily back onto the carpet. The dull ache at the back of his head was strikingly clear, accompanied by a dizzying spin. He opened his mouth, intending to emit a mature exclamation, but only managed a series of incoherent babbles, akin to a kitten whose tail had been stepped on. "Oh, my little potato, how did you fall?" A warm hand gently lifted him, the scent of butter and flour from a nearby apron brushing against his cheek. Maureen Finnegan anxiously inspected her son's forehead, concern etched into her emerald green eyes, inherited from her Irish heritage. Her fingers glided over the soft hair of the nape of Seymour's neck, tender as a feather caressing the surface of a lake. "Were you having another nightmare?" She cradled him in her arms, gently rocking him. "Don't be afraid, Mommy is here." Seymour blinked, striving to focus his gaze. His mother's face gradually came into view, classically Celtic, with hair like flames and freckles resembling cinnamon sprinkled over cream, her lips perpetually curved in a slight smile, even in moments of worry, radiating warmth. He had seen this face for 3 years, yet only now did he truly see it. For the past 3 years, he had felt like an observer trapped beneath a glass dome, acutely aware of the world, yet unable to truly engage. He knew he was Seymour Finnegan, that his mother was a baking enthusiast, and that his father had died in a mysterious work accident before his Bertha term his mother always used. To deflect his inquiries, he understood English and Gaelic and had a vague comprehension of his mother's occasional references to Diagon Alley and Hogwarts. But these fragmented pieces never coalesced into a coherent picture, until the jarring pain from his fall acted as a key inserted into a rusty lock, flinging open the floodgates of memory constrained by his childish mind. He was not an ordinary 3-year-old, he was a neurosurgeon from the 21st century, thrown into this infant body after being struck by a runaway truck while trying to protect an injured person during a multi-car accident. He recalled the last image he saw, the Red Cross emblazoned on a first aid kit, the anguished cries of a colleague, and then the suffocating sensation of awakening in this child's form. In this world, a realm filled with flying broomsticks, shifting staircases, and talking portraits, was not a fantastical dream. It was the world of Harry Potter, crafted by J.K. Rowling. "Seymour, what's wrong? You look so pale." Maureen pressed her forehead against her son's, her brow furrowing in concern. "You don't have a fever." As he gazed into his mother's anxious eyes, Seymour suddenly realized a more terrifying truth. He was not only Seymour Finnegan, but also the Irish wizard who had nearly become a mere background character in the original tale, infamous for blowing up cauldrons, the one who survived the Battle of Hogwarts yet never enjoyed any notable moments. No, that couldn't be right. The Seymour Finnegan of the original narrative indeed had a knack for creating explosive mishaps. Could this be a manifestation of some latent talent? "Mom." Seymour struggled to control his still developing vocal cords, forming indistinct words. "Mom, magic?" Maureen's body instantly stiffened, the color draining from her face. She quickly scanned the surroundings, as if fearing the walls might eavesdrop, then lowered her voice to a whisper only they could hear. "Seymour, what did you say?" Seeing his mother's panicked expression, the last shred of doubt vanished from Seymour's mind. He took a deep breath, summoning all his willpower to articulate clearly, "I want to learn magic." This declaration was like a stone tossed into a serene lake, creating tumultuous waves in Maureen's eyes. She embraced him tightly, her grip so fierce it nearly took his breath away, her chin resting on his soft red hair, her voice trembling with barely suppressed emotion. No, it's too soon. Seymour, you're still too little. Seymour could feel his mother's heartbeat racing like a drum, her fingers digging into his back. This excessive reaction made him acutely aware that matters were likely more complicated than he had imagined. Why was his mother so fearful of a 3-year-old mentioning magic? Was his father's work accident truly just an accident? Mom, Seymour gently patted her back, using the innocent tone only a child could muster to soothe her. It'll be good, I won't misuse it. Maureen slowly released him, cradling his face in her hands, her tear-glimmering emerald eyes locked onto his. Seymour, listen to Mommy. Magic is not a toy. Especially for children in our family. You must be extra careful. She paused, seemingly weighing her words. When you're a bit older, Mommy will teach you, but not now. Promise me. Okay? Seymour nodded obediently, yet within him a tempest brewed. Children in our family? Did this imply that the Finnegan family magic held some unique significance? Was his explosive talent not merely coincidental, but rather a hereditary trait? Just then, the oven in the kitchen chimed softly, the freshly baked cookies emitting an even richer aroma. Maureen inhaled deeply, wiping her eyes with her sleeve, forcing a calm smile. Look, your little bear cookies are ready. Would you like to have one? Seymour was placed in a high chair, watching as his mother retrieved a tray of adorably shaped bear cookies from the oven. The golden treats, adorned with chocolate eyes, exuded the sweet scents of butter and honey, enough to delight any 3-year-old. Yet Seymour's attention was captured by something else when his mother lifted the baking tray. She merely waved her hand, and the oven mitts flew to her grasp as she turned to. Fetch the milk. The plate for the cookies floated effortlessly to Seymour's side. This was magic, genuine magic. Not a cinematic effect, not a mere description in text, but a palpable miracle defying the laws of physics, unfolding right before him. Seymour picked up a cookie, feeling its warmth against his fingertips. He took a small bite, the sweet flavor melting on his tongue, yet his thoughts raced furiously. What year was it now? He recalled that he was born around 1980, as both Simon and Harry were contemporaries, having started their schooling in 1991, that if he were now 3 years old, it would place his birth around 1983. 2 years had elapsed since Voldemort's initial downfall. 8 years remained until Harry's enrollment, and 15 years loomed before the Battle of Hogwarts. He still had time. Though the details of the narrative had faded with the passage of years, he retained the crucial information. He was aware of who his adversaries were and who his allies might be. He recognized where future perils lay. More importantly, he understood Voldemort's vulnerabilities, the existence of Horcruxes, and how to ultimately vanquish that dark tyrant. Yet first, he must address the immediate concern mastering his own magical abilities. His mother's fears were not without foundation. A wizard unable to control his own powers could prove more perilous than a muggle. Especially with his innate affinity for explosive magic, even the slightest misstep could lead to catastrophe. Mom, Simon swallowed a piece of biscuit and pointed to a cookbook on the shelf. What is that book? Maureen followed his gaze, smiling as she replied, That is the complete guide to magical baking. When you grow up, I will teach you how to make dancing gingerbread men. Can I look at it now? Maureen hesitated momentarily before bursting into laughter. You can't even read yet, silly boy. Nevertheless, she retrieved the book and placed it on the table in front of Simon, but I can show you the pictures. The thick leather cover, embossed with gold lettering, shimmered in the sunlight. Simon pretended to leaf through the illustrations, but his fingers glided over the densely packed text. He recognized most of the words after all. As a neurosurgeon, proficiency in specialized English was essential. The pages contained not only baking recipes, but also various kitchen spell incantations that caused dough to rise on its own, gestures that rendered icing capable of drawing, patterns, and even a special spice blend that made cookies sing in one's mouth. This was a glimpse of the magical world, miracles that permeated ordinary life. Simon's heart raced uncontrollably. This was not a dream. This was his new beginning, that he was no longer the doctor racing against death in the operating room, but Simon Finnegan, a young wizard inhabiting the world of Harry Potter. He had the opportunity to learn magic, to alter his destiny, and perhaps to influence the course of the entire world. That, of course, this was contingent upon his survival through the ensuing years. Mom, Simon closed the book and gazed earnestly at her. I want to learn how to control my power. Maureen's smile gradually faded. She knelt to meet his gaze, her eyes filled with complex emotions. Simon, why do you say this all of a sudden? Initially, nothing occurred, only a slight warmth radiated from his palm. But as he remembered the fear in his mother's eyes, the inexplicable explosions, and the dangers that lay ahead, a faint current of energy surged from his hand, gently lifting a biscuit from the table, suspending it in midair. Maureen gasped sharply, instinctively covering her mouth. Simon carefully guided the current, making the biscuit rotate slowly before gently placing it in his mother's outstretched palm. The entire process lasted less than 5 seconds. yet it drained all his energy, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. "Did you see that?" Simon's voice, though weary, was resolute. "I can do it, it's just not stable yet. Mom, please teach me how to control it." Morin looked at the biscuit in her palm, and then at her son's earnest face. After a long pause, she sighed heavily. She lifted Simon from the high chair and enveloped him in a tight embrace, her voice low and solemn. "All right, Simon. But you must promise me never, ever show this to strangers and never misuse this power that I promise." And Morin cupped his face, her expression grave. "We will start from the very basics. You must be more cautious than any other child, for the magic of the Finnegan family has never been gentle." Simon nodded, yet his conviction deepened. The Finnegan family's magic indeed bore a uniqueness, likely linked to the concept of explosion. He gazed out the window, sunlight streaming through the glass, casting warm patterns on the floor. Laughter from the neighbors' children echoed in the distance, and a seagull soared overhead. Everything appeared so tranquil and serene. Yet Simon understood that beneath this calm surface, tumult stirred. Darkness was silently creeping, and danger was gradually approaching. He lowered his gaze, examining his small, chubby hands. These hands would one day wield a wand, cast spells, create explosions, and perhaps save lives. From this day forth, he would no longer be the bystander Simon Finnegan, but an active participant. His legend would commence from this sunlit afternoon, from this plate of delightful little bear biscuits. And the first step was to comprehend and master the latent, explosive magic that coursed through his veins, belonging to the Finnegan lineage. A determined smile, incongruous with his age, graced Simon Finnegan's lips. Chapter 2. The First Accidental Explosion. Seamus' magical awakening commenced with a dusty wooden box, nestled at the bottom of the kitchen cupboard. 3 days after he solemnly made a promise, Morin finally resolved to unearth this box, which emanated the scent of mothballs from the depths of the storage room. The surface of the box was intricately carved with Celtic patterns, and a brass latch was entwined with delicate vines. Seamus recognized it as a simple anti-theft charm that would cause harm to those with ill intentions upon touching the box. "This belonged to your father," Morin remarked, wiping away the dust from the box, her voice trembling ever so slightly. She often said she would teach him these things when he grew older. Seamus sat on the carpet, observing as his mother used a small silver key to unlock the latch. The key's handle bore a tiny letter F, clearly a symbol of the Finnegan family. As the lid slowly creaked open, a melange of scents, aged paper, leather, and some metallic essence, wafted forth. Inside the box lay several books, a short stick wrapped in cloth, and a tin can inscribed with runes. Morin first retrieved the topmost book, its deep blue cover slightly faded, titled Introduction to Basic Magical Control. This was the introductory tome for every young wizard. She handed the book to Seamus, her fingers gently caressing the cover. "Your father learned his first spell from this very book." Seamus took the book, surprisingly finding it effortless to lift. The edges of the pages had yellowed, the paper so thin it was nearly translucent, clearly having weathered the passage of time. He opened to the first page, where neat handwriting greeted him. "To my son, may your magic be like the waves of Ireland, gentle enough to caress the shore, yet capable of shattering the hardest of rocks." Beneath the words was a small wave symbol, creating a remarkable correspondence with the Fawn key. "This was written by your father," Morin said, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "He always said our Finnegan magic is like the sea, beautiful yet perilous." Seamus traced the letters with his fingers, a complex whirlwind of emotions swelling within him. He knew little of this father he had never met, only that he had been an Auror who perished in a battle against dark forces. It now seemed likely that his father had long been aware of the family's unique magic and had even prepared instructional materials for it. "Mom, did Dad also explode?" Seamus carefully chose his words, striving to sound like an inquisitive child. Morin paused for a moment, then chuckled softly. "How do you know that word?" "Yes." He often struggled to control it in his youth. "There was a time during our date when he attempted to conjure me a bouquet of roses and ended up blowing up the entire flower shop's display window." Her smile was tinged with nostalgia, recalling how he would insist that our magic required more delicate control rather than mere suppression. Seamus nodded thoughtfully. Suppression and guidance were entirely different concepts, much like the wisdom from Eastern philosophy that suggests managing water through diversion rather than blockage. Perhaps this was the key to controlling his restless magic. In the ensuing weeks, Seamus embarked on his journey of magical enlightenment. Each afternoon, as the sunlight cascades through the kitchen window and spills onto the carpet, Morin would momentarily set aside her baking endeavors to impart to him the rudimentary principles of magic. Their lessons commenced with the understanding of magical runes. The twisted lines gradually came to life in Simon's eyes, the triangle representing fire, the wavy line symbolizing water, and the circle denoting protection. Morlin, with chalk in hand, illustrated the runes on a slate, encouraging Simon to trace them with his finger. Each rune pulsated with vitality. Morlin clasped Simon's small hand, guiding him to sketch a simple illumination rune, urging him to feel its essence rather than mechanically replicate it. Simon sensed a gentle tingling at his fingertips, akin to countless tiny currents coursing beneath his skin. When he completed the star-like symbol, a faint white light suddenly flickered at his fingertip, reminiscent of a miniature star twinkling in the darkness. "Marvelous!" Morlin exclaimed, clapping with delight. "Far better than your father's first attempt." Simon gazed at the tiny glow, his heart brimming with wonder. This was the most fundamental manifestation of magical energy, the cornerstone of all sorcery. He could distinctly perceive how the magic flowed along the pathways of the runes, converging into radiance at the terminus. This sensation surpassed his mother's descriptions, resembling an intrinsic gift. In addition to runes, Morlin introduced him to basic meditation techniques, not the complex system Simon would later devise, but the simplest form of breath control, inhaling deeply through the nose for 4 seconds, holding for 4 seconds, and exhaling slowly through the mouth for 6 seconds. "This will help you find tranquility," Morlin instructed, demonstrating the correct posture on a mat. "When you feel agitated or your magic feels chaotic, breathe like this, envisioning your magic circulating within you like flowing water." Yet, tranquility is often fleeting. One rainy afternoon, an unexpected incident unfolded. Morlin received an urgent order for a batch of pumpkin pies destined for Hogwarts. She busied herself in the kitchen, where a massive copper pot bubbled away, concocting syrup while flour danced through the air like snowflakes, thanks to a touch of magic. Meanwhile, Simon sat on the living room carpet, poring over the book left by his father, Basic Elemental Transmutation. "Mother, what does this symbol mean?" he inquired, rushing to the kitchen doorway. Before she could respond, a sudden clap of thunder erupted outside, followed by a deafening crash. Startled, Simon let the book slip from his grasp, sending it hurtling into a nearby bag of flour. Worse still, in that moment of fright, he instinctively summoned the magic within him, not in the calm rhythm of meditation, but like a wild stallion breaking free. He distinctly perceived his magic surging towards the kitchen stove, colliding with the flames that danced there. It was akin to a drop of cold water splashing into a seething pot of oil, and the two forces reacted violently. "Be careful," Morlin cried out in alarm. Simon watched in horror as the flames on the stove erupted, the blue fire swirling chaotically as if animated, forming a miniature tornado. What is particularly terrifying is that the canister of sulfur powder intended for firework creation ignited in the flames, emitting a piercing hiss. He yearned to regain control, to breathe deeply as his mother had taught him, to inscribe protective runes, yet his body lagged far behind the speed of his thoughts. The uncontrollable surge of magic surged forth like a runaway train, propelling him toward the abyss of disaster. Boom! A thunderous explosion shook the entire house. Simon felt an immense force strike his chest, propelling him like a rag doll, crashing heavily against the living room sofa. A deafening buzz filled his ears, rendering him unable to hear, while a blinding white light obscured his vision. After what felt like an eternity, he gradually regained his sight. The kitchen had transformed into a chaotic ruin. The stove lay in ruins, shattered, with black soot coating the walls and ceiling. And one of the previously pristine cabinet doors had been blown off, embedded into the opposite wall. The air was thick with the acrid scent of sulfur and char, mingling with the sweet aroma of pumpkin pie, creating an eerie olfactory blend. Morin knelt on the ground, her hair darkened with soot, her face smeared with ash. Her once vibrant red hair now resembling a charred bundle of straw. She anxiously scanned the surroundings, calling out Simon's name, her voice hoarse and barely audible. "Mom, I'm here." Simon struggled to rise from the sofa, a dull ache still lingering in his chest. Upon seeing him, Morin collapsed onto the floor, tears mingling with ash, carving 2 clear trails down her face. Thank heavens," she murmured, reaching out to touch Simon, only to retract her hand as if reminded of something. "Are you all right? Are you hurt?" Simon shook his head and moved closer to his mother. He could feel her trembling violently, not from fear, but from the aftermath of terror. "I am sorry, Mom." Simon's voice quivered with suppressed sobs, a blend of fear and guilt. "I didn't mean to." Morin embraced him tightly, her grip so fierce it nearly took his breath away. "It's not your fault, Simon. It's not your fault." She repeated this, her voice trembling. "It's my fault. I shouldn't have been doing dangerous things while you were practicing." Buried in her embrace, inhaling the scent of smoke and tears, a tumult of emotions surged within Simon. He recalled the entire sequence of the explosion, the moment his magic made contact with the flames, akin to a spark thrown into a barrel of gunpowder. The once docile flames transformed into a violent fury, ignited by the unique energy within him, instantaneously transitioning from combustion to explosion. The sulfur powder merely served as a catalyst. The true issue lay within the magic itself. Is this the nature of the Finnegan family's magic, inherently linked to explosions? Mom, Simon lifted his head to gaze at his mother's tear-streaked face. Did Dad experience this too? Morin remained silent for a long moment before nodding. He broke many things in his youth. She offered a wry smile, wiping her face with her sleeve. Once, at the ministry's year-end ball, he attempted to conjure a surprise for me and ended up blowing apart half of the chandelier. She rose to her feet, beginning to tidy up the aftermath. With a gentle flick of her wand, the shattered porcelain pieces soared effortlessly into the bin, while the ash clinging to the wall detached, as if animated, cascading downwards. Yet, in this moment of magical wonder, a heaviness lingered. From today onward, we shall pause our practice, Morin declared, her voice calm, yet imbued with undeniable resolve. When you are older and better equipped to master your emotions, we shall resume. Simo did not voice any objections. He recognized the truth in his mother's words. Though the recent explosion had been relatively minor, it was perilously hazardous. Had it not been for the basic protective spells in the kitchen, he could have easily sustained injuries. That night, as Simo lay in bed, he listened to the gentle patter of rain against the window. His mother recounted numerous tales about his father, not the valiant Auror, but rather the young wizard who often struggled to control his powers and frequently caused minor mishaps. Your father once said, Morin murmured as she tenderly stroked his hair, that our magic is akin to fireworks, splendid yet capable of inflicting harm upon oneself. Thus, he dedicated much time to mastering its control, ensuring it would flourish at the appropriate moments and remain subdued when necessary. Did he succeed? Simo inquired. To some extent, yes, his mother replied, her voice softening. He devised numerous minor spells to regulate explosions, earning considerable respect within his department. Eventually, he was assigned to that fateful mission. Simo understood precisely what that mission entailed, though his mother refrained from stating it outright. Combining the timeline with his father's identity led him to conclude that his father perished in the battle against Voldemort, perhaps in 1981, the year the prophecy came to fruition. Mother, are there any references in my father's books regarding controlling explosions? Morin hesitated before nodding. There is a volume titled Guide to Elemental Energy Stabilization, but it is rather intricate. You would struggle to comprehend it at your age. I wish to see it, Simo insisted. Even if I cannot understand it, I still wish to look. Ultimately, Morin acquiesced. She retrieved the deep blue-covered book from a wooden chest and placed it on Simo's bedside. You may only look at the illustrations and do not attempt any experiments, understood? Yes. After his mother departed, Simo eagerly opened the book. The moonlight filtered through the curtains, illuminating the pages. The text was significantly more complex than the introductory books he had encountered, replete with specialized terminology, energy thresholds, molecular resonance frequencies, elemental conversion efficiency. Even with the wisdom of an adult soul, Simo found it necessary to concentrate fully to grasp the general concepts. However, the illustrations within the book ignited a spark of inspiration within him. They depicted a series of diagrams illustrating the flow of energy, demonstrating how to channel chaotic energy into manageable directions through specific combinations of runes. One particular illustration captured Simo's attention. It depicted the flow of energy represented by red lines, transforming from a chaotic vortex into a steady column after passing through a series of valve-like symbols, ultimately culminating in a small luminous orb at the end. Was this not the very process he had experienced earlier that day? It simply lacked those valves. Simo's heart began to race. He sensed he was on the verge of uncovering a significant truth. The magical prowess of the Finnegan family is not inherently unstable, but rather manifests itself in a manner distinct from that of ordinary practitioners. While the magic of a typical wizard flows like a river, his power resembles a high-pressure water gun. It is not a lack of strength, but an absence of appropriate control mechanisms. He closes the book, reclines on his bed, and shuts his eyes. Following his mother's teachings, he begins to breathe deeply, but this time he does not merely seek tranquility. He endeavors to mentally reach out to that restless magic within him. He perceives it as a blazing flame pulsating at the core of his chest. Whenever his emotions surge, the flame expands, even sparking embers. Conversely, during moments of calm, it diminishes, yet it never truly extinguishes. What if he could apply a valve to this flame? Shima concentrates. Envisioning the shape of the valve symbol from the book, imagining it encircling the core of his magic. He attempts to mentally construct that symbol, guiding his power to flow along a specific trajectory. Initially, there is no response. The magic continues to burn freely. Nevertheless, Seamus remains undeterred. He repeatedly visualizes the shape of the rune in his mind, feeling its structure and intent, much like he once focused on studying neural patterns at the operating table. Time passes slowly, and the rain outside begins to subside. Just as Seamus is on the brink of slumber, he suddenly senses a faint change at the edge of the magical flame. A vague outline seems to emerge, resembling a slowly closing halo. Although it is precarious and could vanish at any moment, it undeniably exists. Seamus' spirit is invigorated, and he immediately directs all his attention to solidifying that outline. He delicately guides the magic through the valve, as if gently caressing a startled bird. The instant the magic flows through the valve, Seamus feels a distinct resistance, akin to water coursing through a narrow pipe. Though fleeting, the valve disintegrates under the surge of magic, yet this moment is sufficient. He has found his direction. Control is not about suppression. It is about guidance. It is not the eradication of restlessness, but the utilization of it. As his father once said, let the magic flourish when it is time to bloom, and remain still when it is time for quietude. Gazing at the ceiling, a smile graces Seamus' lips. The fear and guilt stemming from the initial unexpected explosion gradually dissipate, replaced by a sense of excitement and determination. He understands that this path will be arduous, perhaps fraught with peril. Yet he has no alternative for himself, for his mother, and perhaps one day for this world on the brink of darkness. He must master the power that belongs to the Finnegan lineage. Outside, the moon breaks through the clouds, its silvery light illuminating the book on his bedside. On the title page of the guide to stabilizing elemental energy, Seamus faintly discerns a line of pencil-written notes. Likely a fleeting thought from his father. The key to stability lies not in constraint, but in resonance. Resonance? Seamus contemplates this word as he slowly drifts into slumber. In his dreams, he envisions countless runes spinning, flames dancing to his will, and explosions blooming with breathtaking luminosity at designated spots. This marked the first true instance of uncontrolled magic for him, a pivotal moment that heralded the beginning of his journey toward becoming a formidable, explosive wizard. From that day forth, Simon Finnegan no longer passively absorbed his mother's teachings. Instead, he embarked on his own perilous and wondrous exploration. The tome titled Guide to Elemental Energy Stabilization became his nightly reading, a cherished storybook. Chapter 3. The shock of Diagon Alley. 2 months had elapsed since the kitchen explosion, and Simon's life had temporarily returned to a semblance of tranquility. Moreland had ceased to mention magical practice, as if the incident had never occurred. She continued her daily tasks in the kitchen, but refrained from using any potentially hazardous magical materials, even replacing the oven with a muggle version. Simon, understanding this unspoken agreement, redirected his focus to the books left by his father. He discovered that his reading skills were rapidly advancing. Initially, he relied on illustrations to infer meanings, but within mere weeks, he could read the majority of Introduction to Basic Magical Control with ease. This progress surpassed the typical developmental rate of ordinary children, resembling a burgeoning adult cognition gradually breaking through the confines of his youthful form. Simon, gather your things. His mother's voice trembled slightly, betraying an undercurrent of emotion. We must go out. Where to? Simon inquired, lifting his gaze to see his mother clutching an unfamiliar leather wallet, bulging with contents. Moreland inhaled deeply, as if steeling herself for a significant decision. To London. I'm taking you to meet an old friend. Simon's heart raced at the mention of London and an old friend, instantly conjuring images of Diagon Alley. He suppressed his excitement, feigning ignorance as he nodded obediently while his mother helped him don his coat. The red woolen coat was adorned with a small embroidered 4-leaf clover, a token crafted by Moreland herself, said to bring good fortune. The journey to London proved far more intricate than Simon had anticipated. They first boarded a dilapidated double-decker bus to Dublin, then transferred to a train bound for King's Cross Station in London. Throughout the journey, Moreland appeared somewhat anxious, frequently checking the wallet and observing the passengers around them with vigilance. Mother, why must we be so cautious? Simon finally ventured to ask in the train's dining car. Moreland set down her teaspoon and lowered her voice. It is not very safe outside, Simon. There are some bad people lurking about who do not favor individuals like us. Simon immediately grasped her implication. In 1983, Voldemort's influence was at its most virulent. Although his first downfall was still 2 years away, the nefarious activities of the Death Eaters had already infiltrated the British wizarding community. Families like the Finnegans, who had openly resisted the dark forces, were undoubtedly under close scrutiny. Father fought against them, didn't he? Simon asked softly. Moreland's body stiffened momentarily before she nodded solemnly. A flicker of pain crossing her features. Yes, he, along with many brave souls, protected our world. She grasped Simon's hand tightly. Never forget them, Simon. Simo nodded vigorously. Yet within him surged a tempest of emotions. He had always endeavored to observe the world and the impending tragedy from the perspective of an outsider. But at this moment, the anguish reflected in his mother's eyes jolted him into a stark realization. This was not a mere narrative or cinematic tale, but a visceral reality, rife with blood and sacrifice, a war in which his father had already fallen as a soldier. As the train entered the bustling heart of London, dusk had descended. Morin guided Simo through the throngs of people to an unassuming pub, the Broken Cauldron. The instant he pushed open the door, Simo felt as though he had passed through an invisible veil. The cacophony of the street abruptly vanished, replaced by the low murmur of conversation and the crackling of burning wood. A peculiar aroma wafted through the air, a melange of alcohol, spices, and a faint hint of magical energy. Inside the dimly lit pub, the walls were adorned with numerous aged portraits, their subjects engaged in languid conversation. Behind the bar stood a short, stout man with a bald head and a nose resembling a ripe strawberry. Simo recognized him as Tom, the proprietor of the Broken Cauldron. Beyond the back door lay a narrow courtyard, its uneven ground dotted with several dilapidated trash bins. Taking a deep breath, Morin retrieved a diminutive wand from her purse. It was Simo's first glimpse of his mother's wand, crafted from cherry wood, approximately 9 inches in length, with a small ruby embedded at its tip. With a graceful flick, his mother tapped a brick on the wall. Simo held his breath, fixated on the seemingly mundane stone wall. A miracle unfolded before him. The brick that had been touched began to tremble, slowly indenting and rotating. Almost immediately, the surrounding bricks appeared to come alive, shifting and creating a fissure in the once solid wall. The gap widened until it formed an archway large enough for two to pass side by side, revealing a bustling street beyond. Golden sunlight streamed through the arch, illuminating the dust motes dancing in the air and casting a glow upon Simo's astonished visage. This was Diagon Alley, more magnificent than the descriptions in books, more enchanting than any cinematic portrayal, far surpassing his wildest imaginings. The cobblestone street wound ahead, flanked by an array of magical shops, each building a whimsical blend of spires, domes, Gothic and Victorian styles, as though they had stepped out of fairy tale, yet remained palpably real. Wizards in robes traversed the thoroughfare, some donning pointed hats, others carrying cages that emitted faint hoots of owls, while a few soared low on broomsticks, provoking light-hearted laughter from the ground below. The air was infused with a tapestry of scents, the bitterness from the apothecary, the sweetness from the bakery, the sulphurous tang from the blacksmith, and an indescribable, ozone-like essence of magic. Simo felt as though his heart might leap from his chest. He stood speechless, his mouth agape, transfixed by the vivid spectacle before him. Scenes that had once existed solely in words and imagination now vibrantly materialized, their impact far exceeding his expectations. Let us proceed. Morin gently tugged at his hand, a hint of laughter in her voice. Do not stand here dawdling, or you shall be mistaken for a muggle. The moment they stepped into Diagon Alley, Simon felt as though he had entered another dimension. The cobblestones beneath his feet seemed to quiver slightly, as if they were alive and breathing. Countless tiny specks of light floated in the air, twinkling as the wizards passed by. Even the sounds transformed. The chatter, laughter, and shopkeepers' calls resonated with a peculiar harmony, as if the entire street itself were a grand, magical artifact. Their first stop was a bank named Gringotts. The structure, entirely composed of white marble, soared into the heavens, with two diminutive figures clad in crimson and gold uniforms standing at the entrance. Simon recognized them as goblins, creatures with elongated fingers and toes, flat noses, and sharp, hawkish eyes, scrutinizing every wizard who entered or exited. We need to withdraw some money, Morin whispered to Simon, ushering him through the grand doors. Inside, the bank was even more magnificent than it appeared from outside. The ceiling was so high it seemed to vanish into the clouds, with an array of marble columns supporting the vast edifice. Goblins sat behind elevated counters, swiftly recording entries in enormous ledgers with quills, their movements so rapid they were nearly imperceptible. Simon observed that the goblins calculated their sums on their own, the quills automatically dipping into ink, and the pages of the ledgers flipping as needed. This was the financial hub of the magical world, astonishingly efficient. Morin, evidently a frequent visitor, skillfully approached a counter marked B73 and exchanged a few words with a goblin who appeared to hold higher rank. The goblin took a small golden key from Morin, casting a skeptical glance at Simon before emitting a sharp whistle. Soon, a young goblin approached, gesturing for them to follow. They traversed a labyrinthine corridor and boarded a small cart pulled by 4 horses. Simon recognized them as Thestrals, though their eyes were normal, plunging downward along a steep track. The speed was so exhilarating that Simon could scarcely catch his breath, the walls flitting past him, a blur of light and shadow. "Hold on tight," Morin exclaimed, her voice laced with excitement. The cart eventually halted before a vast underground vault. The young goblin unlocked the heavy iron door with the golden key, the creaking hinges sounding ancient and muffled, as if they had turned for centuries. Inside, the vault was smaller than Simon had anticipated, yet it brimmed with gleaming gold coins, silver, and copper. Sunlight from Godric's hollow streamed in through some magical apparatus, reflecting dazzling rays off the coins, nearly blinding him. "This is part of your father's legacy," Morin remarked as she filled a cloth bag with gold coins. "We rarely use such a sum, but today we must procure some important items." Simon noticed a small wooden box in the corner of the vault, adorned with the same Celtic patterns as the magical box at home. Just as he was about to inquire about it, Morin completed her task and gestured for him to leave. "What are you thinking?" Morin noticed his gaze. "It's nothing," Seamus replied, shaking his head. "This place is immense." His mother smiled and took him by the hand, leading him to their next destination, where even more captivating sights awaited. For the next few hours, Seamus felt as though he had tumbled into a confectionery, utterly enchanted by everything before him. At Ollivander's wand shop, he gazed through the window at the neatly arranged wand boxes, feeling countless faint waves of magic emanating from within, as if they were softly beckoning him. Morin informed him that when he turned 11, he too would acquire his very own wand here. In a leaky cauldron, Seamus felt as though he had entered paradise. Thousands of magical tomes were meticulously organized on shelves. Some books turned their covers on their own, while others whispered their contents softly. He discovered titles such as History of Magic, Theory of Magic, A Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration, each a textbook he would need to master at Hogwarts. He also came across several volumes on defense against the dark arts, their covers swirling with a faint black mist that instinctively unsettled him. "What do you want?" Morin noticed his particular interest in one book. Seamus pointed to a hefty tome titled Origins of Ancient Runes. The cover bore the very runes he had been studying, arranged in a manner far more intricate than those in his father's notes. After a moment's hesitation, Morin decided to purchase it. "This book may be too challenging for you," she remarked while paying, "but if you are genuinely interested," Seamus clutched the book tightly, feeling as though he had obtained the entire world. He sensed the ancient magic contained within, more potent and pure than anything he had ever encountered. They also visited the cauldron shop, the Owl Emporium, and the rope shop. Each location left Seamus in awe. However, the most astonishing of all was a shop called the Magical Creatures Emporium. The air was thick with the scents of straw and animals, various peculiar beings confined within cages, though all appeared well cared for. A massive purple toad gazed mournfully out, while a pair of unicorn horns were displayed under a specially crafted glass dome. Seamus recognized them as illegal. A few creatures that resembled hybrids of lizards and dragons breathed tiny flames. "Don't stare too long," Morin urged, pulling him away quickly. "Some of these creatures aren't suitable for children." Yet, just before they departed, Seamus caught sight of a cage in the corner. Inside, a sickly-looking little owl curled up, its feathers dull and one eye seemingly injured, warily observing its surroundings. "Mom, can we take a look at that owl?" Seamus halted, pointing at the cage. Morin glanced in the direction he indicated, frowning slightly. "It seems unwell, Seamus. Besides, we don't need an owl. We have pigeons for sending messages." "But it looks so pitiful," Seamus insisted, his gaze fixed intently on the owl. He could feel the faint magical pulse within the small creature, imbued with a tenacious will to live. Perhaps moved by Simon's gaze, or perhaps reminded of something, Morin ultimately sighed and led him into the shop. After a round of haggling, Morin evidently a master negotiator, they acquired the owl at a remarkably low price. The shopkeeper, a plump witch, informed them that the owl was named Bombing, owing to its exceptionally loud call, reminiscent of small firecrackers. Its previous owner had not treated it well. As the stout witch wrapped the owl, she whispered that if they treated it well, it would become the finest companion. As Simon exited the shop with the cage containing Bombing, a warm feeling enveloped his heart. He gently stroked the bars of the cage, sensing Bombing's curious gaze upon him with its one good eye. "From now on, we are friends," Simon murmured, as twilight descended. The lights of Diagon Alley flickered to life, the magical lanterns casting a warm glow that transformed the street into a realm of enchantment. Morin glanced at the darkening sky and guided Simon toward their final destination, a shop called the Elegant Wizarding Attire. "This is Professor Minerva McGonagall." Morin introduced the witch clad in a deep green robe as they entered the fitting room. The witch, adorned with square glasses and her hair neatly arranged in a bun, bore a serious expression, yet her eyes radiated kindness. Simon's heart skipped a beat. "Professor McGonagall, the deputy headmistress of Hogwarts and head of Gryffindor House. What would you be doing here?" "Hello, Simon." Professor McGonagall's voice was deep and resonant, carrying an undeniable authority. "I am an old friend of your mother and a professor at Hogwarts." Morin explained that she had arranged this meeting to discuss Simon's situation and provide guidance regarding his magical education. Professor McGonagall scrutinized Simon intently, her eyes assessing him as if he were a precious magical artifact. She posed a few simple questions. Did he recognize letters? Had he encountered magic before? What were his aspirations for the future? "He is quite gifted." Morin, Professor McGonagall finally remarked, a hint of a smile breaking through her stern demeanor. "As clever as his father, perhaps even more so." Turning her gaze toward Simon, her expression softened somewhat. "Remember, talent is a gift, but it must be handled with care. The gates of Hogwarts will open for you, but before that, you must learn to control your power." Simon nodded earnestly. "I will, Professor." He looked down at the tome in his arms, the origins of ancient runes, and the cage containing Bombing, filled with an unprecedented resolve. He was no longer a mere observer seeking self-preservation. He was determined to learn magic, to master his abilities, and to protect those around him. Perhaps one day, he would fight for the light of this world, just like his father and Professor McGonagall. As the train entered the tunnel, the outside world was swallowed by darkness. Simon closed his eyes, yet he could still envision the lights of Diagon Alley, the flickering runes, and the brilliance in Bombing's eyes. His journey into the realm of magic was only just beginning, and this excursion to Diagon Alley served as a beacon, illuminating the path ahead. The owl nestled in his arms emitted a gentle hoot, eliciting a smile from Seymour. He realized that from this day forth, he would no longer fight alone. Chapter 4. The Collection of Magical Tomes. The recovery of the explosive creature was swifter than anticipated. Perhaps sensing Seymour's goodwill, the once timid owl quickly acclimated to its new surroundings. It particularly enjoyed perching upon Seymour's shoulder, curiously observing him with its intact amber eye as he immersed himself in his studies. Whenever Seymour attempted to sketch runes, it would tilt its head and produce a low coo, as if critiquing his technique. "Look here." Seymour pointed to an illustration in the origins of ancient runes on a dreary afternoon, addressing the explosive creature on his shoulder. "This rune combination is said to stabilize flame magic, yet I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss." The illustration depicted 3 interlocking triangles, each vertex adorned with distinct symbols. After days of study, Seymour felt an elusive imbalance in the arrangement of these symbols, akin to a machine missing a crucial cog. With its beak, the owl gently tapped at a symbol on the page, the rune representing binding, located at the lower right corner of the innermost triangle. Seymour paused, scrutinizing it closely. Indeed, this rune was etched deeper than the others, its angle slightly askew. Was it a printing error, or was it intentional? He endeavored to sketch a corrected version on a scrap of paper, adjusting the rune to align symmetrically with the other symbols. As his final stroke was made, he distinctly perceived a subtle shift in the magical energy surrounding them, akin to a stone cast into a placid pond. "You were right," Seymour exclaimed, delightfully patting the owl's head. "This is the issue. The positioning of the binding rune is too inward, disrupting the balance of the entire structure." The owl puffed out its chest proudly and let out a resounding hoot, causing the potted plants on the windowsill to tremble. This minor revelation ignited a realization within Seymour. He required more tomes, more knowledge. Although the few books left by his father were invaluable, their scope was limited. And while the origins of ancient runes purchased from Diagon Alley was profound, it lacked practical guidance. He envisioned establishing his own magical library, encompassing various fields of study. However, this aspiration soon confronted a harsh reality. Magical tomes were exorbitantly priced. At Flourish and Blots in Diagon Alley, a mere introductory book on magic cost several galleons, equivalent to hundreds of pounds in the Muggle world. The prices for rare or specialized texts were even more staggering. Although Moreland had provided him with some pocket money, it was but a drop in the bucket for the establishment of a library. It seemed he would need to devise a means of sourcing books himself. Seymour sat upon the carpet, gazing at the scant few volumes he had managed to gather, lost in contemplation. His first thought turned to libraries. While Muggle libraries would undoubtedly lack magical texts, perhaps they could yield some relevant clues. such as historical accounts of ancient Celtic magic or archaeological discoveries pertaining to runes. This notion was met with Morland's encouragement. "It is indeed beneficial to visit the Muggle library," she remarked while baking cookies, "for acquiring diverse knowledge is always advantageous. Moreover, it is a safe haven." Thus, every weekend, Morland would escort Simon to the public library in the heart of Dublin. This Victorian edifice boasted lofty domes and stained glass windows, with the air infused with the scent of aged paper and dust. Simon quickly fell in love with this place. Although he could not directly locate any books on magic, he unearthed numerous unexpected treasures. In a historical tome on medieval European alchemy, he discovered references to the Philosopher's Stone. Though the descriptions were steeped in Muggle misconceptions, they provided invaluable historical context. Within a collection of Celtic mythological tales, he encountered many legends concerning magical creatures, notably a striking resemblance between the description of the water horse and the Grindylow from the original texts. Most notably, he found an academic treatise on ancient architectural symbols, which contained numerous patterns reminiscent of magical runes. Upon comparison, Simon discerned that certain carvings on ancient stone circles were, in fact, simplified versions of defensive runes. Do these symbols hold any significance? Morin once observed Simon tracing a pattern from a stone tablet and curiously inquired. "They represent a language, Mother," Simon elucidated, much like explaining a case to a former intern. "It is the ancient means by which people communicated with nature and the divine. Magical runes are merely a more efficient version." Morin gazed at him in astonishment, as if she were meeting her son for the first time. "How do you know all this?" Simon realized he had inadvertently let slip too much information and quickly pointed to the annotations in the book. "It's written here." Morin picked up the book, meticulously examining the dense academic notes, her brow furrowed. Evidently, the complexity of the content exceeded her comprehension. Ultimately, she merely ruffled Simon's hair and softly said, "You are truly clever, Simon, just like your father." In addition to the Muggle library, Simon stumbled upon another source of treasures, secondhand bookstores. Tucked away in a narrow alley of Dublin's Old Town was a secondhand bookstore named the Corner of Time. The proprietor was an eccentric old gentleman, perpetually adorned with thick glasses, seated behind the counter immersed in an interminable book. The shop appeared unremarkable, yet it concealed many forgotten gems. Here, Simon discovered a copy of the Practical Household Magic Guide, published in the 19th century. With the inscription presented to Eileen on the title page, he was nearly certain this had once belonged to Snape's mother. He also unearthed a tattered British magical plant compendium, which contained a handwritten note documenting a healing spell that had never appeared in any magical textbook. Most thrillingly, he found an incomplete edition of the Principles of Explosive Chemistry, a Muggle military chemistry book detailing the components and methods for creating various explosives. Simon immediately recognized that this book held immeasurable value for his studies in explosive magic. This book is not suitable for children. As Simon approached the counter to settle the payment for the book, the elderly gentleman suddenly spoke, his murky eyes scrutinizing him through his spectacles. "My father is an engineer." Simon had already prepared his response, uttering it with the most innocent tone. "He taught me these things, saying they might be useful in the future." The old man gazed at him for what felt like an eternity, long enough for Simon to believe his deceit had been uncovered. Ultimately, he merely sighed and accepted the few coins Simon offered. Knowledge itself is neither good nor bad. It is the wielder that determines its value. Remember this, young lad. As Simon exited the bookstore, his palms were clammy with sweat. He glanced down at the book in his arms. Principles of Explosive Chemistry, the image of the powder keg on the cover seemingly mocking his audacity. The old man's last words echoed in his mind, reminding him of Professor McG's warning. Talent is a gift, but also a responsibility. The journey of collecting books was not always smooth sailing. On one occasion, Simon stumbled upon an ancient tome bound in leather, nestled in a corner of an antique shop. The cover bore no inscription, yet he sensed a faint magic emanating from within. He yearned to purchase the book, but the shopkeeper, with an air of mystery, remarked, "This is a book that chooses its master, young lad. If you can open it, it is yours." Simon attempted various methods, tracing his fingers over the cover, whispering sweet nothings to the book, and even surreptitiously infusing a touch of his own feeble magic. But the tome remained obstinately still, akin to an ordinary piece of wood. "It seems it does not favor you." The shopkeeper chuckled, reclaiming the book. Though disappointed, Simon was not disheartened. He recognized that magical artifacts possessed their own consciousness, and that attempting to seize them forcefully often led to adverse outcomes. This lesson would prove invaluable in the future. As time passed, Simon's collection of books gradually expanded. Morland had thoughtfully installed a bookshelf in his room, although it appeared somewhat sparse. It was beginning to take the shape of a miniature library. Simon categorized his tomes in his own manner. Theoretical works: Introduction to Basic Magical Control, Origins of Ancient Runes, Theory of Magic, second-hand edition purchased from Diagon Alley. Practical works: Practical Household Magic Guide, Illustrated Guide to British Magical Flora. Auxiliary works: Principles of Explosive Chemistry, History of Medieval Alchemy, Collection of Celtic Myths. Unresolved works: Several enigmatic tomes that remained beyond his comprehension or were impervious to his attempts to open them. He frequently perused Principles of Explosive Chemistry and Introduction to Basic Magical Control. He discovered that amalgamating the principles of Muggle explosives with magical theory could yield remarkable chemical reactions. For instance, the book stated that an explosion requires 3 elements: fuel, oxidizer, and ignition source. Upon comparison, Simon realized that this bore a striking resemblance to the magical components of magical reserves, ambient energy, and triggering incantations. Moreover, the book's physical descriptions of shockwaves aided him in understanding why certain explosive spells produced varying effects. The key lay in the speed and range of magical release. What captivates you so? On one occasion, Morlin entered Simon's room, carrying a glass of milk, only to find him staring blankly at a sheet filled with equations. On one side of the paper were intricate magical runes, while the other bore scientific formulas, interconnected by arrows resembling the notes of a mad scientist. I pondered why some explosions produced a resounding noise while others remained silent. Simon elucidated, gesturing toward one of the formulas, that it pertains to the frequency of energy release. If one could control this frequency. He abruptly halted, realizing he was again speaking beyond his years. Yet, Morin showed no doubt. Instead, she picked up the sheet, scrutinizing the runic patterns. "This symbol is inverted, Simon," she remarked, indicating a lightning-like rune. "It should lean to the right, not to the left." Simon gazed at her in astonishment. This rune, originating from the guide to elemental energy stabilization, was a pivotal symbol in regulating energy release frequency. He had always assumed his mother was unfamiliar with such complex runes. "How do you know this, mother?" Simon inquired. Morin chuckled, a glimmer of nostalgia in her eyes. "Your father often sketched this on draft paper in the kitchen. He claimed it was the key to quiet explosions." She sighed, recalling. "He always said that a true master of explosions could make them occur only where needed, without a hint of excess noise." Simon's heart raced. Quiet explosions? This was the very ability he had longed for. Did father succeed? He asked eagerly. Morin shook her head. "He mentioned he was close, but he never had the chance to tell me exactly what was missing." She set the paper down and gently ruffled Simon's hair. "Do not rush, Simon. You are still young. There is ample time to explore." After his mother departed, Simon re-examined the inverted rune. Following her advice, he adjusted the rune to lean to the right, and then a miracle occurred. The runes on the paper emitted a faint glow, and the surrounding air seemed to tremble momentarily before settling into tranquility. This time, there was no explosion, no blinding light, only a silent release of energy. Simon was on the verge of leaping for joy. He finally comprehended the meaning of resonance in his father's notes, not the forceful control of magical power, but rather harmonizing his magic with the target frequency, akin to how a tuning fork responds to specific sounds. Gazing out the window, he noted the deepening night, with stars twinkling in the Irish sky. Boom! His companion lay asleep on a nearby shelf, emitting gentle snores. The books on the shelf stood quietly, as if awaiting to be awakened. Simon realized that what he was collecting was not merely books, but keys, the keys to unlocking the doors of knowledge, to understanding his own magical essence, and perhaps one day, the keys to saving the world. In that moment, Simon Finnegan, a 3-year-old apprentice of explosive magic, made a solemn pledge. He would wield this knowledge to protect rather than destroy, to create rather than to obliterate. He opened his notebook and inscribed on a fresh page, "Objective: master the art of quiet explosions. Methods: revise the drawing technique of energy frequency runes. Study my father's notes on resonance. Seek methods to control the release frequency of magic. Conduct small-scale experiments in a safe environment." Upon finishing, he closed the notebook and carefully placed it into a secret box beneath his bed. The box, a humble wooden container purchased with his pocket money, harbored his most treasured research achievements: several successful runic design sketches, a small quantity of sulfur powder bought from Diagon Alley, and an inconspicuous splinter from his father's old wand. Lying on his bed, Simon listened to the whispers of the wind outside his window. He was acutely aware that his journey of research had only just begun, with countless challenges and dangers awaiting him ahead. Yet, whenever he gazed upon the bookshelves filled with tomes waiting patiently, or felt the comforting weight of his companion, exploding. Asleep upon his shoulder, his heart brimmed with courage. Books were vessels of knowledge, and knowledge was his primary weapon against the looming darkness of the future. As he closed his eyes, visions of interwoven runes and formulas danced in his mind, as if revealing a path leading to uncharted territories. At the end of this path, he glimpsed a figure, the version of himself who had mastered his own powers, capable of wielding explosive magic with tranquility, precision, and even grace. That night, Simon dreamt a dream devoid of explosions and flames, where countless books soared around him, their pages turning with a melodious rustle akin to music. He reached out, and each book effortlessly opened to the page he sought, knowledge flowing into his mind like a river. Upon awakening, the morning light streamed through the curtains into his room. Exploding perched on the windowsill, gazing into the distance with its unblemished eye, emitting a crisp call, as if to remind him, a new day, a new exploration was about to commence. Simon smiled, knowing that his quest to amass magical tomes had only just begun. He was aware that his next objective was to locate the legendary tome that chronicled the primal theory of magical activation, a book his mother had inadvertently mentioned. Hidden within an abandoned magical library in Dublin, the journey of discovery was about to unfold. Chapter 5. A Mother's Love and Concern. The autumnal air in Ireland was perpetually veiled in a gentle drizzle. That afternoon, raindrops tapped rhythmically against the kitchen window, casting a languid ambience throughout the house. Simon sat on the carpet before the fireplace, illuminated by the flickering flames as he examined his latest acquisition, a medieval manuscript unearthed from the attic of an abandoned church. Bound in the leather of some creature, the parchment was yellowed and brittle, its Latin text obscured, interspersed with peculiar symbols. Simon dedicated an entire week to deciphering this text, which he eventually discerned to be notes on elemental communication, authored by a recluse monk residing on the western coast of Ireland. Are you still pondering those strange symbols? Morland approached, carrying a steaming bowl of potato soup, placing it upon the small table beside Simon. The air was filled with the rich aroma of cream and onions. Simon's favorite scent. It states here that stones can speak, Simon remarked, pointing to an illustration depicting a monk pressing his ear to a massive rock, surrounded by a halo of symbols, suggesting that one must listen correctly. Morland set down her knitting needles, leaning in with curiosity to take a closer look. This is an ancient druidic technique. She spoke softly, her tone imbued with a hint of reverence. It is said that they can converse with trees and comprehend the whispers of the wind. Yet, that is an ancient magic scarcely practiced in contemporary times. Does Father possess such abilities? Asked Simo. Morin shook her head. He is more adept at destructive magic. She paused, seemingly deliberating her words. Yet he often states that creation and destruction are but two sides of the same coin, just as flames can raise a house or bake bread to perfection. Simo nodded thoughtfully, etching this notion into his memory. He picked up the bowl of warm potato soup and sipped gently, though his gaze unconsciously drifted towards the blue package resting on the sofa, placed there by his mother. Ever since Simo embarked on his fervent quest to collect books, Morin had quietly supported him. She never interfered with his studies, only providing timely assistance when needed. When Simo lamented the inadequacy of his old quill, he would discover a new one by his bedside the following day. If he toiled late into the night, forgetting to eat, a warm bowl of soup or a biscuit would invariably appear at his side. What touched Simo the most was when he casually mentioned his need for a book on magical perception. A week later, Morin returned with a beautifully bound volume titled Perception and Resonance, Advanced Control of Magic, claiming to have stumbled upon it at a second-hand market. Simo recognized that this was no mere coincidence. His mother must have leveraged her connections, perhaps even ventured into perilous places to procure such invaluable resources for him. Thank you, Mother. Simo set down the soup bowl and gazed earnestly at her, for everything you have done for me. Morin, her hands momentarily pausing in their weaving, looked up, surprise flickering in her eyes before being replaced by tenderness. Silly child, who else would I do this for if not you? She laid down her yarn and settled beside Simo, gently caressing his soft red hair. You are my only treasure, Simo. As long as it brings you joy, I would do anything. Her fingers, a bit calloused from years of baking, moved with unmatched gentleness as they stroked his hair. Simo felt the warmth of her palm, a presence more comforting than the hearth's flames. But you must promise me one thing. Morin's voice suddenly took on a serious tone. Never showcase your research before others, especially those regarding explosive magic. Simo's heart tightened as he looked up at his mother. Her emerald green eyes brimmed with concern, even tinged with fear. I know you are exceptionally intelligent, Simo, Far more so than your peers, Morin continued, her tone heavy, but this world does not always reward intelligence. Especially now. Many eyes lurk in the shadows, watching families like ours. Are they the Dark Wizards? Simo inquired, knowing well whom his mother referred to. Moore nodded, her voice dropping to a whisper. They regard gifted children as threats or prey. Your father was exceptional, which is why. She left the thought unspoken. But the sorrow in her eyes conveyed everything. Simo extended a small hand, firmly grasping his mother's rough fingers. I will be careful, mother. I promise. Morin grasped his hand firmly, the pressure almost painful. I do not wish to confine you, Simon. Her voice trembled with emotion. I'm simply terrified. I cannot bear to lose you again. Simon's heart ached, as if it had been wrenched by an unseen force. He had never witnessed such vulnerability in his mother. In his memory, she had always been strong and optimistic, striving to muster a smile even in the direst of circumstances. It suddenly dawned on him that the burdens she bore were far heavier than he had ever imagined. As a widow who had lost her husband, raising a child with unstable magical abilities, while constantly vigilant against the threats posed by Death Eaters, was enough to overwhelm anyone. Mother, Simon said in the gentlest tone he could muster, I shall not allow you to worry. I will study diligently and master my magic. When I grow up, I will protect you. Morin gazed at her son's earnest face and unexpectedly laughed, tears streaming down her cheeks. She enveloped Simon in her embrace. Resting her chin atop his head, her voice choked with emotion, my little potato has grown up. The flames in the fireplace crackled, casting elongated shadows of the mother and son. Simon could hear her stifled sobs, smell the faint lavender scent in her hair, and feel her heartbeat gradually steadying. In that moment, all magical theories, explosive studies, and future plans receded into the background. He was merely a child, seeking solace and protection in his mother's embrace. After a considerable time, Morin gradually calmed down. She wiped her tears and retrieved a blue parcel from the sofa, handing it to Simon. Open it and see. Simon cautiously untied the strings and unveiled the contents. Inside, he discovered pristine parchment and a quill, along with a thick blank notebook. Its cover embroidered in gold thread with his name, Simon Finnegan. This is for you to document your studies. Morin smiled. Your father once possessed a similar notebook. He would always say that a poor memory is no match for a good pen. As Simon flipped open the notebook, he noticed the first page already inscribed with a line in his mother's elegant handwriting. To my Simon, may your wisdom shine like the stars, illuminating the darkness. May your strength be as steadfast as the earth. That evening, Simon penned his first research plan in the new notebook. Yet, before detailing his plans, he carefully copied his mother's words, adding below, may my magic serve as a shield to protect my mother. From that moment onward, Simon became more cautious. He relocated all dangerous experiments to the tool shed in the backyard, a dilapidated little cabin that Morin had once used for gardening supplies, now transformed into Simon's secret laboratory. He implemented basic soundproofing and protective measures in the shed, reinforcing the walls with thick wooden boards purchased from a Muggle hardware store, and inscribing simple runes taught by his mother on the door as an alarm. If anyone approached, a small bell placed by his bedside would ring. Most importantly, he learned to control the scale of his experiments, ensuring that all explosions remained contained and unnoticed by the neighbors. Morin was fully aware of the situation, yet she never confronted it. Each morning, she would check the shed door to ensure it was securely closed. After Shimon returned from his muddy escapades, she would silently assist him in cleaning his dust-covered clothes. When she heard the faint sounds of explosions, deliberately kept to a minimum by Shimon, she would merely furrow her brow before returning to her tasks. This unspoken understanding became a secret bond between mother and son. On one occasion, while experimenting with a new silent explosion rune, Shimon encountered a minor mishap. Although it did not produce a loud noise, an acrid green smoke began to emanate from the shed's crevices, just as Mrs. Mackenzie, the neighbor, happened to stroll by. Morin, is there a fire in your backyard? Mrs. Mackenzie called out, her voice laced with concern. A kind-hearted Muggle lady, she often brought freshly baked cookies for Shimon. Immediately, Morin rushed outside, donning a calm smile. It's nothing, Mrs. Mackenzie, just a batch of mint cookies that burn a bit. The smoke is a tad excessive. She coughed lightly, feigning a reaction to the smoke. Mrs. Mackenzie, though skeptical, walked away, while Morin promptly returned to the shed. Inside, she found Shimon in a flurry, casting spells to dispel the smoke, his face smeared with green powder, resembling a little monster. Are you all right? Morin's voice carried a hint of concern, devoid of reproach. I'm fine, Mom, Shimon mumbled, his gaze cast down like a child caught in wrongdoing. I just want to see if I know, Morin interjected gently, pulling out a handkerchief to wipe the powder from his face. Next time, remember to close the vents. She paused, pointing at a small crater on the ground. The angle of this rune is still off. It should be tilted 3 degrees more. Shima looked up in astonishment. Morin smiled slyly, a glint of mischief in her eyes. Did you think I was asleep while your father was researching these things? She picked up a piece of scrap paper and skillfully drew a revised rune. See, this way the energy can be released more evenly, preventing excess smoke. As Shima observed his mother's fluid strokes, he suddenly grasped that her understanding of magic far exceeded what she had previously revealed. She concealed her abilities solely to protect him. Why didn't you tell me sooner? He asked. Because some things are more meaningful when discovered on your own, Morin replied, patting his shoulder. Just like learning to walk. You must stumble a few times before mastering it. But if you fall too hard, your mother will be there to lift you up. That afternoon, the mother and son worked together to tidy the shed. Morin refrained from inquiring about the specifics of the experiment, offering only a few key insights when Shima faced challenges. These suggestions were often astonishingly precise, as if she had personally conducted the experiment herself. Shima realized that his mother was not only silently supporting him, but also cleverly guiding him, ensuring he retained the joy of exploration while safeguarding him from straying off course. This love was profound and restrained, akin to a spring buried deep underground, nourishing his growth in silence. As the golden rays of the setting sun filtered through the windows of the tool shed, Simon triumphantly completed his first true silent explosion. A stone, no larger than a coin, turned to dust in hushed silence, devoid of smoke and sound, leaving behind only a faint ripple of magical energy in the air. I did it, Simon exclaimed with exhilaration. Morin smiled and nodded, pride sparkling in her eyes. I knew you could achieve this. On their way home, Simon held his mother's hand, feeling an immense warmth. He understood that, regardless of the challenges that lay ahead, and no matter how advanced his explosive magic might become, his mother would always be his staunchest supporter. His resolve was to grow strong enough to safeguard this precious love, to transform the worry in his mother's eyes into pride. He penned down, initial success in silent explosion. Grateful for my mother's guidance. Next step, expand the scale of experimentation, research directional blasting techniques. Upon finishing, he closed his notebook and gazed out the window. Through the curtain of rain, the light from his mother's room still glowed, a warm beacon akin to a pair of watchful eyes. Simon's heart brimmed with an unprecedented sense of calm and strength. He recognized that his journey of research was only beginning, yet with his mother's love and support, he felt emboldened to face any challenge. This love was a treasure more invaluable than any tome of magic. Chapter 6. The Crisis of Uncontrolled Magic. The winter in Ireland arrived unexpectedly. In a single night, Dublin was blanketed in thick snow, the rooftops and treetops adorned in white, as the bitter wind howled through the streets like a beast in anguish. Such weather was ill-suited for outdoor endeavors, and Simon's secret laboratory temporarily ceased operations. Nestled by the fireplace in the living room, he studied the tome titled Perception and Resonance, Advanced Control of Magic. The book proved far more intricate than he had anticipated, not only delving into profound magical theories, but also encompassing a plethora of practical perceptual training, one of which was the elemental affinity test. He attempted to close his eyes and attune himself to the elemental energies surrounding him. Simon softly recited the guidance from the book, envisioning himself as a sponge, allowing energy to flow towards him naturally while discerning their distinct qualities. Following the book's instructions, he closed his eyes, slowed his breathing, and focused his mind. Initially, he felt nothing, only the crackling of the burning wood in the fireplace and the howling wind and snow outside. However, as time passed, Simon gradually entered a peculiar state of awareness. He perceived the dancing flames in the fireplace, not with his eyes, but through a deeper sense of perception. The energy within the flames was fervent and lively, akin to a troop of mischievous sprites eager to burst forth. He sensed the snowflakes drifting outside, feeling the energy within them as cold and serene, embodying a slow yet resolute force. Most astonishingly, he could hear the steam flowing within the walls, feeling its moist and gentle qualities, as if whispering secret tales. Was this the essence of magical perception? A surge of excitement coursed through Shima's heart as he concentrated on delving deeper into the unknown. Yet, he was suddenly beset by a powerful wave of dizziness, as if plummeting from a great height, and the energy around him transformed into a violent tempest. The fiery energy blazed with a searing intensity, yearning to break free and envelop him. The snowflake energy turned sharp and frigid, akin to countless tiny needles piercing his skin, while the vapor thickened and weighed heavily, threatening to suffocate him. Shima could not suppress a cry as he abruptly opened his eyes. The sight before him jolted him into clarity. The flames in the hearth had inexplicably doubled in size, the flames nearly licking the painting above. Outside, the snowflakes no longer fell gently but twisted into warped patterns on the glass, as if pulled by an unseen force. Most alarmingly, the water cup on the table vibrated violently, and droplets of water clung to the sides, defying gravity like a swarm of frightened insects. Shima, what's wrong? Morin rushed in from the kitchen upon hearing his cry, her face draining of color at the sight. Shima attempted to explain, yet found himself at a loss for words. The magic within him surged forth like a torrent unleashed from a dam, uncontrollably radiating into the surroundings. He sensed that familiar, restless energy expanding rapidly, akin to a bomb poised to explode. Breathe deeply. Shima, breathe deeply. Morin's voice, tinged with panic yet resolute, echoed in his mind. Inhale for 4 seconds. Hold for 4, exhale for 6. Her words served as a lifeline, momentarily clearing the chaos in Shima's thoughts. He endeavored to follow his mother's guidance, visualizing his magic flowing like water within him. However, this time, the conventional meditation techniques seemed futile. The energy was too wild, akin to a horse unbridled. And despite his best efforts, he could not calm it. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the water cup on the table exploded, not in the controlled manner Shima was accustomed to, but rather in a chaotic shatter. Water splattered everywhere, some droplets even scalding hot, leaving small scorch marks on the carpet. This is bad, Morin gasped, swiftly drawing her wand and waving it toward the hearth. The once volatile flames instantly diminished, transforming into docile little tongues of fire, like a tamed beast. Yet, this did not address the underlying issue. Shima could feel the magic within him spiraling further out of control, a weight pressing down on his chest as an unusual flush crept across his skin. He understood that if he could not regain control swiftly, the consequences would be dire. The previous explosion in the kitchen had been merely a minor incident. This uncontrolled magic had the potential to overturn the entire house. Hold my hand. Morin discarded her wand and rushed to Shima, extending her hands to grasp as tightly. The moment her hands made contact with his, Shima felt a gentle, stabilizing magic emanating from her, flowing into him like a warm stream. This magic differed from his own chaotic energy. It was soft, resilient, imbued with a calming force that began to dissolve the restless energy, as if it were snow meeting the sun. Imagine a lake, Shima. Morin's voice resonated closely. Imbued with a peculiar harmony, your magic is akin to the serene lake, not a torrential flood. The lake possesses shores, a bottom, and boundaries. Following her guidance, Shima conjured a tranquil lake within his mind. Initially, the waters roiled violently, but under the gentle dam of his mother's magic, they gradually settled into calmness. He envisioned his own magic as a crimson torrent, while his mother's manifested as tranquil azure waters. Where they converged, the red softened and ultimately melded into the blue, flowing together in serene unity. This process persisted for a full 10 minutes. When Shima finally regained his breath, the tempest outside had ceased. The flames in the hearth resumed their normal flicker, and the shards of the shattered cup were neatly arranged on the floor as if awaiting restoration. Do you feel better? Morin's voice bore the weight of fatigue, her complexion pale as the snow outside. She released her grip, prompting Shima to notice her palms slick with sweat, trembling slightly. Mother, are you all right? He inquired with concern, sensing the frailty of her magic, evidently depleted by the exertion of their recent exercise. I am fine. Morin managed a faint smile, but succumbed to a couple of coughs. Just a bit weary. She turned to retrieve her wand from the floor, but stumbled slightly, nearly falling. Shima hurried to support her, guilt flooding his heart. Had he not been so insatiable, pushing beyond his limits in his training, this mishap might have been avoided. I'm sorry, Mother, he said, his voice thick with emotion. It's all my fault. Morin shook her head and reclined on the sofa, taking a moment to regain her composure. It's not your fault, Shima, she whispered gently. This was bound to happen. Your magic is growing at an alarming rate, much like a sapling that stretches too quickly, needing support to withstand the winds. She gazed at Shima, a complex array of emotions flickering in her eyes, concern, tenderness, and a subtle, barely perceptible fear. Your father experienced this phase as well, Morin continued slowly, as if reminiscing about distant memories. At 15, his magic spiraled out of control and nearly incinerated half the village. It was then that he truly understood the importance of mastery. How did father resolve it? Shima asked. He attended Hogwarts, Morin replied. There, specialized professors guide students, providing a safe training environment alongside others like him. Seamus fell silent. The name Hogwarts shimmered in his mind like a beacon. 6 years remained before he could embark on that journey. Yet, given the current pace of his magical growth, would he be able to navigate those years safely? That night, Seamus lay in bed, utterly sleepless. He could distinctly feel the magic within him, still pulsating restlessly, akin to the aftershocks of a storm. This recent loss of control had illuminated the inadequacy of his previous methods, rendering them insufficient to manage his burgeoning power. He opened Perception and Resonance, Advanced Magic Control, and found a passage in the chapter on loss of control. The book explicitly states that while the suppression method yields quick results, it can lead to a backlash of magical energy. The suppressed magic accumulates within the body and ultimately erupts with greater ferocity, potentially damaging the wizard's magical core. Conversely, the channeling method requires long-term dedication, enhancing mental strength through meditation, perceptual training, and rune construction, fostering a beneficial interaction between spirit and magic, ultimately achieving a state of resonance. It seems imperative to expedite mental training. Seamus murmured to himself, formulating a new plan in his mind. In the ensuing days, Seamus adjusted his research focus. He temporarily ceased all explosive experiments, shifting his emphasis to mental training. Each morning, before dawn, he would rise to meditate, not merely employing basic breathing techniques, but attempting to construct the mental barrier described in the book, envisioning his consciousness encased in a robust shell, impervious to external disturbances. During the day, he increased his practice time for elemental perception, no longer pursuing deep interaction, but concentrating on controlling distance, safely sensing the elemental energies around him, akin to observing animals in a cage, maintaining an appreciative yet uninvasive attitude. In the evenings, he began studying mental runes, a unique form of rune inscribed not upon the external world, but within his own consciousness, intended to stabilize his mental state. The foundational 3 runes recorded in Perception and Resonance are Stillness, Stability, and Guard. Your father invented a cooling spell. Morin pointed to a section in his notes. When you sense your magic spiraling out of control, imagine a cascade of cold water pouring over your head while reciting the incantation. Though simple, it is remarkably effective. A genuine turning point occurred 1 month later on a morning much like any other. That day, Seamus engaged in meditation, striving to construct an even sturdier mental barrier. As he focused on the shape of the barrier, a sudden thought flashed through his mind. What if the barrier were not a rigid shell, but a flexible vessel? He immediately altered his approach, envisioning not hard walls, but a soft, elastic sphere enveloping his consciousness. This sphere could expand and contract with the fluctuations of magical energy, neither constricting its flow nor allowing it to overextend. In the moment the elastic barrier took form in his mind, Seamus felt the magical energy within him suddenly calm, flowing naturally along the inner walls of the barrier like water finding its proper vessel, creating a perfect cycle. Remarkably, he could clearly see the trajectory of the magical flow, even distinguishing its various components: a searing red energy corresponding to flames, a chilling blue energy linked to water and ice, and a volatile, flickering orange energy, seemingly his unique explosive magic. Seamus was astonished to discover that he could separate and observe different types of magic, rather than conflating them as he had previously. He endeavored to guide the orange explosive magic with his will, directing it along a specific trajectory. Initially, they were quite unruly, akin to mischievous children darting about. Yet through Simon's patient guidance, they gradually became obedient, ultimately forming a small vortex that quietly hovered in a corner of the consciousness space. When Simon concluded his meditation, the day had brightened significantly. He felt an unprecedented clarity, his internal magic stable and vibrant, akin to a river poised to surge forth, both powerful and gentle. Approaching the mirror, he was astonished to find a faint silver glimmer sparkling in his eyes, a manifestation of a significant enhancement in his mental prowess, as mentioned in Perception and Resonance. Though typically requiring years of training to achieve, he had succeeded. Simon was on the verge of jumping with excitement, but quickly tempered his emotions. He certainly did not wish to trigger another bout of magical instability. As he descended the stairs, Morlin was preparing breakfast. Upon seeing Simon, she paused momentarily before a look of surprise illuminated her face. "Your aura has stabilized considerably." Simon nodded and shared his discovery with his mother. He refrained from detailing the intricate construction of the elastic barrier, fearing it would worry her due to its complexity, merely stating that he had found a new meditation method to better control his magic. After a lengthy silence, Morlin approached Simon and embraced him tightly. "This is wonderful. Truly wonderful." Her voice trembled, and Simon could feel her body slightly quaking. At the breakfast table that day, Moreland made an exception and poured Simon a small cup of butterbeer, a low-alcohol magical beverage typically reserved for adult wizards. To celebrate your breakthrough, she said with a smile, her eyes shimmering with tears. Sipping the sweet butterbeer in small gulps, Simon was filled with a profound sense of accomplishment. He understood that this was merely the beginning, and that he still had a long way to go before fully mastering his magical abilities. However, this breakthrough affirmed that he was on the right path, not in fighting against his magic, but in understanding it, guiding it, and coexisting with it. Gazing out the window, the sunlight reflected dazzlingly off the snow, heralding a clear day. Simon's heart was similarly illuminated, dispelling the shadows cast by his previous magical turmoil. Yet, he was acutely aware that the crisis had not entirely vanished. As he grew, his magic would continue to intensify, and he would undoubtedly face even graver challenges ahead, particularly regarding his unique, explosive magic, which lay dormant like a sleeping volcano, its awakening unpredictable. "Mother, I wish to resume my experiments," Simon said earnestly after breakfast. "This time, however, I will exercise greater caution, focusing solely on the most fundamental research to ensure safety." Moreland regarded him with confidence in his resolve, and eventually nodded. "I trust you." After a pause, she added, "But promise me you will only conduct experiments 3 times a week, and only while I am at home." "I promise," Simon exclaimed joyfully. As Simon entered the tool shed in the backyard, preparing to embark on his new research, a sudden burst of commotion flew in through the window, landing on his shoulder with a small note clutched in its beak. The note, penned by Moreland, bore a single line: "Remember to use your father's cooling spell as a safeguard. Love, your mother." Looking at the note, Simon felt a warm surge of affection. He carefully placed the note into his notebook, took a deep breath, and commenced a new experiment. This time, his pursuit was not for a more powerful explosive effect, but rather for precise control, to ensure that the explosion occurred solely at the designated location, yielding the intended result. Outside the window, the sunlight shone brightly, and the snow began to melt, revealing the vibrant green beneath. Spring was not far off, and with the resolution of this crisis, the magical spring of Simon Finnegan quietly approached. Chapter 7. Searching for Methods of Control. In the thawing March, the air in Ireland was filled with the damp scent of earth. The backyard shed, repaired through Moran's magic, bore no trace of the previous explosion. The gaps in the wooden planks were skillfully filled, and the scorch marks on the walls were cloaked by a delicate layer of light green vines, which Sim recognized as restoration vines, a magical plant capable of swiftly mending wooden items. Even the lingering smell of sulfur in the air was replaced by the aroma of some herbs. Standing in the center of the shed, Sim gazed at the newly hung whiteboard on the wall, adorned with a complex flowchart in red ink, titled Explosive Magic Control Plan. It branched into 3 main categories: perception, guidance, and restraint. This framework was the result of an entire week spent amalgamating the core theories from Elemental Energy, Stabilization Guide, and Perception and Resonance. The first step was to establish a more precise perception system. Sim murmured to himself as he stood before the whiteboard, with the explosive spirit perched on his shoulder, tilting its head at the peculiar symbols. The primary cause of the previous mishap had been the failure to detect unusual fluctuations in magical energy in advance. Under the perception branch, he wrote down, conduct a magical energy self-check 3 times daily, morning, noon, evening. Develop a magical energy alert rune to automatically notify when levels exceed safe thresholds. Train in multi-threaded perception to concurrently monitor different types of magical energy within. While these tasks appeared straightforward, their execution proved to be exceptionally challenging. Multi-threaded perception, in particular, was akin to requiring the brain to process multiple streams of information simultaneously, demanding an immense amount of mental fortitude. After several days of attempts, Sim found himself able to monitor only 2 types of magical energy at once, which easily led to headaches. It seemed necessary to find a supplementary tool. Rubbing his throbbing temples, Sim fell into contemplation. His first thought was of magical artifacts. The compendium of magical tools mentioned a type of magical energy perception crystal, which changed color according to the surrounding magical intensity. However, such crystals were expensive and difficult to procure, as they were exclusively mined from specific magical veins, monopolized by major magical institutions. Perhaps a homemade alternative could be fashioned? Sim's gaze landed on a glass jar filled with rainwater amidst a clutter of items on his desk. This rainwater had been collected during the vernal equinox, as per Celtic tradition, which attributed special purifying properties to the rain of that day. He experimentally infused a trace amount of magical energy into the rainwater, and to his astonishment, faint ripples appeared on the surface, their shape and intensity shifting with the variations in magical energy. Eureka! Sim exclaimed, springing up in excitement. While not as precise as a professional magical energy perception crystal, this was undoubtedly a viable substitute. In the ensuing days, Seamus crafted 3 glass jars using the vernal equinox rainwater, each corresponding to one of the 3 primary types of magical energy. The jar wrapped in a crimson ribbon monitored the flame magic, while the jar with a base of azure stones tracked the water and ice magic. Most crucially, the explosive magic was observed through a jar filled with sulfur powder, which would emit a faint glow when the orange explosive energy approached. These 3 rudimentary magical monitoring devices were strategically positioned in the corners of the tool shed, forming a fundamental network of observation. During his experiments, Seamus could merely observe the reactions of the jars to gauge the overall balance of magical energy. This was merely a stopgap measure. In his notebook, Seamus inscribed his long-term objective to discover a method for crafting simple sensing crystals. After addressing the sensing issue, he grappled with the more challenging aspect of guiding the energy. Seamus discerned that his explosive magic was the most unruly, often flaring up in response to emotional fluctuations or mental strain. The guide to elemental energy stability indicated that each type of magic possessed its own attributes, necessitating specific methods of guidance. Flame magic required fervor, water magic demanded tranquility, while the guidance for explosive magic was vaguely noted with an obscure remark, as tempestuous as a ram, it must be soothed with a specific frequency. A specific frequency? Seamus fixated on this phrase, sinking into contemplation. The results were disheartening. Most attempts yielded either no effect or the opposite outcome. On one occasion, he played an upbeat jig, resulting in a violent reaction from all 3 monitoring jars, nearly triggering a catastrophic explosion in the tool shed. It appeared that the matter was not as simple as physical frequency. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, Seamus realized the complexity of the issue exceeded his initial assumptions. Just as he was on the verge of despair, a serendipitous opportunity presented a breakthrough. That day, Morin was in the kitchen baking screaming muffins, a magical delicacy beloved by the Hogwarts students, known for emitting faint cries. As Seamus entered the kitchen, lured by the delectable aroma, he witnessed his mother flipping the muffins while softly murmuring a peculiar rhythmic incantation. "What spell is that?" Seamus inquired curiously. "It's merely a simple baking charm," Morin replied with a smile, "but the rhythm is crucial. My grandmother said it mimics the cadence of blacksmithing, rendering the food more resilient." Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited in Seamus' mind. He recalled the description of shockwave frequencies from Principles of Explosive Chemistry, remembered the energy frequency rune his mother had corrected, and thought of the volatile nature of the explosive magic within himself. Could it be? As the final rune was inscribed, a miracle transpired. The jar filled with sulfur powder began to emit a stable, soft orange glow, as opposed to the previous flickering luminescence. Success! Seamus could not contain his exuberance, and the explosive energy responded with a resounding crackle. This was merely the foundational version. Seamus noted in his journal that further optimization was required to enable rapid efficacy during emotional surges. Having resolved the sensing and guiding aspects, he found himself perplexed by the final constraint. He needed a method to forcibly suppress the explosive magic in emergency situations as a last resort. However, perception and resonance explicitly warns that excessive suppression can lead to a backlash of magical energy, potentially causing permanent harm. One must impose constraints without oppression. As Simon gazed out at the branches swaying in the breeze, inspiration struck him. The branches, bent by the wind, remain unbroken due to their inherent elasticity. What if the constraints were not rigid walls, but rather flexible buffers? He recalled the elastic mental barrier he had previously constructed and resolved to apply this concept to magical constraints. Through countless experiments, Simon ultimately developed a graded constraint rune system, Level 1 constraint, the most relaxed state, allowing explosive magical energy to flow freely while establishing boundaries to prevent its unwarranted expansion. Level 2 constraint, automatically activating upon detection of abnormal fluctuations, tightening the boundaries and slowing the flow of magical energy. This graded constraint system functions like an intelligent safety valve for magic, ensuring that it does not interfere with the natural progression of magical energy during normal circumstances while providing adequate protection in emergencies. To ensure that the Level 3 constraint would not cause harm, Simon meticulously designed a release valve. Within 10 minutes of the constraint's activation, the encapsulated magical energy must be gradually released through a specific combination of runes. Otherwise, it may still result in an internal explosion. This intricate system requires extensive practice to master. Simon penned the final entry in his notebook, affirming that this was the safest solution currently attainable. Standing in the center of the tool shed, he admired the comprehensive flowchart on the wall and the 3 monitoring tanks functioning steadily, his heart swelling with a sense of accomplishment. The efforts of the past 3 months had not been in vain. He had not only discovered a method to control explosive magical energy, but, more significantly, he had established a systematic approach to magical energy management uniquely his own. This system amalgamates ancient rune knowledge, contemporary magical theories, and even draws inspiration from the principles of Muggle physics and chemistry, representing the true essence of Simon's intellectual endeavor. "Simon, come out for afternoon tea." Morin's voice called from inside, imbued with cheerful delight. Stepping out of the tool shed, Simon was pleasantly surprised to find his mother had set up a small table in the yard, adorned with a teapot, biscuits, and a vase of wildflowers. The warm sunlight bathed the table, rendering the scene exceptionally serene and beautiful. "Congratulations on your graduation," Morin smiled, handing Simon a cup of hot cocoa. "I can sense that your magical energy has stabilized significantly." Taking the cup from her, Simon looked into his mother's sincere smile, feeling a wave of warmth within him. He knew that his research achievements were deeply rooted in her silent support. Those late-night glasses of warm milk left quietly at the door, the seemingly casual provision of magical materials, and her timely encouragement during moments of frustration. "Mom, I want to show you something." Simon set down his cup and took his mother by the hand, leading her into the tool shed. He activated the entire system, demonstrating how the 3 monitoring tanks responded, illustrating how the rhythmic stabilization calmed explosive magical energy. And finally, he carefully showcased the effects of the level 3 constraint system. As he activated the rune, the orange waves of magical energy in the air noticeably diminished, yet did not vanish entirely, maintaining a dynamic equilibrium. Morin gazed upon the scene, her eyes brimming with astonishment and pride. Approaching the whiteboard, she scrutinized the intricate flowchart, her fingers delicately tracing the runes inscribed upon it. "This is something your father long aspired to achieve, but never did," she said, her voice tinged with emotion. "He always believed that explosive magic should not be a rampant beast, but rather a obedient hound." Turning to embrace Simo tightly, she whispered, "You have accomplished it, Simo. Even better than your father did in his time." Leaning against his mother's warm embrace, inhaling the familiar scents of flower and vanilla, Simo felt an overwhelming sense of tranquility. He understood that this was merely the beginning. His journey into the realm of explosive magic was far from over. Yet, he was no longer afraid or lost. He had discovered his direction, his method, and, most importantly, a way to coexist with his magical essence. The aroma of afternoon tea wafted through the air, mingling with the subtle scent of sulfur from the tool shed, creating an unusual yet harmonious ambience. This fragrance symbolized the equilibrium of control and power, the connection between the past and the future, and the emergence of a young wizardess legend. Simo Finnegan's gaze drifted toward the horizon, toward the magical world concealed behind the mundane, filled with challenges and opportunities. He knew he was prepared to embrace whatever the future held. His quest for mastery over his powers had not only enabled him to wield magic, but had also imparted a crucial lesson. True strength lies not in the power itself, but in the understanding and respect for that power. Chapter 8. Clues from Ancient Tomes. April sunlight streamed through the stained glass windows of the Dublin Public Library, casting a kaleidoscope of colors upon the floor. Simo tiptoed, striving to reach a hefty tome bound in leather on the highest shelf, titled Celtic Magical Relics. The pages of the book were yellowed and brittle, the edges curling like dried leaves, clearly aged. After establishing the foundational framework for the explosive magic control system, Simo turned his research focus toward more ancient magical traditions. He sensed an enigmatic connection between his explosive magic and the ancient practices of Ireland, with the key to unraveling this connection potentially hidden within these forgotten texts. "Need a hand, young one?" A gentle voice resonated from behind him. Mr. O'Connell, the librarian, pushed a book cart toward him, his graying hair resembling a fluffy cloud. His glasses perched precariously on the tip of his nose. "Could you please retrieve that book for me?" "Thank you." Simo pointed to another volume on the top shelf, a comprehensive guide to Druidic runes. With a smile, Mr. O'Connell took down the book and handed it to Simo. "Back to your studies of ancient history, I see." He had grown accustomed to the sight of the red-haired boy, often found immersed in the rare books section, and though he recognized that Simo's readings exceeded his years, he delighted in the presence of such an eager learner. "Thank you, Mr. O'Connell." Cradling both books, Simo settled into his favorite nook by the window. This corner, tranquil and secluded, flooded with sunlight, served as his secret research haven. He first opened the Celtic magic ruins, a tome that meticulously chronicles the various ancient magical relics discovered within Ireland, ranging from stone circles to ancient tombs, altars to runestones. What piqued Simon's interest most was the account of the explosive stones, massive boulders scattered along the western coast of Ireland, said to emit a thunderous sound and release energy under specific conditions. Local legends claim these stones were tools used by ancient druids for the purification of land. The book contained a blurred photograph, a black monolith etched with spiraling patterns, its surface marked by evident burn scars. Simon retrieved a magnifying glass to scrutinize the intricate designs, his heart racing. Though the spirals appeared more primitive and coarse, their core structure bore an astonishing resemblance to the stabilizing rhythm runes he had developed. Could it be that the ancient druids had mastered explosive magic? Simon murmured to himself, swiftly sketching the structure of the spirals in his notebook for comparison with his own runes. The comparison confirmed his hypothesis. The druidic spirals were indeed a rudimentary form of explosive rune, lacking the guiding and constraining mechanisms, resembling more of a one-time energy release device. This also elucidated why the explosive stones would only activate under certain conditions and required a lengthy recovery period post-activation. They had mastered the release, but failed to control it. Simon noted in his journal that this was precisely where he could surpass them. In the ensuing weeks, Simon immersed himself in the ancient text section of the library. He perused a multitude of works on Celtic magic, druidic traditions, and ancient runes, uncovering numerous valuable leads. In a 17th-century manuscript titled Chronicles of Magic from the Western Isles, he discovered a method of sound wave guidance, which directs the flow of energy through specific chanting rhythms, aligning perfectly with his stabilizing rhythm concept. Upon translating the Celtic chants into runes, he found that their efficacy increased by 30%. In the Compendium of Druidic Rituals, he encountered accounts of natural resonance, wherein ancient sorcerers stabilized their magical power by connecting with their surrounding environment, trees, rocks, and flowing water. This inspired Simon to develop an environmental anchoring technique, enabling him to stabilize his magical power in emergencies by harnessing the energy of his surroundings. The most invaluable discovery came from a nearly disintegrated volume titled The Evolution of Runes. This book meticulously traced the evolution from ancient druidic runes to contemporary magical runes, mentioning a crucial piece of information. The modern reductor curse actually originated from an ancient symbol known as the Shattering Rune, which lost its essential control core during its evolution. This was the key. Simon, brimming with excitement, nearly leapt from his corner in the library, drawing the disapproving gaze of Mr. O'Connell. He quickly apologized, lowering his voice to continue his research. The book included a complete depiction of the Shattering Rune, an irregular pentagram, each point connected by spiraling lines, with a small circle at the center, precisely the component missing from the modern explosive curse. In the heart of control, Simon gazed intently at the small circle, suddenly grasping the true essence of resonance as noted by his father. This central circle was not a constraint, but rather a point of resonance that harmonized with the caster's mental energy to regulate the entire output of the runes. The modern explosive spells had become unwieldy and their efficacy severely diminished due to the absence of this core element. Without delay, Simon endeavored to sketch the complete Shattering Rune. As the final stroke was made, he felt a sudden and intense fluctuation of magical energy in the air. The pencil on the table leapt into the air, and the surrounding dust swirled into a small vortex, an unmistakable sign of energy accumulation. He swiftly activated the stabilizing rhythm while simultaneously engaging a level 1 constraint rune. Moments later, the magical fluctuations gradually subsided, leaving Simon with a racing heart. Such overwhelming power, he murmured, both exhilarated and apprehensive. The energy generated by the complete Shattering Rune far exceeded his expectations. He realized he might have stumbled upon a pathway to more potent explosive magic, not through the invention of new spells, but by restoring and enhancing the forgotten wisdom of ancient practices. This endeavor was fraught with challenges. Ancient texts often lacked clarity, and the interpretation of symbols held myriad possibilities. Moreover, many records were interwoven with myths and subjective conjecture, necessitating Simon to employ scientific methods to discern the truth from a falsehood. It resembled a circuit diagram. Simon illustrated the corresponding flow of energy in his notes, where the runes served as wires. The energy represented the current, and the control core acted as the switch. This interdisciplinary approach, melding magical theory with physics, chemistry, and even engineering, became Simon's distinctive research method, enabling him to achieve remarkable progress in a short span. He restored and refined 3 ancient runes related to explosions: the Shattering Rune, which enhanced the precision of blasts, allowing energy to concentrate on a target, and a shockwave rune, which produced shockwaves at specific frequencies, effective against particular materials such as rock or metal. The potency of these runes eclipsed that of modern counterparts, yet they demanded greater mental strength and control from the caster. Simon understood that with his current abilities, he could not fully harness the potential of these runes. Any attempt to force their use could result in severe magical backlash. He needed to enhance his mental fortitude and control. Thus, Simon inscribed new objectives in his notebook, doubling the intensity of his meditation training and increasing practice in simultaneous rune manipulation. Furthermore, his exploration of ancient texts in the library yielded an unexpected revelation regarding clues to the inert magic. In a 16th century monastic manuscript, Simon encountered a peculiar passage describing a dormant energy present in nature, requiring a specific key to awaken. The accompanying illustration depicted a sun-like symbol surrounded by numerous tiny luminous points. This was likely the inert magic. Simon thought excitedly. He had previously sensed a certain unactivated energy in the environment during his meditations, but he had not known how to harness it. The manuscript mentions that the key to awakening dormant magical power lies in spiritual resonance. Through specific meditation techniques, one can harmonize their mental energy with the ambient energies, akin to striking a tuning fork to rouse slumbering magic. This coincides perfectly with my own meditation practice. Simon immediately began to experiment, following the manuscript's guidance. He focused his attention on the surrounding environment during meditation, envisioning his mental energy diffusing like ripples in water, gently touching the dormant energies. On a night of a full moon, as Simon attempted once more, a miracle finally unfolded. He sensed the sudden emergence of countless tiny motes of light in the air around him. Initially dim and unassuming, these motes began to flicker slowly upon contact with his mental energy, resembling sparks ignited. He had succeeded. Simon's heart surged with joy. These motes represented dormant magical power, one of the fundamental energies constituting the world, typically lying in an inactive state. He endeavored to channel a small portion of the awakened dormant magic towards himself, only to discover, to his astonishment, that despite their feebleness, these energies were extraordinarily pure and could be shaped into any form, including the explosive magic he required. This was a true breakthrough. Simon trembled with excitement. This meant he was no longer solely reliant on his own reserves of magic, as he could harness the energies present in the environment, theoretically possessing nearly limitless ammunition. More importantly, utilizing dormant magic could significantly reduce the consumption of his own magical reserves, thereby diminishing the risk of losing control. However, Simon also recognized the inherent dangers. Once awakened, dormant magic could spiral out of control if not managed properly, potentially wreaking unimaginable havoc. It was imperative to develop stringent protocols for guiding and controlling dormant magical power. Simon solemnly inscribed this in his notes, categorizing it as his highest priority research project. As he compiled the findings from his exploration of the ancient texts in the library, spring had quietly slipped away, and the summer sun began to blaze. His secret notebook was already filled to the brim, chronicling restored runes, diagrams of energy flow, meditation techniques, and various experimental data, resembling a compact encyclopedia of explosive magic. As he left the library, Mr. O'Connell called out to him, "Young lad, I found the book you requested." The old gentleman retrieved a weathered tome from beneath the counter, titled Ancient Irish Mining and Quarrying Techniques. "Thank you," Simon exclaimed, pleasantly surprised. This was the book he had asked the old gentleman to help find the previous week, hoping to glean insights into blast control from ancient quarrying methods. "You seem quite fascinated by these antiquities. Do you aspire to be a historian?" Mr. O'Connell inquired with a smile. "To build bridges connecting the past with the future, to construct bridges between magic and science, to forge bridges of control and power." Mr. O'Connell clearly did not grasp his meaning, merely shaking his head and waving him off with a smile. Upon exiting the library, the summer sun was somewhat blinding. Simon looked up at the sky, where the clouds drifted lazily, as if mocking his audacity. Yet, his heart brimmed with an unprecedented resolve. Ancient texts opened a window to the past for him, allowing him to stand upon the shoulders of giants and gaze into the future. The forgotten wisdom, the misunderstood symbols, and the sealed secrets were reborn in his hands. Shima understood that the true challenge was only just beginning. How could he amalgamate this ancient wisdom with modern magic? How could he safely awaken and harness latent magical energy? How could he maintain control while augmenting his power? These questions bore no ready answers, demanding exploration through courage and intellect. Chapter 9. The Initial Attempt at Meditation. Summer afternoons were invariably languid, with sunlight streaming through the kitchen window, casting dappled shadows upon the floor. Seamus sat on the carpet, a copy of Perception and Resonance. Advanced magical control sprawled open before him, yet his gaze appeared somewhat vacant, clearly not absorbed in the text. Ever since discovering the existence of latent magical energy, he had been plagued by a singular question. How could he more efficiently enhance his mental acuity to tackle the increasingly intricate rune manipulation and guidance of latent magic? Perception and Resonance repeatedly emphasized that meditation was the foundation for enhancing mental capacity and a prerequisite for all advanced magical control. However, Seamus had always harbored a certain aversion to meditation. To him, the state of stillness and mental vacuity seemed both tedious and inefficient, far less tangible than hands-on experimentation. Nonetheless, recent failures in manipulating ancient runes compelled him to concede that his mental prowess was indeed lagging behind the growth of his magical energy. Just give it a try, he told himself, closing the book and following the guidance within. He sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and endeavored to empty his mind while concentrating on his breath. He mentally recited the book's instructions, striving to focus on his inhalation, feeling the cool air enter his nostrils, and on exhalation, sensing the warmth of his breath brushing against his lips. It appeared the book was correct. Meditation indeed required practice. Seamus opened his eyes, somewhat frustrated, rubbing his temples. A glance at the wall clock revealed that only a mere 5 minutes had elapsed, though it felt akin to an hour. In the ensuing days, Seamus dedicated 15 minutes each day to meditation practice. Gradually, he began to grasp certain techniques, choosing a fixed time and location for meditation, allowing his body to form a conditioned reflex, initially not striving for a complete mental void, as merely focusing on his breath for 5 minutes was progress. After a week, Seamus finally managed to concentrate on his breathing for 10 uninterrupted minutes. Even more astonishing was his realization that his thoughts became clearer post-meditation, and his reaction speed during experiments improved. This practice does indeed hold some merit, Seamus noted in his journal, his tone carrying a reluctant acknowledgement. As his foundational meditation skills grew more adept, Seamus ventured into the advanced meditation techniques introduced in Perception and Resonance, magical visualization. This technique required the practitioner to visualize the flow of magic within their body while simultaneously concentrating on their breath, attempting to guide it along specific trajectories with intent. This bore resemblance to the magical separation exercises Seamus had previously undertaken, yet proved to be more systematic and profound. Seamus first endeavored to perceive his magical core, a radiant source of energy nestled at the center of his chest, emanating a warm orange glow, the predominant hue of his explosive magic. Initially, he could only discern a vague halo, but with dedicated practice, the image sharpened, allowing him to identify the energy strands entwined around the core. The subsequent step involved guiding the flow of magic. Following the instructions in his tome, Seamus sought to mentally propel a small stream of magic from the core down his arm to his fingertips. This task proved far more challenging than mere visualization. The magic behaved like mischievous fish, perpetually striving to evade his guidance and darting about erratically. With patience, Seamus attempted repeatedly, employing the technique of stabilizing rhythm to soothe them, ultimately succeeding on the third day in guiding a faint stream of magic to his fingertips. At the instant the magic reached his fingertips, Seamus felt a slight tingling sensation, and the dust in the air coalesced into a tiny vortex around his fingertip, a sign of magic leakage. Yet, he was so elated that he nearly leaped with joy. He had succeeded. Immediately after his meditation, he documented this breakthrough, affirming that the practice of visualizing and guiding magic was effective and required increased intensity and duration. As his skill in directing magic improved, Seamus began to experiment with more advanced multitasking meditation, wherein he guided the magic within while maintaining awareness of his surroundings. This was essential for navigating the complexities of real combat and mastering inert magic control. The difficulty of this practice surpassed Seamus' expectations. He frequently found himself torn between focus, either concentrating on the magic within and neglecting external awareness, or becoming overly fixated on the environment, causing his internal magic to spiral out of control. On one occasion, this even triggered a minor energy explosion, scorching a small hole in the carpet. Fortunately, Seamus reacted swiftly, extinguishing it with a cooling spell. It became evident that he needed to find a balance. Gazing at the charred carpet, Seamus fell into contemplation. He recalled the druidic principle of natural resonance and resolved to incorporate it into his meditation. No longer did he perceive the internal magic and external environment as disparate entities. Instead, he envisioned them as a cohesive whole, his internal magic akin to a flowing river, and the external energy resembling an ocean, interconnected and mutually influential through his consciousness. This shift in perspective led to a breakthrough. Seamus ceased to deliberately separate his attention between the two. Rather, he focused on their connective point, his own awareness. As he sensed this holistic connection, his internal magic and the external energy seemed to reach a harmonious accord, no longer interfering with one another. Was this the essence of resonance? Seamus opened his eyes during meditation, astonished to discover countless delicate strands of energy linking his fingertips to the surrounding air, shimmering with vitality. Among these strands, some were the familiar internal magic, while many others were faint points of external inert magic. They arranged themselves around his consciousness like magnetized iron filings, forming a beautiful energy field. Tentatively, Seamus attempted to nudge one of the strands connecting to the external world with his mind. Astonishingly, as he moved, a leaf on the distant windowsill trembled ever so slightly. He had influenced the physical realm through the inertia of magic. This was the essence of true power. A surge of indescribable excitement welled up within Simon. This was not destruction, nor an explosion, but a profound connection with the world, a mastery over the very essence of energy. The morning awakening meditation, harmonizing with the energy of the sunrise, awakening the magic within, preparing for a day of study. The afternoon balance meditation, focusing on the equilibrium between internal magic and external energy, enhancing multitasking capabilities. The pre-sleep restorative meditation, guiding magic to replenish the mental energy expended throughout the day while untangling chaotic energy nodes. These customized meditations not only significantly enhanced Simon's mental fortitude and control over magic, but also yielded an unexpected side effect. His perception sharpened remarkably. Simon discovered he could perceive the inertia of magic from greater distances, hear the subtle sounds of plants growing, and even gauge others' emotional states through the fluctuations of magical energy, which might prove invaluable for future social interactions at Hogwarts. Meditation transcended mere training. It evolved into a way of life. Simon inscribed this revelation in his notes. He finally comprehended why ancient wizards esteemed meditation so highly. It was not merely a means to enhance abilities, but a bridge to understanding the essence of magic and connecting humanity with nature. As his meditation skills advanced, Simon endeavored to intertwine them with his rune studies. He found that drawing runes in a meditative state allowed for a more precise control of energy flow within the lines, thereby amplifying the rune's effects. He also developed a meditation rune that encapsulated the meditative state within the rune itself, enabling quick activation when needed, akin to carrying a calm switch. This proved particularly useful in emergencies. What thrilled Simon most was his newfound ability to consistently channel inert magic. Through the connections established by balanced meditation, he could draw small amounts of inert magic from the surrounding environment, transforming it into the explosive magic he required. This not only alleviated the issue of rapid magical depletion, but also opened new possibilities for his explosive spells. For instance, enhancing explosive effects by utilizing specific elements from the environment, such as wood in the forest or stone in rocky terrains. This was the future of explosive magic. Standing in the center of the tool shed, Simon felt the steady flow of magic within him and the dormant energy surrounding him. Filled with an unprecedented sense of calm and strength, he was no longer the frightened child wary of losing control over his magic. He was beginning to truly understand and master his own power. When Morlin witnessed Simon effortlessly disintegrate a stone into uniform pieces through mere meditation and a few simple gestures, her eyes brimmed with pride and contentment. "If your father could see you now, he would be immensely proud," she said, gently stroking Simon's hair. He always said that true strength lies not in the magnitude of explosions one can create, but in the ability to control them with precision down to the last speck of dust. Simon nodded, fully aware that his journey was far from over. Meditation serves merely as a foundation, a starting point rather than an endpoint. Yet, he has discerned the correct path and established a solid base. The summer sun streamed through the tool shed's window, illuminating Simon's focused visage. He closed his eyes, once more entering a meditative state. The magic within him flowed like a gentle river, while the energy of the external world sparkled around him like twinkling stars. His consciousness resembled a tranquil lake, reflecting all with pristine clarity. In this serenity, Simon felt an ever-deepening connection to magic, along with an increasingly profound understanding of explosive power. The genesis of all this lay in the seemingly simple act of closing one's eyes, taking a deep breath, and feeling the connection between oneself and the world. The journey of meditation had only just begun, yet Simon knew it would become his most significant and enduring companion on the path of magic. Chapter 10. The Discovery of Soul Traits. As autumn's embrace deepened, the leaves of Dublin transformed into hues of gold and crimson, the air infused with a crisp essence. Simon sat beneath the apple tree in the backyard, gazing at a freshly fallen maple leaf, the serrated edges discernible in the sunlight. He had been pondering a question: why do the same runes, drawn by different individuals, yield vastly different results? The tome, The Origins of Ancient Runes, mentioned that runes reflect the soul of the caster, yet the explanation was vague. It wasn't until last week, while restoring an ancient shock rune, that Simon stumbled upon an anomaly. As his fingertips grazed the center of the rune, the previously dim symbol suddenly radiated a soft orange glow, while his mother's attempt to touch it elicited no response whatsoever. This was no mere disparity in magical ability. As Simon traced the veins of the maple leaf, he recalled his identity as a traveler. Could this be related to the soul? The hypothesis both thrilled and unnerved him. He scoured every book on soul magic he could find, only to discover scant records, most of which were obscure and challenging to comprehend. The magical community has always approached the study of souls with caution, especially under the shadow of dark magic, rendering soul magic nearly taboo. A turning point emerged on a rainy night. While sifting through his father's legacy of notes, Simon uncovered yellowed paper tucked within the guide to elemental energy stabilization. The scrawled handwriting of his father read, "Magic flows like a stream. The soul is the source. Our explosive capability is not merely a matter of talent, but rather the essence of the soul. Flammable, energy concentrating, sudden release. To the adept, it is controllable. To the reckless, it is explosive. Soul traits." Simon sprang to his feet, inadvertently knocking over an ink bottle, the ink spreading across the parchment like a blossoming black flower. Yet, he paid it no mind, fixated on those words: flammable, energy concentrating, sudden release. These three terms encapsulated the very essence of his explosive magic. His father's notes also referenced a soul mapping technique. On a full moon night, through a specific meditative ritual, one could project their soul traits onto a pure medium, preferably unpolished crystal, for visual observation. Tonight is the full moon. Simon glanced out the window. The rain had ceased unbeknownst to him, and a round moon was peeking through the clouds. He immediately began his preparations. From his mother's jewelry box, he borrowed a small crystal pendant, which Morin claimed was her dowry and possessed a calming effect. Following the description in his notes, he drew a simple magic circle in the center of the tool shed, a circle etched with 3 interconnected spirals, symbolizing the connection between soul, magic, and body. As the moonlight streamed through the skylight, illuminating the center of the magic circle, Simon sat cross-legged, cradling the crystal pendant in his hands, and commenced the ritual. Initially, nothing changed. Patiently, Simon awaited, and the crystal in his palm gradually warmed, as if imbued with life. Suddenly, the crystal emitted a brilliant orange-red light that pierced through his fingers, casting a peculiar image onto the opposite wall. It was a pulsating sphere of light, contracting and expanding, within which countless tiny points of light raced, collided, fused, and then erupted into even smaller points in an endless cycle. Most astonishingly, at the core of this sphere lay a stable spiral structure, akin to a miniature vortex, drawing in the surrounding points of light and maintaining overall balance. "Is this the essence of my soul?" Simon murmured, profoundly shaken. The sphere's contraction and expansion mirrored the concepts of energy accumulation and sudden release. The internal collisions and eruptions of light exemplified volatility, while the core's spiral structure elucidated why he could retain clarity amidst chaos, and why he could develop those control runes. It was the stabilizing factor deep within his soul. So this is how it is. Simon finally comprehended that his gift for explosive magic was not merely a characteristic of magical power, but was rooted in the essence of his soul. His soul resembled a natural energy converter, capable of swiftly gathering energy and then releasing it in explosive forms, an innate quality unrelated to effort, solely dependent on essence. More importantly, he recognized the core's spiral structure. This indicated that within his soul inherently existed a factor of control, merely awaiting activation through training. His father's resonance theory, in essence, was about synchronizing the flow of magic with the spiral structure at the core of the soul. Just then, the image on the wall began to fluctuate violently, the explosions within the sphere becoming more frequent, even beginning to impact the outer stable structure. Simon's heart tightened. He sensed that this was a result of his excessive excitement, with emotional fluctuations disrupting the stability of his soul's manifestation. It seemed emotions significantly influenced the traits of the soul. Simon mentally noted this revelation. The ritual persisted for a full hour. As the crystal's glow gradually dimmed, Simon felt an unprecedented fatigue, yet an extraordinary clarity. He finally grasped the essence of his power and discovered the fundamental direction for controlling explosive magic, not in opposing the traits of his soul, but in harmonizing with it, guiding it, allowing volatility to become a precise ignition source, energy accumulation to transform into a controllable power source, and sudden release to evolve into a tool of fluidity. This was what his father referred to as the adept, one who is in control. Simon grasped the crystal pendant tightly. It had returned to its original form, yet seemed to harbor a profound secret. In the weeks that followed, Seamus undertook a comprehensive optimization of his control system, guided by the revelations of soul mapping. To address the volatile nature of his essence, he devised the emotion buffer rune, which automatically activates in moments of emotional turbulence, thereby slowing the ignition rate of his magical energy. In response to the energy accumulation characteristic, he refined the stabilized rhythm, incorporating frequencies synchronized with the spiral of the soul core, ensuring a more stable and efficient gathering of energy. To mitigate the sudden release characteristic, he designed a hierarchical release valve, capable of precisely controlling the speed and intensity of energy discharge, adjustable from a gradual release to an instantaneous explosion. These enhancements led to a transformative leap in his explosive magic, allowing him to cause a stone to fracture uniformly from within while leaving its exterior intact, to ignite flames at his fingertips without scorching his skin, and even to regulate the explosion's radius with precision, ensuring only the intended target was obliterated, sparing the surrounding flora and fauna. When Morin first witnessed Seamus demonstrate his precise detonation in the garden, causing the fluffy seeds of a dandelion to burst silently, each seed landing accurately within a pre-drawn circle, she was left speechless in astonishment. "You did it," she said, her voice choked with emotion. "You truly achieved precision down to every speck of dust." Seamus nodded with a smile, yet within him blossomed a new understanding. The qualities of the soul are not immutable. Through relentless training and mental refinement, the soul's radiance can stabilize, and its core structure fortify. Much like forging steel, the soul requires continuous tempering to become stronger and purer. He began incorporating the segment of soul refinement into his meditations, envisioning his soul as a piece of metal enveloped in flames, with impurities incinerated at high temperatures, leaving only its most pristine essence. This process was far from pleasurable, often bordering on painful, as it necessitated confronting his fears, greed, impatience, and other negative emotions, and incinerating them. However, the results were remarkable. Seamus observed a newfound steadiness within himself, with diminishing emotional fluctuations and an increasingly deft control over his magical powers. Even the explosive sounds around him sensed this change, becoming less startled and more composed. The soul's qualities serve as a foundation but are not shackles. Seamus penned his reflections in his notes. While we cannot choose the initial form of our soul, we can, through diligent effort, allow it to radiate its most resplendent brilliance. In late autumn, the fallen leaves carpeted the path in a backyard, resembling a golden tapestry. Standing before the tool shed, Seamus watched as a shadow elongated in the setting sun. He recognized that discovering the traits of his soul was merely a new beginning, with vast realms awaiting exploration. Yet, he no longer felt lost. He understood the source of his power, found a harmonious way to coexist with his soul, and, most importantly, grasped a profound truth. True magic is never an external display of skill, but an internal awakening and mastery. As the last maple leaf drifted down, Seamus donned the crystal pendant that encapsulated the secrets of his soul, resting it close against his heart. This was not merely a keepsake, but a constant reminder to always honor the essence of his soul and to forever remember the true essence of control. His gaze turned towards the horizon, as if he had already glimpsed Hogwarts castle years hence. There awaited knowledge to be acquired, challenges to be faced, and a stage upon which his soul could truly shine. Seamus Finnegan, a spellcaster of extraordinary soul attributes, was resolutely stepping towards his own legend. Chapter 11. The Construction of the Mental Realm. Since discovering his soul attributes, Seamus realized a crucial truth. To fully master explosive magic, reliance solely on external runes and meditation would prove insufficient. He required an internal platform, a structured space within a mental realm specifically designed for the processing, analysis, and control of magical energy. akin to the operating system of a Muggle computer. This notion stemmed from his memories prior to his journey. The human brain necessitates structured thought patterns to efficiently process information, and it was reasonable to assume the same applied to the magical world. The concept of consciousness space, mentioned in Perception and Resonance, corroborated his hypothesis. The construction of the mental realm is, at its essence, the structuring of consciousness space. Seamus penned down his core ideas in a notebook, with the goal of establishing a mental operating system capable of simultaneously processing multiple streams of magical energy, monitoring soul attributes in real time, and swiftly invoking rune templates. He chose to build the foundational framework of his mental realm during deep meditation. He envisioned a circular space, the most stable structure, resonating with the soul magic array he had previously sketched. At the periphery of this circular space, he positioned a series of rune lights. These served as monitors within the mental realm, corresponding to his perceptions of his body, magical energy, and the external environment. The brightness and color of the rune lights would fluctuate according to the state of the monitored subjects. The rune light, representing physical condition, glowed green, soft and stable when normal, flickering and dimming when fatigued or injured. The rune light, denoting the flow of magical energy, was blue, presenting stable ripples when flowing smoothly, yet flashing erratically in chaos. And the rune light, reflecting the external environment, shimmered silver, capable of sensing surrounding magical fluctuations and potential threats. At the center of the circular space, Seamus constructed a structure resembling a control panel. It served as the core processor of the mental realm, composed of 3 interlocking rings. The outermost ring was inscribed with fundamental runes, forming the base code for all magical operations. The middle ring was designated for information processing, akin to memory, and the innermost ring connected to the soul core, serving as the energy source for the entire system. The establishment of this foundational framework occupied a full 2 weeks. Each day, Seamus would spend several hours in meditation, laboring on this mental construction, often so exhausted that he would collapse in his sleep. Noticing his fatigue, Morlun took it upon herself to enhance his nutrition, bringing him a bowl of milk sweetened with honey each morning, claiming it to be a traditional Irish invigorator. When the foundational framework finally stabilized, Seamus beheld a clear, circular space within his mental realm, with rune lights evenly distributed along the edges and the central control panel emanating a gentle glow. He attempted to manipulate one of the rune lamps, immediately sensing a corresponding physical state in reality. His left arm's muscles were somewhat tense, a remnant of exertion from yesterday's experiment. This initial success brought a smile to Simon's face as he opened his eyes. Though the foundational framework was simple, it laid the groundwork for subsequent functional expansions. Upon completing the foundational framework, Simon began to implant specific functional modules, akin to installing application software on a computer, with each module serving a distinct purpose. He first integrated the rune template library, transforming all the runes he had mastered, from basic illumination runes to intricate shattering runes, into templates within the mental realm, stored in drawers surrounding the console. When needed, he could effortlessly extract the corresponding template with his thoughts, making slight modifications for swift application. This module's implantation significantly enhanced Simon's spellcasting efficiency. Previously, rendering a complex rune required several minutes, but now, calling upon a template in the mental realm took mere seconds. Next came the mana diversion valve module, a specialized construct designed for his explosive mana. It resembled a piping system capable of channeling different types of mana, fire, water, and explosive mana, while adjusting the flow as required. Most crucial was the soul trait buffer module. At the core of his mental realm, Simon constructed a transparent energy pool specifically designed to contain and buffer his volatile, energy-concentrating, and sudden-releasing soul traits. When these traits became overly active, the buffer would automatically activate, absorbing excess energy like an airbag to prevent mental overload. Hearing a commotion, Morlun rushed into the tool shed, her face paling at the sight of her son sprawled on the ground. She quickly cast a simple healing spell and administered a small vial of emergency potion, a staple she kept on hand for Simon's experimental injuries, gradually restoring color to his face. "What on earth are you doing?" Morlun's voice trembled with fear and anger. This marked her first opposition to Simon's research. "Do you have any idea how dangerous that was?" Weakly, Simon explained his plans. As he spoke of the concept for a mental operating system, Morlun's anger slowly dissipated, replaced by concern and understanding. "Your father once attempted something similar," she sighed, applying a cool cloth to Simon's forehead. He aimed to construct a mana blueprint and ended up exhausting his mental energy, lying incapacitated for an entire week. Pausing, her tone softened. I am not opposed to you. Simon, just don't rush. You still have ample time. This incident made Simon acutely aware of the inherent risks. He adjusted his plans, slowing his progress, ensuring that each module implantation was followed by thorough testing and stabilization before proceeding to the next step. Once all functional modules were successfully implanted, Simon embarked on the most critical phase, system integration. This process resembled the assembly of a finely tuned machine, necessitating the flawless connection of each component to ensure they work in harmony rather than interfering with one another. He first optimized the connections between the modules, which serve as energy conduits in the realm of the mind, responsible for transmitting information and directives. Seamus drew inspiration from the design of energy flows in ancient runic arrays, configuring the channels in a spiral manner to mitigate energy loss and enhance transmission speed. Subsequently, he established a prioritization mechanism for the entire system. The stability of soul traits is the highest priority, ensuring the buffer operates smoothly at all times. Physical safety is the second priority, with the system automatically activating protective measures upon detecting danger. Magical control ranks third, guaranteeing that large-scale loss of control never occurs. Finally, Seamus developed an emergency braking function that, upon detecting an insurmountable crisis, would automatically switch the mental realm to a safe mode, disabling all non-essential functions while retaining only the most fundamental perception and protection. On the day the system integration was completed, Seamus conducted a comprehensive test. He simultaneously activated 3 different runes, guiding 2 distinct flows of magical energy, and simulated a minor fluctuation in soul traits. Within the mental realm, the runic lights flickered steadily, with each module working in concert, information flowing rapidly through the channels, and the core control console remaining stable. In reality, Seamus successfully executed a complex multi-blast, with 3 stones detonating at different times and in various manners, entirely in line with his expectations. Success! Seamus exuberantly cheered within the mental realm, while in reality, he could not help but pump his fist in triumph. This achievement marked the official operation of his mental operating system. Although still rudimentary and with limited functions, it had fulfilled its initial objective of providing him with a safe, efficient, and structured mental platform, enabling him to better comprehend and control his powers. The system's operation required ongoing optimization. The construction of the mental realm was not a one-time endeavor. Seamus discovered that this system necessitated continuous maintenance and refinement. Much like a garden requires regular pruning, he dedicated half an hour each day to patrol the mental realm, inspecting the operational status of each module and repairing minor vulnerabilities. When learning new runes or magical theories, he promptly integrated them into the mental system, expanding its capabilities. In the face of new challenges or dangers, he engaged in simulated training within the mental realm, seeking optimal responses. This process afforded Seamus an unprecedented enhancement of his mental faculties, sharpening his thinking, accelerating his reaction times, and deepening his understanding of magic. Even in arithmetic class at the Muggle school, he perceived a marked improvement in his calculation speed and logical reasoning abilities. Morin was the first to notice the change in Seamus. You seem more composed lately. During one dinner, she observed him with curiosity. In the past, you would become restless when faced with a research bottleneck. Yet now it appears you can always find a solution. Seamus smiled, but offered no explanation. He understood that this transformation was a result of the construction of his mental realm. The structured thought patterns enabled him to analyze problems with greater clarity, while the systematic monitoring function allowed him to promptly perceive and adjust his emotions. As the first snowfall of early winter descended, Simon stood amidst the snow, closing his eyes to enter his mental world. He beheld the runic lamps softly flickering, the core control console radiating a warm glow, the entire system operating like a finely tuned clock, smooth and orderly. He recognized that this was merely the initial version of his mental realm. With his growth and progress, this world would evolve into an increasingly intricate and powerful domain. Regardless of its development, its essence would forever remain unchanged, to serve control, to foster understanding, and to transform his destructive magic into a force of protection rather than a tool of devastation. Snowflakes settled upon Simon's hair, melting into tiny droplets. He opened his eyes, a spark of confidence glimmering within. In the distance, Morin stood at the kitchen door, waving at him, a steaming cup of hot cocoa in hand. Simon smiled and ran towards his mother. His journey into the realm of magic was far from over, yet he had already established a solid inner foundation. This winter was destined not to be cold. Chapter 12. The Perception of Magical Flow. The winter in Ireland is perpetually accompanied by a relentless drizzle. the delicate raindrops tapping against the roof of the tool shed, producing a soft, rustling sound, as if nature were whispering. Simon sat before a newly constructed wooden table, gazing at the glass jar filled with the vernal equinox rainwater. After several months of use, the water within the jar now vividly reflected the trajectory of magical flow, resembling a silver fish swimming through the water. Since the completion of his mental realm, Simon's ability to perceive magic had undergone a qualitative leap. He was no longer content with merely witnessing the existence of magic. He yearned for a deeper understanding of its flow patterns. Just as a hydraulic engineer must comprehend the characteristics of water flow to construct a dam, he too needed to master the secrets of magical flow to truly harness this power. The flow of magic was not random. It adhered to specific principles. Simon inscribed a core proposition in his notebook, with the aim of mastering the speed, direction, pressure, and resistance characteristics of magical flow, thereby establishing a predictable flow model. His research commenced with the fundamental aspect of magical flow rate. Simon devised a simple experiment. Using the same force and incantation, he infused equal amounts of magic into 3 different containers: wood, metal, glass, and observed the differences in the flow rate of magic within them. The results were astonishing. The magic flowed most swiftly in the wooden container, encountering almost no resistance. It moved most slowly in the metal container, as if faced with an invisible barrier, while in the glass container, the flow rate fell between the two, displaying a distinct refractive phenomenon. This indicated that the material significantly influenced the flow of magic. Simon marked his experimental records with red ink, noting that it naturally harmonized with magic. Metal acted as a barrier to it, and glass could alter the direction of magical flow. This discovery provided significant inspiration for his runic drawings. Seamus commenced his exploration of inscribing runes upon diverse material surfaces, discovering noteworthy disparities in their effects. Runes on wooden surfaces activated with remarkable speed, yet their duration was fleeting. Those on metallic surfaces proved challenging to activate, yet exhibited exceptional stability, lasting 3 times longer than their wooden counterparts. Runes on glass surfaces produced intriguing refractive effects, allowing magical energy to diffuse in multiple directions. This enabled the selection of mediums tailored to specific needs. Seamus concluded that wood was optimal for rapid responses, metal for enduring stability, and glass for expansive effects. Subsequently, Seamus delved into the directional flow of magical energy. "This is not what I desire," he furrowed his brow. What he sought was a controllable flow rather than a random dispersion. He recalled the magical flow diverter from the mental realm and endeavored to integrate similar guiding nodes into the rune array. These nodes, comprised of unique rune combinations, functioned like signposts, directing magical energy towards specified trajectories. Success! Seamus gazed with exhilaration at the shimmering light upon the parchment. This signified that he could, through rune design, precisely regulate the direction of magical flow, laying the groundwork for intricate multi-target detonations. Drawing an analogy from Muggle physics, he equated magical pressure to the intensity of magic per unit area, while resistance represented the degree to which an object impeded the flow of magic. He needed to establish a balance between the two, sufficient pressure to propel the magical flow without exceeding the resistance limit of the medium, lest energy leakage or even explosion occur. This research demanded an exceedingly refined level of control. Seamus adjusted the monitoring module of the mental realm to its highest sensitivity, continuously observing fluctuations in magical pressure, while fine-tuning the magical output through a stabilizing rhythm to ensure pressure remained within safe parameters. He discerned a crucial relationship. Magical pressure was directly proportional to flow velocity and inversely proportional to the cross-sectional area of the medium. This bore a striking resemblance to the principles of fluid dynamics in Muggle physics. This revelation affirmed that the flow of magic adhered to fundamental laws akin to those of the physical world. Seamus excitedly inscribed a formula in his notes, with magical runes on the left, physical equations on the right, and an equal sign connecting them, illustrating that magic and science are not in opposition, but rather different manifestations of the same truth. This discovery enabled Seamus to quantify magical flow by calculating the cross-sectional area of the medium and the desired flow velocity. He could accurately predict the necessary magical pressure, thus averting potential loss of control due to excessive pressure. During his investigation of magical flow, Seamus unexpectedly encountered the phenomenon of magical turbulence. When the flow velocity of magic surpassed a critical threshold, the formerly smooth flow became chaotic and disordered, forming vortex-like structures, which were significant contributors to many magical mishaps. The essence of turbulence lay in uneven energy distribution. Through the slow-motion feature of the mental realm, Shima meticulously observed the formation of turbulence, discovering that its core consisted of multiple small-scale energy vortices colliding and interfering with one another, ultimately resulting in overall chaos. He attempted two methods to address the turbulence issue. Active intervention method. This technique involves embedding stable nodes within the flow of magical energy. These nodes emit subtle, synchronizing signals, guiding the surrounding energy vortexes to form ordered structures. Path optimization method. By adjusting the shape of the carriers, the flow of magical energy is maintained below critical speed, thereby preventing the onset of turbulence from its source. Through repeated experimentation, Shima discovered that each method possesses its own advantages and disadvantages. The active intervention method is more flexible and suited for complex environments, while the path optimization method offers greater stability, ideal for long-term operation of magical devices. In practical applications, one must choose according to the situation and, if necessary, the methods may be combined. Shima documented his conclusions in his notes, including the applicable scenarios and operational steps for both methods. The study of magical flow perception ushered Shima's explosive magic into a new phase of precise control. He could accurately calculate the required paths, speeds, and pressures of magical flow based on the material, structure, and distance of the target, ensuring that the explosive effects aligned perfectly with expectations. This advancement is most vividly manifested in his newly developed layered detonation technique, which enables explosions to occur layer by layer from the outside in by controlling the depth of magical flow within the object, akin to peeling an onion. This technique proves especially useful for dismantling hazardous objects, minimizing collateral damage. When Morin witnessed Shima employing the layered detonation technique to dismantle an abandoned tin can, the metal peeled away in layers from the outer to the inner structure, ultimately transforming into a neat pile of metal scraps, all without a significant noise or flying debris. His eyes were filled with wonder. If your father could see this, he would undoubtedly say you have surpassed him, Morin remarked, lightly patting Shima on the shoulder. His tone laced with an unmistakable pride. He had spent his life in pursuit of such controllable destruction, yet always fell just short. I merely stand on his shoulders, Shima replied sincerely, knowing that every bit of his progress was rooted in the notes left by his father and the silent support of his mother. As the rain ceased, sunlight streamed through the clouds, casting dappled shadows on the damp ground. Shima stepped out of the tool shed, closed his eyes, and extended his mental energy, sensing the flow of magic in the air. He could perceive the magic coursing between the branches, nurturing the dormant buds. He could hear the magic leaping within the raindrops, imbued with a refreshing essence. He could even touch the ancient magic slowly flowing deep within the earth, the very energy of the land itself. This comprehensive perception allowed Shima to establish a deeper connection with the world. He no longer regarded magic merely as a tool, but as an integral part of existence, as natural as breath, flowing water, or the whisper of the wind. Perception is not for conquest, but for understanding. Shima inscribed this phrase on the final page of his notebook as a summary of his entire study. When the first flower of spring blossomed in the courtyard, Shima completed his research on the flow of magic. He had not only mastered the methods of perceiving and controlling magical flow, but, more importantly, had learned to approach this power with humility and reverence. In the corner of the tool shed, the glass jar containing the vernal equinox rainwater continued to stand quietly. The rainwater in the jar clearly reflects the surrounding currents of magic, resembling a miniature universe that unveils the mysteries of energy and existence. On the distant horizon, a new sun rises, illuminating the path ahead for Simo. A glimmer of wisdom sparkles in his eyes, and his heart brims with an insatiable thirst for knowledge and unwavering confidence in the future. Chapter 13. The First Stable Spellcasting. The early spring sunlight, imbued with a touch of languor, streams through the kitchen window, casting its warmth upon the parchment spread before Simo. The paper bears an intricate array of runes. The first practical spell he has designed based on his research into the flow of magic, the Precision Ignition spell. The spell's function is simple: to ignite a small flame at a designated spot, which neither spreads nor scorches the surrounding objects. Yet, for Simo, its significance is profound. It is the first magic he has participated in from theoretical design to practical application, serving as the ultimate test of all his research endeavors. Today must be a success. Simo takes a deep breath and pushes the parchment aside. After 3 months of preparation, he has etched every detail of this spell into the repository of runic templates within his mental realm. From the precise amount of initial magic infusion neither too much nor too little. Exactly 0. 3 standard units. To the flow path of magic through the rune array, 3 main channels and 7 auxiliary channels. And finally, to the timing of energy transformation, 5 seconds after the runes fully illuminate, all meticulously simulated and calculated. He approaches the kitchen table and places an empty ceramic teacup at its center. This is today's objective. According to his plan, he will ignite a small flame on the inner wall of the teacup, which will extinguish automatically after 5 seconds, leaving the cup itself unscathed. Seamus closes his eyes and enters a deep meditative state. Within his mental realm, the runic lights illuminate sequentially, the core control console operates smoothly, and the magic distribution valves are adjusted to their optimal state. He calls forth the template for the precision ignition spell, scrutinizing each detail to ensure there are no oversights. Prepared, Seamus reassures himself as he slowly opens his eyes. Extending his right hand, he points his index finger at the ceramic teacup and softly utters the incantation, Ignite. This is not a conventional spell. Rather, it is a creation of Seamus, merging Latin roots with Celtic phonetics, more attuned to the resonant frequencies of rune sound and magic within his mental realm. The moment the incantation escapes his lips, Seamus feels the magic within him begin to flow along the preordained path, like a well-trained stream rushing toward his fingertips. In his mental world, the runic template activates, brilliance following the designated path in perfect synchronization, akin to the gears of a clock in motion. As his fingertip grazes the air, a small cluster of pale blue flame materializes on the inner wall of the teacup, its size, position, and color precisely as Seamus had envisioned. Success! His heart races with exhilaration, yet he tempers his excitement, focusing intently on monitoring the flame's state. The fire burns steadily, neither expanding nor contracting. The exterior of the teacup remained at a consistent temperature, devoid of any semblance of heat. This indicated that the magical energy was entirely contained within the flames, with no leakage onto the cup itself. After 5 seconds, Seamus intoned extinguish, simultaneously severing the supply of magic in the mental realm. The pale blue flames vanished instantaneously, akin to a snuffed candle, leaving no trace behind. Not even a whisper of smoke. Seamus picked up the teacup, inspecting it from every angle. The walls were smooth and bore no signs of scorching, as if the flames had been but a figment of his imagination. It was indeed stabilized. Seamus's voice quivered slightly. This was the first time he had entirely controlled the entire process of spell from beginning to end, without a single deviation or mishap. Though he had previously succeeded in casting spells, those instances were either unconscious bursts of magic or halting attempts that barely came to fruition. None had been as precise, stable, and fully controllable as today's endeavor. This was not merely a successful incantation. It was the ultimate validation of all his research, the construction of the mental realm, the comprehension of magical flow, and the mastery of soul characteristics. All his efforts coalesced into tangible results at this moment. I did it. Seamus leaned against the kitchen cabinet, exhaling deeply, his eyes shimmering with uncontainable joy. A small creature flew in from the windowsill, landing on his shoulder, nuzzling against his cheek as if to congratulate him on his success. In the days that followed, Seamus diligently practiced the precise ignition spell, continuously refining every detail. He meticulously documented the effects of various environments, temperature, humidity, and light, on the spell's outcome, adjusted the parameters of the templates in his mental realm, and even experimented with varying his speech tempo to discover the perfect resonant frequency. When he could execute the spell accurately in any position, standing, sitting, or even blindfolded, Seamus resolved to challenge himself with a more complex magic, the directed explosion spell. This was his first practical explosion spell, tailored specifically for him, which combined ancient shattering runes with his developed layered control technique, allowing the target to fracture from a designated point along a preset path, rather than exploding chaotically. Seamus chose to conduct his experiment in the open space of his backyard. He procured a fist-sized piece of limestone, carefully selected from the riverbank for its uniform texture, ideal for testing the explosion effect. The self-check of the mental realm was normal, the rune template was loaded, the magical flow was stable, and the soul characteristics were calm. Seamus rapidly reviewed his checklist in his mind, akin to a meticulous engineer preparing to activate a machine. Standing 3 meters from the limestone, he extended his right hand, aligning his index and middle fingers toward the target, and uttered the name he had devised for this spell, Stone Shatter. As the incantation escaped his lips, Seamus felt the explosive magical energy within him being precisely activated, flowing towards his fingertips along the optimized path. In the mental realm, the shattering rune template ignited. The core spiral structure spinning rapidly, compressing the gathered energy to its utmost potential. A faint orange-red light shot forth from Seamus' fingertips, striking the surface of the limestone. Without any earth-shattering roar, nor even a discernible flash of fire, only a faint crack echoed through the air. Seamus stepped closer, astonished to discover that the limestone had split open along a perfectly neat seam, extending along the path he had predetermined, cleaving the stone into two flawless halves. Even more astonishing was the remarkably smooth face of the fracture, as if it had been cut by precision machinery. It functioned entirely as designed. Seamus picked up the two halves of the limestone, excitedly bringing them together. The crack fit seamlessly, nearly imperceptible as a former fracture. This success significantly bolstered Seamus' confidence. He began systematically transforming his research findings into practical magic, ensuring that each newly developed spell underwent a rigorous process of design, simulation, testing, and optimization to guarantee its stability and controllability. He created the gentle illumination charm, allowing for precise adjustment of light intensity. From a firefly-like glimmer to a brightness sufficient to illuminate an entire room, all without producing any blinding glare. He improved the cooling charm, which could accurately control the range and speed of temperature reduction, even enabling a cup of hot water to transform into ice water within 10 seconds. All without condensation forming on the exterior of the cup. Most proudly, he developed the fine separation charm, a derivative of the directional blast spell, capable of segregating different substances, such as sand and small stones, according to predetermined standards, far surpassing the efficiency of a Muggle sieve. Morin was Seamus' most devoted audience. She never interrupted his experiments, only quietly assisting in tidying up his tools after he finished, then listening intently as he excitedly explained the principles and applications of his new spells. This separation charm could be employed for sifting flour. On one occasion, as Morin observed Seamus magically separating coarse flour from fine flour, she thoughtfully remarked that it was far more efficient than a sieve and did not raise any dust. Seamus paused momentarily, then chuckled. He had never considered that his explosive magic could serve as a baking aid. Yet, this realization dawned upon him. The true value of magic lay not solely in combat or destruction, but also in enhancing the minutiae of everyday life. He immediately set about refining the fine separation charm to make it more suitable for handling flour, grains, and other ingredients, teaching his mother how to wield this simple incantation. When Morin first used magic to sift flour, her face lit up with childlike wonder. It seemed that magic could indeed become a helpful ally in the kitchen. With a smile, Morin declared that the flour sifted with magic had produced a perfect batch of scones. Seamus' steady spellcasting ability was put to the test during an unexpected incident. That afternoon, the neighbor Mrs. Mackenzie's cat accidentally became trapped in a hollow of the old oak tree. The hollow was too deep and narrow for adult hands to reach, and using tools risked harming the cat. Mrs. Mackenzie, nearly in tears, sought Morin's assistance. "Let me give a try," Seamus volunteered. He approached the old oak, gazing into the dark hollow. The cat's cries emanated from within, filled with fear and anxiety. Seamus could sense the confined space and complex structure of the hollow. Any reckless explosion could injure the cat or damage the trunk. A blast precise to the millimeter was required. Drawing a deep breath, Seamus entered a meditative state. He first illuminated the interior of the tree hollow with a gentle lighting spell, allowing him to discern the position of the cat and the shape of the branch ensnaring it. Subsequently, he constructed a three-dimensional model in his mind, simulating every detail of the impending explosion: the detonation point, a slender branch that had ensnared the cat's hind leg, the blast intensity, calibrated just enough to fracture the branch without producing any shrapnel, and the explosion radius, meticulously confined to a diameter of 5 centimeters to ensure that the cat and the surrounding trunk remained unscathed. With a directed blasting spell of level 3, targeting the branch to the left and slightly ahead, he mentally issued the command while extending a finger toward the interior of the hollow. He recited the adjusted incantation, his voice soft yet resolute. A nearly inaudible pop resonated from within the tree hollow. Moments later, a startled black cat leapt out, slightly disheveled but entirely unharmed. Success! Mrs. Mackenzie was overwhelmed with joy, cradling the cat and expressing her gratitude profusely. Simon gazed at his hands, filled with a tranquil strength. This time, he was not merely conducting an experiment or engaging in research. He had genuinely resolved a problem using his magic, aiding another in need. This sensation was far more fulfilling than the mere success of an experiment. Morin observed her son's composed profile, pride shimmering in her eyes. She recognized that Simon had evolved beyond a young wizard merely mastering stable spellcasting. He had matured into one who comprehended the prudent application of power. beneath the setting sun. Simon and the explosive sound sat beneath the old oak, watching Mrs. Mackenzie retreat with her beloved cat. He retrieved his notebook, inscribing on a fresh page, "The essence of stable spellcasting lies not merely in the control of magical energy, but also in the mastery of desire. The greater the power, the heavier the responsibility." A spring breeze rustled the leaves, as if in agreement with his sentiments. Simon's inaugural stable spell not only signified the maturation of his magical abilities, but also indicated that his understanding of power had ascended to a new realm. His journey in magic was transitioning from a simple technical exploration to a profound sense of responsibility and duty. Perhaps this was the most invaluable growth for a true wizard. Chapter 14. The Disturbance Next Door. Early summer afternoons often carried a hint of languor, with sunlight filtering through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground. Simon was practicing the newly refined silent blasting spell in the backyard, targeting the top portion of a brick to divide it evenly into 4 parts without any sound or causing the brick to collapse entirely. The explosive sound stood atop the fence, acting as an observer, emitting a brief chirp of celebration each time Simon successfully completed a task. Just as Simon was preparing for his 5th attempt, a hurried knocking at the door abruptly shattered the tranquility of the yard. "Morin, is Morin at home?" It was Mrs. Mackenzie's voice, tinged with palpable panic and a quavering tone. Simon quickly halted his practice and, alongside Morin, who had emerged from the house at the sound, rushed to the front door. Upon opening it, they were met with Mrs. Mackenzie, her face pale and hands trembling incessantly, accompanied by her equally alarmed husband. "What has happened, Mrs. Mackenzie?" Morin steadied her, concern evident in her tone. "In our home, within the attic," Mrs. Mackenzie gasped, struggling to articulate her thoughts, as strange sounds and an unusual light emanated from above, rendering us hesitant to venture inside. Mr. Mackenzie interjected, his voice laced with tension. "Approximately half an hour ago, I heard what sounded like glass shattering from the attic, and I saw a bluish-green light seeping through. We attempted to investigate, yet the attic door seemed jammed, refusing to budge." A sudden jolt of realization coursed through Simon. Bluish-green light? This might very well be the result of magic, despite Dublin being home to numerous wizarding families. Most concealed their identities well. The Mackenzies were purely Muggle, so how could magic manifest in their household? "We must investigate." Morin decisively turned to Simon, instructing him to remain at home while she made a quick trip. "I shall accompany you," Simon insisted, eager to assist. He was more acutely aware of the perils associated with magical phenomena than his mother and understood how to navigate them. After a moment's hesitation, Morin, observing the determination in Simon's gaze, ultimately nodded. "Stay close to me. Refrain from speaking or acting impulsively." She subtly cautioned Simon against using magic. Together, Morin and Simon hastened to the adjacent Mackenzie residence. A faint, charred odor permeated the air, and the living room floor was strewn with peculiar, shimmering dust resembling flecks of gold, a hallmark of residual magic. "It's right up there." Mr. Mackenzie pointed towards the staircase leading to the attic, where the door at the top remained firmly shut, a faint bluish-green glow barely visible through the crack. As Morin approached the door and reached out to push it open, Simon grasped her arm. "Wait." He closed his eyes, concentrating to perceive the situation beyond the door. In his mental realm, silver runes representing the external environment flickered violently, indicating intense magical fluctuations behind the door. He could discern an unstable energy swirling within the attic, akin to a chaotic vortex, periodically colliding with the walls and ceiling. This was undoubtedly the source of the peculiar sounds Mr. and Mrs. Mackenzie had reported. "There's danger inside," Simon whispered. "We cannot open the door directly, or the energy may escape." "Danger? What kind of danger?" Mr. Mackenzie inquired, perplexed. "Could it be a gas leak?" Morin quickly interjected, explaining in terms the Muggles could grasp. "I detected the burnt odor. It may be due to aging pipes. Opening the door recklessly could trigger an explosion." This explanation evidently unsettled the Mackenzies, their faces paling further. "What shall we do?" Mrs. Mackenzie asked anxiously. Simon feigned contemplation while swiftly analyzing the nature of the energy in his mental landscape. It was a chaotic, untamed, raw magic, reminiscent of the magical surges experienced by young wizards during their awakening, albeit weaker and more dispersed, akin to residual energy released after a magical object malfunctions. "We need to stabilize the gas inside first," Simon stated, deliberately mimicking his mother's tone. "Mr. Mackenzie, do you have any baking soda? A substantial amount could neutralize the gas." "Baking soda is a common cleaning agent among muggles and is one of the few non-magical substances that Simeon knows can absorb faint magical energy to a certain extent. A discovery he stumbled upon while researching the flow of magic. Mr. Mackenzie hurried to the kitchen to fetch a large bag of baking soda. Simeon accepted the bag, feigning an intention to pour it through the crack of the door, while discreetly etching a simple energy stabilization rune onto the door with the motion of pouring. This rune would not produce any conspicuous magical effects, but would absorb the ambient stray magic like a sponge. Upon completion of the rune, Simeon felt a significant reduction in the magical fluctuations behind the door, and the silver rune lights in the mental realm no longer appeared so blinding. "All right, we can open the door now," Simeon said, stepping back to clear the way. Mr. Mackenzie cautiously pushed open the attic door. The hinges creaked, revealing the chaotic scene within. The attic was in disarray, with several old boxes toppled over, their contents strewn about. Most striking was a shattered music box in the corner, emanating a blue-green glow from its fragments, gradually dimming as the energy dissipated. "That is my grandmother's music box." Mrs. Mackenzie recognized the item, exclaiming in surprise. "I always thought it was long broken. How could it?" Simeon's gaze was instantly drawn to the music box. This was no ordinary muggle music box. Its base bore an exceedingly faint magical rune. It was a magical item imbued with the spell of eternal rotation, allowing the little dancer inside to spin perpetually. Now that the rune had fractured, it was evident that age or an accidental collision had caused the spell to fail, releasing its residual magic. Perhaps a mouse damaged the winding mechanism, causing a short circuit? Morin suggested plausibly, while subtly positioning himself in front of Simeon to prevent any conspicuous actions. The Mackenzies evidently accepted this explanation and began tidying up the attic's mess. Seizing the opportunity, Simeon approached the broken music box, pretending to assist in picking up the fragments. Swiftly brushing his fingers over the shards that emitted a faint glow, he activated the absorption rune at his fingertips, siphoning away the last remnants of magic to prevent any unintended effects on the muggles. As the final wisp of blue-green light vanished, Simeon felt the silver rune lights in the mental realm finally return to normal. "It's safe now," he murmured, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. The Mackenzie couple expressed their heartfelt gratitude to Morin and Simeon, insisting on treating them to afternoon tea. During their tea, Simeon subtly inquired about the origins of the music box. "My grandmother bought it from an antique shop in London when she was young," Mrs. Mackenzie reminisced. "She said this music box was quite special, capable of playing for several days on a single winding. Then, somehow, it broke and I stored it away in the attic." Simeon speculated that this music box was likely a magical item inadvertently lost or deliberately discarded by a wizard, which had been purchased by Mrs. Mackenzie's grandmother, who was unaware of its magical nature. Over the years, the enchantment placed upon it gradually weakened, ultimately failing completely today, unleashing residual magic that incited this commotion. Moving forward, it is prudent to inspect old items more thoroughly. Morin remarked timely, particularly those stored in damp places like attics, which are prone to issues. Upon returning home, Morin gazed seriously at Simon. "You performed admirably today, managing to conceal yourself. However, remember that such occurrences are perilous. Disturbances of magic in the Muggle world may attract the attention of the Ministry of Magic." "I understand, Mum," Simon nodded. "I just wanted to help." "I know you wish to assist." Morin's tone softened, "but you must learn to safeguard yourself. Had today a situation escalated, for instance, if a young wizard had lost control of their magic, your involvement could have led us into significant trouble." Simon comprehended his mother-esque concerns. The ministry has a dedicated department responsible for addressing magical incidents in the Muggle realm. He had read about it in his father's notes. And any unauthorized magical intervention could be deemed a violation. "What about the music box?" Simon inquired. "Should we dispose of it?" "It is no longer necessary," Morin replied. "The magic within has dissipated entirely. It is now nothing more than ordinary junk. The Mackenzies will likely discard it as refuse." She paused before adding, "However, this incident serves as a reminder that the Muggle world is not always a safe haven for magic. We must exercise greater caution." He realized that his abilities had reached new heights. He not only could control his magic, but could also perceive and manage magical anomalies in the outside world. This realization filled him with both excitement and vigilance. That evening, Simon penned in his notebook, "Magic is a responsibility, not a toy. One must exercise greater caution when using or handling magic in the Muggle world." Today's lesson: always explain magical phenomena in a manner comprehensible to Muggles. Avoid intervening in others' magical affairs unless absolutely necessary. Prioritize unobtrusive methods when dealing with residual magic. After closing the notebook, he gazed out the window. The lights in the Mackenzie house had been extinguished, and the entire neighborhood had succumbed to tranquility, as if the afternoon's turmoil had never transpired. Yet Simon understood that certain things had irrevocably changed. He was no longer merely a child practicing magic in secret. His abilities now opened the door to a broader world, which also meant he must shoulder the corresponding responsibilities. Boomer flew to his shoulder, gently nuzzling his cheek, as if offering comfort while also serving as a reminder. Simon tenderly stroked the owl's unblemished eye, his heart brimming with complex emotions. He recognized that he would encounter more situations like this in the future, moments that would require him to make choices. All he could do was to continuously enhance his abilities while steadfastly adhering to the principles of caution and responsibility. As the night deepened, the light in Simon's room remained aglow. He did not resume his study of new explosive spells, but instead revisited the section in his father's notes regarding the statute of secrecy. Some knowledge is far more vital than any powerful incantation. The commotion from the neighboring house settled like a small ripple, soon fading into silence. Yet, the impression it left on Simon would influence every choice he made in the future. Chapter 15, A Dialogue with Magic. On a sweltering summer afternoon, the sun blazed intensely, scorching the grass in the backyard. Simon, however, toiled away in the shed, drenched in sweat. As he calibrated a new device, a magical resonator composed of 7 metal rods of varying materials, said to amplify and translate the sound of magical currents. Ever since the incident of magical disturbances at his neighbor's house, Simon's understanding of magic had deepened. He no longer perceived magic as mere energy. He began to believe that a certain consciousness lay behind this force, not the thought of humanity, but a more primal, purer mode of existence. A language through which one could communicate with the world. If magic had a language, what was it saying? As Simon adjusted the angles of the metal rods, he murmured to himself. This notion stemmed from a peculiar experience during his meditations, when his mental focus synchronized entirely with the flow of magic. He could always hear a subtle, buzzing sound that varied with the state of the magic. At last, the magical resonator was calibrated. The 7 metal rods were arranged in the shape of the Big Dipper, each crowned with a small crystal he had scavenged from the second-hand market in Diagon Alley over the past 6 months. When Simon infused a hint of magic into the device, the rods began to vibrate gently, emitting a chorus of varying frequencies, akin to a swarm of bees harmonizing. He commenced recording. Opening his notebook, he prepared to document the sounds of magic in different states. He began by infusing a stable bass magic. The resonator produced a soft, continuous bass sound, reminiscent of the lowest note of a cello, steady and prolonged. Simon jotted down in his notebook, calm state, bass, stable, no fluctuation. The most crucial test was to infuse his explosive magic. When that orange-red energy surged into the resonator, the device emitted a peculiar sound, neither merely high nor low, but a rapidly shifting composite tone, a blend of drum beats and flute notes, at times hurried, at times soothing, infused with a contradictory vitality. He attempted to soothe the explosive magic with a stabilizing rhythm. As he recited the incantation, the resonator's sound gradually became more stable, though still complex. It lost its restlessness and gained a touch of harmony. So, magic truly can comprehend my commands, Simon thought excitedly. This demonstrated that his stabilizing rhythm was not merely a matter of physical frequency control, but rather a means of conversing with magic. To validate this hypothesis, Simon embarked on a daring experiment. He ceased to actively control the magic and instead endeavored to listen to and respond to the voice of magic. On a stormy night, Simon's experiment reached a groundbreaking advancement. The winds howled fiercely and thunder roared. Simon could sense the magic in the air becoming extraordinarily animated. The sound emitted by the resonator was chaotic and sharp, brimming with unease. This was likely due to the lightning stimulating the latent magic in the atmosphere, rendering it restless. Do not be afraid. Shima instinctively spoke to the magic, simultaneously constructing a resilient barrier in the realm of his mind, conveying a signal of safety to the surrounding forces. He was able to discern the essence of what the magic was communicating. It was not articulated in specific words, but rather conveyed through a spectrum of emotions. Initially, there was fear, a primal reaction to the thunder, then curiosity as the magic responded to Shima's mental signal, and ultimately, trust, as it was willing to orbit around his protective barrier. This marked a profound dialogue with the magic, leaving Shima profoundly shaken. It was not a matter of coercive control through spells or runes, but rather a communion rooted in understanding and trust, a mutual comprehension between two distinct forms of existence. This experience fundamentally transformed Shima's relationship with magic. He began to incorporate dialogues with the magic into his daily practice. Before casting spells, he would articulate his intentions to the magic rather than issuing commands. After casting, he expressed gratitude, releasing residual energy back to nature. During meditation, he ceased merely observing or controlling the magic, instead engaging in a conversation, sharing his feelings, and listening to its responses. This novel approach yielded unexpected results. Seamus' success rate and stability in spellcasting ascended to new heights. Even the most unruly explosive magic became more cooperative. He could anticipate the magic's reactions with greater precision, adjusting his strategies in advance to avoid unnecessary depletion and loss of control. Morin soon noticed the changes in her son. "You seem quite different when you cast spells lately." On one occasion, she observed Seamus deftly trimming the withered branches of the roses in the garden using a precise cutting spell. The entire process flowing seamlessly without a hint of hesitation. "What is different?" Seamus inquired. "It's as if you're negotiating with something." Morin pondered for the right words. "Previously, your spellcasting was forceful, but now it appears effortless, almost like dancing." The mother's observation was astute. Seamus indeed felt his magic becoming more fluid, devoid of resistance and coercion, instead imbued with cooperation and harmony. It was akin to a dance, necessitating a synchronized partnership with the magic rather than unilateral control. Seamus' ability to converse with magic saved his life in an unexpected incident. One day, while researching a new chain explosion rune in the tool shed, a complex rune capable of transmitting explosive effects sequentially, potent yet perilously dangerous, he felt an intense wave of unease as he approached the final node. This sensation did not stem from his own judgment, but rather from a warning conveyed by the magic. Instantly, Seamus halted his actions and meticulously examined the rune array. Although it appeared flawless at first glance, when he brought the resonator closer, the device emitted a jarring, discordant noise. The magic was screaming, alerting him to imminent danger. He activated the slow-motion feature of his spiritual realm, meticulously simulating the process of rune activation, and ultimately identified the issue. The angle of the last node deviated by less than a degree. While this might seem inconsequential under ordinary circumstances, in the context of a chain explosion, such a minuscule discrepancy could lead to an accumulation of energy during transmission, ultimately triggering a cataclysmic explosion far exceeding expectations, capable of obliterating the entire tool shed. "Thank you," Seamus whispered to the magic in the air, filled with a sense of dread and gratitude. He carefully adjusted the angle of that node and retested it with the resonator. This time, the sound was harmonious and stable, imbued with a sense of agreement. When the corrected chain explosion rune successfully activated, producing a series of precise and controllable small explosions, Seamus realized that he had forged a genuine relationship of trust with the magic. On a late summer evening, Seamus sat beneath the apple tree in his backyard, watching the sunset paint the sky in hues of crimson. He closed his eyes, listening to the symphony of magic in the air, a gentle, vibrant chorus akin to the heartbeat of nature. He could discern the distinct voices of various magics, the deep resonance from the earth, the brisk flow from the wind, the warm fullness from the ripening apples, and the unique composite tone emanating from within himself, harmoniously blending with the surrounding sounds. "We are one," Seamus told himself in his heart. This realization filled him with an unprecedented sense of tranquility and strength. He no longer feared his explosive magic, for he understood that the essence of this power was not destruction, but a means of creation and transformation, much like a volcanic eruption that, while devastating, also gives rise to new land. When Seamus opened his eyes, he saw the owl perched on a branch, quietly observing him, its amber eyes reflecting the light of the setting sun. The owl seemed to sense the harmonious atmosphere, no longer raucous but imbued with a serene wisdom. "You heard it too, didn't you?" Seamus said to the owl with a smile. The language of magic possessed no words, only vibrations and frequencies. It was sharp and urgent in moments of anger, deep and prolonged in tranquility, and joyous and dancing in elation. To listen to it, to understand it, to converse with it rather than command it, was the true essence of magic. Upon completing his notes, he closed the notebook and approached the window. The night sky twinkled with stars, like countless eyes gazing upon him. Seamus knew that his dialogue with magic had only just begun, with countless mysteries awaiting exploration in the future. Yet, he no longer felt the urgency to rush. He was willing to invest time in listening, understanding, and establishing a deeper connection with this ancient and wondrous force. For he comprehended that true magic lies not in conquering nature, but in coexisting harmoniously with it, finding one's place in understanding and respect. The gentle breeze outside caressed him, carrying the distant sounds of chirping insects and rustling leaves, intertwining with the whispers of magic in the air, forming a tranquil and harmonious symphony belonging to the night. Chapter 16. The Art of Explosion. The September breeze brought the coolness of autumn, swirling a few fallen leaves from the backyard into the air. Seamus stood in the open space before the tool shed, facing 10 candles of varying thickness, rising in height from left to right like a row of diminutive sentinels. Today, he was set to undertake a novel magical challenge, the precise extinguishing spell. The requirements of this incantation seemed deceptively simple: to extinguish the flames of these 10 candles in succession without the aid of wind, physical contact, or soiling the wicks. For Seamus, however, this was a pivotal step in elevating explosive magic to an artistic realm, achieving precision with the smallest amount of explosive energy while preserving the integrity of the target. To him, explosion was not synonymous with destruction, but rather a meticulous release of energy. He silently recited this mantra in his mind, the essence of his recent revelations. Through profound communion with magical forces, he finally grasped that his explosive magic often spiraled out of control precisely because he had previously regarded destruction as the ultimate goal, neglecting the true nature of explosion, the instantaneous concentration and release of energy, which could manifest in myriad forms, with destruction being merely the most primitive. Taking a deep breath, Seamus closed his eyes and summoned the rune template for the precise extinguishing spell within his mind. This template amalgamated the exacting control of the directional explosion spell with the energy restraint of the silent explosion spell, centering around a micro-energy pulse rune. This rune would not produce a thunderous detonation, but instead release a fleeting, directional wave of energy, just sufficient to snuff out the flame without affecting the wick itself. Prepared, Seamus opened his eyes, his gaze focused and serene. He extended his right hand, gently pointing his index finger toward the shortest candle on the left. Without uttering a spell, for advanced magical manipulation often transcended the need for incantations, with intent serving as the most potent command. Seamus merely conveyed his intention to the magical energy, to release an energy pulse of 0.1 standard units directed vertically downward, lasting for 0.01 seconds. A nearly imperceptible orange-red glimmer flickered through the air, and the flame of the leftmost candle seemed to be delicately pressed down by an invisible hand, extinguishing in an instant, while the wick remained pristine and even retained a gentle warmth. Success. Seamus felt no overwhelming euphoria, only a tranquil joy akin to the completion of a flawless musical composition. He continued to move his finger, sequentially targeting the remaining candles. Each time, a glimmer passed through the air, and each flame was extinguished with pinpoint accuracy, without the slightest deviation. As the flame of the tallest candle finally flickered out, Seamus could even perceive the micro-energy pulse dissipating upon contact with the flame, leaving no impact on its surroundings. This was no longer crude explosion, but rather precise, controllable, and one might even say, elegant energy manipulation. This was the explosive artistry that belonged to Seamus Finnegan. Next step, infusing explosion with aesthetic beauty. Seamus inscribed his new objective in his notebook. While this notion may seem peculiar to Seamus, any skill achieved to its zenith is art, and magic is no exception. He began to explore how to imbue explosions with a sense of beauty, not for ostentation, but to deepen his understanding of the principles governing energy release. Seamus endeavored to master the intricacies of shaping explosions, guiding the energy upon release to manifest in circular, star-like, or even spiral patterns. This required an extraordinarily delicate control of energy, as he had to wield his mental prowess to direct the energy along predetermined trajectories at the precise moment of detonation. After 2 weeks of relentless practice, Seamus successfully executed a star-shaped explosion. A small quantity of sulfur powder, under his meticulous command, erupted into a flawless pentagram, each angle measuring an exact 72 degrees, with smooth edges and no extraneous debris. The form of the energy was dictated by the contours of his mental focus. In his notes, Seamus sketched the energy trajectory of the star-shaped explosion, recognizing that when the mental mold was sufficiently clear, the energy would naturally fill the space, assuming the desired shape. He further challenged himself with a more complex dynamic explosion, wherein the shape of the explosion would evolve over time. This demanded constant adjustments to the mental mold throughout the energy release, akin to a sculptor completing a masterpiece in a fleeting moment. Seamus opted for the simplest dynamic effect, allowing the explosion-esque radiance to first form a circle, then contract into a point within 0.5 seconds, ultimately vanishing. While seemingly straightforward, this required multiple redirections of energy in a remarkably brief time frame, testing the strength and responsiveness of his mental faculties to the utmost. He faced failure 17 times. At times, the circle failed to contract. At others, it collapsed too swiftly, resulting in irregular shapes. The most severe incident occurred when uneven energy distribution caused a rebound, scorching his fingertips. Patience, Shima, patience, he reminded himself after each setback. He would enter deep meditation, conversing with his magical energies to discern the reasons for his failures. Was it a misjudgment in the timing of energy distribution? Was the mental mold insufficiently stable? Or was his communication with the magical force lacking clarity? On the 18th attempt, a miracle finally transpired. A small amount of phosphorus powder, under Shima's guidance, first erupted into a perfect light ring, emitting a gentle white glow. Then, the ring began to contract evenly, neither too fast nor too slow, maintaining its circular form. Ultimately, at the moment of its near disappearance, it blossomed into a miniature light flower, dissipating entirely into the air without leaving a trace. "So beautiful," Shima murmured, his eyes glimmering with exhilaration. This transcended mere magical manipulation. It was a true artistic creation, employing energy and light as mediums to paint ephemeral beauty in the air. He finally grasped the essence of the art of explosion, to find balance between control and freedom, to capture aesthetic beauty between the fleeting and the eternal, and to create harmony between energy and form. Shima's explosive artistry unexpectedly unfolded before the Muggles during a community event. "I have a plan," he volunteered, receiving a knowing glance from Morin, who was aware of Shima's capability to masterfully control his magic without detection by Muggles. He feigned assistance in inspecting the fireworks, discreetly casting a remote ignition charm on the damp fireworks while the crowd's attention waned. This was an upgraded version of the precise ignition charm, capable of triggering an exceedingly subtle explosion from a distance, just sufficient to ignite the firework's fuse without drawing notice. As the first firework burst forth in the night sky, a chorus of cheers erupted from the crowd. Yet, what transpired next left everyone in awe. The once ordinary fireworks transformed into breathtaking shapes as they blossomed in the air. Some resembled whirling pentagrams, others appeared as blooming roses, and a few even formed shimmering words, "Joy of Harvest," amidst the sky. "These fireworks are magnificent," exclaimed Mrs. Mackenzie, her eyes wide with delight. "What brand are they? I must purchase some for next year." Little did anyone know, these enchanting shapes were not a product of the fireworks design. Rather, they were sculpted by Simon in that fleeting moment of ascent, utilizing miniature explosive energy. Standing at the edge of the crowd, he smiled as he beheld the radiant display above, feeling the resonance of magical energy within him harmonizing with the fireworks, much like a conductor leading a grand symphony. Morin approached Simon, pride and satisfaction gleaming in her eyes. "Your father once said that the finest explosive wizards can transform blasts into fireworks. It is evident that you have achieved this." Simon nodded, a serene joy swelling within him. He understood that his explosive magic had transcended its practical application, entering the realm of artistry. This realm required no external validation, no ostentatious exhibition. It merely necessitated the practitioner to experience the beauty of harmonious resonance with the world at the moment of energy release. The artistry of explosion lies in its precision akin to a watchmaker's craftsmanship, elegance reminiscent of a dancer's grace, harmony echoing nature's rhythm, and transience like the fleeting light of a meteor. Yet the impressions left behind can endure eternally like the stars. Upon concluding his thoughts, he closed his notebook and gazed out the window. In the night sky, a meteor streaked by, leaving behind a brief yet beautiful glow akin to a perfect explosion, blooming in the darkness before vanishing silently. A similar sparkle flickered in Simon's eyes. He understood that his journey into the art of explosion was only just beginning, with vast horizons awaiting his exploration and more exquisite forms yearning for his creation. Yet, he no longer felt the urgency for haste. He had learned to savor the joy inherent in magic itself, to seek freedom within precise control, and to capture eternity in the ephemeral release. Chapter 17. Homemade Magical Toys. The autumn rain, imbued with a chill, tapped against the glass of the tool shed. Yet it could not diminish the warm glow and subtle hum of magic emanating from within. Simon sat before a workbench cluttered with parts, wielding a small silver screwdriver as he installed a power core into a wooden soldier. This creation, fashioned from discarded clock components and a shard of magical crystal, would enable the wooden soldier to move autonomously. Ever since he elevated explosive magic to an art form, Simon had developed a keen interest in magical creations. No longer content with wielding magic for instantaneous effects, he sought to solidify its power within objects, crafting magical items capable of independent operation. The simplest form of magical creation was, undoubtedly, magical toys. Magic should not remain the exclusive domain of wizards. The world of children, too, deserves to be painted with hues of enchantment. As he adjusted the position of the crystal, Simon murmured to himself. The inspiration for this idea stemmed from his experiences at a Muggle school, where he observed his classmates playing with ordinary plastic toys. He often pondered how much joy it would bring to children if these toys could be infused with a touch of harmless magic. He initially chose to create a dancing wooden soldier. At the heart of this toy lies a miniature energy circulation rune, etched into the base of the wooden soldier. When Simon infused a modicum of fundamental magic into the rune, it would automatically absorb the inert magic from the air, converting it into the energy needed to animate the soldier's joints, enabling it to perform simple dance movements. Test 1. Simon gently twisted the winding key located at the back of the wooden soldier, a mere disguise, as the true power emanated from a magical crystal. The wooden soldier paused for a moment before lifting its left leg and then stepping forward with its right leg, awkwardly twisting about like a child who had just learned to dance. Though the movements were simplistic, they exuded a sense of childlike whimsy. Simon beamed with satisfaction. This toy required no continuous infusion of magic, as a single charge could sustain it for an entire day, utilizing only the mildest form of fundamental magic, ensuring no danger to children. Next, Simon crafted a storytelling doll, specially designed for the little girl Lily, the neighbor's daughter, who often begged Mrs. Mackenzie for tales. Within the doll, a miniature sound storage rune was sewn, into which Simon had previously recorded several simple fairy tales, such as the Three Bears and Goldilocks, using magic. When Lily hugged the doll and gently pressed its belly with her finger, the rune would activate, playing back the stories narrated in a soothing female voice that Simon had mimicked with a voice-altering spell. When Mrs. Mackenzie brought Lily to express her gratitude, stating that Lily now insisted on hearing the doll's stories before bedtime, Simon felt a profound satisfaction, surpassing even the joy of inventing a new explosive spell. This was merely the beginning. Simon gazed at a pile of design sketches in the corner of his workbench, his eyes sparkling with excitement. His ambition was to create a magical adventure kit that included a glowing map, a guiding compass, and a self-erecting tent, allowing children to experience the thrills of magical exploration. The process of crafting these magical toys posed a novel challenge to Simon's magical control abilities. He needed to learn how to seal magic within objects, ensuring it was neither too powerful, leading to chaos, nor too weak to provide any drive. He had to design a more intricate energy circulation system to guarantee the toys could operate for extended periods without depleting excessive magic. Most importantly, all magical effects had to be gentle, engaging, and unequivocally safe, contrasting starkly with the explosive magic in which he had previously excelled. The greatest challenge lay in creating color-changing modeling clay. Simon envisioned a type of clay that could alter its hue according to the child's mood, transforming into warm tones, red, yellow, orange, when the child was happy, and shifting to soft, cool colors, blue, green, purple, when the child felt sad. This toy necessitated a magical sensor capable of detecting emotions, involving intricate techniques of emotional magic transformation. Simon explored various approaches, initially employing a magic wave sensor, which could only detect intense emotions, failing to discern subtle variations. Later, he incorporated a heart rate sensing rune, which detects the changes in the pressure exerted by a child's grip through the elasticity of modeling clay. This enhancement yielded some improvement, yet precision remained elusive. Ultimately, he amalgamated two technologies to develop a composite sensing system that perceives the subtle magical fluctuations emanating from a child's hands, where emotions influence the frequency of these magical waves, while also detecting variations in grip strength, thereby allowing for a comprehensive assessment of the child's emotional state. When Seamus finally succeeded in transforming the modeling clay into a vibrant yellow during his joyous laughter and into a gentle blue while feigning tears, he exuberantly tossed the clay into the air, magically catching it as it descended. This action had previously resulted in minor explosions, but now the magic obediently cradled the clay, as if guided by an invisible hand. Magic can indeed be gentle, Seamus softly remarked, reflecting on his profound realization in crafting magical toys. His creations gained immense popularity. Not only Lily, but other children in the neighborhood gradually became aware that Seamus Finnegan possessed exceptionally delightful toys. Seamus never directly disclosed that these were magical toys. He simply referred to them as trinkets he made himself. To render his magical toys more muggle-friendly. Seamus deliberately designed several disguises. A dancing wooden soldier concealed with a false mechanism to lead children to believe in its mechanical nature. A storytelling doll with a tiny recording chip sewn into its belly, which, though entirely ineffective, convinced parents of its high-tech appeal, and color-changing modeling clay infused with heat-sensitive chemicals. Learned from his science classes to mask the magical effects through physical transformation. These disguises flawlessly deceived everyone, allowing the magical toys to seamlessly integrate into the world of Muggle children. Morin wholeheartedly supported her son's newfound passion, even assisting in sewing clothes for the dolls and dyeing the wooden soldiers with natural colors using spices from her baking, some of which had a slight enhancement effect on magic. Your father also relished crafting these little things, she reminisced one day while watching Seamus inscribe walking runes on a tin robot. He once made a chessboard that organized its pieces by itself, but unfortunately, it was destroyed in an experiment. Really? Seamus inquired, having never heard of this episode from his father's past. Indeed, Morin nodded, a glimmer of nostalgia in her eyes. He always said that the highest realm of magic is not in combat, but in making life more beautiful. Creating toys that bring joy to children is far more significant than vanquishing 10 dark wizards. Her father's words deeply resonated with Seamus, prompting him to embark on crafting more practical magical toys. Puzzles that could autonomously seek misplaced pieces, with each piece engraved with miniature repositioning runes to attract one another. A magical cup that would not spill, featuring a ring of anti-leak runes, perfectly suited for young children. These toys were not only entertaining, but also encapsulated Seamus' profound understanding of the safety and practicality of magic. He installed safety valves in each toy, ensuring that when the magic exceeded the preset safety threshold, the runes would automatically deactivate, thus averting any potential hazards. Observing the expressions of surprise on the children's faces as they received the dancing wooden soldiers, and listening to their laughter encircling the storytelling dolls, warmth filled Simon's heart. He realized that these toys brought not only joy, but also a sense of curiosity and yearning for the unknown, which is the most precious essence of magic. After the exchange fair concluded, Simon sat alone in the tool shed, gazing at the snowflakes drifting outside the window. On his workbench lay his latest creation, a magical paintbrush capable of leaving trails of light in the darkness. He picked up the brush and drew a simple, smiley face in the air. The light trail lingered for a few seconds before dissipating like fireflies. As Simon watched the glow fade, he suddenly grasped the true meaning of magical creation. It is not about confining magic within objects, but rather endowing them with the ability to converse with the world, just as he had once conversed with magic itself. A good magical toy should facilitate a child's connection with the world rather than sever their ties to reality. This, he thought, is the magic I aspire to create. Simon inscribed this thought in his notebook, then closed it and began crafting a simple magical toy for himself. A glass orb that changes color with his emotions, reflecting the depths of his inner world. Outside, the snowfall intensified, blanketing the roofs and yard in pristine white. Within the tool shed, under the warm glow of the lights, Simon's magical toys quietly resided in a corner, emanating faint, friendly waves of magical energy, akin to a group of silent friends witnessing a young wizard's newfound understanding of the essence of magic. His path in magic had evolved from mere control of power to a vast realm of creation and sharing. The genesis of all was a simple idea, to let the brilliance of magic illuminate every child's smile. Chapter 18. The Arrival of an Unexpected Visitor. Dublin in January lay beneath a thick blanket of snow, the biting wind slicing through the streets with a mournful howl. Simon was in the tool shed, fine-tuning his newly crafted magical temperature-regulating gloves, an invention that automatically adjusts its warmth, with built-in runes that absorb ambient heat and release it during the cold. Perfect for play on snowy days. Suddenly, a loud bang emitted a series of urgent beeps, soaring from the skylight of the tool shed, spiraling in the air as if issuing a warning. What could it be? Simon set down the gloves and approached the door to peer outside. There, he saw a tall figure treading through the snow, slowly making their way toward his home. The figure was cloaked in deep green, the edges of the cloak embroidered with silver patterns, standing out vividly against the white snow. What captured attention most was the hat, a wide-brimmed wizardess hat. The brim pulled low, obscuring much of the face. A wizard. Simon's heart raced. He could sense the formidable magical aura emanating from the figure, steady and profound, akin to a silent mountain. This was no ordinary wizard. He seemed more like an official from the Ministry of Magic or perhaps a professor from Hogwarts. The explosive creature circled ominously above the man's head, emitting a hostile shriek. Yet, the man merely raised his hand slightly. and a gentle surge of magic nudged the owl away, neither injuring it nor allowing it to draw closer. Do not be alarmed, Morin. A tall figure stepped through the door, shaking off the snow from his cloak, revealing a face weathered by time. His hair and beard had turned gray, yet his eyes gleamed with the sharpness of a hawk, radiating wisdom. Professor Dumbledore? Morin gasped in astonishment, clearly recognizing the individual. Seymour's heart nearly leapt from his chest. Dumbledore? The legendary wizard who had triumphed over the dark sorcerer Grindelwald? The headmaster of Hogwarts? What brought him here? Dumbledore smiled and nodded, his gaze landing on Seymour, a flicker of approval dancing in his eyes. You must be Seymour. I have heard much about you from your father. You know my father? Seymour asked, his voice trembling slightly. We are old friends, Dumbledore replied, moving to the fireplace to bask in its warmth. Your father was a genius, though rather too impulsive. A note of regret laced his tone. Morin poured a cup of hot tea for Dumbledore, gradually regaining her composure. Professor, the reason for your visit today is... There are 2 reasons, Dumbledore interjected, accepting the teacup and gently blowing away the steam. First, I came to see the son of my old friend, to ascertain whether he has inherited his father's talents and learned the restraint his father could not. His gaze swept over Seymour and then glanced at the cabinet that Morin had concealed. Evidently, he had already sensed the magical items within. A smile graced his lips. It seems I need not worry. To employ explosive magic in the crafting of toys is, in itself, a remarkable display of restraint. Seymour's face flushed slightly, at a loss for words. The praise of such a great wizard left him both exhilarated and anxious. And the second matter? Moore inquired. Dumbledore withdrew a thick envelope from his cloak and handed it to Seymour. This is your acceptance letter to Hogwarts. Indeed, it has been sent early, for a prodigy of Hogwarts must not stray to another institution. I happen to be traveling to Ireland on business, so I took the liberty of delivering it myself. Seymour accepted the envelope with both hands, his fingers trembling with excitement. The envelope was crafted from heavy parchment, inscribed in emerald ink. To Mr. Seymour Finnegan, Dublin, Ireland. Finnegan residence. This was the acceptance letter he had longed for. Although he knew this day would eventually arrive, its actual arrival overwhelmed him with elation. Hogwarts awaits your arrival at the age of 11. King S. Cross Station, Platform 9 3/4. Dumbledore observed Seymour's exhilaration with a loving gaze. I believe Hogwarts will suit you splendidly. It boasts the finest teachers, the most extensive library, and many children just like you. Thank you, Professor, Seymour said sincerely. After finishing his tea, Dumbledore rose to depart. As he reached the door, he paused abruptly, turning back to Seymour. There's one more thing. This is the treasured heirloom of the Finnegan family, Dumbledore elucidated, inscribed with the core explosive runes of your lineage, along with your father's enhancements to these symbols. Perhaps it shall aid you at Hogwarts. Thank you, Professor. Simon's voice quivered with emotion. Dumbledore smiled gently, nodding before he turned and ventured into the swirling snow. His figure swiftly vanished amidst the vast white expanse, as if he had never existed, leaving only a faint trace of lemon-drop fragrance in the air. Simon unfolded the Hogwarts acceptance letter, the emerald ink upon the parchment shimmering with an enchanting glow. The letter meticulously outlined the essentials to prepare: robes, textbooks, wand, cauldron. Each word represented a gateway to a new realm. It appeared that your adventure was about to commence. Morin approached Simon, tenderly stroking his hair, her eyes reflecting both pride and reluctance. She reminisced about her own initial encounter with uncontrolled magic, the fear, the focus in constructing her mental landscape, the tranquility in conversing with magic, and the joy of crafting enchanted toys, all of which laid the foundation for Simon's impending life at Hogwarts. I am ready, Simon whispered, his eyes glimmering with anticipation. Outside, the tempest gradually subsided, a ray of sunlight piercing through the clouds, illuminating the snow-covered ground with a dazzling radiance. Simon understood that a brand new world awaited him, one filled with ancient castles, wondrous courses, unknown companions, and formidable challenges. Chapter 19. The Phenomenon of Magical Resonance. Simon's life grew increasingly bustling as he fervently delved into the boundaries of magic, particularly fixated on a peculiar phenomenon that had surfaced frequently in recent magical experiments: magical resonance. While crafting enchanted toys, Simon noticed that when multiple magical artifacts were placed together, a subtle interaction occurred among them. This was not merely an accumulation of magical energy, but rather a phenomenon akin to resonance. The magic of different objects seemed to seek one another's frequency, and once aligned, would trigger a chain reaction, significantly amplifying the effects of the magic. For instance, he once placed a luminous magical crystal ball alongside a music box that emitted gentle melodies within the same container. Initially, both operated independently. The crystal ball emanated a steady glow while the music box played a monotonous tune. However, when Simon inadvertently adjusted the angle of the crystal ball, something extraordinary transpired. The glow of the crystal ball began to flicker in rhythm with the music box's melody, and the sound of the music box grew richer and fuller, as if the magic of both was communicating and merging. This was the essence of magical resonance. Simon inscribed this observation in his notebook, surrounded by various illustrations of magical fluctuations and rune analyses. He realized that this resonance phenomenon might represent an untapped potential within the magical realm, akin to a treasure concealed in the depths of the ocean, awaiting his exploration. In order to delve into the mysteries of magical resonance, Simon constructed a rudimentary experimental apparatus, a resonance frame composed of 7 magical metal rods of varying lengths, each adorned with a distinctively colored crystal at its apex, symbolizing diverse magical properties, with red denoting fire magic, blue signifying water magic, green representing nature magic, and so forth. He commenced by channeling magical energy into the red metal rod, representative of fire magic. The rod emanated a warm orange glow and exhibited slight vibrations. Initially, when he approached the second rod, representing wind magic and colored yellow, there was no discernible reaction between the two. However, as Simon adjusted the frequency of the magical energy being infused, both rods began to vibrate violently, in unison. Their emitted luminescence intertwining to create a peculiar energy field reminiscent of a whirlwind. Success. Simon exuberantly documented the fluctuations of magical energy at that moment. He discerned that the crux of magical resonance lies in identifying the resonant frequencies between different types of magic. A frequency not fixed, but rather influenced by factors such as the intensity of the magic, its attributes, and the surrounding environment. In pursuit of discovering more resonant combinations, Simon conducted hundreds of experiments, continuously adjusting the positions of the metal rods and the intensity and frequency of the infused magic. He uncovered that the resonance of fire magic and wind magic could generate a formidable whirlwind capable of igniting nearby, flammable materials. The resonance between water magic and nature magic could stimulate the growth of plants, enabling a wilted flower to bloom anew in an instant. And when all 7 metal rods resonated simultaneously, they formed a colossal, colorful vortex of magical energy, which not only absorbed surrounding magic, but also transformed it into a unique, gentle energy that Simon dubbed harmonious magic. This harmonious magic appeared to possess exceptional healing and balancing properties. Simon utilized it to mend an injured bird in his tool shed. The once broken wing healed at a visibly rapid pace under the embrace of harmonious magic, allowing the bird to joyfully take to the skies once more. As his research progressed, Simon began to contemplate the potential applications of magical resonance in practical magic. In combat, could magical resonance be harnessed to amplify the potency of spells? For instance, could the simultaneous resonance of fire and wind spells create a fire tornado exponentially more powerful than a standard fire spell? In healing magic, could magical resonance expedite the healing of wounds? Perhaps the resonance of healing magic with nature magic could facilitate the swifter recovery of damaged tissues. To validate these notions, Simon embarked on a series of audacious experiments. Experiment 1. Amplifying the fire spell. He first endeavored to merge the fire spell with the wind spell. Positioned in the clearing outside the tool shed, Simon conjured the fire spell with his left hand while invoking the wind spell with his right, striving to uncover their resonant frequency. Initially, the fire and wind operated independently. The flames blazed fiercely while the wind howled, yet no effective resonance materialized. After numerous attempts, Simon ultimately discovered that delicate balance point when he lowered the frequency of the fire spell's magical energy by 0.1 Hz while simultaneously raising the frequency of the wind spell's magical energy by 0.2 Hz. A sudden resonance between the two energies erupted. The once ordinary flame was suddenly swept up by the wind, transforming into a colossal, swirling fire tornado. The temperature and potency of the flames surged dramatically, melting a distant boulder in an instant. Success! Seamus leaped with excitement, yet he also recognized that such formidable power must be wielded with caution. A moment's carelessness could lead to chaos. Experiment 2. The enhancement of healing magic. Seamus infused a green magical crystal, symbolizing natural magic, with healing energy, and then brought the crystal close to a mouse wounded by a spell. As the two forms of magic resonated, the mouse's injury began to heal rapidly, nearly doubling the effectiveness of a simple healing spell. The resonance of magical energy can amplify healing effects. Seamus eagerly recorded this discovery, envisioning its application in the Hogwarts hospital wing, where it could aid numerous injured classmates. Experiment 3. The Enchantment of Daily Life. Seamus engraved a magical illumination rune onto a desk lamp and inscribed a music rune onto a small enchanted phonograph. After several adjustments, he successfully induced resonance between the two. The lamp's light flickered in harmony with the rhythm of the music, alternating between brilliant brightness and soft glow, akin to a wondrous light and sound concert. This would be perfect for parties, Seamus mused. This simple experiment unveiled the boundless possibilities of magical resonance in daily life, illustrating that magic could transcend mere combat and study, enriching life with joy and beauty. As the experiments progressed, Seamus gradually uncovered certain latent risks associated with magical resonance. When the frequency of resonance spiraled out of control, it could trigger a backlash of magical energy, inflicting harm upon the caster. During an experiment involving the resonance of a fire spell and a wind spell, a miscalibration caused the fire tornado to abruptly reverse, nearly singeing Seamus. Over-reliance on magical resonance could lead to an imbalance of magical energy. Seamus noted that after frequent use of resonance magic, the flow of his own magical energy became chaotic, necessitating prolonged meditation to restore equilibrium. The resonance of different magical attributes could yield unforeseen side effects. For instance, the resonance between dark magic and light magic, while capable of generating immense energy, could also provoke mental confusion and anguish. In the face of these risks, Seamus did not retreat, but instead approached his experiments with heightened caution, persistently seeking methods to control and balance magical resonance. He constructed a magical resonance simulator within his mental realm, simulating various resonance scenarios to anticipate potential issues and devise solutions. In one simulation, Seamus discovered that incorporating a stabilizing rune into resonance magic effectively prevented frequency fluctuations. He applied this rune in practical experiments, successfully controlling the power and direction of the fire tornado, transforming it into a manageable and potent offensive tool. As his understanding of the phenomenon of magical resonance deepened, Seamus began to ponder a more profound question. What is the essence of magical resonance? Why do different forms of magic exhibit such remarkable interactions? He sought clues within the magical notes left by his father and unearthed theories regarding the magical field. Magic does not exist in isolation, but rather forms an invisible field akin to a magnetic or electric field. When different magical fields come into proximity, interactions arise, and resonance manifests as the expression of these interactions reaching a certain equilibrium. If the magical field is akin to a wave, then resonance represents the harmonious resonance between different waves. With this bold hypothesis pinned in his notebook, Seamus embarked on a journey to validate his theory, employing mathematical and physical methods to describe the phenomena of magical fluctuations and resonance. He referenced the wave theories from the Muggle world learned during his science classes, and charted the frequency and amplitude of magical fluctuations, seeking to uncover the mathematical laws governing resonance among various magics. After days of diligent effort, he stumbled upon an astonishing fact. A simple proportional relationship existed between the frequencies of magical resonance, reminiscent of chords in music, where specific frequency combinations yielded harmonious resonance. Magic indeed possesses its own melody, Seamus mused excitedly. This revelation elevated his understanding of magical resonance to an entirely new echelon. He no longer regarded resonance as a random occurrence, but rather as a systematic and exquisite magical art. Throughout his exploration of magical resonance, Seamus remained faithful to his original craft, explosive magic. He began to experiment with applying the principles of magical resonance to explosive spells, endeavoring to create a more precise and powerful method of detonation. He designed a resonance explosion rune, composed of multiple subrunes of varying attributes, each representing a distinct magical essence. When these subrunes were activated simultaneously, their magic would resonate, triggering a chain reaction that ultimately resulted in a powerful yet controllable explosion. During one experiment, Seamus inscribed the resonance explosion rune onto a massive boulder and sequentially activated each component of the rune. As magic flowed into it, the air surrounding the boulder began to vibrate, intertwining different magical attributes to form an immense energy sphere. Upon reaching a critical point, a spectacular explosion ensued. The boulder was instantaneously reduced to countless fine particles, while the surrounding trees and structures remained unscathed. "This is the explosive magic I have longed for," Simo exclaimed, exhilarated by the scene before him. He realized that this fusion of magical resonance with explosive spells not only significantly amplified the power of explosions, but also enabled unprecedented precision and control, laying a robust foundation for his future studies and practices at Hogwarts. Chapter 20. The Breakthrough at 5 years old. Simo stood in the tool shed. Before him lay his latest creation on the experimental table, a small device composed of intricate runes and magical crystals, meticulously crafted for the in-depth study of magical resonance phenomena. With the start of the Hogwarts term approaching, he felt an increasing urgency to explore the mysteries of magic as extensively as possible before his enrollment. He gently pressed the activation button on the device, and in an instant, the crystal emanated a soft glow with beams of various colors intertwining. The entire apparatus began to vibrate slightly, and an unusual wave of magical energy permeated the air. Shima fixated on the magical readings displayed on the instrument, attempting to capture the subtle variations in the resonance of the magic. Suddenly, a wave of intense dizziness engulfed him, and darkness clouded his vision as his body involuntarily swayed. Instinctively, he grasped the laboratory table in an effort to steady himself, but he soon realized that everything around him was becoming increasingly indistinct, as if he were ensnared in a shroud of mist. When Shimo regained consciousness, he found himself in an unfamiliar room. The decor was remarkably antiquated, with a thick layer of dust covering the furniture and faded portraits hanging on the walls, their subjects' gazes exuding an eerie emptiness. "Where am I?" Shimo thought, panic rising as he surveyed his surroundings, filled with confusion and unease. He attempted to approach the door, only to discover it was securely locked, resisting his every effort to open it. Just as despair began to settle in, a familiar voice echoed in his ear, "Shima, do not be afraid." Shima spun around in surprise, witnessing a figure slowly emerging from the shadows. Clad in a tattered wizard's robe, the person's face was gaunt, yet their eyes radiated a sense of determination and warmth. "Father?" Shima gasped, his eyes widening in disbelief. The figure before him was none other than his father, Michael Finnegan, whom he had never met but had seen countless times in his dreams. "Indeed, my child," Michael Finnegan replied with a gentle smile, his eyes filled with affection. "Welcome to my world of memories." Shima, bewildered, struggled to comprehend what was happening. The world of memories? What does this mean? How did I end up here? He looked down at his hands, as if seeking answers within them. But why now? Why me? As he spoke, Michael Finnegan waved his wand, and the surroundings transformed instantaneously. They found themselves in a sun-drenched garden, brimming with an array of peculiar flowers, the air infused with a delicate fragrance. Shima observed a small boy squatting on the ground, intently fiddling with an assortment of magical artifacts. The boy was none other than Michael Finnegan at the age of 5. "This was me at 5 years old," Michael Finnegan pointed out. "Even then, I exhibited a remarkable talent and keen interest in magic. I would often secretly experiment with my father's magical items, attempting to cast various spells. Although I frequently got into minor troubles, I also uncovered many secrets about magic." Shima gazed at the young Michael Finnegan, a wave of warmth washing over him. "Father, you were so impressive back then." Michael Finnegan chuckled softly. "In truth, my significant breakthrough occurred during an unforeseen incident." The scene shifted, revealing 5-year-old Michael Finnegan conducting a new magical experiment. He was endeavoring to merge two distinct types of magical energy to create an entirely new magical effect. However, the experiment took a turn for the worse. The magic spiraled out of control, forming a colossal vortex of energy that ensnared Michael Finnegan. At that moment, I believed I was facing death. Michael recalled that experience, a flicker of fear still lingering in his eyes. Yet at that critical moment, he suddenly grasped a pivotal principle of magic, the balance of magical energy. Curious, Simon inquired, "What does the balance of magical energy mean?" Michael elucidated, "Every form of magical energy possesses its own unique attributes and frequencies. When different types of magic intertwine, it is imperative to discover their equilibrium to achieve harmonious coexistence. Otherwise, as demonstrated in the previous experiment, it may lead to uncontrollable magical surges." As he spoke, Michael waved his wand once more, conjuring a complex diagram of magical runes, annotated with the various properties and frequencies of different magical energies, alongside their interdependent balance. "This," he declared, "is the rune of magical balance that I perceived at that time. Not only did it aid me in successfully controlling the runaway magic, but it also laid a solid foundation for my future studies in the arcane arts." Simon examined the rune diagram intently, pondering. Father, does this rune relate to my current research on magical resonance? Michael nodded affirmatively. Indeed. Magical resonance, in essence, is a harmonious vibration between different magical energies. To achieve this resonance, one must identify the balance point between them, much like the rune of magical balance I discerned years ago. Suddenly enlightened, Simon exclaimed, I understand. The key to magical resonance lies in finding the balance point between magics, allowing them to coordinate and work in unison. Michael smiled with pride. Precisely, my child. You are astute. I believe you will achieve even greater feats on your magical journey. With that, Michael waved his wand again, and the surrounding scene began to dissolve gradually. Simon felt himself growing lighter, as though he were ascending into the air. Father, wait for me, he called out anxiously, not wishing to part from his father so swiftly. Child, remember my words, Michael's voice echoed in Simon's ears. The power of magic lies not only in its might, but also in balance and harmony. Only when you truly comprehend this can you become a truly great wizard. As the last glimmer of light faded, Simon was enveloped in darkness, once more, losing consciousness. Father, I will surely remember your words, Simon whispered, determination and confidence shining in his eyes. Rising to his feet, he approached the experimental platform, gazing at the magical resonance apparatus that had sparked everything. The magical readings on the device had returned to normal. Yet Simon recognized that his understanding of magical resonance had ascended to a new pinnacle. He pressed the activation button on the device once again. The crystal emitted a radiant glow as beams of various colors intertwined, and the vibrations of magical resonance permeated the air once more. This time, Simon felt neither anxiety nor trepidation, but rather a surge of excitement and anticipation. For he understood that he had unearthed the key to a deeper realm of the magical world, a key that would guide him in crafting his own legend on his journey through Hogwarts. Chapter 21. The Study of the Principle of Projectiles. 6-year-old Seamus crouched in the muddy ground outside the tool shed, clutching a smooth pebble in his hand. He had just finished reading a segment in his father's notes regarding ballistic trajectories, where hasty formulas were accompanied by various arcs depicting the flight paths of projectiles, resembling an elongated series of ellipses. Why could projectiles fly so far? Seamus murmured to the air. He placed the pebble down and traced a shallow parabola in the dirt with his finger, the only trajectory he could conceive for a projectile's flight. Just last week, in the library of the Muggle school, he had perused a picture book about ancient warfare, captivated by the illustrations of castle sieges. The massive stones hurled by trebuchet arced through the sky like dark meteors crashing against the walls. The precise destruction resonated with the explosive magic stirring within him. When Morin approached, carrying a glass of milk, she beheld this scene, her son squatting in the mud, arranging stones into peculiar formations, mumbling terms like angle and initial velocity. Are you playing your war game again? She chuckled, extending the milk towards him. The cup adorned with cartoon cows. It's not a game, Mom. Seamus accepted the cup, earnestly pointing to the stones on the ground. This is the flight path of the projectile. Dad's notes say that an explosion isn't merely about obliterating things. It must occur precisely where it is intended. Morin's smile waned slightly as she gently stroked his red hair. Your father dedicated his life to this. He always said that the best gunners can make projectiles seem as if they possess eyes. These words ignited a spark within Seamus. Suddenly, he grasped the pebble and hurled it forward with force. The stone traced a low arc before crashing against the fence. No, that's not right. He shook his head and picked up another stone, throwing it higher this time. The pebble soared farther, but veered off course. The issue lay in the thrust and angle. Seamus flipped through his father's notes, locating the page adorned with sketches of catapult. Beside the drawing was a line of small text. The 3 elements of force, magnitude, direction, and point of application, none can be omitted. In the ensuing weeks, the grass in front of the tool shed transformed into his experimental arena. He experimented with varying degrees of force to throw stones, meticulously recording their landing points. He drew angle lines in the dirt, testing from 30 to 60 degrees. He even procured a slingshot from a Muggle toy store to study the conversion of elastic potential energy into kinetic energy. I found it, Seamus exclaimed one rainy afternoon. He discovered that when the slingshot's rubber band was pulled to its maximum, achieving the greatest initial velocity, and aimed at a 45-degree angle, the pebble consistently flew the farthest. This revelation aligned perfectly with the formulas in his father's notes, though his father had employed Latin and symbols while he utilized a slingshot and stones. However, Seamus soon realized that magical projectiles were far more intricate than their physical counterparts. On one occasion, he attempted to imbue a pebble with a hint of explosive magic before throwing it, only for the stone to detonate mid-air, scattering fragments everywhere. Magic could alter weight and air resistance. Seamus sketched an exploding stone in his notebook, marking it with a large cross. He recalled a phrase from Introduction to Magical Physics. Magical objects adhere to a revised law of inertia, their trajectories influenced by disturbances within the magical field. To address this dilemma, he began to engrave miniature stability runes upon the surface of the pebbles, patterns derived from druidic symbols, resembling an arrow encircled. When a magically infused pebble was cast forth, the rune would automatically activate, enveloping the pebble in a delicate membrane of magical energy, thereby counteracting excess air resistance. The improved magical projectile proved to be considerably more stable. Standing at the threshold of the tool shed, Simon could accurately land the pebbles into an old bucket 10 meters away, which would only detonate upon touching the bottom, creating a delightful splash. The next step was to control the timing of the explosion. As Simon surveyed the rippling water in the bucket, ambition sparkled in his eyes. He recalled the timing rune described in his father's notes, an ancient symbol capable of delaying the release of magical energy, akin to equipping the explosion with a switch. Crafting the timing rune was far more challenging than the stability rune. Each spiral of the rune represented different delay intervals. Adding or subtracting a loop could result in a variance of several seconds. After discarding over 30 pebbles and suffering multiple small blisters from the magical energy, Simon finally grasped the technique. When the first-timed magical projectile detonated precisely above the bucket, Simon leapt with excitement, splattering himself with water. Droplets cascaded from his red hair, yet he paid them no heed. He had touched the threshold of controllable explosions. Morin observed her son's sun-kissed cheeks and frayed sleeves, feeling a mix of pride and concern. She tucked a 4-leaf clover specimen into his notebook, inscribing beside it, "Your father was often a mess as well." Simon affixed the clover to the page dedicated to his explosive research. He understood that he was gradually piecing together his own system of explosive magic with slingshots and pebbles. The pebbles soaring across the grassy field, the precise landing spots, and the resonant pops occurring at predetermined moments were all letters he penned to his future. As the autumn winds swirled fallen leaves, Simon had already mastered the ability to strike with pinpoint accuracy. He would let magically infused chestnuts land upon the chimney of the neighboring Mackenzie household, waiting for them to roll to the ground before detonating, which startled several sparrows perched on the fence. He could send apple cores flying directly into a distant trash bin, disintegrating into dust upon contact with the bottom. This was not destruction. It was precision delivery, he explained to the bewildered explosion. The owl tilted its head and pecked at the slingshot in his hand, as if to say, "I wish to try as well." On that afternoon, amidst a courtyard adorned with crimson leaves, Simon stood before the tool shed, watching the sunset stretch a shadow long. He raised the slingshot, aiming at the evening glow on the horizon, yet refrained from releasing it, for he suddenly comprehended that the ultimate principle of projectiles was not merely to strike a target, but to master the trajectory, much like mastering one's own life, knowing where to go, how to proceed, and when to pause. He placed the slingshot into the toolbox and took out his notebook, inscribing, "The soul of a projectile is calculation. The soul of magic is control. When both are united, it becomes an art of precision." Outside, the final maple leaf drifted down slowly, akin to a completed projectile, landing accurately beside the tree's roots. Chapter 22. The Fusion of Magic and Physics. Seamus sat on the floor of the tool shed, surrounded by the spoils of his research, charred wooden blocks, metal plates inscribed with runes, and a stack of parchment filled with formulas and sketches. Before him, a rudimentary magical device hummed, a testament to his latest endeavor to merge magic with the principles of physics, creating a novel mechanism for energy transformation. Magic cannot rely solely on incantations and wands. He murmured to himself as the device crackled, while an owl tilted its head, seemingly listening intently. His father's notes proclaimed that true power in magic lies in understanding the laws of the universe and mastering them. He picked up a well-worn copy of Introduction to Muggle Physics, a treasure he had unearthed from a second-hand bookstore. The intricate formulas and laws that once intimidated him now revealed a wondrous connection to the world of magic. Newton stated that force equals mass times acceleration. Seamus inscribed this equation on the parchment, sketching an arrow pointing to a rune symbolizing magical energy. What if magical energy were regarded as a unique form of force? A vivid image sprang to mind. An ordinary stone propelled by magic, soaring at an astonishing velocity akin to a small cannonball. This notion thrilled him, prompting him to commence the construction of an experimental apparatus. Simo retrieved a discarded slingshot, etching magical amplification runes onto its rubber bands. From his father's old trunk, he unearthed a piece of magical stone, a crystal capable of storing magical energy. Though its power was feeble, it sufficed for his experiment. Let's explore whether magic can alter the rules of physics. Simo secured the magical stone within the pouch of the slingshot, took a deep breath, and gradually pulled back the rubber band. As it reached its limit, the runes began to emit a faint blue glow, absorbing the magic from the stone. He could feel the surging magical energy in the air, reminiscent of the calm before storm. Release. Simo let go, and the magical stone shot forth like an arrow. Yet this time, its trajectory defied all expectations. Instead of tracing a parabolic arc like an ordinary stone, it surged straight ahead, accelerating rapidly until it vanished into the distant woods, leaving only a muted thud behind. Success! Simo leaped with joy, and the device echoed his excitement with flapping wings and cheerful hoots. He realized he had just witnessed the perfect fusion of magic and physics. Magical energy had altered the inertia and acceleration of the object, allowing it to transcend conventional physical limitations. However, Simo was not content with this accomplishment alone. He began to ponder the potential applications of this union. Could magic like electricity power machinery? Or, akin to gravity, govern the motion of objects? In pursuit of answers, Simo embarked on a series of bolder experiments. He employed magic to propel a small water wheel, causing it to spin rapidly without the presence of a water current. He endeavored to create a gravitational field that would draw nearby objects toward its center. These experiments, however, were not without their challenges. Once, while attempting to harness magic for electricity generation, he inadvertently triggered a minor explosion, filling the tool shed with acrid smoke. Hearing the blast, Morin hurried over, only to find Simon covered in soot, eliciting both exasperation and amusement. Are you conducting an experiment or conjuring a disaster? Morin remarked with a sigh as she assisted him in tidying up the shed. Simon sheepishly scratched his head. I apologize, Mother. I merely wished to see if magic and electricity could coexist. Observing his earnest demeanor, Morin sighed. I understand your curiosity about magic, but please prioritize safety. Your father wants. Her voice suddenly choked with emotion, leaving her words unspoken. Simon grasped his mother's hand. I promise to be cautious, Mother. I simply aspire to enhance the power and utility of magic. Morin nodded, forcing a faint smile. I believe in you, Simon. You are a natural-born magician, just like your father. After countless failures and attempts, Simon ultimately succeeded in creating a miniature magical generator. This device consisted of a magical crystal, several rune coils, and a small turbine. When magical energy was infused into the crystal, the rune coils generated an electric current that propelled the turbine, thereby producing electrical energy. This was the confluence of magic and physics. As Simon gazed at the whirring turbine, pride sparkled in his eyes. He realized that this modest generator was merely the beginning. He would delve into further possibilities of merging magic and physics, crafting unprecedented magical technology. As his research deepened, Simon began to perceive that the connection between magic and physics was not mere coincidence. They were akin to two sides of the same coin, each elucidating the mysteries of the world from distinct perspectives. Magic represented a force transcending convention, while physics offered a precise depiction of natural laws. Their union promised boundless potential. To further explore this potential, Simon commenced an examination of the similarities between magical arrays and electrical circuits. He discovered an astonishing resemblance between the arrangement of runes in magical arrays and the layout of electronic components and circuits. Both necessitated specific connections to facilitate the flow and transformation of energy. If one regarded magical arrays as a unique form of circuitry, then it could be analyzed and optimized through physical principles. In his notebook, Simon boldly inscribed this hypothesis, surrounded by various comparative illustrations of magical arrays and circuit diagrams. Based on this premise, he began to experiment with circuit principles to enhance the magical arrays. He substituted traditional magical lines with metallic wires, employing electronic components to regulate the direction and intensity of magical energy. After numerous trials, he successfully crafted a more efficient and stable magical array, its magical output nearly doubling that of conventional arrays. This was a breakthrough. Overjoyed, Simon eagerly shared the news with his owl companion, who seemed to sense his elation, circling above and emitting a series of sharp hoots. Simon's research transcended mere theory and experimentation. He began to contemplate how to apply these discoveries in practical life, bringing convenience to the people. He conceived numerous intriguing ideas, such as a broom that combines magic with physics for automatic cleaning, an intelligent magical alarm clock, and even flying cars. The magical world of the future is bound to become more captivating due to these discoveries. As Simon gazed out at the sky, his heart brimmed with anticipation. He understood that he stood at the threshold of a new beginning, poised to embark on a journey of magic brimming with challenges and surprises. Chapter 23. The Experiment of Homemade Explosives. Simon stood in the tool shed, his eyes reflecting excitement and tension. On the workbench lay an array of materials he had gathered: potassium nitrate from the Muggle hardware store, sulfur powder salvage from his father's old belongings, and some dried charcoal. Today, he was to conduct a crucial experiment, creating homemade explosives. This was no mere child's play. It was a significant step in his exploration of explosive magic. The basic formula for black powder, 1 part sulfur, 2 parts nitrate, 3 parts charcoal, was critical in its proportions. Simon murmured softly, recalling the notes his father had penned. The notes mentioned that black powder was an ancient explosive in the Muggle world, although its power did not rival that of magical explosives. The underlying chemical principles bore intricate connections to magical detonations. He carefully measured the potassium nitrate, sulfur, and charcoal with a balance, meticulously confirming each reading, fearful of the slightest mistake. As he mixed the components, a pungent odor filled the air, and the explosive mixture on a nearby shelf trembled restlessly, as if sensing the impending danger. "Don't worry, my friend. I know what I'm doing," Simon reassured his owl, though his palms were slick with perspiration. Once the powders were blended, he pondered how to transform this loose mixture into a stable explosive. He attempted to incorporate a special magical glue, concocted from enchanted herbs, which possessed both adhesive properties and a degree of magical conductivity. As the glue was added, the powders gradually adhered to one another, and Simon rolled them into small pellets, placing them in a well-ventilated area to dry. These unassuming pellets, despite their appearance, harbored potentially immense energy. May everything proceed smoothly, Simon inhaled deeply, positioning the pellets on a wooden board, then connecting them with a slender magical fuse he had crafted from enchanted threads soaked in a magical potion, capable of precisely controlling the timing of the explosion. He stepped back, waved his wand, and ignited the fuse. Sparks swiftly traveled along its length. The sizzling sound resonated sharply in the stillness of the yard, and Simon's heart raced. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted as the powder pellet detonated, creating a significant crater in the board, with splinters scattering widely. Elated, Simon leaped with joy. His experiment had achieved preliminary success. However, he soon realized a flaw. The explosion's force was less than he had anticipated, and its range lacked concentration. Returning to the target range, Simon switched to the improved explosive, igniting the fuse once more. The explosion was louder, this time shattering the board and leaving a distinct crater in the ground from the force of the blast. Just like that, Simon exclaimed, waving his wand with exhilaration. Yet, he was not content with this achievement. He began to contemplate how to integrate magic into black powder to further amplify its power. He endeavored to infuse various magical attributes during the creation process, keenly observing the transformations of the explosive effects. When he infused it with fire magic, the explosion erupted in a blaze of fierce flames, generating an extremely high temperature. Conversely, when he introduced wind magic, the resulting blast produced a force akin to a miniature tornado, sweeping debris into the sky. Simon meticulously documented these experimental outcomes in his notebook, leaving no data or variation unrecorded. Through his relentless experimentation, Simon encountered numerous setbacks. On one occasion, due to excessive magical infusion, the explosive detonated prematurely, nearly injuring him and shattering the windows of the tool shed. However, these challenges did not deter him. Rather, they instilled a greater sense of caution, prompting him to implement more comprehensive safety measures before each experiment. As his understanding of homemade explosives deepened, Simon began to explore the creation of explosives for various purposes. He crafted a small flash bomb that emitted a blinding light upon detonation, potentially serving to disorient adversaries in battle. He also devised a smoke bomb that released a dense cloud of smoke, useful for concealment or stealth. Morin often heard peculiar noises and saw flashes emanating from the tool shed, filling her with concern. One day, she ventured inside and was met with a chaotic scene and a soot-covered Simon. "Simon, what are you doing? This is far too dangerous," Morin exclaimed anxiously. Simon looked up, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "Mother, I am researching explosives. I've discovered how well magic and Muggle chemistry can combine, which greatly aids my explosive magic." Morin gazed into her son's determined eyes and sighed. "I understand your passion for magic, but you must prioritize safety, all right?" Simon nodded vigorously. "I will, Mother. I promise." After countless trials and refinements, Simon's homemade explosives became increasingly sophisticated. He not only unraveled the secrets of black powder, but also created unique explosives that fused magic with science. These explosives served as his secret weapons in exploring the magical realm, and he knew that he had taken a significant step forward on the path of explosive magic. Chapter 24. The Study of Mental Closure Techniques. Recently, Simon felt an unsettling sensation, as though unseen eyes were lurking in the shadows, scrutinizing his every move. Occasionally, strange thoughts flickered through his mind, as if something were trying to force its way in. This disquietude persisted until he stumbled upon the concept of mental closure techniques in his father's old notes, leading him to realize that an unknown danger might be encroaching upon him. To master the art of mental closure, one must first learn to control their emotions and maintain a tranquil mind. Simon murmured to himself, striving to recall the key points from the notes. He understood that emotional fluctuations acted like an open door, allowing external forces to intrude with ease. Thus, he resolved to commence his practice with meditation. Seeking a quiet corner, Simon settled cross-legged, closed his eyes, and endeavored to clear his mind. Initially, a flurry of thoughts danced through his consciousness like drifting willow fluff. The failures of today's experiment, the upcoming magical examination, and memories of playing with his friends. He exerted effort to banish these distractions, focusing intently on his breathing. Breathing in and out, Simon silently recited in his mind. Gradually, the cacophony of distracting thoughts began to diminish, and his inner self grew tranquil. However, just as he believed he had succeeded, a sudden noise shattered the stillness. A small bird collided with the window, the flurry of its wings instantly scattering his thoughts into disarray. This was insufficient. Simon furrowed his brow, realizing that the art of mental closure was far more challenging than he had anticipated. He must cultivate an unwavering sense of calm, impervious to external disturbances. In pursuit of further mastery, Simon endeavored to meditate amidst chaos. He ventured to a bustling marketplace, surrounded by throngs of people, the clamor of vendors and haggling filling the air. Finding a secluded corner, he seated himself, closed his eyes once more, and endeavored to shield himself from the external clamor. Initially, the myriad of sounds infiltrated his ears, making concentration elusive. Yet, undeterred, Simon constructed an invisible barrier in his mind, repelling the surrounding noise. As time elapsed, he gradually acclimatized to the din, his inner peace gradually restored. Progress was evident. Simon opened his eyes, a faint smile of satisfaction gracing his features. Yet, he understood that this was merely a preliminary triumph. The true challenge lay ahead. To refine his skills, Simon enlisted the aid of a close friend. He invited his companion to attempt reading his thoughts using simple magic, while he employed his mental closure technique to resist. On their first attempt, his friend effortlessly accessed the memory of Simon's most recent experiment, which left Simon somewhat disheartened. However, he swiftly recalibrated his mindset and reflected on the experience. I must conceal this memory, shrouding it with other inconsequential recollections, Simon contemplated, refocusing his concentration. When his friend made another attempt, all that was visible was Simon's visit to the library the previous day, while the memory of the experiment lay deeply obscured. Success! Simon leaped up in exhilaration, and his friend expressed astonishment at his progress. Yet, Simon was acutely aware that this was but a minor test. A truly formidable mind reader would prove far more adept than his friend, and he needed to perpetually enhance his abilities. Throughout his practice, Simon encountered numerous setbacks. At times, overwhelming emotions would cause him to lose control, rendering his mental closure ineffective. Other times, excessive tension would paradoxically lay his thoughts bare. Emotions are the crux of mental closure. I must learn to manage them better. Simon recognized that the art of mental closure transcended mere magical technique. It was a profound cultivation of one's emotions and spirit. To better harness his emotions, Simon began studying ancient magical meditation techniques, which would aid him in delving into his inner self, comprehending the roots of his emotions, and mastering the art of balancing and controlling them. Yet, Simon was not content with mere acquisition of knowledge. He understood that the art of mental closure was a continually evolving magic, requiring relentless exploration and practice to truly grasp its essence. On a moonlit night, Simon ventured deep into the forest alone. The moonlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled patterns upon the ground. He settled in a clearing and once again entered a meditative state. This time, he was not merely practicing the art of mental confinement. Rather, he was delving into the profound mysteries of his own soul. As his meditation deepened, It was as if he had transcended into an entirely new realm, one filled with visions and memories he had never before encountered. Upon awakening from his trance, Simon's gaze had transformed, becoming more resolute and profound. He understood that he had taken a significant step forward in his study of mental confinement, a step that would solidify the foundation for his future journey into the realm of magic. Chapter 25. The research continues. The morning sunlight streamed through the dusty windows of the workshop, casting a warm glow upon the cluttered desk laden with Simon's research materials. After arduous study of mental confinement, Simon felt he had gained further mastery over the mental realm, yet his exploration of explosive magic remained unceasing. He opened a new notebook, its cover emblazoned in vivid red ink with the words "Advanced Study of Explosive Magic." He intended to delve deeply into the transformation and control of magical energy during the explosive process, an entirely new domain brimming with uncertainty and challenge. The eruption of magical energy is instantaneous. However, how could one unleash its maximum potency at that very moment while precisely controlling its range? Simon pondered, nibbling on his quill, as he spread before him the section of his father's notes regarding magical compression. The notes indicated that compressing magical energy to its utmost could release astonishing energy in a brief span. Yet any slight misstep during the compression process could provoke a catastrophic explosion. Determined to start with fundamental experiments, Simon set up a rudimentary magical compression device in the corner of the workshop, composed of a specially crafted crystal container and several magical amplification runes. With great care, he began to infuse the container with magical energy, his eyes fixed intently on the shifting runes. As the energy flowed in, the runes began to emit a faint blue glow, and the air within the container seemed to be constricted by an invisible force, producing a soft hissing sound. Just a bit more magical energy, Simon murmured, beads of perspiration forming on his brow. As he continued to increase the input of magical energy, the container suddenly began to tremble violently, the runes flickering erratically. A wave of alarm surged through Simon as he realized the precariousness of the situation. Swiftly, he drew his wand and cast a dispersal spell, barely managing to stabilize the chaos. It appeared that magical compression was more challenging than he had anticipated. With a sigh, Simon seated himself to analyze the reasons for his failure. He discovered that during the compression process, a peculiar fluctuation of magical energy occurred, which interfered with the stability of the runes and led to the loss of control over the magic. To resolve this issue, Simon began to consult various magical tomes, searching for methods to stabilize the fluctuations. Within the pages of an ancient spell book, he stumbled upon a mysterious rune known as the Fluctuation Balancing Rune, reputed to effectively balance magical oscillations. Simon felt as though he had found a treasure and immediately began to study the technique for inscribing this rune. After several days of diligent effort, he finally mastered the art of drawing the Fluctuation Balancing Rune and integrated it into his magical compression device. When he conducted the experiment once more, the situation markedly improved. As Simon infused the container with magical energy, the Fluctuation Balancing Rune began to take effect, leading to a gradual stabilization of the magical waves, the runes no longer flickering. Success! Seamus gazed with exhilaration at the smoothly functioning magical compression device, his heart brimming with a sense of accomplishment. Yet, he understood that this was merely the initial step. The subsequent challenge lay in mastering the precise release of the compressed magical energy to a designated target. Outside the tool shed, he set up a simulated target, a stone pedestal reinforced with magic. He connected the container of compressed magic to a specially designed magical guidance apparatus capable of controlling the direction and velocity of the energy's release. Taking a deep breath, Seamus activated the magical guidance device. In an instant, a dazzling beam of blue light erupted from the container, striking the pedestal with unerring accuracy. With a resounding explosion, the pedestal shattered, leaving a deep crater in the ground surrounding it. The power was astonishing. Seamus was elated by the spectacle before him. Yet he noted that there was a certain loss of magical energy during the release process, resulting in the actual force falling short of his expectations. To enhance the efficiency of the magical energy, Seamus began inscribing various enhancement runes onto the magical guidance device. He meticulously adjusted the arrangement and combinations of the runes, conducting experiment after experiment. With each trial, he diligently recorded the data on magical release and explosion effects, analyzing the underlying issues. After countless failures and attempts, Seamus finally discovered an optimal combination of runes that elevated the energy efficiency to over 80. In the next experiment, the compressed magic struck the target like a bolt of lightning, The explosive force magnified several-fold, sending nearby trees swaying perilously in the powerful shockwave. "This is the explosive magic I sought," Shima exclaimed with glee, waving his wand as his companion, Bao Ming, chirped joyfully beside him, seemingly celebrating his achievement. As his research delved deeper, Shima began contemplating how to apply these findings in actual magical combat. He envisioned various combat scenarios, such as how to swiftly compress magical energy and unleash a formidable explosion to deliver a fatal blow to an adversary during a standoff, or how to utilize magical explosions to create a protective barrier against incoming attacks. To validate these concepts, Shima initiated simulated combat experiments. He conjured various virtual foes with magic and employed his developed explosive magic for both offense and defense. Throughout these experiments, he continuously adjusted his tactics and the application of his spells, drawing valuable lessons from each encounter. During one particular simulation, Shima encountered a formidable virtual adversary equipped with a powerful magical shield capable of withstanding ordinary magical assaults. After several futile attempts to breach the shield, he found himself at an impasse when an idea suddenly struck him. He first compressed the magical energy using his device, then divided the compressed energy into multiple smaller streams, directing them through the magical guidance apparatus to simultaneously attack the shield from different angles. The dispersed points of attack overwhelmed the shield's capacity, ultimately leading to its successful breach. So it can work this way. Shima excitedly documented this revelation, realizing that the application of explosive magic hinged not solely on raw power, but also on strategy and finesse. As research deepens, Simon's mastery in the realm of explosive magic continues to ascend. His experimental achievements have garnered the attention of several local sorcerers who flock to engage with Simon, exchanging their experiences and insights. From these interactions, Simon has acquired a wealth of new knowledge and techniques, further broadening the horizons of his research. Yet, he remains unsatisfied. He understands that the world of magic is boundless, and his journey is far from complete. In the days to come, he shall persist in unraveling the mysteries of explosive magic, aspiring to conjure even more potent and precise spells, ultimately becoming a true master of explosive sorcery. Chapter 26. The Discovery of Natural Magic. Simon found himself at an impasse in his studies of explosive magic. No matter how he optimized the techniques of power compression and release, the enhancement of potency and precision became increasingly limited. One day, laden with confusion, he ventured into the nearby ancient forest, seeking inspiration from nature. The air was thick with moisture, and sunlight filtered through the dense foliage, casting golden beams upon the earth. As Simon meandered along the winding path, he observed his surroundings with keen interest. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon a colossal oak tree, its trunk marred by a lightning strike. Strangely, the tree had not perished. Instead, from the wound sprouted a peculiar, luminescent crystal. What could this be? Intrigued, Simon approached and gently touched the crystal with his wand. In an instant, a unique wave of magical energy surged through him, starkly different from any magic he had previously encountered, brimming with vitality and the rhythm of nature. Could this be the essence of natural magic? He recalled a mention in his father's notes about a mysterious magical force existing within the natural world, concealed in mountains, rivers, flora, and fauna, promising unimaginable power to those who could harness it. Eager to delve deeper into the enigma of natural magic, Simon returned to the forest. He began to meticulously observe the surrounding plants and animals, discovering that many creatures resonated subtly with the natural magic. For instance, a fawn drinking from a stream glowed with a faint green aura, seemingly absorbing the surrounding magical essence. Meanwhile, certain climbing vines thrived through the aid of this natural magic, exhibiting remarkable vitality. Simon endeavored to emulate these beings and forge a connection with natural magic. He selected a tranquil clearing in the forest, seated himself, closed his eyes, and focused intently on the surrounding magical energies. Initially, he could only perceive a faint ripple of magical energy, but as he adjusted his state of mind, the waves grew increasingly potent, as if engaging in dialogue with his innermost self. Suddenly, Simon felt a surge of formidable energy coursing through him, causing his body to tremble slightly. He slowly opened his eyes, astonished to find his hands enveloped in a radiant green glow, while the surrounding flora and fauna seemed to draw closer, as if welcoming him into the embrace of natural magic. He had succeeded. Overjoyed, Simon leapt up, realizing he had taken the initial steps towards mastering the art of communicating with natural magic. Yet he was acutely aware that this was merely the beginning. To truly harness the essence of natural magic, A more profound exploration and practice was imperative. Upon returning to the tool shed, Simon commenced his endeavor to integrate natural magic into his explosive spells. He discovered that when natural magic was fused with his explosive power, the resultant detonations not only exhibited a remarkable augmentation in force, but also yielded peculiar effects. For instance, the areas ravaged by the explosions would swiftly burgeon with vibrant flora, and the previously devastated land would rejuvenate in a remarkably short span of time. It was astonishing to realize that natural magic possessed such restorative capabilities. Simon recognized that natural magic was not solely a formidable energy. It also encompassed the powers of healing and restoration. This revelation bestowed upon him a renewed perspective on explosive magic, prompting him to contemplate how to unleash explosive force while mitigating environmental degradation. To validate his insights, Simon embarked on a series of experiments. He established simulated targets within the forest and employed his explosive spells, now imbued with natural magic, for the assaults. After each explosion, he meticulously observed the surrounding changes, documenting the restorative effects of natural magic. Through numerous trials, Simon discerned that by carefully regulating the infusion of natural magic in the explosion's radius, he could achieve the desired explosive effects while minimizing ecological harm. This breakthrough exhilarated him. He was convinced he had unearthed the key to transcending the limitations of explosive magic. As his research into natural magic deepened, Simon discovered that it could also synergize with other elemental magics, producing even more potent magical effects. For instance, the amalgamation of natural magic with fire magic resulted in a unique flame capable of both igniting and nurturing plant life. When combined with water magic, it formed a magical liquid endowed with purification and healing properties. Throughout this journey, Simon encountered various challenges and obstacles. At times, the instability of natural magic due to environmental fluctuations led to failures in his experiments. On other occasions, he found himself utterly fatigued from excessive use of natural magic. Nevertheless, these setbacks only fueled his determination. I must master the secrets of natural magic and wield it as my most formidable weapon, Simon vowed silently. He understood that his path in the realm of magic was long and arduous, yet he no longer felt trepidation, for he had the companionship of natural magic and the courage to explore the unknown. With the arrival of autumn, as the leaves in the forest gradually turned golden, Simon's research yielded fruitful results. He had become adept at employing natural magic, conjuring a myriad of powerful and wondrous spells. His name began to circulate within the local wizarding community, and the people were filled with curiosity and admiration for this young magical prodigy. However, Simon remained humble, aware that his research merely scratched the surface of the vast mysteries of natural magic, with countless enigmas yet to explore. In the days to come, he would continue to delve deeper into the study of natural magic, perpetually enhancing his magical prowess and striving to make significant contributions to the advancement of the magical world. Chapter 27: The Disturbance of Inert Magic. With eager anticipation, Simon activated the magic compression device once more, expecting that the infusion of natural magic would propel his explosive spell to unprecedented heights. However, reality dealt him a severe blow. The magic within the container was akin to a beast ensnared in a quagmire, sluggish and resistant. No matter how much he amplified the magical output, the compression process progressed at an infuriatingly slow pace, falling far short of his expectations. How could this be? It had been functioning well before. Furrowing his brow, beads of perspiration formed on his forehead, his eyes reflecting confusion and anxiety. He meticulously examined the device. The runes flickered as they should, and the crystal showed no signs of cracks. Everything appeared flawless. Yet, the magic seemed to have developed a will of its own, exhibiting an unusual lethargy. In pursuit of the root of the problem, Simon immersed himself in a mountain of arcane tomes. Within the pages of a weathered volume titled Analysis of Magical Properties, he stumbled upon a description of inert magic. The inertia of magic often arises from conflicts with the surrounding environment or other magical forces. When the harmony between magical energies is disrupted, they become resistant to change, rendering control exceedingly difficult. Could it be that the natural magic is clashing with my original explosive magic? Simon pondered, resolved to validate this hypothesis. He cautiously separated the natural magic from the experiment, focusing solely on compressing the explosive magic. This time, the magic flowed more smoothly than before, yet it still exhibited a marked inertia, yielding unsatisfactory progress. Undeterred, Simon contemplated the possibility that the method of magic storage might be at fault. His gaze fell upon the crystal container, harvested from nearby veins, which he had always regarded as a reliable vessel for magic. He picked up a crystal, scrutinizing it closely in search of clues. Suddenly, he noticed subtle impurities within the crystal, which shimmered with peculiar colors under the magic's illumination. Could these impurities be affecting the magic's vitality? A spark of realization ignited within Simon, prompting him to purify the crystal. He cast a purification spell, using magical flames to incinerate the impurities. After considerable effort, the crystal emerged pristine and translucent, emanating a gentle glow. Once more, Simon infused the purified crystal with magic, then activated the compression device. Yet, the situation remained unchanged. The magic's inertia persisted. A heavy weight settled upon his heart, and feelings of defeat loomed like dark clouds. Nevertheless, he understood that surrender was not an option. He must uncover the solution. Surely, some crucial element had escaped my notice. Rubbing his temples, Simon fell into deep contemplation. He retraced the entire experimental procedure from the gathering, storage to the compression and release of magic, each stage flashing through his mind. Suddenly, he recalled the tranquility and focus he experienced when resonating with natural magic in the forest. Could it be my mindset? Realizing that his eagerness for success had infused the experiment with anxiety and tension, which might have disrupted the magic's function, Simon resolved to try once more. This time, he allowed himself to calm his mind, adjusting his breath and entering a state of ethereal meditation. Slowly opening his eyes, determination gleamed within them. He activated the magic compression device again, guiding the magic infusion with a serene mindset. A miracle occurred. The flow of magic began to surge smoothly. The compression process gradually accelerated, and the brilliance of the magic within the container grew ever more dazzling. Success! Simon exclaimed excitedly, his voice echoing throughout the tool shed. He realized that he had finally overcome the troublesome inertia of magic. Although only temporary, this small breakthrough illuminated a glimmer of hope. However, Simon understood that this merely addressed the immediate issue. The deeper complexities of magical fusion and control still lay ahead, and a long journey awaited him. He meticulously documented this experience in his notebook, accumulating data for future research. In the days to come, he would persist in his explorations, forging ahead on the path of explosive magic until he unveiled all the mysteries of magic. Chapter 28. The first attempt at magic activation. This was a pivotal step. Simon murmured softly, his eyes filled with tension and anticipation. He knew that upon success, he would make significant strides in the realm of explosive magic. Yet should he fail, not only could the device be damaged, but he might also suffer unpredictable harm to his own body. With great care, Simon began to slowly infuse magic into the device. He meticulously controlled the output of magic, akin to manipulating a delicate thread. Any misstep could lead to a break. Initially, everything seemed to progress smoothly. The device absorbed the magic steadily, its radiance intensifying. However, when the influx of magic reached a certain threshold, the device suddenly shook violently, the rune's light flickering erratically, accompanied by a piercing buzz. "Oh no!" Simon gasped, realizing that the infusion of magic had exceeded the device's capacity, posing an imminent risk of explosion. He immediately attempted to sever the magical connection with the device, but for reasons unknown, the magic felt as though it were ensnared by an invisible force, refusing to retract. Where had the problem arisen? Furrowing his brow, Simon began a meticulous inspection of both the device and his magical flow. He discovered that although the device's magic absorption core had been reinforced, it still struggled against the torrent of magic surging within him. Furthermore, his emotional fluctuations during the infusion process adversely affected the stability of the magic, leading to its uncontrollable state. Simon realized that to successfully activate magic, he would require not only a more powerful device, but also an improved ability to control his emotions and magical energy. He resolved to first focus on adjusting his mindset, employing meditation and breathing exercises to cultivate a calmer state of mind and more stable emotions. Concurrently, he began to research ways to further enhance the magic activation device, bolstering its capacity and stability. In the ensuing days, Simon immersed himself entirely in research. He perused an abundance of magical literature, exchanged experiences with local sorcerers, and experimented with various materials and rune combinations. At last, he discovered a new material for the magic absorption core, a mysterious crystal unearthed from ancient ruins. This crystal possessed remarkable capabilities for magic absorption and stability, capable of withstanding the powerful magical surges within him. Eagerly, Simon installed the new magic absorption core into the device and prepared for another attempt at magic activation. This time, he was thoroughly prepared. Not only had he adjusted his mindset, but he had also crafted a detailed plan for the infusion of magic. Seamus stood before the apparatus, inhaling deeply before gradually activating it. As he recited the guiding incantation, the runes upon the device illuminated once more, radiating a soft and steady glow. Adhering to his meticulous plan, he slowly and steadily infused the apparatus with his magical energy, his gaze fixated on the shifting runes, ever prepared for unforeseen occurrences. The magic flowed incrementally into the device, which absorbed it smoothly without any anomalies. The tension in Seamus' heart gradually dissipated, replaced by exhilaration and anticipation. When the infusion of magical energy reached the predetermined threshold, the apparatus suddenly emitted a dazzling light, illuminating the entirety of the tool shed. Seamus sensed a formidable force emanating from the device, resonating powerfully with the magic within him. He recognized this as a signal of success. Closing his eyes, he focused intently, guiding this force to merge with his own magic. As the fusion progressed, he felt his magical energy strengthen and stabilize, as if breaking through some unseen limitation. "I did it!" Seamus exclaimed joyfully, his voice brimming with elation and pride. He opened his eyes to witness the glow of the device gradually fading. His heart swelling with a sense of accomplishment, he realized that he had successfully completed his first attempt at magical activation, taking a solid step down the path of explosive magic. This success greatly bolstered Seamus' confidence, yet he understood that this was merely the beginning. In the future, he must continue to explore and practice, further enhancing his mastery over magic to create even more powerful explosive spells. But for now, he wished to revel in the joy of his achievement, feeling a profound pride in his efforts and perseverance. Chapter 29. The Small Mushroom Cloud in the Backyard. On a sweltering late summer afternoon, Seamus' tool shed buzzed with more activity than the stifling heat outside. He crouched on the ground, meticulously drawing a complex pentagram with chalk, at the center of which lay a fist-sized piece of obsidian. This was the energy-concentrating stone he had acquired from a black market sorcerer in exchange for 3 bottles of mead, reputed to instantaneously gather the ambient magical energy. This time, it had to succeed. Seamus licked his chapped lips, beads of sweat from his brow dripping onto the chalk lines, blurring a small section with a hazy white mark. After previous attempts at taming inert magic and activating magical energy, he finally dared to challenge the extreme compression explosive technique he had sketched in his notebook for half a year. This perilous magic involved mixing natural magic and explosive magic in a 37-to-1 ratio, compressing it into a magical singularity using the energy-concentrating stone before detonating it. Simulating the principles of nuclear fission mentioned in Muggle textbooks, he placed various mediums at the 5 points of the pentagram, a pinch of dried hyacinth powder, wind magic, in the upper left, 3 drops of morning dew, water magic, in the upper right, volcanic ash, fire magic, in the lower left, fresh moss, natural magic in the lower right, and a strand of his own red hair, a personal magical anchor, at the forefront. "Mother has gone to Mrs. Mackenzie's for tea, granting me a 2-hour window," Seamus noted, glancing at the Muggle clock hanging on the wall. Taking a deep breath, he began to chant an ancient Celtic incantation. This incantation is not designed to drive magic, but rather to soothe the impending compression of magical energy, akin to gently calming a wild stallion before placing a bridle upon it. As the incantation resonated, the chalk lines of the pentagram began to illuminate, with 5 mediums lighting up in succession, resembling a string of colorful lights. The obsidian at the center gradually warmed, its surface revealing a web-like pattern of red light, a manifestation of the forcibly gathered magical energy struggling within. Seamus could sense the needle of the magical pressure gauge in the spiritual realm frantically oscillating, nearing the precarious threshold of 80. Now is the moment. Seamus abruptly drew his wand, inscribing the final detonation rune onto the obsidian. This rune, a product of his ingenuity merging Muggle circuitry designs, simulated a short-circuit effect with 3 intertwined magical lines, intended to instantaneously disrupt the balance of the magical singularity. Upon contact with the rune, the obsidian instantly contracted into a blinding red point, as if it absorbed all the light within the tool shed. Instinctively, Seamus stepped back 3 paces, shielding his eyes with his arm. This was his predetermined safety distance, calculated through 7 simulations, adequate to evade the primary shockwave. Boom! A muffled explosion reverberated through the iron roof of the shed, resonating deeper than any previous detonation, yet imbued with a force that seemed to solidify the air. Lowering his arm, Seamus was astonished to find no fragments scattering as anticipated. Instead, a small, grayish-white cloud the size of a fist ascended, The cloud hovered at the location of the pentagram, as if pressed by a slow-motion button, gradually expanding and rotating. Its edges adorned with faint purple arcs of electricity, an exquisite miniature mushroom cloud. Had it truly succeeded? Shima's eyes widened in disbelief. More astonishingly, the ground beneath the mushroom cloud only bore a smooth, shallow pit, with surrounding materials remaining unscathed. Even the chalk lines of the pentagram were still distinctly visible. The magical energy had been entirely contained within the singularity, detonating without a trace of leakage. He cautiously approached, crouching at the edge of the shallow pit to observe. The soil at the bottom exhibited a glassy sheen, and when prodded with his wand, he could still feel the residual, peculiar magical fluctuations. This fluctuation was not the chaotic violence typical of ordinary explosions. Rather, it carried a serene calmness akin to the surface of a lake after a storm. The power was controlled at 0.5 standard units, with a radius precisely calibrated to 30 centimeters, and an energy conversion rate of 72. Shima pulled out his notebook, hastily recording the data, his pen trembling with excitement. This indicated not only that he had achieved the extreme compression of magical energy, but also that he had mastered the core technique of clean detonation, destroying only the intended target without affecting the surrounding environment. Just as he reveled in his triumph, a familiar figure flickered in his peripheral vision beyond the backyard fence, causing his heart to leap into his throat. It was Lily, the young daughter of the Mackenzies, who adored visiting the backyard at this hour to gather dandelions. To make matters worse, the small mushroom cloud had yet to dissipate completely, lazily drifting toward the fence like a mischievous specter. The consequences of being seen by a Muggle child witnessing this defiance of physical laws were unimaginable. With an instinctive flick of his wand, Simon swiftly cast 2 spells, Ventus Cessair, which halted the drifting mushroom cloud, and Nebula, transforming the solid mass into ordinary water vapor. The interval between these 2 incantations was a mere 0.3 seconds, a skill he had honed over 3 weeks for self-preservation. At the very moment the mushroom cloud encountered the Ventus Cessair spell, it froze in place, then dissipated like a burst soap bubble, merging into the humid afternoon air. Lily hummed a tune as she passed by the fence, clutching a handful of dandelions, blissfully unaware of the magical spectacle that had transpired mere meters away. Leaning against the wooden wall of the tool shed, Simon's heart raced, his shirt damp with cold sweat. Those few seconds had been more nerve-wracking than the entire design of the explosive array. As he observed Lily's bouncing figure, he suddenly realized that in his pursuit of precise demolition, the true essence of precision lay not in the magnitude of power, but in the context and timing of its application. While tidying up the aftermath, Simon stumbled upon an unexpected discovery: the dandelion seeds at the edge of the shallow pit, untouched by the explosion's shockwave, had sprouted prematurely under the influence of residual magic, giving rise to seedlings adorned with purple streaks. He cautiously transplanted one into a flower pot, perhaps embarking on a new exploration of the synergy between magic and botany. Morin paused momentarily, then smiled and nodded. Of course, why the sudden interest? Simon gazed out at the darkening sky, where a mushroom cloud had once floated, a phenomenon known only to him. He murmured, because magic is not solely for destruction. At times, protection demands even greater finesse. That evening, on the final page of his notebook, Simon sketched a small mushroom cloud, inscribing beside it, "With great power comes the necessity of a firm grip." This phrase would later be etched into the handle of his first wand, accompanying him through countless adventures at Hogwarts. Chapter 30. Enhancement of Control and the Practice of Cerebral Closure. The minor mushroom cloud incident in the backyard acted as a dousing cold water, extinguishing Simon's blind pursuit of sheer power. The moment he nearly caught the attention of a Muggle girl made it abundantly clear. For an explosive wizard, control was 100 times more critical than destructive capacity. Thus began his intensive 3-month training in precise control. In the open space outside the tool shed, he delineated 10 concentric target circles with white chalk, the innermost circle no larger than a coin. Each morning, at the first crow of the Mackenzie rooster, Simon would stand 10 meters away, casting a miniature explosive spell aimed solely at the bullseye, ensuring it would strike the center without damaging the surrounding rings. A deviation of just 0.5 degrees, or in excess of 0.02 units in magical output would yield undesirable results. Simon crouched before the target, measuring the blast marks with a caliper, meticulously charting correction curves in his notebook. During the first week, he had obliterated even the outermost ring, leaving the target area resembling a garden ravaged by wild rabbits. Morin, delivering milk, would shake her head upon witnessing the scene. "Are you practicing demolition or merely aerating the soil?" Simon offered no retort, instead committing his mother's words to memory in the front page of his notebook. He recalled the insights gained from conversing with magic and began to experiment with guiding intention instead of issuing forceful commands. When he ceased fixating on the outcome of hitting the bullseye and instead concentrated on the sensation of magic flowing from the tip of his wand, a miracle occurred. On the morning of the seventh day, a blast mark, the size of a silver coin, appeared precisely in the center of the smallest target. It was not I who controlled the magic. Rather, the magic comprehended my intent. Seamus was entranced by the blast mark and suddenly grasped the true meaning behind the phrase "go with the flow" found in his father's notes. The enhancement of control manifested not only in explosive spells, but also inspired him to apply explosive magic to delicate tasks, carving intricate patterns into pumpkins, employing micro-explosions with 0.1 units of magic to layer away the flesh, inscribing letters on eggshells, where the magic diminished by 99 upon passing through the shell, and even cleaning the feathers of his owl, Bang, with directed air blasts to dislodge the dust within the quills. Bang became his most faithful quality inspector. Each time Seamus completed a piece, it would peck him to signify approval or flap its wings in disapproval. On one occasion, Seamus crafted a pumpkin helmet for Bang, who donned it and perched on the fence, drawing a crowd of muggle sparrows, which incited the owl's ire, leading it to ignore Seamus for 3 days. His practice methods were rather unique. Seated in the tool shed, he assembled intricate magical machinery while simultaneously constructing mental images in his mind that diverged entirely from the actions at hand. For instance, while he was repairing a magic resonator, he envisioned himself gathering herbs in the forest. As his fingers twisted screws, his thoughts simulated the act of fishing. Distraction served as both an adversary and companion to the art of mental closure. Seamus summarized in his notes that the key lay in allowing surface thoughts to drift like ice flows while the deeper consciousness remained anchored like a seabed anchor, steadfastly guarding the true secrets. Once, Moreland entered with a tray of freshly baked cookies and suddenly inquired, "What were you doing in the tool shed yesterday afternoon?" "I thought I heard a strange buzzing." While Seamus's hands adjusted the gears of the resonator, a vivid image of a mushroom cloud flashed through his mind. Yet he replied, "I was crafting an automatic feeder for Bang. Perhaps the spring has loosened." He could even sense his mother's gaze linger on the back of his head for 3 seconds before a light chuckle escaped her lips. "Well done. It has been rather finicky lately." Once his mother departed, Seamus realized his back was damp once again. This time, it was not from fatigue, but rather a physiological reaction to the successful operation of mental closure. He glanced in the mirror, finding no trace of panic in his eyes, and finally exhaled in relief. To test his abilities, Seamus even sought out the town's reputed diviner, said to possess the skill of legilimency. He feigned an interest in fortune-telling, deliberately filling his mind with the recipe for pumpkin pie as the diviner stared into his eyes. The result was the old soothsayer frowning and remarking, "Child, your mind is awash with food. I fear you did not come to inquire about your future." Seamus paid a silver sickle, feeling more elated than had he won a duel. The amalgamation of control and mental closure yielded unexpected effects. On one occasion, while fine-tuning a new delayed explosion rune, the device suddenly spiraled out of control, threatening to detonate within the tool shed. Seamus did not, as was his wont, hurriedly recite the dissipating spell. Instead, he cleared his mind in an instant, commanding the uncontrollable surge of magic to pause for 5 seconds. Just before the explosion erupted, that fiery orange mass truly suspended in midair, resembling flames frozen in time. This 5-second reprieve was sufficient for Seamus to trace a transference rune with his wand, redirecting the explosion to an open space in the backyard. As the dust settled, Seamus gazed at the small crater on the ground and suddenly comprehended. The mental shielding spell not only fortifies against external psychic intrusions, but also aids the spellcaster in maintaining absolute control over their own magic amidst chaos. Like a sturdy ship in a tempest, it is not the anchor chain that secures it, but rather the steady hands of the captain. On a dusk in late autumn, Seamus stood in the center of the practice range, surveying the precise blast marks strewn across the ground alongside a notebook chronicling his practice of the mental shielding spell. He felt as though they represented 2 sides of a coin, one side reflecting mastery over external forces, the other safeguarding internal spirit. "I am prepared," Seamus whispered to the setting sun, whether it be the impending life at Hogwarts or the broader magical world that lay ahead. He understood he possessed the most formidable weapon, not destructive power, but the power of control, not a solid shield, but a clear mind. The zenith of magic lies in ensuring that every strand of magic finds its rightful place, and every thought flows with ease. Chapter 31, The Owl's Letter. The September breeze carried the crisp chill of early autumn, stirring a few fallen leaves in the backyard. Seamus was crouched on the ground, marking the scale lines on his newly crafted precision blasting practice target, when he suddenly heard the familiar flapping overhead. He looked up to see a gray-brown owl gracefully descending, its talons firmly grasping a yellowed parchment envelope. It was not his own owl, Boom, who at that moment perched on the fence, regarding the newcomer with a mix of vigilance and disdain, as though guarding its territory. Could it be an owl from Hogwarts? A thought sparked in Seamus's mind as he quickly stood. This owl appeared more spirited than the usual postal messengers, its eyes shining like amber, clearly a well-trained courier. The owl landed on his outstretched arm, gently releasing its grip to present the envelope to him. Upon receiving the letter, Seamus immediately noted its substantial texture, thick parchment, slightly worn at the edges, inscribed in elegant emerald green calligraphy. To Ireland, Dublin, the Finnegan family, Seamus Finnegan, recipient. The envelope bore a striking wax seal, depicting the Hogwarts crest, a lion, an eagle, a badger, and a serpent encircling a capital H. It was indeed a letter from Hogwarts. Seamus's heart raced, his fingers trembling slightly. Although he had anticipated this day, the reality of holding the letter stirred an uncontrollable excitement within him. He thanked the owl, retrieving a small piece of specially crafted magical jerky from his pocket, a treat marinated with magical herbs, highly favored by owls. The visiting owl pecked at the jerky, let out a satisfied hoot, and then soared away. The vibrant creature darted over, nuzzling its head against Simon's cheek, a gesture that resembled both affection and a gentle reminder of its status as the chief messenger. I know, you're the best," Simon chuckled, affectionately stroking the feathers of the creature before hastening back inside the house. In the kitchen, Morin was baking bread, the air rich with the aromas of wheat and butter. Upon noticing the envelope in Simon's hand, her movements momentarily paused. Then she turned with a soft smile. "Is it here?" "Yes, a letter from Hogwarts," Simon exclaimed, holding the envelope aloft as if it were an extraordinary treasure. Morin wiped her hands free of flour and approached to take the envelope, tenderly tracing the wax seal with nostalgia in her eyes. "Your father was more excited than you when he received his letter. He even knocked over the pots in the kitchen." "Really?" Simon asked, struggling to envision his father, who was so meticulous in his notes, displaying such chaotic excitement. "Indeed," Morin replied with a knowing smile, returning the letter to Simon. "Open it. It will inform you of what you need to prepare." Simon carefully unsealed the envelope and withdrew the parchment within. The letter was inscribed in emerald green ink, the script elegant and clear. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore. President of the International Confederation of Wizards, President of the Wizarding Association, First-Class Sorcerer of the Order of Merlin. Dear Mr. Finnegan, we are delighted to inform you that you have been accepted to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Enclosed is a list of required books and equipment. The term begins on September 1st. We await you at King's Cross Station on Platform 9. The train will depart promptly at 11 a. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. Beneath the letter was a comprehensive list of essential items for Hogwarts. 3 sets of plain work robes, black. 1 plain black pointed hat for day, wear 1 pair of protective gloves, dragon hide or similar material. 1 winter cloak, black, with silver fastenings. Textbooks, details below. 1 wand, 1 cauldron, pewter, size 2, a set of glass or crystal vials, 1 telescope, 1 brass scale. Students may bring an owl, cat, or toad. The textbook list included titles such as Standard Spells, Beginner, History of Magic, Magical Theory, Guide to Transfiguration, 1,000 Magical Herbs and Fungi, Potions, and Elixirs, Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, and Dark Forces, a Guide to Self-Protection. Simon read each word with great care, as if each letter were a stone cast into the lake of his heart, creating ripples of excitement. He was finally bound for Hogwarts, the magical school that had only existed in legends and his father's notes, a realm brimming with the unknown and adventures yet to be discovered. "There's quite a bit we need to acquire." Morin leaned in to scrutinize the list, pulling out a piece of paper to begin jotting down notes. "Next week we shall go to London. Everything can be found in Diagon Alley." "Diagon Alley?" Simon inquired, having read that name in his father's notes, aware that it was the shopping street for wizards. "Yes, it is home to Ollivander's wand shop. You will need a wand of your own," Morin remarked. "There is also the Leaky Cauldron and the robe shop. By the way, what pet do you wish to bring? An owl, a cat, or perhaps a toad?" Simon glanced at the excited owl perched on the windowsill, who tilted its head and blinked one eye. "I wish to bring the owl," Simon declared. The owl, as if comprehending, let out an enthusiastic hoot and flapped its wings, soaring onto Simon's shoulder, nuzzling against his cheek. "It seems eager to join us," Morin chuckled. "We shall need to prepare a suitable cage for it." The Olery at Hogwarts is far more formal than our home. In the ensuing days, Simon practiced his magic while daydreaming about life at Hogwarts. He envisioned the castle, speculating about which house he would be assigned to. His father's notes mentioned Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin, curious about what his future classmates would be like. The owl, too, seemed aware of the impending journey, displaying an unusual excitement. It began scavenging for shiny objects, pilfering Simon's buttons, coins, and even magical crystals to its nest, as if preparing for a voyage. On the eve of their departure to London, Simon carefully placed the Hogwarts letter and supply list into a specially crafted magical box, alongside his father's notes and his own experiment records. This box had been custom-made by Morin's old friend, designed to conceal magical items from muggles. "Are you ready?" Morin entered his room, finding Simon lost in thought while staring at the list. "Yes," Simon nodded, though a hint of hesitation lingered. "Mother, do you think I can adapt to life at Hogwarts? Will the courses be very challenging? What if I break something?" Despite having a firm grasp on his explosive magic, the thought of learning before so many unfamiliar witches and wizards made him anxious. Morin approached him, gently stroking his red hair. "Do not worry, Simon. You are far more capable than you realize. Your father always said that true magical talent is not measured by the strength of spells you can cast, but by your courage to face the unknown and the wisdom to wield power. You possess both." She paused, retrieving a small charm tied with a red string from her pocket, inscribed with a simple protective rune. "This is a talisman I procured for you. It will bring you good fortune." Simon accepted the charm, clutching it tightly in his hand, feeling a warm energy radiating from it. "Thank you, Mother. Get to bed early. We must catch the morning train to London." Morin tucked him in snugly before turning to leave the room. Lying in bed, Simon gazed at the moon outside, tightly holding the Hogwarts letter and his mother's talisman. The owl stood at the head of the bed, already asleep, emitting soft snores. He knew that from tomorrow onwards, a new chapter of his life would unfold. The adventures in Diagon Alley, the mystery of Platform 9 3/4, the journey aboard the Hogwarts Express, and the countless secrets hidden within that ancient castle, all awaited him. "Hogwarts, I am coming," Simon silently vowed, gradually drifting into slumber. In his dream, he found himself soaring through the forbidden forest of Hogwarts atop a broomstick, with the distant castle aglow like a gem embedded in the night. Chapter 32, Diagon Alley. The morning in London was shrouded in a damp mist, as King's Cross Station bustled with a throng of travelers, muggles hurriedly dragging their suitcases. The cacophony of whistles and footsteps intertwining into a lively din. Seymour closely followed Morin, clutching the magical box containing his Hogwarts letter, his curious eyes surveying the surroundings. This was his inaugural visit to London, as well as his first experience navigating through such a multitude of muggles. "Do not be anxious, just follow my lead." Morin smiled back at him, guiding him through the crowded throng towards the entrance of Platform 9 3/4. However, their purpose today was not to board a train, but to venture into Diagon Alley from this very spot. Morin led Seymour into a secluded alley, where several old wooden crates were stacked, clearly a corner unnoticed by muggles. From her bag, she produced a delicate hawthorn wand and gently tapped the adjacent wall, murmuring, "Diagon, reveal." As the incantation resonated, the once weathered brick wall rippled like water, unveiling an arched entrance. Beyond it lay a bustling street, with cobblestones underfoot and shops adorned with bizarre signs lining either side. As wizards clad in robes meandered through the throngs, the air was thick with an amalgamation of peculiar aromas. Cinnamon, gunpowder, aged books, and a sweet spice mingled together. "Is this Diagon Alley?" Seymour's eyes widened, his heart racing uncontrollably. It was even more extraordinary than he had envisioned, each detail infused with an enchanting essence. "First, we shall visit Gringotts to withdraw some funds, and then we can shop," Morin said, pulling him further into Diagon Alley as the brick wall silently sealed behind them. Gringotts, situated at the farthest end of Diagon Alley, stood as a grand edifice crafted from pristine white marble, towering over the surrounding shops like a stately palace. At its entrance stood two tall goblins clad in scarlet uniforms, their flat noses, sharp black eyes, and elongated fingers scrutinizing the wizards who entered and exited. "Goblins?" Seymour inquired softly, recalling their depiction in Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, where he learned of their remarkable intelligence, particularly in finance and gem crafting. Indeed, Gringotts is a bank operated by goblins and is the safest place in all of Britain, second only to Hogwarts, Morin elucidated, explaining their stringent guardianship over treasures, which even dark wizards seldom dare to challenge. Morin brought Seymour to an available counter, where a bespectacled goblin, exuding shrewdness, looked up and inquired in a sharp voice, "How may I assist you, madam?" "We wish to withdraw some galleons from the Finnegan family's vault," Morin replied, handing over a small, intricately engraved gold key. The goblin examined the key meticulously before conversing in goblin tongue with a younger goblin nearby. The young goblin nodded and emerged from behind the counter, gesturing for them to follow. They followed the young fairy through the grand hall, arriving at a narrow stone corridor. At the end of the corridor lay a diminutive platform, where the fairy emitted a sharp whistle, summoning a bronze cart drawn by 4 silver-gray ponies that glided effortlessly onto the track. "Step aboard." The fairy gestured for them to enter the cart. Simon and Moreland squeezed into the vehicle, which proved to be more spacious than it appeared. The fairy leaped into the driver's seat, yanking the reins sharply, and the cart accelerated down the steep track with astonishing speed. The wind whipped through Simon's hair, and the stone walls raced past them. The track twisted and plunged, the deafening sound of wheels grinding against the rails filled the air. This exhilaration surpassed any Muggle roller coaster he had ever experienced. "Hold on tight," Moreland shouted, gripping the edge of the cart firmly. After what felt like an eternity, the cart finally slowed, halting before a low archway. Beyond the arch lay a damp underground vault, its walls encrusted with luminescent ores that illuminated the towering piles of gold and silver treasures within. Gleaming galleons, shimmering sickles, and bronze nuts stacked into small mountains, alongside several chests brimming with jewels and antiques. It was the vault of the Finnegan family. The fairy unlocked the archway and handed the key to Moreland. "Call for me when you've finished," she said. Moreland nodded and led Simon into the vault. Simon stood in awe at the wealth before him, speechless. He knew his family was not lacking in funds, yet he had not anticipated such an abundance. "These are the fortunes amassed by your grandfather and father," Moreland explained, retrieving a leather pouch from his pocket and beginning to fill it with galleons. "Your father worked as a consultant for magical demolition projects in his youth and earned quite a sum. He intended to save it for your tuition and living expenses." As Simon gazed at the golden galleons, a sudden weight settled upon him. These coins represented more than mere currency. They embodied his father's hopes. "Is this enough?" Moreland inquired after filling half the pouch with galleons and adding some sickles and nuts. "Yes, this should suffice for all our purchases," Simon replied. Moreland secured the pouch and placed it into his bag, then locked the vault door and returned the key to the waiting fairy outside. On the return journey, the cart maintained its rapid pace, yet Simon had begun to acclimate. He peered out at the swiftly passing rock faces and recalled a phrase from his father's notes. The underground passages of Gringotts were far more intricate than anyone could imagine, with some vaults concealing unknown secrets. "Mom, do secret vaults really exist in Gringotts?" Simon asked. Moreland paused momentarily, then chuckled. "Perhaps. It is said that only a select few are aware of those hidden vaults. However, we need not concern ourselves with that. The vaults for ordinary folk are quite secure." Upon returning to the Gringotts Hall, they expressed their gratitude to the fairy before exiting the bank. The sunlight bathed the cobblestones of Diagon Alley in a warm glow. Simon touched the magical box in his pocket and glanced at his mother's bulging purse, feeling a sense of reassurance. "Next, we shall procure your wand," Moreland said with a smile. "Ollivander's shop is just ahead. It is the finest wand shop in all of Britain." Simon nodded, his gaze directed toward the street ahead. He understood that his magical adventure had only just begun. Chapter 33. The Selection of the Wand. With a heart filled with excitement and trepidation, Simon followed Moreland into Ollivander's wand shop. The interior was dimly lit, and the elongated shelves were laden with an array of wand boxes, stacked high, reaching the ceiling. The air was suffused with the scent of aged wood and a faint aura of magic. "Welcome to Ollivander's, young wizard." A frail old man emerged from behind the shelves, his long white beard flowing and his eyes sharp as an eagle's. He was Mr. Ollivander, the most renowned wand maker in Diagon Alley. "Good day, Mr. Ollivander. This child is in need of a wand," Moreland said with a smile. Of course. Mr. Ollivander scrutinized Simon from head to toe. "Let me see. This is your first wand selection, is it not, my child?" Simon nodded, nervously clenching his fists. "Then let us start with this one." Mr. Ollivander selected a wand from the shelf and handed it to Simon. Made of elm, with a core of unicorn tail hair measuring 11 inches with moderate flexibility. Simon took the wand and found it quite pleasant to hold. Recalling what he had read about the wand choosing the wizard, he gently waved it. In an instant, a tempest erupted within the shop as wand boxes were swept from the shelves, crashing to the floor with a cacophony. Mr. Ollivander frowned and shook his head. "No, that one will not do." He then picked up another wand, made of beech with a dragon heartstring core, measuring 5 inches and rather rigid. "Give this a try." Simon waved the wand again, and this time, a small burst of flame erupted from its tip, nearly igniting the adjacent shelf. Mr. Ollivander swiftly waved his wand to extinguish the flames, exclaiming in exasperation, "Not this one either." Next, Simon tried several more wands, some producing acrid smoke in his hands, others causing his arm to twitch uncontrollably, and one that vibrated violently, almost slipping from his grasp. "Strange, strange," Mr. Ollivander murmured to himself. "This is quite unusual." He turned to Simon. "Child, do you possess any particular magical talents or tendencies?" After a moment's hesitation, Simon recalled his propensity for causing explosions and replied, "I seem to have a knack for making things explode, sir." "Ah." Mr. Ollivander's eyes sparkled with understanding. He turned and rummaged deep within the shelves, finally emerging with a wand. "Try this one. Made of you, with a phoenix feather core, 12 inches, and excellent flexibility. You wands often choose masters with great magical potential and complex hearts, while those with phoenix feather cores are highly adaptable. Perhaps it will suit you." As Simon grasped the wand, he immediately felt a warm energy coursing through his arm and radiating throughout his body. He waved it gently, and a brilliant blue light erupted from its tip, coalescing in the air into a small firework pattern before slowly dissipating. "This is the one." Mr. Ollivander smiled. "This one has chosen you, child." Simon gazed at the wand in his hand, his heart brimming with joy. He understood that this was not merely a wand, but rather the key to unlocking his magical journey. With it, Simon felt he was one step closer to becoming an exceptional wizard, and the enchanting life at Hogwarts seemed to beckon to him. Chapter 34. An encounter with Harry Potter. After purchasing the wand, Simon's spirits soared as if under the influence of a levitation charm, his steps becoming notably lighter. Clutching the U-wand, the lingering warmth of the phoenix feather core still caressing his fingertips, he strolled along the cobblestone path of Diagon Alley. Even the acrid scent of gunpowder felt welcoming. Next, he would visit Flourish and Blots for textbooks, followed by a stop at the robe shop. Morin, holding the list, was suddenly captivated by a street vendor selling magical snacks. "You wait for me at the bookstore entrance. I'll grab a box of fizzing whiz-bees for you to enjoy on the way," he said. "All right." Simon nodded, gripping his wand as he hurried toward Flourish and Blots. The entrance was teeming with students and parents selecting textbooks, the air filled with chatter. A few younger wizards chased each other, brandishing biting books, prompting the staff to frown frequently. As Simon stood on tiptoe to peer into the bookstore, he was unexpectedly jostled by someone. "Sorry," a clear voice chimed. "It's fine," Simon replied with a smile, his gaze inadvertently brushing over the boy's scar, causing his heart to skip a beat. That scar, it was one he had seen in the magical section of Muggle newspapers. While Muggles often regarded it as a mark of some miraculous survivor, those in the wizarding community knew it as the remnant of the one whose name could not be spoken. "Are you also a new student at Hogwarts?" the boy inquired, noticing the wand box in Simon's hands, his eyes lighting up. "Yes, I am Simon Finnegan. I'm Harry Potter," the boy replied. It was indeed him. Simon felt his heart race. He had grown up hearing tales of Harry Potter, the boy who had vanquished Voldemort, a figure seemingly straight out of legend. Yet the Harry before him appeared quite ordinary, perhaps even more reserved than himself. "I know you," Simon blurted out, quickly adding, "I mean, everyone knows you." Harry's cheeks flushed slightly, clearly unaccustomed to such attention. He pointed at the wand box Simon held. "Is it the wand you just bought? What material is it?" "You. With a phoenix feather core," Simon replied, shaking the box. "Mr. Ollivander said it suits someone like me, someone prone to causing explosions." "Explosions?" Harry's eyes widened in surprise. "You can explode things with magic?" "Sort of." Simon scratched his head, recalling the small mushroom cloud in the backyard, and unable to suppress a laugh. "I always seem to accidentally blow things up while experimenting. My mom says I'm a natural-born demolitionist." Harry chuckled, his previous shyness dissipating somewhat. "Then perhaps we might become friends. I seem to attract trouble as well." At that moment, a pair of red-haired twins approached, one of them clapping Harry on the shoulder. "Harry, hurry up. George just turned Dark Forces, a guide to self-protection, into a screaming book. We need to finish shopping and get out of here." These were Fred and George, the Weasley twins. Harry introduced them, pointing to Seamus. "This is Seamus, a fellow first year." "Oh, a first year who might explode?" Fred raised an eyebrow and winked at Seamus. "We appreciate your flair." The corridors of Hogwarts could certainly use a bit of surprise. "Hello," Seamus greeted, quite taken with the lively energy of the twins. "By the way, have you been sorted into a house yet?" Harry inquired. "Not yet, but I hope to be in Gryffindor," Seamus replied. "My dad was in Gryffindor. He says those folks are quite brave." "I want to go to Gryffindor too," Harry exclaimed, his eyes sparkling. "Ron, my other friend, mentioned that all the Weasleys are in Gryffindor." Just then, Morag approached, holding a pack of fizzing whiz-bees. Upon seeing Seamus and Harry chatting, she smiled and asked, Have you made new friends? This is Harry Potter, Mum. Morag, noticing Harry's scar, softened her gaze. Ah, the child of the Potters. It's a pleasure to meet you. Your parents were very brave. Harry's expression dimmed momentarily, but quickly brightened. Thank you, ma'am. We should go buy our robes. Morag checked the time. Seamus, say goodbye to Harry. You might see each other at Hogwarts soon. Sure. Seamus and Harry waved farewell. See you at Hogwarts. See you at Hogwarts. Harry waved back as Fred and George pulled him into the bookstore. Seamus watched Harry's retreating figure, his heart swelling with anticipation. Hogwarts no longer felt like a mere abstract, magical school. It was a place where he might encounter Harry Potter, the Weasley twins, and perhaps even create surprises together in the hallways. What are you thinking about? Morag chuckled, patting his back. Oh, nothing. Seamus unwrapped a fizzing whiz-bee and popped it into his mouth, the sweet bubbles bursting on his tongue like a small enchantment. I just feel that Hogwarts will be quite exciting. He tightened his grip on the U-wand in his pocket, envisioning the scenes in Hogwarts classrooms where he and Harry practice spells, perhaps even accidentally blowing up cauldrons. Chapter 35, The Robe Shop. Navigating through the bustling crowd. Seamus followed Morag to Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions. Pushing open the wooden door adorned with a brass bell, a cheerful chime resonated throughout the shop. Inside was considerably cooler, the air fragrant with freshly laundered fabric, and the walls adorned with an array of wizarding robes. From the plain black cloaks worn by younger students to the embroidered garments of older wizards. Welcome, a short, plump witch peeked from behind the counter, her kind demeanor accentuated by gold-rimmed glasses. It was Madame Malkin. Here for your child's Hogwarts uniforms, I presume? Yes, Morag nodded, gesturing to Seamus. He needs 3 plain work robes, a pointed hat, and a winter cloak. Not a problem. Please follow me. Madame Malkin led them to a small fitting area at the back of the shop, equipped with a rotating platform and a large dressing mirror. Step up, dear, and I shall take your measurements. Seamus stood somewhat awkwardly on the platform as Madame Malkin produced a silver measuring tape, which seemed to possess a life of its own, gracefully coiling around Seamus' form to take precise measurements, elongating and contracting as it accurately recorded his height, shoulder width, and sleeve length. A very standard physique. Madame Malkin remarked with a smile, jotting down the data on parchment. The Hogwarts uniforms need to be somewhat loose, allowing for ease of movement during various magical activities, especially in flying lessons. Flying lessons? Seamus' eyes sparkled with excitement. He had read about them in books and eagerly anticipated the chance to ride a broomstick. Indeed, every first-year student must learn, she replied, retrieving a roll of black fabric from a nearby shelf. This was a specially crafted, wrinkle-resistant magical cloth, which could be easily cleaned with a simple cleaning charm, making it quite suitable for boys. With deft hands, she began to cut the fabric, the scissors in her grasp seeming to come alive, darting about with remarkable speed until, in no time, the rudimentary outline of a robe emerged. Next, she picked up a silver needle and thread, uttering a sewing charm that caused them to levitate and stitch along the fabric's edge with a velocity surpassing that of any Muggle sewing machine. Seamus watched in astonishment, having never witnessed such an efficient method of tailoring. Of course, Madame Malkin said, raising an eyebrow with pride. Magic simplifies many tasks. However, I still prefer to hand sew the finer details for important garments. Just then, the partition door swung open, and a blond boy strode in, clad in an elegant silk robe, exuding an air of arrogance, followed closely by a deferential house elf. Madame Malkin, is my robe ready? The blond boy inquired with a tone of condescension. It will be ready soon, Master Malfoy. Madame Malkin quickly set aside her work to greet him. Seamus recognized this boy from earlier outside Gringotts, where he had been conversing with a grim-faced man, presumably his father. Seamus felt uneasy under the boy's scrutinizing gaze, which seemed to appraise him as one might an object. The blond boy cast a dismissive glance at Seamus, noticing his unfinished coarse cloth robe, and smirked disdainfully. Another impoverished first year, I presume? I bet you're off to Hufflepuff, where they accommodate such unremarkable backgrounds. Seamus frowned, ready to retort, but was restrained by Morlin. Ignore him, Seamus, Morlin whispered, his eyes betraying a hint of coldness. Seamus noted that the blond boy, finding Seamus' lack of reaction dull, turned back to Madame Malkin and insisted, hurry up, I still need to purchase the latest broomstick. I have no time to waste. With that, he strode into another compartment with an air of superiority. That was Draco Malfoy, son of Lucius Malfoy. Morlin quietly informed Seamus once the boy had distanced himself. The Malfoy family is a pure-blood wizarding lineage, known for looking down upon those of mixed or Muggle heritage. It is prudent to keep your distance. Seamus nodded, though a sense of indignation simmered within him. He believed that a person's worth was not defined by their lineage. but rather by their magic and character. Soon enough, the first work robe was completed. Madame Mokjin urged Simon to try on the robe, which fit him perfectly. The fabric was lightweight and comfortable, allowing for unrestricted movement. As he twirled before the mirror, Simon felt as though he truly resembled a wizard, and it suited him splendidly. "Excellent," Morin remarked. "Let us have 2 more made, along with a pointed hat and a cloak." During the brief interlude of waiting, Simon could not resist lifting his wand and giving it a gentle flourish in front of the mirror. A faint glimmer flickered at the wand's tip, and suddenly, the robe's belt fastened itself, smoothing out the creases in the fabric. "It seems your wand has taken a liking to you," Madame Mokjin chuckled. "It has already begun to assist you with your attire." Simon offered a shy smile, feeling a warmth within his heart. An hour later, all the garments were ready. Madame Mokjin meticulously folded them and placed them into a cloth bag emblazoned with the school emblem. "A total of 7 galleons," she announced. Morin paid the sum, and Simon accepted the bag, feeling its weight. It contained not only clothing, but also his burgeoning anticipation for Hogwarts. "Let us go, Mother," Simon urged, grasping Morin's hand as they briskly made their way deeper into Diagon Alley. His Hogwarts supplies were soon to be complete. Chapter 36, Cauldrons, Telescopes, and Owls. As they exited the robe shop, magical lanterns had already been lit along the cobblestone paths of Diagon Alley, casting a warm orange glow that shimmered on the damp ground, illuminating the shop signs like ethereal apparitions. Simon clutched the bag containing his robe while listening to Morin recite their upcoming shopping list: a size 2 pewter cauldron, a telescope with a brass frame enchanted for night vision, and a reinforced cage for Zephyr. The magical equipment shop resembled a cluttered blacksmith's workshop more than he had imagined. In one corner, cauldrons were stacked high, ranging from palm-sized mini cauldrons for potion testing to gigantic ones capable of holding a person. The shopkeeper was a portly wizard with a bushy beard, commanding a copper hammer with his wand to give himself a back massage. "Looking for the standard Hogwarts cauldron?" he grunted, glancing at the wand box resting on Simon's chest. A fresh batch of size 2 pewter cauldrons just arrived, enhanced with a scald-proof charm. "Even if a potion boils over, the bottom won't burn." Simon crouched before the pile of cauldrons, selecting one by tapping the sides to discern their thickness by sound. He ultimately chose one adorned with delicate fireproof runes on the edge. The shopkeeper grinned widely upon seeing it. "You've got an eye for quality, lad. This was forged in my Dragon-S blood furnace, making it 30% harder than ordinary pewter." As he prepared to pay, Simon noticed a small explosion mark etched on the inner base, likely a previous owner's insignia. He discreetly wiped it away with his sleeve, yet felt an inexplicable connection to this cauldron. Selecting a telescope proved to be a more time-consuming endeavor. The shelves boasted a myriad of telescopes. Some could view moth wings 3 kilometers away, others could penetrate cloud cover. And there was even one rumored to glimpse shadows of the past, though the shopkeeper cautioned that it was faulty and could induce dizziness with prolonged use. Ultimately, Simon chose a pair of binoculars with a brass exterior, the edges of the lenses adorned with a delicate silver filigree. The shopkeeper explained that it was coated with moonstone powder, allowing for clarity akin to daylight when observing at night. "Perfect for astronomy class," he added with a wink, "and you might even catch a glimpse of Slytherin's Quidditch practice." Having purchased their equipment, the twilight had deepened, resembling an inky stain that refused to dissolve. They hurried towards the owl shop at the end of the alley, and before even crossing the threshold, they were greeted by a chorus of coos and flutters. The interior was dimmer than that of the wand shop, with the ceiling adorned by cages of varying sizes, each housing owls adorned in a spectrum of feathers, pure white, mottled gray, speckled, and one with amber eyes, cocking its head to assess Simon, as if evaluating its new master. "Where's Swift?" Simon tiptoed, recalling the brown owl he had admired in the morning, situated by the window. "There it is, throwing a tantrum." The shopkeeper pointed towards the window, where indeed the owl stood in its cage, pecking incessantly at the iron bars, its food bowl untouched beside it. Perhaps sensing an impending relocation, it was clearly displeased. Simon extended a finger through the bars. The owl retreated cautiously, but did not peck at him again. "Do not worry. I shall procure the finest owl feed for you, and take you into the forest to catch field mice," he murmured softly. Whether understood or not, the owl tilted its head and nudged its beak against his fingertip. Molly chuckled. "It seems to have taken a liking to you." She requested the shopkeeper to replace the cage with a reinforced one, its brass door engraved with an anti-escape charm, complete with a small water trough enchanted with a perpetual water spell, ensuring it would never run dry. "Let us also acquire a bag of mixed seeds and a small jar of owl-specific mint candies," Molly added. "The mint will invigorate it during flight." As the shopkeeper packaged their items, Simon cradled the new cage and suddenly recalled the old nest in the tool shed that had been making a racket. "Mom, what about the old owl?" he inquired, remembering the creature that had been his companion for 4 years. Despite its mischief, it was still a cherished family member. "Mrs. Mackenzie will help take care of it." Molly ruffled his hair. "When we return from the holiday, it will surely be too plump to fly." As they exited the owl shop, most of the establishments in Diagon Alley had already displayed their clothes for the day signs. Simon carried heavy shopping bags. In his left hand, a pewter cauldron and a brass telescope. In his right, the cage containing Swift. And cradled in his arms was the newly acquired magical potions and elixirs. The evening breeze carried a chill, and the owl softly hooted from its cage, as if responding to the distant chimes of Gringotts. "Let us buy a waterproof backpack," Molly remarked, glancing at the sky. "Otherwise these items will rust in the rain." They entered a quaint shop adorned with a sign reading "All Things Handy," where the shopkeeper, a witch donning a pointed hat, handed them a deep blue backpack, crafted from otter hide and mermaid silk, boasting the capacity to hold 10 times more than its appearance suggested, while remaining perpetually dry. Simon attempted to stuff all their belongings inside, and indeed, as the shopkeeper had claimed, the backpack bulged only slightly and felt remarkably lightweight. Just a second-hand book remains, Molly noted as she paid. Simon slung the backpack onto his shoulders, feeling as though he had packed the entirety of Diagon Alley within it. Along their way, Swift settled down in the cage, occasionally glancing at Simon with its amber eyes. He brushed his fingers against the rough edge of the cauldron within the backpack, recalling the night vision telescope, his heart warming as though cradling a flicker of fire. He understood that these seemingly ordinary instruments would soon witness his inaugural lesson in magic at Hogwarts, his initial experiments fraught with failure, and his first gaze at the starry sky from the summit of the astronomy tower. Chapter 37. The selection of books in the second-hand bookstore. The final stop in Diagon Alley was a quaint second-hand bookstore nestled at the end of the lane. Unlike the antiquated charm of Ollivander's wand shop, this establishment resembled a cave inundated with magical tomes. Bundles of old books floated above, enchanted to hover from the ceiling, while the shelves towered from floor to ceiling, leaving only a narrow passageway in between. The air was thick with the musty scent of paper and the fresh aroma of ink. Given the exorbitant prices of new Hogwarts textbooks, these second-hand volumes offered a more economical alternative. As Morin sidestepped a copy of a history of magic that had suddenly tumbled from the shelf, he informed Simon that many upperclassmen sold their books here upon graduation, some even adorned with notes. Simon surveyed the surroundings with curiosity. A sign on the wall read, "All textbooks at 30 off, annotated editions at a 10 premium." A tall, slender wizard, donning a bowler hat, stood upon a ladder, using his wand to command several copies of 1,000 magical herbs and fungi to arrange themselves on the shelves. He must be the proprietor. "First, let us locate standard spells, beginner," Morin said, consulting their list as he led Simon into the left section of the bookshelf. "Be careful not to touch those volumes with blackened covers," he cautioned, as some might be cursed forbidden texts that the owner has yet to address. They began rummaging through the spell section. Simon soon discovered a copy of Standard Spells, Beginner, its cover a worn, dark red. Upon opening the first page, he found it inscribed in a crooked handwriting, "Jim Portkin, 1985 year," accompanied by a doodle of a face sticking out its tongue. More intriguing were the numerous pencil annotations along the edges of the pages, such as when waving your wand, twist your wrist half a turn, or sparks will fly. If you recite the incantation too hastily, it's like sneezing. This one is excellent. It has notes, Simon exclaimed with enthusiasm. Morin took a glance, nodded in agreement. The annotations are quite practical. We shall take this. Next, they sought a history of magic. This tome was as hefty as a brick, and Simon found a copy on the bottom shelf, its cover nearly half torn off, yet the inner pages remained intact. Upon inspection, the early chapters bore no notes until they reached the section about the 4 founders of Hogwarts, where a small line appeared. "Salazar Slytherin's portrait is at the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets. Don't ask me how I know," crossed out. "I guessed." Simon couldn't suppress a laugh. This person is rather amusing. A history of magic is notoriously dry, but one with a touch of humor might make it more engaging. Morin chuckled as he placed the book into their basket. They encountered a minor difficulty while searching for magical potions and elixirs. Most copies were dog-eared from frequent handling, with some even stained with what appeared to be potion remnants. After a thorough search, Simon finally unearthed a relatively clean edition, its title page inscribed with Lily Evans in elegant script. The notes within were marked in various colors of ink, detailing ingredient quantities and brewing times, with one particularly cautionary note: "Don't confuse aconite and wolfsbane. A classmate drank the wrong one and was bedridden for 3 days." This senior S notes were impressively meticulous. As Simon gently caressed the pages of the book, he suddenly felt an endearing familiarity with this old tome. The final titles were Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, and A Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration. The cover of Fantastic Beasts depicted a grinning giant creature, and within its pages lay a faded sticker of a shimmering unicorn. The previous owner of A Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration was evidently a mischievous spirit. Alongside the chapter on transforming matches into needles, a whimsical drawing illustrated a stick figure chasing a wizard with a needle, captioned, "Tried turning matches into darts," ended up piercing the professor's hat. Though these books were worn, they held far more stories than their newer counterparts. Cradling the 5 volumes, Simon felt as though he were embracing a group of silent friends, each concealing the secrets of many upperclassmen. The shopkeeper weighed the purchases on a brass scale, and upon seeing potions and elixirs, he remarked, "This one was just acquired last year. Its former owner was an exceptionally skilled witch, reputed to have scored full marks in every potions class." Simon's heart soared with delight as he carefully placed the book into the waterproof bag prepared by Morin. The shopkeeper explained that this bag had been enchanted with a featherweight charm, making even the heftiest books feel as light as a feather. As they exited the bookstore, twilight had already enveloped Diagon Alley. The lights of all the shops flickered to life, and the spire of Gringotts glimmered like gold in the sunset. The sweet aroma wafting from the bakery filled the air. "All right, Simon," Morin chuckled, ruffling his hair as he observed his son's content expression. "It's time to head home. On September 1st, at King's Cross Station, Platform 9, your journey to the magical school begins." Simon nodded vigorously, the last rays of the sun casting a warm glow on his face as he envisioned the Hogwarts Express, puffing white smoke, waiting at the platforms and to whisk him away to an entirely new world. Chapter 38. Awaiting the start of school. The days leading up to the start of term felt as if they'd been cast under a slow charm, each one stretching out interminably. Simon devised a rigorous study plan for himself. In the mornings, he would delve into the basics of standard spells, beginner level. In the afternoons, he would peruse magical herbs and fungi. And in the evenings, he would grapple with a history of magic, despite the ancient names and dates often lulling him into drowsiness. One bright morning, Simon raised his wand toward the bedside table, and the tip indeed ignited with a soft white glow. He excitedly leaped from his bed, oblivious to the fact that the light was too bright, illuminating the cauldron beneath the bed and causing it to reflect a blinding glare, startling Swiftwind, who flapped its wings and knocked over a cup of water. "I'm so sorry." Simon quickly uttered a spell to clean up the mess, but in his haste, the incantation sent a jet of water directly to the ceiling, leaving a splotch of dampness. Morin, hearing the commotion from the kitchen, peeked in to find his son in a state of disarray, with water dripping from the ceiling above. He shook his head in exasperation. It seems Hogwarts professors are in for a headache. Simon's pre-study efforts extended well beyond the confines of textbooks. He discovered that the mandrake mentioned in magical herbs and fungi bore a striking resemblance to a type of screaming root found in the nearby forest. And thus he decided to dig one up for experimentation. As the plant was uprooted, it emitted a piercing scream that not only shattered the windows of the tool shed, but also drew the attention of Mrs. Mackenzie, the neighbor. Simon could only feign that it was the sound of a gas leak alarm. "Remember, not all herbs can be carelessly dug up," Morin stated gravely while assisting him in mending the window. "Some magical plants are highly toxic or protected by the Ministry of Magic." Simon obediently nodded, carefully replanting the shrieking root and erecting a small wooden sign beside it. "Danger, do not touch." In his leisure time, he would peruse the notes within the second-hand books. The doodles of Jim Portkin and History of Magic became increasingly amusing. When discussing the medieval burning of witches, he sketched a witch riding a broomstick, making faces above the pyre. When mentioning the International Confederation of Wizards, he circled the phrase prohibition of the unforgivable curses in red ink, adding, "But you can disarm your enemies with a disarming charm." What captivated Simon the most were Lily Evans' notes in magical potions and elixirs. Beside the recipe for the shrinking solution, she had annotated that adding a strand of one's own hair yields better results due to a closer affinity for magic. Simon attempted an experiment with his own red hair and, indeed, completed the potion 10 minutes ahead of schedule, albeit shrinking a frog to the size of a fingernail, nearly causing it to be lost. As the start of term approached, Simon began to pack his belongings. He neatly folded 3 wizarding robes, organized his second-hand textbooks in accordance with his class schedule, and carefully wrapped his cauldron and telescope in soft cloths before placing them in his trunk. Most notably, his notebook, containing meticulous records of all his experiments from ages 6 to 10, was solemnly placed at the top of the trunk. "Should I bring some mead? Hogwarts feasts may not suit your palate," Morin suggested, handing him a sealed little ceramic jar. Simon shook his head, pointing to the cage of Zephyr. It will bring me back snacks, won't it? The owl seemed to understand, gently pecking his finger with its beak. On the eve of the school year, Simon lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. He took out his wand and, under the moonlight, caressed its surface. Envisioning the castle of Hogwarts, the moving staircases, the ghost-filled Great Hall, and Harry Potter alongside the arrogant Draco Malfoy. Tomorrow would reveal all, he whispered to the ceiling, as if to encourage himself. Moonlight streamed through the curtain's gap, casting a slender shadow on the wall, resembling a wand poised to be waved. The following morning, before dawn broke, Simon was already awake. He donned his brand-new wizarding robe, secured his wand at his waist, and, with a heavy backpack, followed Morin out of the house. Zephyr perched quietly on his shoulder, its dark eyes reflecting the distant dawn. Standing before platform 9 3/4 at King's Cross Station, watching the Hogwarts Express slowly approach, Simon took a deep breath. He knew that the secrets hidden within the secondhand books, the craters blown in the tool shed, and the questions regarding his father's notes would gradually find answers on the journey ahead. Go on, Simon. Morin embraced him. Remember to write. Simon nodded, turning to board the train. Laughter and conversation resonated throughout the carriage as he settled into a window seat, watching his mother's figure diminish until it vanished from view. Hogwarts, here I come. Seamus gazed out at the fleeting scenery, gripping his wand tightly. His magical odyssey was just beginning. Chapter 39, Platform 9 3/4, First Year Orientation. King's Cross Station thrummed like a boiling cauldron, with muggles hastily maneuvering their luggage amidst a cacophony of whistles and footsteps. Yet, Seamus felt his heartbeat drown out all other sounds. He fixated on the brick wall between platforms 9 and 10, his palms slick with sweat as the handle of his wand grew damp. Don't be nervous. It's like passing through a thin mist, Morin reassured him, patting his back. The first time I tried, I bumped my forehead and had a bruise for a week. Seamus swallowed hard. He had long heard the legend of this magical platform, but standing before the wall, doubts crept in. What if I charge through and it's not the platform, but rather a painful collision? A commotion nearby caught his attention, and he turned to see a boy with round glasses and tousled black hair being hurried along by a couple with flaming red hair. Harry, hurry! The train is about to leave. The red-haired man shouted. It's Harry Potter. Seamus' eyes sparkled with excitement. He watched as Harry took a deep breath and propelled his cart, laden with luggage, towards the wall. Then he simply vanished. Did you see that? Morin chuckled, giving him a gentle nudge. It's your turn. Seamus clenched his teeth, closed his eyes, and charged forward. The anticipated impact never came. Instead, the clamor around him shifted in tone. The hissing of steam, the hooting of owls, and the laughter of children intertwined harmoniously. He opened his eyes to behold a deep crimson steam train, emblazoned with the words Hogwarts Express in gold. The platform was teeming with students clad in wizarding robes, while cages filled with owls, cats, and toads lined the trolleys, and the air was infused with the scents of coal and peppermint sweets. A swift breeze flitted about in the cages, flapping wings in excitement. Just as Seamus loaded his luggage onto the train, he heard someone call his name from behind. Seamus, over here. I was worried I wouldn't find you. Dean handed him a chocolate frog, saying my parents insisted I bring 10 packs of pumpkin pasties, claiming the food at Hogwarts couldn't possibly match home. Seamus grinned as he accepted the chocolate frog, the card depicting Dumbledore, who winked before disappearing. My mom packed me some mead, which I secretly swapped for exploding bonbons, he whispered, to which Dean instantly displayed a look of camaraderie. As the train began to move, Seamus spotted Morin waving at him through the window, the tassels of his scarf fluttering in the wind. He waved back vigorously until his mother's silhouette was engulfed by the smoke at the end of the platform. Is this your first time away from home? A blond boy suddenly appeared at the carriage door, flanked by 2 towering companions. Seamus recognized him as Draco Malfoy, whom he had encountered in Diagon Alley, now scrutinizing the occupants of the carriage with a disdainful gaze. What is it to you? Dean frowned. Malfoy scoffed, his gaze sweeping over Seamus and Dean. I am Malfoy. Draco Malfoy. You would do well to discern whom you ought to befriend. He deliberately cast a glance at Seamus's wand. You? A mere trinket. My father procured for me a wand of hawthorn, embedded with unicorn hair. Just as Seamus was about to retort, they heard Harry Potter's voice from the adjacent carriage. Stay away from them, Malfoy. Malfoy shot Harry an indignant glare before turning away with his entourage. Dean made a face at his retreating figure. What nuisance. As the train glided past verdant fields, Seamus and Dean found themselves engrossed in conversation. They discovered a shared passion for Quidditch, both having clandestinely practiced diving with their brooms at home, only to end up tumbling into bushes. Seamus produced standard spells, level 1, while Dean unveiled fantastic beasts and where to find them. They debated which creature was the most formidable based on the illustrations in the books. It must be the dragon, Seamus exclaimed. Its fiery breath could incinerate a castle. Not quite. Dean pointed to an illustration. The bowtruckle can unlock doors and help you evade guardians. Far more practical than a dragon. Their spirited debate attracted the attention of a girl in a blue plaid skirt, clutching a stack of books. Her hair resembling a tousled brown shrub. Are you discussing magical creatures? She inquired, adjusting her round glasses. Actually, bowtruckles are quite shy. Only the juice of mistletoe can pacify them. And while dragon scales can withstand most spells, they are particularly susceptible to freezing charms. Seamus and Dean were rendered speechless. The girl introduced herself as Hermione Granger and proceeded to articulate various points from History of Magic until the trolley filled with snacks rolled by, interrupting her. Seamus purchased a bag of licorice wands and, chewing on one, gazed out the window. The setting sun painted the sky in hues of gold and crimson, and the distant village appeared as though scattered chess pieces upon a green cloth. He touched the second-hand textbooks in his pocket, as if he could feel the stories hidden within the anonymous notes. An hour remained until their arrival. Dean pointed towards the darkening sky outside, pondering what the sorting ceremony would be like. Seamus recalled the doodle of the sorting hat in History of Magic, depicting a tattered hat dancing atop the banners of the four houses. He gripped his wand tightly, the grooves of the wood pressed against his palm, providing an unusual sense of reassurance. As the train entered a tunnel, the light outside vanished instantaneously. Seamus knew that beyond this darkness lay the magical world he had waited for all summer. Chapter 40. The Sorting Hat's decision. As the grand doors of Hogwarts Castle slowly opened before him, Seamus felt as though his breath had been suspended. Moonlight filtered through the towering stained glass windows, casting a kaleidoscope of colors upon the stone floor. Thousands of candles floated in mid-air, resembling an inverted Milky Way. The long tables were laden with golden plates and silver goblets, and food magically replenished itself within the containers. The banners of the four houses, the lion, the eagle, the badger, and the serpent, flapped proudly at the end of the hall, vivid in the candlelight. First-year students, follow me. Professor McGonagall's voice rang clear and authoritative as she led them through the bustling hall to an empty classroom. Soon, I shall call your names, and one by one, you will don the sorting hat, which will determine your rightful house. Simon anxiously clutched the edge of his robe, his palms slick with perspiration. He spotted Harry Potter conversing in hushed tones with a red-haired boy, presumably the Ron Weasley he had mentioned. Draco Malfoy stood proudly at the front of the crowd, exuding an air of certainty that he would be sorted into Slytherin. Remember your father's words. Courage is more important than cleverness. Morin's reminder echoed in his ears. Taking a deep breath, Simon's gaze fell upon the Gryffindor banner. The golden lion on the crimson backdrop appeared to call to him silently. The classroom door swung open once more, and the first-year students filed into the Great Hall. As the first name was called, Simon's heart leapt into his throat. He watched as his classmates took turns wearing the tattered sorting hat, listening as it proclaimed Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, Slytherin, with his palms nearly sweating through the handle of his wand. Harry Potter. The hall fell into an abrupt silence, all eyes converging upon the dark-haired boy. Harry, visibly anxious, placed the sorting hat upon his head. After a moment of murmured deliberation, the hat bellowed, Gryffindor. The Gryffindor table erupted into thunderous applause, and Simon joined in with fervent clapping, his anticipation swelling. Dean Thomas. Dean nearly sprinted forward, and as soon as the hat brushed his hair, it shouted, Gryffindor. Simon waved at him, and Dean winked at him from beside the long table. Draco Malfoy. Malfoy lifted his chin with pride, and after a brief hesitation, the hat declared, Slytherin. The Slytherin students cheered exuberantly as Malfoy strode over, casting a disdainful glance toward Gryffindor. Simon Finnegan. It was his turn. Simon felt as if his legs were leaden as he approached. Professor McGonagall gently placed the sorting hat upon his head, obscuring his vision. A warm sensation enveloped his ears, and he heard a tiny voice echoing in his mind. A little fellow with a penchant for explosions? Quite daring, reminiscent of Gryffindor. Yet you exhibit great caution, always recording data before experiments, which aligns more with Ravenclaw. You possess Hufflepuff's patience, enduring 3 sleepless nights to adjust a rune. I wish to be in Gryffindor. Simon shouted silently, recalling the Gryffindor crest tucked within his father's notes. Oh, a clear preference? The sorting hat chuckled. The courage of Gryffindor is not recklessness. It is the resolve to advance despite knowing the dangers. You have damaged tool sheds and shattered windows, yet you have never halted your experiments out of fear of failure. These are indeed Gryffindor traits. After a brief pause, the hat suddenly declared for the entire hall to hear, "Gryffindor." Simon swiftly removed the hat. Witnessing the jubilant scene at the Gryffindor table, where Dean stood atop his chair, waving enthusiastically. He dashed over, pulled into a seat by Dean. Harry and Ron smiled and nodded at him, with Ron's mouth stuffed with roasted potatoes as he mumbled, "Welcome to the team." Simo gazed upon the bustling long table before him. Fred and George were magically causing pumpkin juice to leap into their cups, while a bespectacled girl, whom he recalled was named Hermione, diligently spread butter upon a slice of bread. At the distant Professor's table, Headmaster Dumbledore winked at him. An endless array of food materialized upon the dining table: roasted chicken, Yorkshire pudding, mashed peas, and towering piles of syrupy pies. Simo devoured his meal with fervor, savoring what he believed to be the most delectable feast he had ever experienced. Dean discreetly slipped him a piece of chocolate, whispering that later he would show him the portable swamp Fred and his friends had hidden in their dormitory. Simo nodded with a smile, yet a warm surge of emotion welled up within him. He understood that from the moment he donned the sorting hat, he had found a sense of belonging at Hogwarts, a place that embraced his explosive experiments, appreciated his fervor for magic, and would cheer for him. Outside, the Forbidden Forest loomed silently in the night, while the castle's towers glowed with light. As Simo took a hearty bite of pie, watching the Gryffindor lion banner flutter in the candlelight, he felt all his worries about the future dissipate. Here, he had friends, challenges, and countless unknowns waiting to be explored. This was precisely the magical life he desired. Chapter 41. The Sorting of Dormitories and New Friends. After the sorting ceremony, the new Gryffindors followed their prefect, Percy Weasley, through the castle's corridors. Percy held aloft a brass lantern, casting flickering shadows upon the stone walls as they ascended the spiral staircase, which occasionally shifted direction, eliciting gasps from several first years. "Keep up. Don't lag behind," Percy admonished with a stern expression. The entrance to Gryffindor Tower was concealed behind a portrait. The password was Caput Draconis. "Remember, the password changes weekly. Don't blame me if you forget," he reminded them. He announced the password to the portrait of the fat lady, who curtsied gracefully, allowing the portrait to swing open like a door, revealing the circular tower room beyond. A warm fire crackled in the hearth, and armchairs were draped with soft blankets. The walls were adorned with photographs of past Gryffindor Quidditch teams, the figures within waving at them. "Boys to the left staircase, girls to the right," Percy directed, pointing to the two spiral staircases, each dormitory accommodating 4 students, with 4 poster beds draped in curtains. Pajamas and towels were stored in the wardrobes, and uniforms had already been hung up. "Breakfast in the Great Hall at 8 tomorrow morning. Don't be late." Simo followed Dean, Harry, and Ron up the left staircase, which culminated in an oak door, its lintel inscribed with first-year boys' dormitory. The moment the door swung open, Simo couldn't help but exclaim in wonder. 4 poster beds adorned with deep crimson curtains lined the walls, and a long desk by the window held 4 brass lamps, while a shelf in the corner was piled with pumpkin-shaped cushions. "I want the one by the window," Ron declared, rushing to the furthest bed on the right, pulling back the curtain to reveal a duck-down duvet, with the best view overlooking the Quidditch pitch. Harry chose the bed opposite Ron. Dean claimed the spot near the door, leaving the remaining bed, naturally, for Simo. He drew back his curtain and discovered a cushion embroidered with a Gryffindor lion tucked beneath his pillow. Indeed, the wardrobe held neatly stacked school uniforms, with socks arranged meticulously by color. "Look at this," Dean suddenly exclaimed, pulling a badge from the wardrobe. The lion depicted upon it animated and emitting a low growl. It was the house crest. "My apologies," Ron exclaimed, hurriedly scrambling to pick something up. It was an old ball once used by Charlie, who is currently researching dragons in Romania. "Oh, by the way, I'm Ron Weasley. You can call me Ron." "Simo Finnegan, from Ireland," Simo introduced, extending his hand. Ron's palm was rough yet warm, with a hint of breadcrumbs lingering. "Dean Thomas," Dean chimed in, as he affixed a football poster to the wall. "I support Arsenal. What about you?" "My dad is a Manchester United fan, but I think Liverpool is stronger," Simo replied with a grin, while Harry shyly shrugged beside them. "I don't really understand football. I didn't watch much back on Privet Drive." "No worries. I'll take you to a match during the break," Ron assured, thumping his chest, then suddenly lowered his voice. "Did you know? My brother George says there's a secret passage in the Gryffindor common room that leads to Honeydukes and Hogsmeade, but he didn't tell me exactly where. Is that true?" Dean's eyes sparkled. "Then we could sneak out to buy some acid pops." Just as Simo was about to respond, a shadow flitted past the window. The 4 of them rushed to the window to see an owl flapping its wings as it soared past the tower, clutching a scroll of parchment in its talons. "It's Hedwig," Harry exclaimed with recognition, smiling. "It's probably a letter from Hagrid." Ron suddenly pointed at Seamus' suitcase. What's that? It looks like a toolbox. Seamus then recalled the treasure he had brought from home. A metal toolbox filled with his assorted experimental materials, sulfur powder, copper pieces, and a small vial of mild explosive potion he had procured from Moreland. He quickly shoved the box under the bed. Nothing, just some, wand repair tools. Dean and Ron exchanged knowing glances, with Ron winking. Don't worry. We won T-Tell Percy. I've got some of Fred's fattening fudge hidden in my drawer. Harry pulled out a book titled History of Magic from under his pillow, only for Ron to snatch it away. Stop reading. Let us play Wizard S chess. My dad bought me a second-hand set. It's missing a knight, but we can manage. Seamus watched as they gathered on the carpet, arranging the pieces while Ron animatedly explained the rules. Harry listened intently, while Dean occasionally chimed in, suggesting they use chocolate frog cards as substitute pieces. The flames in the fireplace crackled, and a distant howl echoed from the forbidden forest as the clock tower told 10. Suddenly, he felt that these 4 beds draped in crimson curtains resembled home more than the attic back in Ireland. Here, there were no admonitions from Moreland about blowing up the roof, only friends willing to accompany him in exploring repair tools and sharing secrets. Hey, Seamus, come on. It's your turn to play, Ron called, beckoning him over. Seamus ran over with a smile, stepping onto the soft carpet, feeling the soot from platform 9 and 3/4 still clinging to the soles of his boots. He understood that from this evening onward, these new friends and this lively, warm dormitory would become his most steadfast support at Hogwarts. Chapter 42, The First Charms Lesson. The classroom for charms was located in the highest tower of the castle. With windows so large they nearly occupied an entire wall, sunlight streaming through the glass and illuminating the polished wooden desks, causing the wand boxes atop them to glimmer. As Seamus entered the classroom, he was captivated by the floating feathers that danced gracefully from the ceiling, enchanted with the levitation charm, drifting through the air like a flock of white butterflies. Oh, lovely little witches and wizards, please come in, called a diminutive professor standing atop a stack of books. Dressed in a purple velvet robe, with a silvery beard cascading to his knees, it was Professor Flitwick. His voice chimed like bells, necessitating his elevation on the books to ensure the entire class could see him. Today, we shall learn Wingardium Leviosa, the levitation charm. Professor Flitwick waved a slender wand, demonstrating a graceful arc in the air. Remember, it's not Leviosa, but Leviosa. The emphasis is on the final syllable. Seamus settled between Harry and Dean, his fingers gently mimicking Professor Flitwick's movements on a desk. He had encountered the principles of this charm in his father's notes, guiding magical energy through the wand to create an anti-gravity field around an object, with the intonation of the incantation affecting the stability of the magical field. Now, everyone take a feather and attempt to make it float. Wingardium Leviosa. He softly uttered the incantation, and a gentle surge of magic emanated from the tip of his wand, lifting the feather as if cradled by an invisible hand, rising half a meter above the desk, twirling gracefully under his control. Splendid. Professor Flitwick's voice suddenly rang out beside him. He had approached Seamus's desk without him noticing, his eyes wide with astonishment at such a feat from a first-year student. Did you see that? Just like Seamus and Miss Granger. The professor trod upon the books as he patrolled the classroom, lightly tapping the wrists of several students with his wand. Relax. Don't grip the wand like you're holding a venomous snake. As the class bell rang, Professor Flitwick specifically called for Seamus to stay behind. Seamus' heart sank slightly, fearing he had made a mistake. Once the other students had departed, the professor brought over a tall stool and sat down, gazing up at him. Have you studied magic before? No, sir, Seamus replied, shaking his head. My father left some notes, and I practiced using the methods outlined there. Oh, who is your father? His name is Sirius Finnegan. He was in Gryffindor and worked in magical demolition. Professor Flitwick's eyes sparkled with recognition. I remember him. He excelled in charms class, particularly skilled at precise magical control. You resemble him quite a bit. He paused, his tone turning serious. But you must understand, the spells in class are different from private experiments. Every movement here requires precision, or you may easily harm yourself or your classmates. I understand, sir. Seamus recalled the tool shed he had inadvertently destroyed, his cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Your talent for magical control is quite rare, Professor Flitwick suddenly chuckled, producing a slender booklet from the pocket of his robe. It was titled Advanced Levitation Charms and Object Weight, a step deeper than the textbook, perhaps something you might find intriguing. Seamus accepted the booklet, his eyes widening in astonishment at the golden lettering on the cover that read Professor Flitwick's private notes. Thank you, Professor, he exclaimed. Do not let pride cloud your judgment, young lad. The professor gently patted his arm. Talent requires refinement. Manipulating a feather to spin is one thing, But if you can make it carry a book, then you will have truly mastered it. As Seamus exited the charms classroom, he felt as if he were walking on air. He glanced down at the booklet, where Professor Flitwick's signature adorned the first page, accompanied by a small drawing of a wing. Seamus, are you all right? Harry and Dean were waiting for him in the corridor, clutching freshly purchased licorice wands. I'm fine, Seamus replied, shaking the booklet, a smile spreading across his face. The professor said I might have a bit of talent. Dean punched him playfully on the shoulder. I knew it. You even blow up cauldrons with a touch of finesse. The three friends laughed as they made their way to the dining hall. Seamus carefully tucked the booklet into his bag, suddenly filled with determination. He not only wanted to make the feather carry a book, but also intended to experiment with the layered magical fields mentioned in his father's notes, perhaps enabling the feather to lift 3 wands simultaneously. As they passed, the suits of armor in the corridor clinked softly. Seamus felt the warmth radiating from his wand in his pocket, more so than usual. He understood that this was merely the beginning. Hogwarts held far more surprises than he had ever imagined. Chapter 43. Further studies in the library ever since Professor Flitwick praised Seamus in charms class. His fervor for exploring magical theory had intensified. The booklet Advanced Levitation Charms and Object Weight had been perused so much that its pages were beginning to fray, each rune and magical flow meticulously analyzed by him. However, the content of the booklet was ultimately limited, and for deeper inquiry, the school library became his sanctuary. The afternoon sun streamed through the stained glass windows, casting a kaleidoscope of colors on the library floor. Clutching a stack of books, Seamus carefully navigated the narrow aisles between the shelves. His goal was clear: to find texts on the intricate control of magic and the principles of advanced spells. The Secrets and Manipulation of Magical Energy, he whispered the title as he pulled a well-worn tome from the shelf. Upon opening it, a wave of musty paper fragrance greeted him, and the dense text filled with intricate magical runes made his eyes brighten with excitement. Seamus? A familiar voice called from behind. He turned to see Hermione approaching, a pile of books in her arms, a smile gracing her features. Are you here to conduct research as well? Indeed, Seamus replied, raising the book in his hand. I wish to delve deeper into the principles behind spells. This one appears quite useful. Hermione leaned closer to examine the table of contents, a glint of admiration in her eyes. This is a textbook for upper years. I didn't expect you to start your study so soon. Seamus, feeling a bit embarrassed, scratched his head and remarked, Professor Flitwick's pamphlet enlightened me somewhat, and I am eager to delve deeper into the subject. What about you? What are you searching for? Hermione sighed in exasperation. Since Hagrid inadvertently let something slip, Harry, Ron, and I have been on a quest for information about Nicholas Flamel. Unfortunately, the library offers scant details regarding him. Seamus pondered for a moment before his eyes lit up with realization. I seem to recall glimpsing that name in a book titled A History of Magical Alchemy, though I didn't pay it much heed at the time. That book should be nearby. Guided by Seamus's memory, they swiftly located the tome in a quiet corner of the library. Hermione eagerly flipped it open, scanning the table of contents before suddenly pointing excitedly at a page. Here it is. Nicholas Flamel, the greatest alchemist of the 16th century, successfully created the Philosopher's Stone. As they became engrossed in their reading, Madame Pants, the librarian, appeared silently like a specter. This is no place for chatter, she admonished in a hushed tone. Yet her authority was unmistakable. If you wish to discuss matters, do so outside. Otherwise, maintain silence and read. Promptly, Seamus and Hermione sealed their lips and retreated to separate corners. Seamus reopened the Secrets and Control of Magical Energy, captivated by the discussions on how the frequency of magical fluctuations affects spell efficacy. He took out his notebook, diligently jotting down essential points and occasionally sketching simple diagrams of magical flow. Unbeknownst to them, the daylight outside gradually waned, casting a dim light within the library. Stretching his limbs and rubbing his sore neck, Seamus noticed that Hermione remained deeply engrossed in A History of Magical Alchemy, her brow furrowed as if grappling with a perplexing issue. Have you made any discoveries? Seamus inquired softly. Hermione looked up, her eyes filled with confusion. The book states that the Philosopher's Stone can produce the elixir of life and transmute any ordinary metal into pure gold, yet offers no details on its creation or current whereabouts. Furrowing his brow, Seamus fell into contemplation. Perhaps other texts hold the key, and we simply haven't unearthed them yet. What if the restricted section contains relevant information? Hermione looked at him in astonishment. The restricted section? The books there are strictly controlled. Without a professor's signature, we cannot enter, and the magic contained within is often perilous. Seamus bit his lip, I understand, but it seems we have reached an impasse. The answers we seek might very well be hidden away in the restricted section. My father's notes mentioned that some crucial magical knowledge is concealed in obscure places. After a moment of silence, Hermione ultimately shook her head. It's too risky. If we are caught, we will certainly face punishment. Let us search other avenues first. Perhaps we will uncover something new by tomorrow. I can't shake the feeling that Nicholas Flamel is connected to some secrets within the school, Simo remarked as they walked. And perhaps even to Professor Snape's recent peculiar behavior. Hermione glanced around cautiously, lowering her voice. Keep your voice down. Such speculations should not be voiced lightly. However, you are correct. We must be more vigilant and continue to observe all clues. Simo chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. No, I've read so much today that my brain feels nearly overloaded. He sat in the armchair by the fireplace, gazing at the flickering flames. His mind still entangled in the enigma of Nicolim and the Philosopher's Stone, alongside the vast array of magical knowledge waiting to be uncovered. He understood that the secrets of Hogwarts were as layered and unfathomable as the tomes housed within the library. And he, with eager anticipation, yearned to turn the next page. Chapter 44. The study of herbology. The greenhouse for herbology was perpetually infused with the damp scent of soil and the peculiar aromas of various plants. Seamus stood at the entrance, observing the writhing mandrake seedlings and the luminescent venomous tentacula within, unable to suppress a grimace. Compared to the quiet words in the library, these vibrant magical plants made him slightly anxious. Time is of the essence. Finnegan, Professor Sprout, clad in thick dragon-hide gloves, was struggling to extract a thorny bubotuber from its pot. Today, we shall learn to repot the mandrake. Remember, their cries can be lethal, so ensure you wear your earplugs throughout. Seamus hastily grabbed a pair of wax earplugs from the table and inserted them into his ears, joining his classmates around the stand where the mandrake seedlings were displayed. Those purplish-green little beings resembled deformed infants, their roots entwined with countless delicate tendrils, now restlessly writhing and emitting indistinct whimpers. Be gentle, Professor Sprout demonstrated, using a silver trowel to carefully loosen the soil. If the roots of the mandrake are damaged, they will require at least 3 months to regain their magical potency. Seamus inhaled deeply, mimicking the professor's actions as he grasped the trowel. His hands trembled slightly. After all, this was his first encounter with a crying plant, and it was said that the cry of a mature mandrake could be fatal. Holding his breath, he slowly inserted the trowel at the edge of the pot, applying a slight force to feel the soil yielding. Hey, Seamus. Yours is about to crawl out of the pot. Ron's voice filtered through the earplugs, somewhat muffled. Looking down, Seamus indeed saw his mandrake waving its tiny roots, attempting to escape from the loosened soil. He quickly intensified his efforts, gently supporting the base of the plant with one hand while compressing the nutrient soil in the new pot with the other. Just as he was about to place the mandrake into its new home, Neville suddenly cried out. Somehow, his mandrake had slipped out and fallen to the ground, emitting a sharp wail. Although the earplugs muffled the sound, it was still piercing enough to send shivers down one's spine. Pick it up quickly, Professor Sprout urged. Neville fumbled in a flurry to retrieve it, only to be sharply whipped by the mandrake's roots, causing him to nearly drop it. Observing the chaos, Seamus promptly set aside his own task and extended his hand to help stabilize Neville's plant. Be cautious of its roots. They possess a mild toxicity, he advised, gently pressing down on the mandrake's shoulder, the least sensitive area. Indeed, the mandrake quieted considerably, obediently being placed into the new pot. Well done, Finnegan, Professor Sprout nodded approvingly. You exhibit a keen sensitivity to the nature of magical plants. As the class bell rang, Simon's mandrake had already unfurled its roots in the new pot, even gently brushing against his fingers, seemingly expressing gratitude. He removed his earbuds and heard Harry lamenting to Ron, "My gloves have been pierced by the thorns of the bubotuber, and my hands are covered in rashes. I have some ointment for minor wounds," Simon said, retrieving a small porcelain bottle from his bag. "My mom sent it. A muggle recipe, but it works wonders for such minor stings." Harry gratefully accepted the ointment, exclaiming, "Thanks, Simon. You're almost more knowledgeable than Hermione." Chapter 45. Flying Lessons, Part 1. The flying lesson took place on the lawn adjacent to Hogwarts Castle, where 20 gleaming old broomsticks were neatly lined up, as though abandoned for half a century. Simon kicked the broomstick at his feet. The wooden handle was rough to the touch, and several bristles were missing from the end, resembling a molting hen, gathered by the brooms. Madame Hooch's voice crackled over the lawn like a whip. Dressed in a flying suit, her silver-gray hair stood on end in the wind. She instructed, "When I call out, grasp the broomstick with your right hand and shout to make it jump into your grasp." Taking a deep breath, Simon focused on the broom marked with the number 79. This contraption was far more rudimentary than the homemade explosive propulsion broom he had crafted at home, yet it was, at least, a legitimate magical instrument. He clenched his fists, hearing Madame Hooch call out, and immediately shouted up. The broom remained motionless. Beside him, Ron's face turned crimson as he stomped his feet and shouted 3 times before the broom lazily flipped over. However, Harry's broom seemed to possess a spirit of its own, swiftly leaping into his hand, eliciting a chorus of boos from the Slytherin side, where Malfoy flaunted his brand-new, silver-handled broom, twirling around in a boastful display. "Well done, Potter." Madame Hooch nodded, beginning to demonstrate how to mount the broom, maintain balance, and keep one's knees relaxed, avoiding rigidity like a stone. At last, Simon managed to lift his broom, nearly tumbling as he mounted it. Imitating Madame Hooch, he bent his knees, and the broom steadied, as if he were standing on a cloud of plush cotton. Now slowly ascend just 1 foot off the ground, Simon cautiously leaned forward, the broom quivering as it lifted from the earth. The wind rushed past his ears, carrying the scent of the grass. And he suddenly found this far more exhilarating than the magical experiments in the tool shed. At that moment, Neville's broom suddenly shot upward wildly. He screamed, clinging desperately to the broomstick, his feet lifted off the ground, resembling a leaf caught in a tempest. "Neville, let go. Quickly, let go." Madame Hooch's voice crackled with panic as she mounted her broom and pursued him, but she was quickly distanced by Neville's errant broom. Simon watched helplessly as Neville swayed 30 feet in the air, his face as pale as parchment, in imminent danger of falling. The surrounding classmates held their breath in terror, while Malfoy even chuckled to himself. Wingardium Leviosa. A miracle unfolded as Neville's descent slowed abruptly, as if caught by an invisible net, gently drifting towards the ground. Though he landed hard on his backside, at least he had not broken any bones. "Are you all right?" Seamus soared on his broomstick, descending swiftly to assist Neville, who trembled in fear, his lips quivering, unable to utter a word, merely shaking his head incessantly. Mrs. Hooch rushed over, her expression grave as she regarded Neville, then turned her gaze to Seamus, her eyes filled with complexity. "Finnegan, did you just use the levitation charm?" "Yes, madam," Seamus replied, gripping his wand anxiously. "I was afraid he would fall. It was against the rules to use spells outside of designated lessons during flying class." Mrs. Hooch's tone softened slightly, yet she affirmed, "That was well done." She then addressed the rest of the group. "Neville needs to go to the hospital wing. The rest of you shall practice straight flying with me." Seamus felt a bit disoriented, realizing only now the tension that had surged through him when he instinctively saved Neville. He glanced at his wand, the Ewd feeling unusually warm in his grip. Magic, he realized, was not solely for experimentation and combat. In critical moments, it could also serve to save lives. Malfoy glided by, his voice dripping with disdain. "Just lucky. Don't think knowing the levitation charm makes you special." Seamus ignored him, ascending slowly on his broom. As the wind brushed against his cheeks, he suddenly comprehended the meaning of a phrase from his father's notes. The precision of magic is far more vital in saving lives than in causing destruction. He gently adjusted his course, the broom gliding smoothly over the lawn, sunlight filtering through the clouds, casting a warm golden glow upon him, as if bestowing a radiant blessing upon this exhilarating flying lesson. "Look at Neville's pathetic state. He is a disgrace to Gryffindor." Malfoy jeered, soaring through the air. "He shouldn't even be in flying class. He'd be better off tinkering with those herbs in the greenhouse." Seamus furrowed his brow, ready to retort. But Harry stepped forward first. "Shut your mouth, Malfoy. Neville is hurt. It's disgraceful that you can't even offer comfort, but instead mock him." Harry's face flushed red with anger, his fists clenched tightly. Malfoy halted abruptly in mid-air and landed gracefully on the lawn before Harry, a smug smirk plastered across his face. "Oh look, the great hero Harry Potter has come to deliver justice. What's it to be? Are you defending Neville? Or do you simply wish to bask in the spotlight?" With that, he leaned forward provocatively, challenging Harry with his gaze. "Don't push it too far," Ron asserted, stepping beside Harry, glaring fiercely at Malfoy. "Come down here if you dare. Don't think you can intimidate us just because you're on a broom." Malfoy dismissively snorted. "Come down? Do you think I fear you?" However, his eyes gleamed mischievously as he suddenly produced a glimmering object from his pocket. Seamus squinted to see that it was Neville's Remembrall. "This little trinket is now in my possession. If you want it, Harry, come and retrieve it on your broom. I'm eager to see if the renowned savior can fly as impressively as his reputation suggests." Harry's expression sharpened instantaneously, his focus locked on the Remembrall in Malfoy's hand, conjuring an image of Neville's anxious and sorrowful face in his mind. Before anyone could react, Harry mounted his broom and propelled himself off the ground like an arrow loose from a bow. "Harry, don't be reckless," Seamus shouted, but it was already too late. He was acutely aware that Harry would not swallow this insult, and could not tolerate Malfoy bullying Neville in such a manner. When Malfoy noticed that Harry was indeed pursuing him, a flicker of surprise crossed his face, swiftly replaced by excitement. He abruptly ascended on his broom, carving an arc through the air, shaking the memory ball in his hand to deliberately taunt Harry. "Come on, chase me. Let us see if you can catch up to me, the flying expert of Slytherin." Harry clenched his jaw, his legs tightly gripping the broom, leaning forward as instinct and an indomitable spirit propelled him closer to Malfoy. The wind howled in his ears, tousling his hair and robes. Yet his gaze remained unwaveringly fixed on Malfoy. "Harry, be careful," Ron shouted anxiously from ground. Suddenly, Malfoy made a sharp turn, hurtling directly towards Harry, attempting to knock him off with his broom. Reacting swiftly, Harry sidestepped narrowly, evading Malfoy's attack by a hair's breadth. "Despicable," Seamus could not help but exclaim, his heart racing with anxiety as he could only silently cheer for Harry. Other students looked on, some nervously sweating for Harry, while others whispered amongst themselves about the aerial duel. Malfoy, incensed by his failed attempt, circled in the air before suddenly launching the memory ball high into the sky and diving toward the ground at breakneck speed. "Harry, catch!" he shouted, a malicious grin spreading across his face. Without hesitation, Harry pursued the descending memory ball. His heart raced, the wind roaring in his ears, yet his eyes remained resolutely determined. Just as the memory ball was about to hit the ground, Harry extended his hand and securely grasped it. "Brilliant, Harry!" Seamus exclaimed, leaping up in excitement, joined by Ron in loud cheers. The other Gryffindor students clapped and applauded, celebrating Harry's spectacular performance. Upon witnessing Harry successfully seize the memory ball, Malfoy's expression soured considerably. He glared at Harry, muttering, "Consider yourself lucky, Potter. This is just the beginning. You'll see." With that, he retreated to Slytherin on his broom. Harry slowly descended to the ground, handing the memory ball to Ron. "Return this to Neville for me." Although fatigue lingered on his face, a glimmer of victorious joy shone in his eyes. Seamus patted Harry on the shoulder. "Well done. That Malfoy needs to be put in his place. But you really scared us back there. Try not to be so reckless next time." Harry chuckled. "I just can't stand his arrogant demeanor. Don't worry. I'll be cautious next time." At that moment, Professor McGonagall appeared at the castle entrance, striding toward them with a serious expression. Seamus felt a tightening in his chest, knowing that this confrontation had surely caught the professor's attention, and trouble was likely to follow. Chapter 47, Flying Lessons, Part 2. Professor McGonagall's gaze swept across the lawn like a searchlight, eventually landing on Harry and Malfoy. Ignoring Malfoy's continued mumbling, she approached Harry directly, her brow furrowed. "Potter, come with me." Her voice was deep, devoid of emotion. Harry's smile froze on his face as he nervously clutched the memory ball. "Professor no explanations." "Just go," Professor McGonagall said, turning away, her silver bun glinting coldly in the sunlight. Ron, in a state of agitation, began to stomp his feet. "We're done for. We'll definitely be in detention." Seamus, too, was anxious for Harry, knowing McGonagall's notorious strictness, particularly her disdain for disruptions during class. For the remainder of the flying lesson, enthusiasm waned. Seamus circled low on his broom, his thoughts consumed by Harry's fate. He envisioned McGonagall reprimanding Harry in her office, and even pondered how to assist Harry in writing an apology. "You weren't punished?" Ron nearly spat out his potato. The long table fell silent for a moment before erupting into deafening cheers. Fred and George hoisted Harry into the air, while Dean let out a loud whistle. And even Hermione couldn't help but clap and smile. A seeker? A first-year seeker? Seamus could hardly believe his ears. He had read in Hogwarts, a history that no first year had ever made the Quidditch team. Professor McGonagall called me a once-in-a-century talent. Harry's eyes sparkled like stars. She also mentioned that Malfoy's provocations had been noted in the House Points ledger. Ron banged on the table, laughing heartily. "Serve him right. Let it be arrogant. Cheers." Amidst the crisp sound of clinking glasses, Seamus stole a glance at the Slytherin table. Malfoy was viciously stabbing his steak, his silver fork scraping the plate with a harsh sound. Yet this time, Seamus felt no worry, for he knew Gryffindor's courage never shied away from provocation. Moonlight crept up the tower, and as Seamus pocketed his wand, he suddenly looked forward to the next flying lesson. Perhaps he could experiment with combining the levitation charm and flying techniques. For instance, creating an emergency hover brake system for the broom. As this idea surfaced, he couldn't resist sketching it on a napkin, prompting Dean to lean over and inquire about his latest explosive ideas. Seamus smiled as he folded the sketch. Not something that blows up, but rather something that helps us land more steadily. After all, The magic of protecting one's companions is as worthy of exploration as that of explosions. Chapter 48. The Study of Potions. The underground classroom was cold and damp, with torches casting flickering shadows on the walls, the air thick with a peculiar stench reminiscent of rotten eggs and decaying cabbage. As Seamus stepped through the door, he couldn't help but shiver. It was more chilling than the coldest winter in a shed, especially with the enormous glass cabinet at the front of the room, containing some sort of specimen gently swaying with the airflow. Turn to page 17. Professor Snape's voice slithered like a snake, piercingly cold. His black robes trailed the ground. Greasy hair clung to his face, and his black eyes, like deep pools, swept over the class with unabashed disdain. Today, we shall brew a healing potion, a basic elixir for treating minor wounds. Pay close attention. One misstep, and the entire cauldron may turn to poison. Seamus hurriedly opened potions and elixirs, where Lily Evans' notes were exceptionally detailed on this page. Daffodil root powder must be sifted 3 times to ensure there are no granules. Unicorn horn shards should be stirred clockwise, or else a noxious smoke will arise. He sketched a small stirring arrow in the margin with his pencil, fearful of making a mistake. The sound of metal clashing resonated from the laboratory table. Snape demonstrated pouring the daffodil root powder into the copper cauldron, his movements as precise as a magical apparatus. Finnegan, he suddenly spoke, causing Seamus to jump and nearly spill the toad slime. Your father, in his time, always added excessive amounts of fire lizard blood to his potions, believing it would enhance potency, resulting in the explosion of 2 laboratory tables. The class erupted in laughter. Seamus' face flushed crimson, his grip on the stirring rod turning pale. He recalled a line from his father's notes. Potions are a dialogue of magic, not commands. Taking a deep breath, he forced himself to ignore the surrounding laughter and focused intently on measuring the ingredients. First, he added 2 ounces of dried nettles. Then 3 drops of unicorn horn extract. Seamus recited the steps silently, sifting the powder 3 times according to Lily's notes, ensuring the liquid in the cauldron resembled pale, golden syrup. Meanwhile, Ron was in a frenzy, his cauldron bubbling with deep green foam and emitting strange gurgling sounds. Idiot! Snape's voice suddenly boomed beside Ron. Unicorn horn shards must be chopped into grain-sized pieces. Are you stewing a whole steak? With a flick of his wand, Ron's cauldron belched black smoke. 5 point from Gryffindor. Ron's face turned ashen, and Seamus quickly nudged him with his elbow, gesturing toward his own cauldron. Follow my steps. Take it slow. Next came the addition of moonstone powder. Seamus recalled the notes stating that moonstone ground under moonlight yields the best results. He had brought the powder he ground on a full moon night. As the powder fell into the cauldron, the liquid rippled with silver waves, exuding a faint fragrance, identical to the success signal described in Lily's notes. Quite satisfactory. As Snape passed by Seamus' workstation, he paused for half a second. His voice remained cold. Yet he refrained from criticism. Seamus breathed a sigh of relief, watching as his healing potion gradually transformed into a translucent pale blue, resembling a pool of water. When the class bell rang, a small vial of perfect healing potion lay in Seamus' cauldron, labeled in his imitation of Lily's handwriting. Use after 24 hours. Ron ultimately salvaged his potion as well, though its color was somewhat dark. At least it no longer produced smoke. I didn't realize you were so adept at this, Ron remarked, admiring Seamus' potion. Even better than Hermione. She added an extra drop of dragon's blood, and it turned purple. Seamus smiled, placing the potion into his bag. Suddenly, he felt that potions and explosions were remarkably similar. Both required precise ratios. Both relied on the perception of magic, and even the rule of failure equals disaster applied. The only difference was that a potion's explosion was concealed within the liquid, while his explosions manifested in the air. Exiting the underground classroom, the sunlight made Seamus squint. He touched the small vial in his pocket, suddenly yearning to cast a micro-explosive reinforcement charm on it. What if it shattered? This thought, barely formed, was swiftly quelled. After all, not everything necessitates protection through explosion. In the distance, on the Quidditch pitch, Harry was honing his diving skills. As Seamus observed the agile black figure, he quietly reassessed his potion class, pondering that perhaps it was not as daunting as he had initially believed. Chapter 49. Transfiguration Class. The classroom for Transfiguration was always pristine, with sunlight streaming through the tall windows, casting a warm glow on the polished wooden floor, illuminating the surrounding suits of armor and specimens. Seamus stood at his desk, gazing at the unremarkable matchstick before him, his palms slightly damp with perspiration. This was his first formal encounter with the art of transfiguration, taught by Professor McGonagall, who was rumored to have the ability to transform into a tabby cat. Transfiguration is one of the most intricate branches of magic. Professor McGonagall's voice was clear and commanding. Today she donned a deep green robe, her hair meticulously styled. The discipline demanded absolute focus, stable magical output, and a profound understanding of the essence of objects. With a flick of her wand, a matchstick on the desk transformed with a sharp pop into a slender silver needle, its tip gleaming with a cold light. The class gasped in hushed astonishment. Yet Seamus remained contemplative, fixated on the needle. He had long mastered the control of magical fluctuations while experimenting with explosions at home. After all, causing gunpowder to detonate at a designated moment and transforming a matchstick into a needle were fundamentally akin. Both involved altering the material form through magic, albeit one was destructive while the other was constructive. Now, take up your wands. Professor McGonagall's voice drew his attention back, urging him to concentrate and envisioned the matchstick morphing into a needle. Not a crude iron needle, but a smooth silver one. He recited the incantation, transfiguration spell. Drawing a deep breath, he grasped his wand firmly. He refrained from rushing the incantation, instead visualizing the needle's outline in his mind, slender, sturdy, with subtle reflective patterns on its surface. He then directed the magic within him, allowing it to envelop the matchstick like a slow-moving syrup. This was a lesson learned after damaging 37 cauldrons. Violent output only led to chaos, whereas a steady flow of magic facilitated precision. Transfiguration spell. A gentle white light emanated from the tip of his wand, encasing the matchstick. Under the watchful gaze of his classmates, the small brown stick elongated and narrowed at a visible pace, the wood grain gradually fading away, revealing a metallic sheen. Moments later, Seamus found himself holding a delicate silver needle, its tip reflecting his eyelashes. The classroom fell into a profound silence. Ron's matchstick had morphed into a crooked iron hook, while Harry's transformed into an oddity, half needle and half matchstick. Only Hermione's result was comparable to Seamus's, a petite copper needle. Well done, Miss Granger, Professor McGonagall acknowledged, her gaze shifting to Seamus's silver needle, a flicker of surprise in her eyes. Mr. Finnegan, is this your first attempt at transfiguration? Yes, Professor, he replied, placing the silver needle on the desk where it shimmered under the sunlight. Remarkable, Professor McGonagall remarked with evident approval in her tone. Your control of magic is precise, and the form is stable, better than most third-year students I have taught. A collective gasp arose from the classroom, and a faint flush crept across Simon's face. As he gazed at the silver needle, he was suddenly reminded of countless nights spent in the tool shed, tweaking magical devices. Those explosive components and singed eyebrows were not in vain after all. After class, Professor McGonagall called out to him, Mr. Finnegan, do you possess any unique insights regarding transfiguration? Simon hesitated for a moment, but ultimately articulated his thoughts. I believe that magic is fundamentally the ability to create miracles. As he observed the professor's astonished expression, he mustered the courage to continue. Wands and incantations are merely tools. The true essence lies in one's will. The more resolute the mind, and the clearer the desired outcome, the more precisely magic can operate. Just like transforming the needle earlier, I wasn't commanding the matchstick to become a needle. I was simply believing it could. Professor McGonagall paused for a moment, the folds of her black robe gently swaying in the sunlight. That is quite a bold theory, she replied, a hint of excitement tinging her voice. Most wizards perceive magic as an external energy, yet you have intriguingly connected it to the mind. She paused again, her tone becoming solemn. There's a transfiguration club at the school that meets every Wednesday evening to discuss advanced theories. I hope you will consider joining. Simon's eyes widened in astonishment. Me? But I'm only a first year. Talent should not be constrained by age. Professor McGonagall smiled gently, her serious demeanor softening. Your aptitude for magical control and your understanding of magic deserve better guidance. That evening, during her report to the headmaster in his office, Professor McGonagall made a point to mention Simon. Not only had he achieved perfection in his first transformation, but he had also proposed a theory regarding the connection between the mind and magic. She regarded Dumbledore, who sat comfortably in an armchair, and noted how his thoughts mirrored that of his younger self. Albus's keen intuition about the essence of magic. Dumbledore twirled a lemon drop between his fingers, his blue eyes sparkling behind the crescent-shaped lenses. Finnegan, the son of Sirius? I recall his father was always fond of pondering unconventional magical theories. He sipped his warm tea, a gentle smile gracing his lips. It seems Hogwarts is about to welcome another intriguing star. Let him join the club. He might bring us fresh ideas. Outside, the night breeze rustled through the forbidden forest, the treetops whispering softly. Unbeknownst to Simon, His remark in Transfiguration class had already etched his name into the memories of two of the most esteemed wizards. At that moment, he sat in his dormitory, staring blankly at the silver needle, his wand twirling in his hand. Perhaps he could attempt to transform the needle into a miniature rocket? Of course, one that would not explode. After all, there is more than one way to create a miracle. Chapter 50, History of Magic. The classroom for defense against the dark arts was somewhat brighter than the underground classroom, yet it was suffused with a more eerie ambience. Professor Quirrell, wrapped in a thick scarf, spoke in a stammering manner, shivering every few sentences as though he had just emerged from an icy cellar. As Simon flipped through Dark Forces, a guide to self-defense, he couldn't shake the feeling that something lurked in the shadows beneath the professor's scarf. Today, we shall learn how to defend ourselves against a boggart. Quirrell's voice trembled like leaves in an autumn breeze as he raised his wand towards a cloth-covered cage. The boggart will transform into your most dreaded fear, he announced. Seamus yawned, rummaging through his bag to retrieve History of Magic, which he discreetly tucked behind his defense against the dark arts textbook. He found Quirrell's theatrical wand-waving and exclamations laughable and far less engaging than the pages detailing how ancient wizards harnessed magic to move gigantic stones in the construction of castles. Just as he was engrossed in the chapter about Merlin and King Arthur, a sudden bang startled him. The wind whisked away the cloth from a cage, revealing a colossal spider that leaped forth. Neville screamed in terror, while Professor Quirrell stood as if petrified, a faint, cold chuckle escaping from beneath his turban. Seamus frowned and looked up just in time to see Harry pointing his wand at the spider and shouting, "Ridiculous!" Instantly, the spider transformed into a creature clad in a pink ballet tutu, prompting uproarious laughter from the class. Quirrell, awakening from his stupor, clapped his hands, exclaiming, "Very good, Mr. Potter." His gaze swept over Seamus, entirely oblivious to the inverted History of Magic book as he nervously tightened his turban. The afternoon History of Magic class took place in a circular classroom adorned with suits of armor. The lecturer was Professor Binns, a semi-transparent ghost. His robes still dusted with the chalk of the year he passed away. He floated at the lectern, his voice creaking like rusty hinges, in the year 943 AD. The Wizarding Council signed the secrecy agreement with the Muggle King, stipulating that all magical creatures must be registered. Seamus struggled to stay awake until Professor Binns mentioned that ancient wizards could cast spells without wands, which jolted him to attention. "Professor," he interjected, raising his hand, "if ancient wizards could wield magic without wands, then what is the true source of magic? Is it lineage, incantations, or some latent energy that resides within all things?" The entire class fell silent. Professor Binns adjusted his non-existent glasses and floated closer to Seamus. "Mr. Finnegan, the study of magical history concerns itself with what has occurred. Not why it has occurred, but if we do not understand the source, how can we comprehend those ancient magics?" Seamus pressed on. "As you mentioned, the builders of Stonehenge could move massive stones with their thoughts. This is clearly not an ordinary display of strength. Is their magical essence fundamentally the same as the wand magic we utilize today?" Professor Binns fell into silence. He hovered in midair, his translucent fingers unconsciously tapping the lectern, his robe gently swaying in the draft. "This is a question for a philosopher to ponder, not a historian," he finally replied, though with less indifference than before. "In my youth, I chanced upon a scroll in the Hogwarts Archives that stated the earliest form of magic was a dialogue between the heart and the world." Seamus's eyes lit up. "A dialogue between the heart and the world?" he echoed. Professor Binns's voice grew clearer. "Indeed, ancient wizards believed that all things possess a spirit, and magic is the product of the heart resonating with nature. Wands and incantations were merely tools devised later to stabilize this resonance." He drifted back to the lectern, resuming his lesson plan. "Of course, this is merely a legend. Now, let us return to the secrecy agreement of 943 AD. However, Simon did not listen any longer. He fixated on the words "the dialogue between heart and world" inscribed in his notebook, suddenly recalling his statement in Transfiguration class that magic is a miracle. It dawned on him that ancient wisdom had long validated his conjecture. Magic was never a frigid energy. Rather, it was a warm connection, a bridge between the soul and the world. Chapter 51, Exploration, Part 1. As he exited the History of Magic classroom, Simon continued to ponder Professor Binns' phrase, "the dialogue between heart and world." Sunlight streamed through the corridor windows, casting mottled shadows on the stone floor. Unable to resist, he drew his wand and gently waved it at a humble dandelion by the wall. Without uttering an incantation, he merely envisioned it taking flight. To his astonishment, the dandelion's fluff began to drift away, resembling a flurry of tiny white butterflies swirling around his fingertips. Simon's eyes sparkled. This was not the power of a spell, but rather an unspoken resonance, akin to what Professor Binns had described as a communion. "What you up to?" Harry and Ron caught up from behind, Ron still clutching a half-eaten pumpkin pasty. "Nothing much," Simon replied, tucking away his wand with a smile. "I was just experimenting to see if I could make something move without a spell." "Without a spell?" Ron's eyes widened in disbelief. "How is that even possible?" "Unless you're Dumbledore. Perhaps it's not as difficult as it seems," Simon mused, recalling the mysterious parchment he had found, which suggested that ancient wizards operated without wands, possibly relying on something akin to, well, the power of the mind. Harry, deep in thought, chimed in like when you saved Neville in flying class. "You weren't even thinking about the spell. You just focused on catching him." "Exactly. That was the feeling," Simon exclaimed, clapping his hands together. "You were probably consumed with the thought of not letting him fall, which allowed the magic to flow naturally with your intent." Ron, chewing on his pasty, mumbled, "Sounds like Muggle telepathy. But really, you should steer clear of such musings. If Snape finds out you're exploring this in class, he'll surely deduct points from Gryffindor." Simon chuckled, remaining silent. He recognized the validity of Ron's caution, yet the spark of inquiry within him blazed ever brighter. He recalled an old map tucked within his father's notes, adorned with peculiar symbols denoting magic nodes. Initially dismissing them as markers for demolition projects, he now pondered their potential connection to the resonance between heart and world. During dinner, Simon deliberately seated himself near Professor Flitwick. Once the professor set down his utensils, Simon mustered his courage and approached. "Professor, are you aware that ancient wizards cast spells without wands?" Professor Flitwick blinked in surprise and hopped down from his high stool. "Oh, are you interested in that? It is indeed a very ancient discipline. Modern wizards have become overly reliant on their wands, forgetting the primal methods of wielding magic, much like depending on a quill for writing while forgetting how to draw in the sand with 1's fingers. Is the concept of the dialogue between heart and world true?" The professor's eyes sparkled. "It seems you've had quite the conversation with Binns. This notion is widely circulated, yet no one has been able to fully verify it. However, it is said that in his youth, Headmaster Dumbledore could manipulate flames into various shapes without uttering a single incantation." He paused for a moment, gently patting Simon's arm, urging him not to rush the process. "Dear boy, magic is akin to a wild stallion, and the mind serves as the reins. One must first learn to befriend it before it will heed your commands." Simon nodded, feeling a surge of clarity within. Perhaps his explosive experiments were, in essence, an attempt to forge a friendship with magic, not coercing it to explode, but understanding when and how it would erupt, much like a rider familiarizes themselves with a horse's temperament. Upon returning to the dormitory, Simon unearthed his father's notes from beneath his bed and scrutinized them under the flickering candlelight. Indeed, alongside the accounts of explosive runes, a line of small script had been partially blurred by ink. "The force follows the heart. Explosions arise from thought. Strength and control yields to following its nature." Following its nature, Simon murmured to himself, as his pen sketched a simple rune on the paper, annotating, "Attempt to activate without a wand. Caution, risk of blowing through the floorboards." Outside the window, the silhouette of the forbidden forest loomed silently in the night, as if harboring countless secrets of the origins of magic. Simon extinguished the candle, lying in bed, feeling as though he held a key, gradually prying open the most ancient doors of the magical realm. Unbeknownst to him, in the headmaster's office at that very moment, Dumbledore smiled at the silver mist swirling in the pensieve. Professor McGonagall stood nearby, observing as the headmaster retrieved a glimmer of light from the fog. An unintentional surge of magical energy emitted when Simon made the dandelion float. It was pure and resonated profoundly. Dumbledore's blue eyes sparkled with satisfaction. He was comprehending magic in his own manner, not through tomes, but through life itself. "Do you think I should guide him toward deeper theories?" McGonagall inquired. "No need," Dumbledore replied, shaking his head as he returned the glimmer to the pensieve, allowing Simon to explore on his own. Sometimes, the insights gained from a few exploded cauldrons are far more precious than reading 100 theoretical books. Moonlight streamed through the office window, illuminating a silver instrument upon Dumbledore's desk, an ancient magical resonator, now emitting a faint hum in response to some distant resonance. In the following days, Simon became enchanted, devoting every spare moment to pondering the resonance between heart and world. During breakfast, he fixated on the milk in his cereal bowl, silently urging it to swirl. And to his astonishment, the surface indeed formed a small vortex. While walking, he attempted to make the pebbles at his feet leap into the air. Though they only rose half an inch, it was enough to startle Ron. causing him to drop his bread. "If you keep this up, you will surely be labeled a dark wizard," Ron remarked, brushing crumbs from his chin. "Yesterday, when you were staring at Snape's robes, he looked as though he was ready to turn you into cauldron fodder." Simon couldn't help but chuckle. "I merely wished to see if I could get his black cloak to catch some ketchup." Clearly, that attempt failed. "The fact that you managed to experiment right under Snape's nose without losing points is quite impressive," Harry added, as he bent over a Quidditch tactic chart. "By the way, there's a practice match on Saturday between Gryffindor and Slytherin. Will you come and watch?" "Absolutely," Simon affirmed instantly. Yet a new idea flickered in his mind. Perhaps he could experiment with a resonance of thought to cast a protective shield around Harry's broomstick. For instance, how could one enable it to automatically evade malicious collisions? This idea inadvertently slipped from his lips during the activities of the Transfiguration Club. The club meeting on Wednesday evening was held in a classroom cluttered with various Transfiguration models, where Professor McGonagall was elucidating the principles of stability in non-biological transfiguration. Suddenly, Simon raised his hand. "Professor, if we could establish a persistent resonance between an object and its caster's mind, wouldn't that enhance the durability of the transfiguration? For example, a broom that could sense danger?" A profound silence enveloped the classroom, with several upperclassmen wearing expressions of skepticism. However, Professor McGonagall's eyes sparkled with interest. "This is indeed a valuable concept. The essence of transfiguration lies in the bestowal of form, while the resonance you speak of is the nascent embodiment of consciousness. Of course, this necessitates an extraordinary level of mental control, attainable only by a select few elite wizards." She paused, her gaze fixed on Simon, filled with anticipation. "Next week, we will discuss living transfiguration and the connection to the mind. You may prepare a proposal concerning a protective charm for brooms as a case study for analysis." Simon's heart skipped a beat, and he nodded eagerly. A bespectacled fourth-year girl leaned in. "It's impressive for a freshman to present such an idea. I'm Angelina Johnson, a chaser on the Quidditch team." "Simon Finnegan," he replied with a smile, suddenly inspired with a more concrete plan. Perhaps he could borrow an old broom from Angelina to truly experiment with inscribing resonance runes upon it. Simon halted in surprise. The headmaster. He said that the most precious aspect of Hogwarts is this unrestrained curiosity. Professor McGonagall patted his shoulder, yet reminded him, "Remember, curiosity must be paired with ample patience. Just as your father took 3 years to perfect that directional blasting curse, during which he destroyed 7 bridges." At the mention of his father, Simon's eyes brightened. "You knew my father?" "Indeed, we were contemporaries in Gryffindor," Professor McGonagall replied, her gaze drifting towards the distant Quidditch pitch. "He always claimed that blasting was not for destruction, but for clearing obstacles. Just as your magic should not be about standing out, but about uncovering deeper truths." He lay in bed, retrieving the silver needle, transformed in class. Moonlight filtered through the curtains, casting a silvery sheen that reflected his eyes. Simon gently grasped the silver needle, silently intoning, "Transform into a leaf." "Take your time." He smiled at the needle, placing it back beneath his pillow. They had all the time in the world. The wind outside rustled through the forbidden forest, carrying the distant howls of werewolves. Simon closed his eyes, feeling his magic flow like a gentle river through his veins, patiently awaiting the next moment of resonance with the world. Perhaps it would manifest on a sunlit afternoon, or perhaps amidst an explosive experiment. Who could say? The wonders of magic are inherently concealed within the serendipitous moments of life. Chapter 53. Exploration, Part 2. The Quidditch practice match on Saturday was even more lively than anticipated. Simon sat in the stands with his notebook, watching as Harry streaked across the field like a bolt of black lightning, while his mind sketched the designs of resonance runes. True to her word, Angelina had lent him an old broom, its wooden handle still marked with scuff marks from the Quidditch balls. "What are you drawing?" Dean leaned closer, his mouth stuffed with pumpkin pie. "Don't tell me you intend to equip the broom with a self-destruct mechanism." "It's a protective shield, not a self-destruct," replied Simon, shifting the sketch for him to see. Through runes, he aimed to create a resonance between the broom and its wielder's mind. For instance, when Harry faced danger, the broom would instinctively alter its course. Dean blinked. "Sounds like a muggle's autopilot. But can this really work?" "Not certain, but it's worth a try." Simon gestured towards Harry on the field. "Notice how the broom seems to be an extension of him whenever he dives. That's the natural resonance. I merely wish to enhance its stability." As they spoke, the Slytherin practice team suddenly invaded the pitch. Malfoy, riding the latest Nimbus 2000, deliberately showcased his skills in front of Harry, the rush of air from his broom nearly toppling Harry's. "Despicable!" The Gryffindor students shouted in unison from the stands. Yet Simon's gaze remained fixated on Harry's broom. At that moment, the broom appeared to gently veer, narrowly avoiding the collision. Look, he grasped Dean's arm. That wasn't Harry's doing. The broom moved on its own. Dean squinted for a long moment. It does seem like there was a slight shift. Could your resonance theory actually be valid? Simon's heart raced. He drew his wand and swiftly sketched a new rune in his notebook, transforming Harry's instinctive reaction from earlier into a replicable rune pattern. After the practice match, Simon approached Harry. Did your broom just evade Malfoy's attack on its own? Harry looked momentarily taken aback before nodding. Yeah, I thought it was just my subconscious reacting. What is up? That wasn't subconscious. It was resonance. Simon exclaimed excitedly. Your mind forged a connection with the broom, allowing it to sense your danger and respond autonomously. Ron, standing nearby, rolled his eyes. You make it sound like the broom has come to life. Yet, a hint of curiosity flickered in his eyes. Ignoring Ron, Simon continued to gaze at Harry's broom, envisioning it as a living companion. Suddenly, he understood the meaning behind his father's notes. Explosions are born from thought applies not just to destruction, but to all forms of magic. When the mind is sufficiently focused and intent strong enough, even wood will respond to your call. That night, Simon tucked away the old broom beneath his bed, delicately engraving runes on its handle with his wand. No explosives, no incantations for detonation, just the gentlest magic, gradually infusing his intent into the wood. Moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating the softly glowing runes. Exhausted, Simon collapsed onto his bed and fell asleep, dreaming of a broom carrying Harry through the forbidden forest, with all dangers retreating before them as if separated by an invisible barrier. Perhaps the creation of miracles lies not solely in explosions, but also in the power of protection. This force resides within every instance of resonance between the mind and magic, waiting to be discovered and awakened. The runed broom shimmered faintly in silver under the moonlight. The following morning, Simon rushed to the Quidditch pitch with it, encountering Angelina practicing her shots. Care to test your resonance shield? Angelina raised an eyebrow, eyeing the old broom in his hands with curiosity. Simo nodded, his heart racing like a fluttering owl. He instructed Angelina to mount the broomstick while he stood at the sidelines, gripping his wand tightly. In accordance with his plan, he anticipated that the runes would automatically activate should Angelina encounter danger. But how to test this? Surely, they could not allow her to genuinely fall from the broomstick. Ron crossed his arms, wearing a skeptical expression. Simo retrieved a metal sphere, the size of a tennis ball, crafted from fragments of an old cauldron and enchanted with a basic levitation charm. I'll send it flying towards Angelina and see if the broom will maneuver itself to avoid it. Angelina steadied herself on the broom, inhaling deeply. Let us do this. With a flick of his wand, the metal sphere zipped towards Angelina. Just as it was about to collide, the broom suddenly shifted sideways as if nudged by an unseen force, allowing the sphere to narrowly graze her robes. Success! Simo exclaimed, leaping in jubilation. Angelina looked down in astonishment at the runes on the broomstick's handle. It truly moved on its own. I barely exerted any effort. Ron's mouth formed an I-shape, his astonishment rendering him speechless. It wasn't until Simo repeated the experiment thrice, each time with the broom skillfully evading the metal sphere, that Ron managed to utter, "This is far more reliable than Fred's auto-batting gloves." Word of their success quickly reached Professor McGonagall, who came to observe the demonstration. Witnessing the broom elegantly trace avoidance arcs in the air with Angelina, a rare smile graced her usually serious face. The flow of magical energy within the runes is remarkably stable, she noted while examining the broomstick's handle. You did not forcibly inject magical power. Rather, you guided the broom's inherent magic to connect with the user. This is the essence of advanced transfiguration. She turned to Angelina, instructing, include this case in next week's Transfiguration Club discussion. Mr. Finnegan can lead the presentation. Simo's face flushed crimson, yet he squared his shoulders. Yes, Professor. That night, as he lay in bed, feeling the metallic sphere in his pocket, he suddenly pondered whether the title of Exploding Wizard could use a revision. After all, imparting a broomstick with the ability to protect was as commendable a skill as ensuring precise explosions. The dormitory door creaked open, and Harry entered, holding a letter, his face etched with confusion. Hagrid mentioned that a unicorn has been killed in the Forbidden Forest. Simo sat up, his heart sinking. He recalled Professor Binns mentioning that unicorn blood could grant life but would curse the drinker. Who would commit such an atrocity? I don't know, Harry replied, frowning. But Hagrid said the wound looked as if it had been torn open by some monstrous creature. Ron shuddered. It must be a werewolf. My brother Bill said the werewolves in the Forbidden Forest are 10 times more ferocious than ordinary ones. Simo remained silent, merely reaching for the old broomstick beneath his bed. If danger truly lurked nearby, would his resonance rune be able to protect everyone? As this thought surfaced, he seized his wand and inscribed a warning rune onto the metal sphere, reasoning that if they were to encounter Quirrell, at least they would receive an early alert. Outside, the wind howled mournfully, as if something sinister lingered at the edge of the forbidden forest. Seamus tightened his grip on his wand, suddenly realizing that his research on the resonance of the mind might not merely be theoretical. When danger truly strikes, the ability to have magic heed the guidance of one's heart to protect those we cherish is the most remarkable miracle, far more meaningful than any explosive display. Chapter 54. Hagrid's Invitation. A plume of black smoke billowed from the chimney of the cottage on the edge of the forbidden forest, with a few plump gray birds perched atop the roof. The aroma of roasted pumpkin mingled with that of some animal fur wafted through the air. Seamus followed closely behind Harry and Ron, treading the overgrown path while still contemplating the adjustments to the warning rune from that morning. What does Hagrid want with us? Ron kicked a stone at his feet. He isn't going to teach us how to raise a dragon, is he? Harry chuckled and shook his head. He said he has something to show us, and specifically asked us to bring you along. Seamus paused for a moment, a bit taken aback. Me? He was not particularly familiar with Hagrid, having only crossed paths with him a few times in Diagon Alley, where the giant wizard often poked at this and that with his pink umbrella. As the wooden door swung open, Hagrid's towering figure blocked out the sunlight. Come in. He beamed, crumbs from bread clinging to his beard. Try this freshly baked rock cake. Seamus followed them into the cottage, immediately astonished by the sight before him. The walls were adorned with a multitude of claws and feathers, while corners were piled high with bundles of beast hair. He recognized one bundle as phoenix tail feathers. There were jars on the table filled with shimmering silver substances. Upon closer inspection, he realized they contained tips of unicorn hair. Don't touch that. Hagrid quickly shifted a jar filled with venomous tentacle suckers aside. That thing bites. Hermione, frowning as she organized the parchment on the table, exclaimed, Hagrid, these materials are far too precious. A single strand of unicorn hair can sell for 10 galleons. Why would you leave them lying around? Hagrid scratched his head, sheepishly grinning. I just picked them up. You can often find them on the edge of the forbidden forest. Look at this. He dragged out an iron cage from beneath the bed, inside which sat a furry little creature, its round black eyes surveying them. This is a baby Norwegian ridgeback, Harry exclaimed. Seamus, however, was not focused on the baby dragon. His gaze was fixated on the pile of silvery unicorn hair in the corner. The strands were long and soft, emanating a gentle glow, making them the finest material for crafting protective magical items. He recalled the notes in his father's journal. Woven unicorn hair could repel most dark curses, and when infused with the blood of the caster, its protective power could be doubled. Hagrid, Seamus could not resist speaking up. If you're not going to use this unicorn hair, could you possibly give it to me? Take it. Hagrid waved his hand generously. It's just taking up space. And those hippogriff feathers over there are quite sturdy too. Really? Seamus' eyes sparkled. I'd like to try weaving something with them. Perhaps protective gloves, or... He glanced at the pile, enough to weave a robe, swallowing hard. A magical robe. A protective robe? Ron leaned closer. Made of unicorn hair? Wouldn't he that make it immune to Malfoy's curses? Unfazed by the ominous curse, Seamus grasped a strand of unicorn hair, feeling the warm waves of magical energy pulsating through his fingertips. Ordinary spells would be deflected upon contact, and it could even withstand light explosive impacts. He paused momentarily before adding, Of course, I shall endeavor to avoid blowing myself up. Hermione adjusted her glasses, remarking, Unicorn hair is exceedingly rare, but weaving magical artifacts necessitates specific incantations and techniques. Are you certain you can manage it? My father's notes contain diagrams for weaving runes. Seamus delicately stowed the unicorn hair in his backpack and then picked up several phoenix feathers, which could be embedded in cuffs for embellishment, as phoenix feathers enhanced the purity of spells. Hagrid, observing Seamus's diligent packing, burst into hearty laughter. You little rascal, just like me in my youth. Always tinkering with such things. I used to craft shields from troll hides. Though they were rather unsightly, they were remarkably resilient. He turned and retrieved a tin box from the cupboard, revealing some basilisk scales. Do you want these? They're quite tough. Basilisk scales? Hermione gasped. Those are forbidden. Not to worry. These were shed during molting, and they're non-toxic, Hagrid assured, handing the box to Seamus. Go on, play with them. Weave them into your wrist guards, and you'll be impervious to blades and bullets. Before long, Seamus's backpack brimmed with various magical creature materials, weighing heavily as if it contained a stone. Harry and Ron were amusing a baby dragon, while Hermione assisted Hagrid in tidying up the disordered herbs. Seamus, crouched in a corner, attempted to weave the unicorn hair using Hagrid's old rope. As he completed the first strand, it illuminated with a soft, silvery sheen. "It worked," he exclaimed, lifting the spool in triumph. Hagrid leaned in for a closer look, gently touching the shimmering membrane with his rough hand, producing a soft hum. "Goodness, this is far more radiant than my troll shield. If you ever need materials, feel free to seek me out. The Forbidden Forest has everything." As they departed the cottage, Seamus's backpack felt burdensome, yet his heart was filled with warmth. Harry patted his shoulder, saying, "Impressive. You've managed to get Hagrid to part with his treasures." He mentioned I reminded him of his younger self. Seamus replied with a smile, the warmth of the unicorn hair still lingering on his fingertips. Ron suddenly lowered his voice, suggesting, "Do you think we could craft a protective hat from these materials that could withstand Snape's bat bogey hex?" Seamus's eyes brightened. "We should certainly try, but first, we must figure out how to embed the scales into the wool." The sunset stretched their shadows long, and the outline of the Forbidden Forest gradually faded into twilight. As Seamus caressed the unicorn hair in his backpack, he realized that the most precious treasures of Hogwarts were not hidden within the library or the Chamber of Secrets, but nestled in the hearts of individuals like Hagrid, those whose generosity knew no bounds and whose love for magic was pure and unrestrained. He had already begun to envision the design for his protective cloak, cuffs adorned with phoenix feathers, a collar edged with unicorn hair, and a lining woven with warning runes. As for whether to incorporate an emergency explosive escape mechanism, that could be pondered later. After all, safety was paramount, with flair coming second. Chapter 55, Magical Protective Gear. By the time Seamus returned to Gryffindor Tower, dusk had settled. He tossed his backpack onto the bed with a thud, startling Dean, who looked up from his wizard chess. "Did you bring back a stone?" "Much more valuable than a stone," Seamus replied. With a mysterious smile, Simon unzipped the bag. As the shimmering unicorn hair, the iridescent phoenix tail feathers, and the patterned serpent scales emerged, the dormitory fell into an instant silence. Ron's wizard chess piece clattered to the floor. "By Merlin's beard, did Hagrid give you this? Has he lost his mind? He said there's plenty in the Forbidden Forest." Simon carefully sorted the materials, placing them on a moisture-resistant cloth in a corner of the desk. "Look at this unicorn hair. Each strand resonates with magical energy, making it perfect for weaving protective enchantments." Harry leaned over to take a look. "Are you really planning to make a magical robe?" "Not just a robe," Simon replied, pulling out some parchment and swiftly sketching a design. "Let us start simple. Gloves primarily made of unicorn hair, mixed with a few phoenix feathers to enhance magical conductivity. The wrist guards will incorporate serpent scales to defend against physical attacks. And eventually, I'll piece together a full robe." He pointed at the patterns on the sketch. "Here I'll weave simplified runes for the ironclad charm, and here I'll add the trigger array for the obstacle charm." Dean suddenly whistled. "What you're making ISNT clothing. It's armor." "Magical armor," Simon corrected, his eyes gleaming. "Just imagine, wearing it, Malfoy-esque jinx wouldn't harm you at all. It might even bounce back." Ron immediately perked up. "Could you make me a pair of gloves as well? I'll trade you 10 pumpkin pasties for them. Just let me practice first." Simon smiled as he folded the sketch. This craftsmanship requires patience. Lily Evans' notes mention that while weaving, one must recite a variation of the stitching charm. Each stitch must be infused with a steady flow of magic. In the days that followed, Simon became the most reclusive member of the dormitory. During breaks, he would immerse himself in fundamentals of magical fabrics and enchantments, and at night, he would hide at his desk, practicing his weaving under the lamp's glow. Initially clumsy, the unicorn hair kept slipping through his fingers, and if he recited the stitching charm too quickly, the yarn would tangle into a chaotic mess. "What you're making ISNT protective gloves, it's a yarn bomb." Ron mercilessly critiqued the tangled ball of yarn in Simon's hands. However, Simon remained undeterred. He recalled Professor Flitwick's words, "Magic flows like water. Try to let the magic from your fingertips guide the needle and thread, rather than forcing it." Gradually, the yarn began to cooperate, the silvery strands weaving into neat patterns in his hands. With each stitch, a soft silver glow emanated. On Friday evening, when the first glove finally took shape, the dormitory erupted in cheers. The glove resembled an ordinary woolen mitt, but shimmered with a mother-of-pearl luster under the sunlight. Simon tried it on and recited the ironclad charm. A transparent shield immediately manifested on the glove surface. "How cool!" Dean exclaimed, reaching out to touch it, only to be repelled by the shield. "Can it really block spells?" "Only one way to find out." Simon picked up Ron's wand, with permission, and asked him to cast a small spell at his hand. Ron hesitated for a moment before softly uttering, "Jellylegs, jinx." The spell hit the glove, creating only a ripple, while Simon's legs remained steadfast. It worked, he exclaimed, removing the glove to find that the patterns on his palm glowed even brighter. The unicorn hair truly absorbed and transformed magical energy. That evening, Simon set off to find Hagrid, clutching the gloves tightly. The light from the cottage shimmered at the edge of the forbidden forest like a warm star. Hagrid was feeding a Norwegian ridgeback dragonet, and the sparks emitted by the little dragon singed several strands of his beard. "Hagrid, look!" exclaimed Seamus, raising a glove. Hagrid set down the food bowl and leaned in closer, his rough fingers gingerly brushing the fabric. "This is quite well made. Much better than the unicorn hair I used last time to bundle firewood. It can ward off spells," Seamus demonstrated, prompting Hagrid to break into a broad grin, revealing his large teeth. "Well done, lad. If you need materials, just let me know. I found a griffin feather a couple of days ago. It's quite sturdy and would make an excellent protective charm." From that day forth, Seamus became a frequent visitor to Hagrid's cottage. Sometimes he helped organize the chaotic piles of materials, and other times he listened to Hagrid recount tales of the Forbidden Forest, such as how unicorns purify toxic swamps with their horns and what wounds phoenix tears can heal. In return, Hagrid would often slip him little trinkets of little value, a handful of mandrake fluff, a few dragon scales, and even half a giant's hair. The giant's hair was temperamental, necessitating a calming charm woven into the fabric. Seamus diligently recorded these details in his notes while Hagrid munched on rock cakes, occasionally interjecting, "By the way, the full moon is next week. Werewolves will be prowling the outskirts of the Forbidden Forest. They fear silver objects, so if you're weaving something, throw in a bit of silver thread." These conversations frequently reminded Seamus of his father. Though one was an explosives researcher and the other was enamored with magical creatures, their passion for the essence of magic was strikingly similar, unconstrained by textbooks, learning through hands-on experience, and uncovering the secrets of magic from the most primitive materials. When Seamus finished knitting the second glove, he intentionally added a phoenix feather that Hagrid had given him at the wrist. Under the moonlight, the feather refracted a spectrum of colors, resembling a fragment of a rainbow. He understood that this pair of gloves was not merely a protective tool, but a silent bond between him and Hagrid, a kind of unorthodox yet profoundly sincere magical friendship. As for the ultimate owner of the gloves, Seamus had already made up his mind. He would lend them to Ron the next time he quarreled with Malfoy. After all, the finest protective magic must be put to use when a friend is in need. Chapter 56, Midnight Duel. The embers in the Gryffindor Tower's fireplace had dwindled to mere ashes, and Seamus was using the last flicker of light to finish up the protective gloves. The silver thread wove through the unicorn hair, and with each loop, he recited a simplified protection charm, causing the surface of the gloves to glow brighter. Just as the dormitory door creaked open, he nearly stabbed his finger with the needle. Harry, Ron, and Hermione stumbled in, their robes speckled with grass clippings and their hair tousled as if caught in a tempest. Hermione's scarf hung askew. Ron bore a scratch on his nose, and Harry clutched something tightly, his palm trembling. "Where have you been?" Seamus set aside the gloves, observing their disheveled appearances. "Percy locked the tower door just 5 minutes before curfew. You nearly got caught." Ron collapsed onto the carpet, panting heavily. "Don't ask. We went for a midnight duel." "A duel? With whom?" Seamus raised an eyebrow in astonishment. "That git Malfoy challenged us." Harry's voice still carried a hint of trepidation as he recounted their encounter in the trophy room, where they had intended to duel. Upon arrival, however, Filch had emerged with Mrs. Norris, revealing the entire situation to be a trap. Hermione crouched by the fireplace, warming her hands, her voice trembling as she spoke. They had run desperately and taken refuge in a locked classroom, which housed an exceptionally peculiar mirror that reflected one's deepest desires. Within its depths, Harry beheld the image of his parents. Seamus paused momentarily, recalling Professor Bin's mention of the mirror of Ariste, said to reflect one's innermost longings. "You weren't caught by Filch?" "We nearly were," Ron exclaimed, rising with excitement, causing a rusted object to tumble from his robes. Seamus recognized it as Neville's Remembrall. They had squeezed through a trapdoor. Below lay a dark void, seemingly alive with movement. "A trapdoor?" Seamus furrowed his brow. "Does Hogwarts even have such things?" "It must lead underground." Harry's expression grew serious. Upon their exit, they spotted Snape stationed in the third-floor corridor, as if guarding something. Silence enveloped the dormitory. The embers in the fireplace crackled, casting flickering reflections upon their tense faces. Seamus touched the freshly knitted gloves, feeling the warmth of unicorn hair. While their friends were engrossed in studying protective magic, they had experienced a thrilling nocturnal adventure. "You were far too reckless," he finally remarked, a note of apprehension lacing his tone. Filch punishes students caught wandering at night with detention. We understand we were wrong, Hermione murmured, her voice subdued. But Malfoy was insufferable. He claimed Harry wouldn't dare. Ignore him next time, Seamus suggested, retrieving a small vial of healing potion from his bag. I brewed this during potions class last week. It works well. Ron, apply this to your nose. It will fade the scar. He hesitated, glancing at Harry. Is it true that mirror shows what one desires most? Harry nodded, his gaze softening. I saw them smiling at me, as if they had never left. Seamus fell silent, suddenly longing to gaze into that mirror, not to see anything specific, but to discover whether his own deepest desire lay in uncovering the hidden secrets within his father's notes or in crafting a protective cloak that would ensure everyone's safety. Do not tell anyone about our visit, Hermione urged nervously, particularly concerning Professor McGonagall. Rest assured, Seamus replied, shoving the healing potion into Ron's hand. But should such an event occur again? He raised the protective gloves. At the very least, take these. Ron accepted the gloves, his eyes widening in surprise. Did you make these from the unicorn hair Hagrid provided? Will they deflect spells? One can only find out through experience, Seamus chuckled, handing him the other glove. Here. Now you have a matching pair. The next time Malfoy provokes you, wear them while dueling him. I guarantee his jinx will rebound upon himself. Ron's eyes sparkled with excitement as he immediately donned the gloves, waving at the air. This is brilliant. Tomorrow, that little git will taste his own medicine. Hermione shook her head in exasperation, though a smile tugged at her lips. Harry observed them, feeling the tension in his shoulders gradually dissipate. Seymour picked up the needle and thread once more, contemplating whether he should craft protective items for his friends. Perhaps a spell-resistant book cover for Hermione, or a thicker resonant shield for Harry's broomstick. The moonlight crept across the foot of his bed, and Seymour's stitches began to take shape beneath the silver thread. He understood that the secrets of Hogwarts were far more numerous than one could imagine. The shadow behind the trapdoor, Snape's vigilant watch, and the mirror that reflects one's desires, all slowly coalescing like pieces of a puzzle. What he could do was weave the thread more tightly, ensuring that the protective magic would arrive before the danger. Chapter 57. The following day, during breakfast, Ron proudly flaunted his unicorn hair gloves, strutting around the Slytherin table. As expected, Malfoy took the bait, taunting from across the table. Look at you, dressed like a silver weasel. Are you planning to perform tricks? Better than looking like a greasy black bat, Ron shot back, deliberately raising his gloved hand. These are magical gloves that can deflect spells. Care test them? Snape's black robes glided towards them like a shadow, his icy gaze sweeping over Ron's gloves. Weasley, you're not permitted to wear such ostentatious items during class. 1 point for Gryffindor. Reluctantly, Ron removed the gloves, but Seymour mischievously gave him an okay sign beneath the table. Snape's gaze lingered on the gloves for 3 seconds, not in disdain, but in scrutiny. After class, Harry pulled Seymour aside in a corridor. I didn't mention everything last night. It seems there were sounds of a large dog beneath the trapdoor. He lowered his voice, a particularly large dog, with paws as big as millstones. A large dog? Seymour recalled Fong, Hagrid's gentle hound, but could it be a magical creature from the Forbidden Forest? More likely, it resembled a bewitched guardian beast. Harry furrowed his brow. Snape is definitely guarding something significant. It might be related to Nicholas Flamel. Seymour's heart skipped a beat. He remembered the book A History of Magical Alchemy from the library and Hermione's mention of the Philosopher's Stone, which could grant immortality. If the stone were hidden beneath the trapdoor, Malfoy's trap will be far too clever. Harry continued. It seems someone is deliberately trying to lure us to the third-floor corridor. They exchanged a serious glance, both recognizing the gravity of the situation. Seymour touched the basilisk scale in his pocket. Hagrid had said it could protect against the claws of large beasts. Next time we go, let's bring this, he said, handing the scale to Harry. At least it can offer some protection. Harry grasped the scale, suddenly smiling. You're becoming our protection expert. Better than being an explosion expert. Seymour chuckled, though his mind was busy designing new protective spells, warning runes tailored for large canine creatures, requiring powdered wolfsbane and silver thread. That evening, a new item appeared on Seymour's desk. A small pendant woven from phoenix feathers and silver thread, embedded with a fragment of basilisk scale. He handed the pendant to Harry. Wear this around your neck. It can warn of danger and provide some protection against minor spells. Harry accepted the pendant, its surface warm to the touch, the feathers glimmering softly in the candlelight. Thanks, Seymour. What for? Friends should look out for one another. Seymour patted his shoulder, then turned to Ron and Hermione. Yours will be ready soon. Ron's wrist guard was enhanced with dragon scales, while Hermione's book cover was infused with the fluff of mandrake, making the forgetfulness charm particularly effective. Hermione's eyes widened in astonishment. Did you think of that as well? Otherwise, how could I be called a blast wizard and a master of protection? Seamus replied, lifting his chin with pride, prompting Ron to toss a crumpled candy wrapper at him. In the late hours of the night, Seamus lay in bed, listening to Ron's snores, his fingers tracing the griffin feather that Hagrid had given him. It suddenly dawned on him that safeguarding was not merely about crafting magical artifacts. More importantly, it was about having the courage to stand by one's friends when danger truly loomed, just as he had caught Neville with the levitation spell. Without thinking, simply acting. He quietly rose and inscribed the final line in his notebook. Progress on protective cloak, 30. Emergency plan. Weave miniature explosive runes into the cloak's hem for a potential escape route. The moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating the note that read, safety first, coolness second. Seamus smiled as he tucked the notebook back under his pillow. No matter what lay behind the trapdoor, they had already crafted the most formidable armor, not made from unicorn hair or dragon scales, but forged from trust and courage amongst one another. And perhaps that was the most powerful protective magic of all. Chapter 58, The Troll Attack. The dining hall plunged into chaos. Seamus surged with the crowd toward the exit, his mind racing with the thought that Hermione had quarreled with Ron today and was left alone in the girls' bathroom. Harry, Ron, Hermione is still upstairs. He clutched his two friends, who were about to dash to the tower, his voice trembling. Ron's face turned pale. A troll? Wasn't it in the dungeon kitchen? When the alarm sounded, I saw Snape heading to the third floor. Harry's gaze was piercing. We must find her. The three of them pushed against the tide of students toward the staircase, Seamus' heart pounding like a drum. He drew his wand, his fingertips slightly sweating from anxiety. Blowing up a cauldron was one thing. Facing a living troll was another. But he had no time for fear. Hermione's smiling face flashed in his mind, igniting his courage like a match. The door to the girls' bathroom on the third floor was bolted from within. Seamus could hear a loud bang from inside, as if the troll was smashing the toilet with its hefty club. Hermione, open the door. Ron banged on the door, his voice shifting in pitch. The door creaked open slightly, revealing Hermione's face, pale as a ghost. The troll, it's in there. Before she could finish her sentence, a large, lumpy hand suddenly reached out from behind the door, nearly grasping Hermione's hair. Without a moment's hesitation, Seamus raised his wand and shouted, Defendo. The spell struck the troll's wrist, leaving only a faint white mark. The creature roared in anger and turned around. It stood nearly 3 meters tall, its skin like granite, yellow eyes gleaming with menace. The club in its hand dripping with filth. Run! Harry pushed Hermione out the door, while he and Ron raised their wands toward the troll. Expelliarmus. The spell hit the troll, but it felt as if it merely scratched the surface. With a thunderous roar, the troll swung its wooden club, but Seamus, quick-witted, yanked Harry back just in time. The club grazed Harry's shoulder and smashed into the ground, causing the tiles to splinter with a web of cracks. Ordinary spells were futile. Seamus shouted, his mind racing. He recalled the directional blasting curse from his father's notes, which targeted the weak points of an object with precision, proving far more effective than brute force. You all distracted. He stepped back, tightened his grip on his wand, and closed his eyes, taking a deep breath. The cacophony around him seemed to fade, leaving only the troll's labored breathing and the thunderous rush of his own blood. He could visualize the skeletal structure beneath the troll's thick skin, noting the distinct gap in its knee joint, a common vulnerability among magical creatures. Blast! A deafening scream erupted from the troll as its knee twisted at an unnatural angle, its massive form crashing to the ground, shattering the toilet's pipes and sending sewage gushing forth. The club rolled to Seamus's feet, still trembling slightly. Silence enveloped the restroom. Hermione covered her mouth, her eyes wide as saucers. Ron's wand lay forgotten on the floor, untouched for ages. Harry stared at Seamus, his gaze brimming with astonishment. Seamus's shoulders shook, the tip of his wand emitting a wisp of smoke. It dawned on him what he had just done, casting a blasting curse capable of demolishing stone walls without any protective measures. What was that spell? Ron finally regained his voice, stammering. My dad's directional blasting curse, Seamus replied, his throat dry. It's usually used for demolishing old buildings. Never thought it would work on a troll. Suddenly, Hermione lunged at him, wrapping her arms around him, tears soaking his robe. Thank you. I thought. It's all right, Seamus patted her back, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. At least he hadn't blown up anything beyond the pipes. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed down the corridor. Professors McGonagall, Snape, and Headmaster Dumbledore appeared at the door. Upon seeing the fallen troll and the disheveled students, McGonagall's face flushed crimson. How dare you be here? Do you have any idea how dangerous this is? "It's our fault, Professor," Harry interjected immediately. "We shouldn't have come here." But the troll was going to hurt Hermione. Snape's gaze sliced through Seamus like a knife. "You cast the blasting curse?" His voice was frigid. "First-year students recklessly using such dangerous magic. 50 points from Gryffindor." "Wait, Severus." Dumbledore interjected suddenly, his blue eyes shimmering with a gentle light behind his glasses in life-threatening situations. "The courage to protect one's companions is more important than rules." He looked at Seamus, a hint of a smile gracing his lips, "and your accuracy was remarkable. Damaging only the troll's joint without harming the innocent. That is indeed commendable." Seamus looked up in surprise, meeting the headmaster's encouraging gaze. As they exited the girls' restroom, Seamus lingered at the back. When Dumbledore passed by him, he whispered, "The power of blasting, when used for protection, holds greater value than destruction. Remember that, my child." Seamus nodded, gripping his still warm wand tightly. The torches in the corridor flickered, casting shadows of the four of them supporting each other. He suddenly felt that the explosive spell, though perilous, held more significance than any experiment, for it safeguarded those he wished to protect. Upon returning to the dormitory, Ron animatedly gestured the moment the giant fell. You should have seen its expression. It was as if struck by 10 tons of dynamite. That was nearly its power. Simon remarked with a smile, though his thoughts wandered to Dumbledore's words. Perhaps his talent for explosions was not merely intended for propelling cauldrons into the air. Suddenly, Hermione pulled something from her pocket and handed it to Simon. A charm woven from unicorn hair, still warm from her touch. I crafted it using the method you taught me. It can shield against minor curses." A warmth enveloped Simon's heart. He tucked the charm into his pocket and brushed his wand, saying, "Tomorrow, I will teach you to weave more formidable protective spells, in case we encounter another giant. Let us hope we don't meet another giant." Ron lamented, eliciting laughter from all. The moonlight flowed serenely outside, and as Simon lay in bed, listening to the rhythmic breaths of his friends, he felt his path in magic clarify. Explosiveness was not the goal. Protection was. Perhaps this was the most vital lesson he was meant to learn at Hogwarts. Chapter 59. Dumbledore's invitation on the afternoon of the third day following the giant incident. A silver-gray owl alighted upon Simon's textbook, clutching a letter sealed with wax. The wax bore the Hogwarts crest, and the handwriting was smooth and rounded, unmistakably Dumbledore's. "Please come to the headmaster's office tonight at 8. There are important matters to discuss. Albus Dumbledore." Simon's heart raced inexplicably. He tucked the letter into his robe pocket, his fingertips brushing the wax seal repeatedly until Ron nudged him with his elbow. "What are you daydreaming about? We're going to be late for Snape's potions class." By evening, as Simon stood at the door of the headmaster's office, gazing at the swirling stone guardian, he finally felt calm. He recited the password Dumbledore had given him, "Lemon drop," and the guardian moved aside, revealing a spiral staircase behind it. The office was more inviting than he had imagined. The ceiling sparkled like a starry sky, the desk cluttered with crooked silverware, and in the corner, the phoenix fox was preening its golden-red feathers. Dumbledore sat in an armchair, his smile warm as the flames in the hearth. "Please sit, Simon. Would you care for a lemon drop?" Simon accepted the candy, letting its sweet and sour flavor relax him. "Headmaster, you summoned me, regarding the giant incident." Dumbledore adjusted the glasses that perched on his nose. "Professor McGonagall mentioned that your directional explosive spell is remarkably precise for a first-year student. There's also your theoretical insights in transfiguration, your inquiries in history of magic, and your studies on protective spells. You possess a unique perspective on magic, which is quite intriguing." Simon felt his cheeks flush. "I merely enjoy pondering the workings of magic." "Not merely pondering," Dumbledore said, wisdom glimmering in his blue eyes. "Your father, Sirius, was similarly passionate about exploring these realms. He even aspired to invent a wandless explosive technique, though he regrettably never completed it." He paused for a moment, his tone becoming earnest. "You're more perceptive than he is. You have discerned the influence of the mind on magic, have you not?" Seymour looked up in astonishment. Professor McGonagall had mentioned his remarks in the Transfiguration Club, as well as his feat of making a dandelion float. Dumbledore smiled and inquired, "Do you possess a specific practice for this mind-guided approach to magic?" Seymour hesitated for a moment before deciding to speak truthfully. "I practiced a form of meditation at home." He explained that by focusing on his breath, he could allow his mind to become as tranquil as a still lake, enabling magic to flow freely within it, rather than galloping uncontrollably like a wild stallion. During that incident with the troll, it was meditation that allowed him to concentrate his magic into a singular point. "Meditation," Dumbledore echoed, gently tapping his fingers on the desk, a flicker of astonishment in his eyes. to make the mind a vessel for magic rather than a shackle. This is indeed a revolutionary concept. If disseminated, it could elevate the level of magical control throughout the wizarding world. Suddenly, he grew serious. But not now, Seymour. This method is far too dangerous until that name, which cannot be spoken, is utterly eradicated. He gazed into Seymour's bewildered eyes and explained. If his followers were to learn this, the consequences would be dire. Therefore, do not disclose this to anyone for the time being, including your friends. Seymour nodded immediately. I understand, Headmaster. Excellent. Dumbledore's smile returned. Now, share your confusions with me. When you approached Professor McGonagall for guidance on transfiguration, your thirst for knowledge was unmistakable. Today, I am eager to be your listener. Seymour's eyes sparkled. He pulled out a notebook filled with sketches depicting the flow of magic. I wish to know, what are the limits of magical control? For instance, in transfiguration, if one has sufficient mental strength, can one transform a stone into a living being? And what of mental strength? Is it synonymous with what we refer to as willpower? Dumbledore listened intently, nodding occasionally. When Seymour inquired whether mental power could directly influence the Philosopher's Stone, he paused for a moment before gently responding. Some answers must be sought by yourself. But I can tell you this. The essence of mental strength lies in belief. Believing in your capabilities, believing in the benevolence of magic. This belief itself is the most formidable magic of all. He picked up a phoenix feather and delicately placed it on Seymour's notebook. The feather of fox can assist you in stabilizing your mental strength. Try holding it during your meditation. As for transfiguration, next week the Transfiguration Club will discuss interspecies transformation, and I shall attend to listen. I look forward to your new insights. Upon returning to the dormitory, Seymour tucked the phoenix feather beneath his pillow and began his first formal meditation. He closed his eyes, allowing his breath to steady, envisioning his mind as a serene lake, with magic gently rippling like the water. When he opened his eyes, he was astonished to find a silver needle standing upright on his desk, quivering softly in the moonlight. It seems the headmaster was indeed correct. He smiled and picked up the silver needle, jotting down in his notebook, Day 1 of meditation, stability of magical flow enhanced by 30. Next step, attempt to guide transfiguration through meditation. Outside, the forbidden forest stood silent in the night, as if also listening to a young boy conversing with magic through the essence of his mind. Seymour understood that this was merely the inception of his magical saga, with the most captivating chapters yet to unfold. Chapter 60, The Transformation of the Mind. In the days that followed, Seymour's life was punctuated by a steadfast routine. Each morning and evening, he would grasp the phoenix feather and meditate. Initially, he focused solely on his breath, allowing his mind to settle like a tranquil lake. Gradually, he began to perceive the trajectory of magic flowing within him, resembling luminescent streams converging at his heart. During breakfast one day, as he was engrossed in studying the principles of advanced transfiguration, his fingertips unconsciously traced runes upon a piece of bread. Suddenly, that perfectly toasted slice transformed with a crackling sound into a soaring little bird, fluttering across the table and landing on the rim of Hermione's pumpkin juice cup. Merlin's beard, Ron exclaimed, his sausage falling back onto his plate. You didn't utter a spell. Seymour himself was taken aback. He had merely been staring at the bread, contemplating how to achieve the lightness of fox, without even waving his wand. The little bird tilted its head and pecked at the pumpkin juice, only to revert suddenly back to bread, plopping into the cup with a soft thud. Hermione held up the soggy bread, her eyes sparkling with astonishment. This is wandless transfiguration. You've done it. Curious glances from fellow Gryffindor students surrounded them. Seymour felt the phoenix feather in his pocket, suddenly comprehending Dumbledore's meaning. When the resonance between the mind and magic is profound enough, spells and wands become superfluous adornments. In the afternoon Transfiguration Club, Seymour shared this revelation with Professor McGonagall, who had been explaining the conservation of energy in interspecies transfiguration. She halted her lecture, wand in hand. Are you saying you transformed the bread solely by thought? Indeed, Professor, Seymour affirmed, nodding. He could sense the magic following his thoughts during meditation, akin to guiding a horse without reins. A flicker of excitement danced in McGonagall's eyes as she turned to sketch a complex rune on the blackboard. This is the mind guidance array. Try to activate it through meditation. If successful, I shall take you to meet Professor Dumbledore next week. He would certainly wish to witness it firsthand. Marvelous. Angelina couldn't help but applaud. I've been practicing for 3 months, and still Haven T achieved wandless rune activation. Seymour's cheeks flushed, yet his heart felt ablaze with exhilaration. He recalled a phrase from his father's notes. Obscured by ink. The ultimate form of magic is where the heart leads and the strength reaches. It was not mere exaggeration. It was indeed attainable. On Friday evening, as Professor McGonagall ushered Simo into the headmaster's office, Dumbledore was smiling at the silvery mist swirling in the meditation basin, with Fawkes perched upon his shoulder. The golden red feathers glimmering in the sunset. "Albus, he has arrived," McGonagall announced, stepping aside for Simo to approach. Dumbledore lifted his gaze, his blue eyes crescent-shaped behind his glasses. "I've heard you made bread take flight. That is far more impressive than the time I turned a lemon sherbet into a dove." Simo chuckled, the tension dissipating instantly. Following McGonagall's guidance, he activated the mind guidance array at the center of the office. This time, he endeavored to manifest an apparition of Fawkes within the array. As the golden-red phoenix's silhouette spread its wings in the air, even the real Fawkes tilted his head and let out a melodious call. "Splendid." Dumbledore clapped his hands, a glimmer of satisfaction sparkling in his eyes. "You see, this is the power of the mind, more exquisite and gentle than any explosive charm." Seymour gazed at the phoenix illusion and suddenly comprehended why the headmaster consistently emphasized that destruction necessitates strength, while creation demands a more delicate mastery. At this moment, he wove an illusion with magic rather than shattering stone. As he departed the office, Dumbledore handed him a tattered old book titled The Mindful Practices of Ancient Wizards. "It contains techniques older than your meditation methods," he murmured. "Take your time and read it slowly. The growth of magic, much like a tree, requires deep roots before it can reach great heights." Seymour held the book tightly against his chest. Exiting the castle, the sunset gilded the forbidden forest. In familiar black, smoke wafted from Hagrid's cottage chimney. He suddenly felt an urge to visit his friend, who often used precious materials as firewood. Perhaps he could employ his newly learned wandless magic to enchant Hagrid's teapot with an automatic stir and charm. The moment this thought emerged, the phoenix feather in his pocket grew warm, as if in agreement. Seymour smiled and quickened his pace. He understood that his journey in magic was still long. But as long as the flame named passion burned within him, he could rise anew from the ashes like a phoenix, regardless of the challenges he faced. As for the book The Mindful Practices of Ancient Wizards, that very night, Seymour tucked it away in the box beneath his bed, resting atop his father's notes. Moonlight filtered through the bed curtains, casting delicate speckles of light upon the cover, as if whispering, "A new miracle is about to begin." Chapter 61. Consultation after Professor Flitwick's class. The air in the charms classroom still lingered with the residual warmth of the Lumos charm. While Professor Flitwick stood atop a raised platform, counting the students' practice wands, Seymour clutched his purple yew wand, his fingertips trembling with excitement. During the recent practice of the whirling charm, he had attempted to infuse a hint of explosive charm's magical energy, resulting in a small spark erupting from Ron's ear. "Professor, may I trouble you for a few minutes?" Seymour hastily approached the podium after the other students had left. Professor Flitwick turned, his silver beard fluttering like dandelion fluff. "Of course, Seymour. Do you have questions about today's charm?" "Not precisely." Seymour took a deep breath. "I would like to inquire about explosive charms, such as the concussion charm, the thunderclap charm, and the advanced applications of the spark charm." Professor Flitwick's eyes brightened. He leaped down from the podium, and despite his height only reaching Seymour's waist, his presence was particularly commanding. "You have an interest in these types of charms? They may not be well suited for beginners, as a lack of control could lead to complications." "I often practice explosive experiments at home," Seymour explained. "My father left behind many notes on magical impacts, and I wish to combine them with traditional spells." He waved his wand and softly pronounced toward the wastebasket in the corner, "Spark charm." A fine spark shot from the tip of his wand, landing precisely in the basket without scattering a single bit around it. Following that, he intensified his magical energy. "Concussion charm." The wastebasket abruptly leaped half a foot upward, yet its edges remained unscathed, as though gently lifted by an invisible hand. Professor Flitwick blinked in astonishment, acknowledging the impressive control, but noting that it hardly constituted a true explosion. This time, there was no blinding brilliance, only a muted thud. The crumpled papers in the wastebasket suddenly collapsed inward, followed by a resounding boom, yet not a single scrap of paper escaped the confines of the basket. As if ensnared by an invisible dome, Professor Flitwick's beard stood on end. He hurried to the basket, prodding its edge with his finger, a flawless directional detonation. By incorporating a reverse binding charm during the compression of magical energy, not only was the shockwave unleashed, but the area was also meticulously controlled. Such a technique is the hallmark of advanced duelists. "I simply believe that an explosion should not be aimless destruction," remarked Simon, scratching his head, "akin to determining the position of load-bearing walls before demolishing a building." Professor Flitwick suddenly chuckled, his laughter reminiscent of wind chimes. No wonder Dumbledore often describes you as a thoughtful young lad. Did you know? In my youth, I was a dueling champion, most adept at employing small yet precise explosive spells to breach my opponent's defenses. He patted Simon's arm, adding, your talent is on par with mine, perhaps even more inspired. Simon widened his eyes in disbelief. You were a dueling champion? Indeed, Professor Flitwick puffed out his chest, pride evident in his tone. In those days, I triumphed over 3 dark wizards with an improved version of the Thunderous Blast spell. He paused, his expression becoming serious. Simon, should you wish to delve deeper into this field, your future accomplishments could be boundless. While explosive spells may seem brutish, they represent the ultimate test of magical control. Those who can wield them with finesse often approach the very essence of magic. Leaning in closer, he lowered his voice, Dumbledore Grindelwald. And even that name, which must not be spoken, they all exhibited extraordinary talent and extreme magical control during their youth. Your precision with the blasting spell already casts a legendary shadow. Simon held his breath, never having imagined that his passion could be intertwined with the notion of legend. The school's Charms Club convened every Thursday, and Professor Flitwick handed him a silver badge. We frequently discuss dueling techniques and spell modifications. I hope you will join us. He winked, adding, I also possess a few rare tomes on ancient explosive runes that might pique your interest. I will definitely come, Simon exclaimed, his fingertips trembling as he accepted the badge. That very evening, Professor Flitwick made a special visit to the headmaster's office. Dumbledore was lost in thought, gazing at a plate of lemon sherbet when Flitwick recounted Simon's performance. A glimmer of satisfaction flickered in Dumbledore's blue eyes. Directional detonation combined with a reverse binding? Quite reminiscent of his father's approach, yet imbued with a sense of restraint. Not merely restraint, but talent, Professor Flitwick emphasized. His sensitivity to magic surpasses that of you and I at his age. If properly guided, he may well exceed us in the future. Dumbledore picked up a lemon drop, his smile gentle. The magical world needs young individuals like him, those who comprehend the power of explosions as well as the significance of guardianship. Provide him with those rare tomes, so he may understand that true legends are never confined to a single form of magic, but rather find balance between destruction and creation. The moonlight outside climbed the bookshelf, illuminating a corner where a weathered copy of the History of Duels lay. On its cover was a depiction of the young Professor Flitwick, standing confidently before a pile of shattered stones, his smile radiant and bright, reminiscent of the moment when Simon held his silver badge. Defeating in a duel? Ron's eye sparkled. Could that blow Malfoy's hair off, leaving just a bald spot behind? Simon couldn't help but chuckle. We might aim for something more precise, like just blasting off his silver buttons. The laughter from the dormitory startled the night owl outside. Simon traced the lingering traces of magic on his wand and suddenly pondered that perhaps the title of explosive wizard was more than mere jest. When a precise explosion can safeguard a companion and pierce the darkness, it transforms from a source of trouble into a power worthy of pride. As Professor Flitwick once said, legend is never constrained by the type of magic. It only matters what you illuminate with it. He was ready to let his blasting charm etch a beam of justice into the annals of Hogwarts history. Chapter 62, The Charm Club. The activity room of the Charm Club was nestled in an attic adjacent to the library, its walls adorned with yellow duel posters. And in one corner lay boxes of practice dummies, most missing limbs, clearly the remnants of generations of wizards honing their blasting charms. When Simon attended his first session, Professor Flitwick was demonstrating a variation of the concussion charm with a cherry wood wand. Observe the angle of the wand tip. Tilt it 3 degrees to the left, and the impact will refract upwards, suited for aerial targets. With a flourish, he struck a dummy on the head with a red beam of light, causing it to be overturned as if by an invisible hand, landing perfectly on a mat 3 meters away, unharmed. This is a non-destructive impact, Professor Flitwick exclaimed, jumping down and winking at Simon. It requires more skill than merely shattering the target, much like your technique with the wastebasket. Simon felt a slight flush yet stood tall. The room was filled with over 20 students, mostly in their 3rd and 4th years, all curiously observing this first-year newcomer who had broken a mold. Now, who would like to try the improved version of the Thunderous Blast? Professor Flitwick raised his wand, prompting a chorus of gasps in the room. A 4th-year girl could not contain herself and asked, how do you accomplish that? I've been practicing for 6 months, and I still end up blowing half the dummy away. Focus on the part that needs destruction, Simon explained. It's like hammering a nail. The target is the nail, not the entire wall. Professor Flitwick's beard seemed to bloom with delight. Well said. The essence of magic lies not in what one can do, but in the ability to control what one can accomplish. He pulled an old tome with a leather cover from the shelf and handed it to Simon. This is Ancient Runes and Blasting Arts, which details how Babylonian wizards used blasting charms to construct the Hanging Gardens. I believe it will inspire you. Simon accepted the book, his fingertips brushing over the gilded title, his heart racing. This was more precious than any notes left by his father. It embodied the wisdom of employing explosions for creation. After the club activities concluded, Professor Flitwick often invited Simon to practice alone. He stood aside, wielding his wand to sketch the trajectory of magical energy. Observe here. The speed of magic release quickened by 0.5 seconds, resulting in a flaw in the binding curse. With a flourish, he attempted to manipulate the magic as one would knead dough, tighten it too much, and it would explode, loosen it, and it would dissipate. He sought that delicate equilibrium. Gradually, Simon began to master the art. He could unleash an explosion charm to break a lock without damaging the surrounding wood grain. He could strike the heart of a human-shaped target with a concussion charm, yet refrain from penetrating the target paper. What thrilled him most was the realization that the magical stream he felt during meditation could seamlessly blend with his spells. When he settled his mind like a tranquil lake, the precision of his explosive charm could double. "You are crafting your own magical system," Professor Flitwick remarked earnestly after a day of practice. Rooted in the mind and branching out through explosions, it is both sturdy and far-reaching. He paused before adding, "Headmaster Dumbledore is keenly interested in your progress. He mentioned that you remind him of a young Grindelwald, possessing an intense pursuit of magic, yet with an added sense of reverence." Simon tightened his grip on the wand, fully aware of the weight of the word reverence. It represented respect for life, restraint of power, a truth never explicitly stated in his father's notes, but woven into the very fabric of every page of safety regulations. Upon returning to the dormitory, Ron stood before a mirror, gesticulating incantations, as a small crack had formed at the edge. "Look at my newly practiced shatter spell," he exclaimed. "I'm one step closer to blasting Malfoy's glasses off." With a smile, Simon approached, waved his wand, and softly murmured, "Reparo." The shattered mirror's edge instantly rejoined, smooth as if it had never been harmed. "Wow, you're even adept at the repairing charm," Ron marveled. "Professor Flitwick says that destroyers should learn to mend." Simon tucked away his wand and opened the tome entitled Ancient Runes and Explosive Arts, reflecting that demolishing an old wall paves the way for a new abode, not merely leaving ruins behind. Moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating the cuneiform characters on the pages. Simon's fingertips traced the ancient symbols of explosive magic, suddenly realizing that his quest was never for more potent explosions, but rather for a deeper understanding of how to wield the power of explosions. Perhaps one day he could, as described in the book, use the explosive charm to sculpt stones that bloom, or employ the concussion charm to elevate falling birds. At that moment, the title of explosive wizard might be prefaced with a warmer term, guardian. And that day, it seemed, was not far off. Chapter 63, Progress. As Simon's comprehension of the explosion charm deepened, he began to experiment with its integration into protective magic. One weekend afternoon, in the desolate Quidditch pitch, he faced a target dummy and recited the incantation. To his astonishment, both the thunderous explosion charm and the shield charm activated simultaneously, as the shockwave radiated outward. It effortlessly formed a silver protective barrier, containing the flying debris within its confines. "I did it," he exclaimed, leaping in exhilaration. This was precisely the protective explosion array he had envisioned, capable of repelling foes while safeguarding his companions. Just then, Professor Flitwick, passing by, witnessed the spectacle, his silver beard trembling with excitement. "This is a revolution in dueling. Simon, you have intertwined offense and defense into a single thread." He extracted a scroll of parchment from the pocket of his robe. It was the record of my dueling notes from years past, detailing 30 combinations of explosive and defensive spells that may inspire you. As Simon received the notes, his fingertips brushed against the yellowed pages, and he could almost sense the spirited little wizard who once stood proudly on the dueling grounds. Beyond the spell combinations, the notes contained numerous practical insights, such as using the spark spell to create a smoke barrier when facing multiple adversaries, followed by a directed explosion to eliminate them one by one. "Thank you, Professor." Simon's voice was filled with gratitude. "It is you who deserves the thanks," Professor Flitwick replied with a smile, "for reminding me that the most enchanting aspect of magic lies in its unconventional creativity." That evening, as Simon studied the notes in the dormitory, Ron suddenly leaned over, pointing at one of the pages with astonishment. "This chain explosion spell looks incredible. It can blast away 3 dummies at once." "But the risks are substantial," Simon cautioned. indicating the annotations beside the notes. A slight miscalculation in magical control could backfire. Professor Flitwick remarked that a true dueling master understands the value of being concise and precise, rather than excessive and chaotic. Hermione, who was preparing for herbology under the candlelight, looked up and chimed in, just like when you saved me last time. You only needed a single precise explosion spell to subdue the troll. If you had recklessly used the chain spell, we might have blown the entire restroom to smithereens. Simon scratched his head, recalling the perilous moment, and couldn't help but chuckle. He closed the notes, suddenly struck by an idea for tomorrow's spell club meeting. How about we simulate a real battle using the explosive protective array, just like in a genuine duel? Ron's eyes lit up instantly. I'll be your opponent. Let me show you my newly practiced obstacle spell. The next day, the club's activity room buzzed with excitement. Simon stood at one end of the arena, while Ron positioned himself at the opposite end, with Professor Flitwick serving as the referee. As the professor called for the start, Ron promptly waved his wand. Obstacles abound. An invisible barrier charged toward Simon, yet he remained composed, reciting his incantation, thunderous explosion spell. The shockwave collided with the barrier, not scattering in all directions, but instead creating a swirling airflow that forcibly tore a gap in the barrier. Seizing the opportunity, Simon dashed through the opening, pointing his wand directly at Ron, but halted at the last moment, the red glow from his wand dissipating into the air. Why didn't you attack? Ron asked, momentarily taken aback. Because this is practice, not an actual duel, Simon replied with a smile. Professor Flitwick says knowing when to hold back is more important than knowing when to strike. The activity room erupted in applause. Professor Flitwick approached, his eyes gleaming with approval. This is the essence of dueling, not to vanquish your opponent, but to protect those you care about. Simon, you have transcended mere technique and touched upon the very nature of magic. Talent knows no age. The professor's tone became particularly earnest. But remember, the badge symbolizes not power, but responsibility. Use your gift to safeguard others rather than to flaunt it. He quickened his pace towards the dormitory, already contemplating his next objective, to weave the explosive protective array into the protective cloak he was crafting. In doing so, whether confronting a troll or more perilous foes, he could provide a secure barrier for his friends, just as he had for Ron. Chapter 64. The Room of Requirement and the Disillusionment Charm. Ever since he overheard Fred and George mention a magical room within the castle, Simon had not ceased his quest to find it. It was said that this room could conjure whatever one needed most, a secret chamber when one wished to hide, a storeroom when supplies were scarce. At this moment, Simon's greatest need was a tranquil space to practice dangerous spells. On Wednesday evening, with a spirit of experimentation, he stood before a blank stone wall in the fourth-floor corridor, silently intoning, "I require a practice room, free from disturbances, spacious enough for my materials, and capable of muffling the sounds of spells." As his fingertips brushed against the cold stone, the walls suddenly rippled like water, revealing an intricately carved wooden door. Taking a deep breath, Simon pushed the door open and was instantly awestruck by the sight before him. Inside stood a polished oak table, with bundles of soundproofing fabric stacked in the corner, and even a fireplace embedded in the wall, ablaze with blue flames that emitted no smoke. The Room of Requirement, indeed, lived up to its reputation. As he touched the seemingly materialized advanced invisibility guide on the table, he understood why the Weasley twins often referred to this place as Hogwarts' most generous secret. For the ensuing 2 weeks, Simon became a regular visitor to the Room of Requirement. Each evening after study hall, he would sneak in, close the door, and begin practicing the Disillusionment Charm, a spell he had encountered in Professor Flitwick's practical invisibility magic. This charm was more versatile than an ordinary invisibility cloak, but demanded exceptional mental control. Disillusionment Charm. Simon waved his wand, and an ethereal glow enveloped him, his outline blurring in the air. Yet, he knew this was insufficient. Through the flickering light of the fireplace, faint shadows still danced upon the floor. The issue lay in the even distribution of his mental focus. He flipped open his notes, where Dumbledore's advice was inscribed. The essence of the Disillusionment Charm is to allow light to curve around the body, akin to water flowing past a stone. Thus, one's mind must be as tranquil as a still lake, devoid of any ripples. Seated before the fireplace, he grasped a phoenix feather and began to meditate. As his thoughts settled like a mirror, he recited the incantation once more. This time, the glow softened, and the shadows faded to near invisibility. Even when he reached out to touch the feather quill on the table, it only stirred the air with the faintest ripple. Almost there. He paced excitedly within the room, his footsteps absorbed by the soundproofing fabric, leaving no trace. He envisioned the scenes from his nocturnal escapades, evading Filch patrols, sneaking into the restricted section to find a complete book of ancient explosive runes, and even gathering moonlight grass at the edge of the forbidden forest, as Hagrid had mentioned. With his disillusionment charm, he felt invincible. During one practice session, Simon suddenly wished to experiment with the combination of the blasting curse and the disillusionment charm. He first rendered himself invisible, then aimed at the practice dummy in the corner, exclaiming, "Concussive blast!" The dummy toppled over, while his form remained transparent. Success! He couldn't help but cheer, but quickly covered his mouth. In a true midnight excursion, revealing his position would render even the finest disillusionment charm useless. It seemed the room of requirement understood his thoughts, as a silver sound-dampening crystal suddenly appeared on the table. Seymour grasped the crystal, infusing it with magic, and it immediately illuminated with a green light. The soundproofing was impeccable, with a spell sound attenuation rate of 99. Is there truly such a thing? He mused, chuckling as he tucked the crystal into his pocket. Suddenly, the room felt like a considerate companion, always prepared with what he required. Was it Snape? Or perhaps someone else? Seymour's heart raced. He cautiously retreated, his back pressed against the frigid stone wall, only daring to breathe deeply when the footsteps gradually faded away. In that fleeting moment, his disillusionment charm seamlessly blended into the shadows, not even the flickering firelight from the hearth revealing his silhouette. It seemed his practice had not been in vain. He felt the warmth of his wand, and suddenly realized that the true purpose of the disillusionment charm was not merely for stealth, but to unobtrusively protect oneself and one's companions in times of peril. Upon departing the room of requirement, Seymour deliberately affixed a rune of explosion, his personal invention, to the door, a safeguard against unintended intrusions. As soon as the rune was placed, the wooden door vanished as if it had never existed, retreating into the stone wall, leaving behind a smooth surface. On his way back to the dormitory, he purposely walked past Mrs. Norris, Filch's cat. The usually vigilant feline merely flicked its tail, entirely oblivious to the presence of a transparent figure. Perfection. A smile crept across Seymour's lips. He could already envision future scenarios, adorned in his self-knitted protective gloves, draped in a cloak reinforced by the disillusionment charm, gathering materials in the forbidden forest, undetectable even to the most astute werewolves. Naturally, he had not forgotten to add a note in his journal. Nocturnal excursions are to be avoided unless absolutely necessary, with the primary use of the disillusionment charm for emergency evasion, such as dodging Professor Snape's surprise inspections. Moonlight crept up the spire of Gryffindor Tower as Seymour lay in bed, his fingertips still tinged with the warmth of the room of requirement. He understood that the secrets of Hogwarts extended far beyond this single room. Yet at this moment, he anticipated not the discovery of new enigmas, but the opportunity to safeguard the treasures he had already uncovered. The smiles of friends, Hagrid's generosity, and this wondrous room eternally open to those in need. As for whether to bring Ron to witness it tomorrow, that was a consideration worth pondering, though he first needed to teach him the silencing charm, lest that fellow inadvertently shout and summon the entire castle in a fit of excitement. Chapter 65. The Disillusionment Charm. Ultimately, Seymour decided against bringing Ron to the room of requirement. It was not a matter of trust, but rather an incident during lunch when Ron had shouted over his pumpkin juice, "I want to blow Malfoy's hair into fireworks," nearly attracting Filch's attention. Allowing him into a room that demanded absolute silence will be tantamount to complicating the soundproofing spell. Nevertheless, he shared his insights on practicing the disillusionment charm with Harry. The key was to envision oneself transforming into mist, possessing form yet lacking substance. Harry listened intently, as he often needed to sneak away to practice Quidditch, and mastering the skill would save him considerable trouble in evading Filch. "I'll give it a try," Harry said, raising his wand in the dormitory. Disillusionment charm. His figure indeed faded somewhat, yet a faint trace lingered at the tips of his ears. With a smile, Seamus pointed out, "You are preoccupied with thoughts of Quidditch. Your concentration is lacking. When meditating, one must clear the mind of distractions, much like when you are capturing the golden snitch." Harry experienced a moment of enlightenment and, upon trying again, indeed made considerable progress. Ron, observing with envy from his side, attempted to mimic him, only to find his own nose turn transparent, causing his voice to sound as if it were accompanied by two floating mustaches, much to everyone's amusement. The room of requirement gradually transformed into Seamus's magical laboratory. He surrounded a small area with soundproof fabric to specifically test the silent version of the blasting curse. After all, if they were to venture into the Forbidden Forest, they couldn't afford to make a thunderous commotion. During one particular experiment with his silent shockwave spell, the tip of his wand emitted merely a faint hiss, while the practice dummy silently split in two, and even the sound crystal failed to illuminate its red light. Success! He spun around in excitement, and the room of requirement seemed to share his joy, with a book titled Advanced Silent Charms mysteriously appearing on the table. Its cover adorned with a note. Try using mental resonance to replace the verbal incantation. It was from Professor Flitwick. Seamus felt a rush of warmth as he clutched the book. The professor must have sensed his practice and sent this guidance through the room. He quickly turned to the chapter on silent blasting curses, and following the prescribed method, channeled his magical energy through the intent of his meditation. Indeed, the sparks emitted by his wand tip were devoid of sound, yet accurately burned a spiral mark into the wooden table. This was true silence. As he traced the mark with his fingers, he recalled Hagrid's words about the blood-sucking bats deep within the forbidden forest that could detect sound and pinpoint locations. Now, it seemed he need not fear encountering them. On Friday evening, Seamus was adjusting his disillusionment charm in front of the mirror, striving to meld his shadow completely into the corner's darkness when the door to the room of requirement suddenly creaked open. Instantly, he tensed, his aura solidifying as he sensed a presence outside. To his astonishment, it was Dumbledore standing there. The headmaster's blue eyes curved into crescent moons behind his spectacles, as if he had known all along that Seamus was there. It appears you have made excellent use of this room, Seamus, he remarked, stepping inside as the blue flames of the fireplace danced behind him. Professor Flitwick mentioned you were studying the silent blasting curse? Yes, headmaster, Seamus replied, dispelling the disillusionment charm, his cheeks flushing. I thought it might be necessary to use in quiet places. Perhaps in the Forbidden Forest? Dumbledore chuckled, winking as he produced a lemon drop from his pocket. In my youth, I often sought refuge here to practice nonverbal magic. In those days, the room would even provide me with pumpkin juice. He paused, his tone softening. Your disillusionment charm has improved, but remember, true invisibility is not merely about concealing the body. It is about hiding the heart. Not being exposed by fear or impulse is the hardest part. Seamus nodded, suddenly understanding why the headmaster had come. Not to admonish him for practicing in secret, but to remind him of the wisdom of invisibility. Before leaving, Dumbledore gestured toward an old wooden chest in the corner. Inside, you will find several rolls of moonlight grass fibers, which, when woven into your protective robes, will stabilize your disillusionment charm under the moonlight. Consider it a reward from the room. As the chest opened, a refreshing fragrance wafted forth, and the fibers sparkled faintly with silvery glimmers. Seamus watched the principal's silhouette vanish behind the door, suddenly realizing that the most remarkable aspect of the Room of Requirement was not its ability to conjure objects, but rather its talent for facilitating encounters among those who possess the gift of magic. At this moment, the wisdom of his predecessor quietly flowed into his heart through the room. As the fireplace in the Room of Requirement began to dim, Seamus tucked away the unfinished protective cloak, and the explosive runes on the door flickered in the firelight. He understood that tomorrow, new materials and books would be prepared here, awaiting his exploration. His task was to take this gift from the room and continue honing his magic, making it more precise and gentle. Whether it be the explosive force that shatters darkness or the stealth that conceals light, it is ultimately all in service of safeguarding the world he wishes to protect. As for when Ron would learn to refrain from shouting "Blast Malfoy," that could be taught gradually. After all, the growth of magic requires time, as does friendship. Chapter 66. The Illusion of the Mirror. The door to the corridor on the third floor stood ajar, emanating a hazy white light. Seamus followed closely behind Harry, his boots making nearly inaudible sounds against the stone floor. He had intentionally employed a variant of the disillusionment charm, muffling the sound of his footsteps. Here it is. Harry's voice was barely above a whisper. The moment he pushed open the door, Seamus beheld a massive mirror standing in the center of the room, its frame adorned with countless sparkling gems, the surface gleaming like silver, reflecting two indistinct figures. Harry hurried to the mirror, as if all the blood in his body had congealed. The reflection revealed not only himself, but also a pair of gentle, smiling figures, a man whose eyes mirrored his own and a woman gently stroking his hair. My parents, he whispered, his voice trembling as he reached out to touch the mirror, only to encounter its icy surface. Seamus stood beside the mirror, curiously peering in, only to find an empty room reflected back, devoid of even his own shadow. How could this be? He furrowed his brow and took a couple of steps forward, but the image remained blank, as if he were invisible. Shaking his head, he fixed his gaze upon the mirror and suddenly understood. What it reflected was the deepest yearning of the heart, and at that moment, what he feared most was the desire itself. He feared that his talent for explosive magic was merely fleeting, that he might one day lose control over his powers, and that he could never become a wizard like his father. These fears enveloped him like a thick fog, obscuring all outlines of desire. "This mirror is known as the Mirror of Arist," Harry said softly, his eyes never leaving the reflection of his parents. "Dumbledore said it allows one to see their most cherished desires. But that is not real," Simo replied, his voice low yet imbued with undeniable conviction. "You see, it cannot even reflect my shadow, for I know that becoming lost in fantasy would make me forget the essence of reality." He pointed to Harry's shoulder. "How long have you been standing before this mirror? Neville mentioned you didn't return to the dormitory last night, and you weren't at breakfast today." Harry's face flushed. I just wanted to see them a little longer." "I understand," Simo said, moving closer to him, his tone softening. "But they would undoubtedly prefer to see you attending classes and winning Quidditch matches, rather than standing here until dawn." He paused and added, "Much like my father. If he knew I was constantly fretting over losing my magic, he would undoubtedly knock on my head and urge me to blast a few cauldrons to prove myself." Harry couldn't help but chuckle, as if the reflections of his parents in the mirror were smiling too. Reluctantly, he averted his gaze, watching the figures in the mirror gradually fade. "You are right. I cannot remain hidden here forever." "Come on," said Seamus, tugging at his sleeve. "If we don't leave now, Filch will be patrolling with Mrs. Norris, and I certainly do not wish to spend the entire night evading him with the disillusionment charm." Just as they turned to leave, a gentle voice resonated from the doorway. "Well said, Seamus." Professor Dumbledore stood there, illuminated by the moonlight filtering through his half-moon spectacles, casting soft glimmers upon the lenses. Indulging in illusory dreams while neglecting the realities of life serves no purpose. Remember that. He gazed at Harry with profound understanding. Much like the mirror that offers neither knowledge nor truth, but merely a fleeting solace. Harry lowered his head. "I'm sorry, Professor. I shouldn't have come here." "It's quite all right. Youth must err to learn and grow," Dumbledore replied with a smile. "However, it is time to return to reality. For instance, tomorrow's Transfiguration lesson will cover the advanced version of turning matches into needles, and I suspect none of you wish to face Professor McGonagall's punishment of rewriting the school rules." In the corridor, Dumbledore suddenly paused and winked at Seamus. "You see nothing in the mirror, not due to a lack of desire, but because your aspirations are too grounded. This is a rare virtue, my boy." Seamus looked up in surprise, meeting the encouraging gaze of the headmaster. Back in the dormitory, Harry lay in bed, tossing and turning. Unable to sleep, Seamus retrieved a small vial of calming draught from his bag, the result of last week's potions class, and handed it to him. "Have a sip. You'll need your spirits for Professor McGonagall tomorrow." Harry accepted the potion and suddenly said, "Thank you, Seamus. If it weren't for you, I might still be standing before that mirror. Isn't that what friends are for?" Seamus replied with a smile. "But next time, if you wish to return, remember to call me. I can use the disillusionment charm to keep watch. It's far better than sneaking around alone." Harry laughed, and after consuming the potion, he quickly fell asleep. Seamus sat at his desk, gazing out at the moonlight, suddenly realizing that the Mirror of Arist was not entirely devoid of utility. It at least made him understand that what he feared losing the most was precisely everything he currently possessed: the volatile cauldrons, the challenging charms class, and these noisy yet genuine friends. Protecting these tangible treasures was far more significant than chasing the phantoms reflected in the mirror. He picked up needle and thread, continuing to weave protective robes. Under the candlelight, the fibers of unicorn hair and moonlight grass intertwined, casting a faint silvery glow, as if he were gradually weaving the warmth of reality into the fabric of magic. Chapter 67. The Arrival of Christmas. The snow at Hogwarts had fallen for 3 continuous days, blanketing the castle's spires in thick white. The corridors were adorned with holly and mistletoe, while the armored soldiers cradled fragrant roasted turkeys in their hands. Simo sat before the fireplace in the Gryffindor common room, gazing at the snowflakes drifting past the window, feeling a sense of emptiness within. A letter from his mother informed him that the Ministry of Magic's urgent task would extend beyond the new year, meaning she would not be able to accompany him for Christmas this year. "Do not wear a long face," Harry said, patting him on the shoulder. In his hand was a deep crimson sweater, a gift from Mrs. Weasley, who had asked him to bring one for Simo as well. Simo accepted the sweater, its soft wool adorned with a crooked F, the initial of Finnegan, instantly warming his heart. "Please convey my thanks to Mrs. Weasley," Harry added. "She also mentioned that if you do not mind, you could join us for Christmas at our home." He chuckled, "But I suspect you would prefer to remain at Hogwarts. After all, the festivities here are far livelier than in Godric's Hollow." Indeed, Simo had no intention of leaving. He had long since crafted a plan for Christmas, To prepare gifts for each professor, seized the opportunity to study ancient tomes in the deserted library, and to practice the disillusionment charm in the snow, as it was said that the spell's effects would be magnified against a white backdrop. On Christmas Eve, Seamus carried a wicker basket, delivering gifts to each professor. To Professor McGonagall, he gifted a scarf woven from phoenix feathers and wool, inscribed with runes of transfiguration stability, designed to keep one's neck warm in winter. To Professor Flitwick, he presented a small box of silent explosive fireworks that would bloom into silver flowers without a sound. And to Snape, he offered a bottle of an improved healing potion infused with moonstone powder, which worked twice as quickly as the ordinary remedy. Quite useful, he mused. Upon receiving the potion, Snape's voice remained as frosty as ever, yet Seamus noticed his fingers lingered on the bottle for a couple of seconds longer. Merlin's beard. These notes are worth half a semester's lessons. Returning to the dormitory, Seamus was so elated that he nearly dropped the basket. Harry was staring at a silver invisibility cloak, a gift he had received anonymously. "Quick, try this on," Harry exclaimed, draping the cloak over Seamus. Remarkably, not only did Seamus' body vanish, but the basket in his hands also disappeared without a trace, far surpassing the effectiveness of the disillusionment charm. Even the snow beneath his feet bore no footprints. "This is extraordinary." Seamus twirled in the common room, his voice seeming to emanate from an empty void. The disillusionment charm allowed for a faint outline, but this was akin to erasing a person from the world, if only temporarily. With a grin, Harry lifted a corner of the cloak. Professor Dumbledore remarked that this is an ancient artifact, far more potent than an ordinary invisibility cloak. He then lowered his voice conspiratorially. "Would you care to see the Mirror of Ariste? Filch is surely dozing by the fireplace now." Seamus' eyes sparkled with excitement. The two of them, cloaked in the same invisibility cloak, slipped out of the common room like two wandering shadows. The corridor lay deserted, the eyes of the armored sentinels glimmering under the torchlight, yet completely oblivious to the air that passed by them. "Look," Seamus' voice emerged from the cloak. "The disillusionment charm requires concentration to maintain, but this allows one to completely relax, truly a nighttime adventurer's delight." They stood in front of the mirror for quite some time. This time, Harry was not entranced. He simply observed for a few moments before pulling Seamus away. "You are right. Real life is far more interesting than the illusions in the mirror." Upon their return to the dormitory, the fire in the hearth crackled with warmth. Seamus prepared hot cocoa, and the two sat on the carpet, perusing the professor's notes. Harry pointed to a phrase in Professor McGonagall's notes: "The purer the heart, the smoother the transfiguration," and with a smile, remarked, "This is precisely what you said about magic being a dialogue of the soul. Shall we venture to the edge of the Forbidden Forest tomorrow to try out the invisibility cloak?" Harry suddenly proposed, his eyes sparkling with the thrill of adventure. Hagrid mentioned that unicorns would stroll on Christmas Eve. Seamus chuckled, raising his cup of cocoa. "It's a deal, but I must wear my protective gloves, just in case we encounter surprises." Perhaps this was the most cherished Christmas gift Hogwarts had to offer. Chapter 68. Snowball Fights and Flying Spells. "Take that," Harry exclaimed as he suddenly scooped up a handful of snow and hurled it at Seamus. The snowball brushed past his ear, crashing against the armor behind him and bursting into a cloud of white mist. "The non-wand levitation spell," Harry exclaimed in astonishment, wiping his face. "You've mastered that?" "I just learned it from Professor McGonagall's notes," Seamus replied proudly, wiggling his fingers. "She said that in non-emergency situations, using intention to channel magic is far more elegant than relying on a wand." Clearly, she had never tried using it in a snowball fight. The two immediately engaged in a magical snowball battle in the courtyard. Harry excelled at using his wand to precisely control the trajectory of the snowballs, throwing them with the speed and accuracy akin to a Quidditch seeker. Seamus specialized in wandless magic, maneuvering snowballs around obstacles and even curving them in midair for surprise attacks. "Cheating. That's unfair," Harry laughed, accusing Seamus after being hit on the back of the head by a snowball that had circled around. Suddenly, he crouched low, sweeping his wand across the snow, expand rapidly. The snow on the ground instantly piled up into a snow wall, blocking Seamus's next wave of assault. Seamus's eyes lit up. He too attempted to use his intention to manipulate the snow wall. This time, he incorporated the mental resonance he experienced during meditation, envisioning the snow wall as an extension of his own arm. Indeed, the snow wall began to move slowly, resembling a clumsy giant, advancing towards Harry. "Impressive." Harry peeked out from behind the snow wall. "This is far more sophisticated than my rapid expansion." "Actually, the principles are quite similar," Seamus explained, keeping the snow wall in place. "Both methods alter the object's form using magic. You use incantations as a switch, while I use my mind as the steering wheel." He suddenly had an idea. Shall we collaborate? Let us build a dragon out of snow. If only it could fly. Harry caressed the wings of the snow dragon, his eyes filled with longing. As a seeker for the Gryffindor Quidditch team, his obsession with flight ran deep. Seamus's heart stirred with inspiration. He recalled a line from Professor Flitwick's notes. The ultimate form of the levitation spell is the flying spell, differing only in the power of support and control. Perhaps we can make it soar. Seamus squatted down, placing his fingertips on the snow dragon's belly, closing his eyes to sense the flow of magic within the snow. He attempted to accelerate the frequency of the levitation spell's magic, as if revving an engine. The snow dragon's body indeed lifted slightly, rising half an inch off the ground. It really works. Harry, brimming with excitement, infused his magic, tracing a flight path with his wand. Higher still, the snow dragon wobbled, ascending to a meter above the ground, spiraling through the courtyard before bursting into a flurry of snowflakes. The two stood amidst the swirling snow, laughter bending them at the waist. Though their attempt had faltered, they felt they had grasped the essence of success. Simon wiped the snow from his face, his eyes sparkling brightly. The levitation charm allowed objects to rise from the ground, while the flying charm united oneself with those objects. Much like the bond between a wizard and their broom, it is not mere control, but a harmonious flight together. Harry pondered. Is it akin to a resonance of the mind? Precisely. Simon affirmed vigorously. Once we perfect the wandless levitation charm, we might indeed soar without a broom. Just imagine, gliding freely above the Quidditch pitch, akin to a bird. The referee would undoubtedly call a foul. Harry chuckled, though the gleam in his eyes intensified. After tiring from their snowball fight, the two reclined in the snow, gazing at the spires of Hogwarts shimmering in the sunlight. Simon's fingers subconsciously traced the runes of the levitation charm in the snow, his mind formulating a practice plan, starting with small, wandless levitation, gradually increasing the weight until he could lift himself. Perhaps by this time next year, he would indeed soar alongside Harry, traversing the treetops of the forbidden forest without a broom. Oh, what about your invisibility cloak? Simon suddenly recalled the wondrous artifact. Harry retrieved it from his backpack, draping it over both of them. Instantly, their shadows vanished. Even the breath misting into the air dissipated. Do you think practicing the flying charm while wearing it would enhance the experience? Only one way to find out. Simon's voice emerged from beneath the cloak, brimming with uncontainable excitement. They rose, attempting to invoke the levitation charm while enveloped by the cloak. A marvelous phenomenon unfolded. The levitational sensation that usually demanded intense concentration became light and effortless, as if the cloak itself possessed the magic of defying gravity. It feels like walking on clouds, Harry exclaimed, saturating his voice. Simon resonated with this sentiment. He distinctly sensed the synergy between the cloak's enchantment and his levitation charm, akin to an accelerator for the steering wheel of the mind. No wonder the professors speak of ancient magic with such reverence, he mused. This is not mere invisibility. It is a transformative magic upon existence itself. As the setting sun bathed the snow in golden hues, they tucked away the invisibility cloak. The snow dragon long since melted into a puddle. Yet Simon understood that some things endure beyond the ephemeral, such as their pact regarding flight, and a deeper comprehension of magic. Be it the levitation charm or the flying charm, the invisibility cloak or the disillusionment charm, the core power always resides within the hands that wield the wand or the heart that harbors the intent. Upon returning to the warmth of the common room, Simon recorded his insights from the day in his notebook. The gains from their snowball fight. 1. Accuracy of the wandless levitation charm improved by 15. 2. The key to the flying charm is symbiosis with magic. 3. Never underestimate the combination of the invisibility, cloak, and friendship. Capable of stealthy maneuvers in the snow, and together gazing at the skies they long to fly in. Chapter 69. Diligent Study in the Library. I said, the holidays are not yet over. Ron stuffed a piece of pumpkin pie into his mouth, gazing at the incessantly moving quill in Seamus's hand, utterly perplexed. Surely, even in pursuit of knowledge, one need not bury themselves beneath a mountain of books. Filch appears to lead a more carefree existence than you. Harry, who was assisting Seamus in consulting magical defense theory, looked up and chuckled. He has been bewitched by the professor's notes. Professor McGonagall's tome on transfiguration has nearly been worn to tatters. Seamus set down the quill, rubbing his sore wrist. Sunlight streamed through the stained glass windows, casting a kaleidoscope of colors upon the pages. Observing Ron's nonchalant demeanor, he suddenly spoke earnestly. Ron, how many days do you think we can remain at Hogwarts? Ron paused, bewildered. What do you mean? At least 7 years, I suppose. However, The opportunity for Dumbledore to personally guide us is confined to these 7 years. Seamus's gaze swept across the library's dome, his voice imbued with an unusual gravity for his age. Consider this. Master Transfigurus Professor McGonagall correcting our assignments. Master Charms Professor Flitwick teaching us the fundamentals of Lumos, and even Snape. He hesitated, yet continued. He is willing to point out our mistakes in potions class. He picked up Professor Flitwick's notes, his fingertip tracing the signature on the title page. These individuals are legendary wizards whose presence requires an appointment to behold. Yet here they stand at the lectern, imparting knowledge to us freely. After graduation, such an opportunity will never present itself again. Ron opened his mouth, but refrained from rebuttal. He observed the intricate runes Seamus was inscribing, suddenly realizing that this friend, known for his penchant for explosive cauldrons, harbored weightier thoughts than mere playfulness. Seamus's gaze shifted to Harry, his tone softening yet imbued with undeniable authority. Especially you, Harry. We may take our time, but you do not have the luxury of too much time. Harry's body stiffened, his fingers tightening around the pages. I know you have heard those rumors. Seamus lowered his voice, ensuring that nearby students could not overhear, regarding the one whose name cannot be spoken and the whispers of his survival. Many wizards are clandestinely discussing it. He will not allow you to grow stronger unchallenged. Harry. The air in the library seemed to freeze. Ron's pie plopped back onto the plate with a soft thud. Your parents sacrificed their lives for your safety. Seamus's voice was gentle, yet it struck Harry's heart like a hammer. We cannot allow their sacrifice to be in vain. Thus, we must seize every moment, learn an additional spell, practice another defensive technique. When faced with danger in the future, we shall possess a greater chance of success. Harry lifted his gaze, pain and fear flashing in his eyes, ultimately settling into resolve. He recalled the smiles of his parents in the mirror of Ariste, the shadow behind the trapdoor, and Snape's cold eyes. Seamus was right. He had no right to be complacent. You are correct. Harry took a deep breath, turning to a new page in magical defense theory. Where do we leave off today? The principles of the loyalty charm? Seamus smiled, pushing his neatly organized notes towards Harry. I've highlighted the key points. Look here. The essence of this spell lies not in concealment, but in allowing those worthy of trust to see, just as we do now. Ron gazed at the two individuals who had immersed themselves in their studies once more, suddenly seizing his copy of History of Magic. Hey, in what year was the Werewolf Registration Act of the 14th century passed? I can never remember. Seamus and Harry exchanged glances, each discovering a glimmer of amusement in the other's eyes. That afternoon, the three boys from Gryffindor remained in the library until closing time. Although Ron continued to grumble that ancient runes were more perplexing than goblins, he no longer suggested going out to play. Harry diligently copied 3 pages of defense against the dark arts notes organized by Seamus, even annotating the principles of the complex Patronus charm with care. Meanwhile, Seamus was exploring how to weave the core runes of the unbreakable vow into Harry's invisibility cloak, perhaps rendering it more impervious to dark magic detection. As they departed the library, twilight had already enveloped the castle. Ron suddenly declared, I'll come wake you up for morning practice at 7 tomorrow. My mom says that early rising helps one remember spells better. Both Seamus and Harry chuckled. When they reached the fork in the corridor, Harry abruptly halted and earnestly addressed Seamus. Thank you, Seamus. Not everyone is willing to remind me of these things. Many prefer I pretend that everything is fine. Because we are friends, Seamus replied, patting his shoulder. A true friend does not allow you to dwell in delusions. They accompany you in facing the stark realities of danger. Ron nodded vigorously. Exactly. Next time we encounter a troll, I'll handle your wand while you take care of blasting its knees. Yet at that moment, he felt no fear, for he was not alone in this battle. He had friends willing to endure late nights in the library, professors eager to impart their wisdom, and the weighty knowledge he held in his hands. These were the sharpest weapons against the encroaching darkness. All he needed to do was grasp them tightly, utilizing every afternoon spent in the library and each spell practice to prepare thoroughly for the battles that lay ahead. After all, their time at Hogwarts was finite. Yet the power of learning could propel them further than they ever imagined. Chapter 70. Conflict in the Forbidden Forest. Remember, the essence of dueling is not to vanquish your opponent, but to render them incapable of harming you. Professor Flitwick's wand danced like a silver serpent, the red light at its tip grazing past Seamus's ear before being deflected mid-air by his counterjinx. Excellent. That's the kind of reflex you need. 4 months of training had transformed Seamus remarkably. When Malfoy once again provoked him in the corridor, brandishing his wand and shouting Expelliarmus, Seamus didn't even glance at him. With a subtle flick of his wand behind his back, a silent shockwave collided with Malfoy as spell the two forces erupting into silver sparks in the air, causing the surrounding Slytherin students to recoil in fright. This is impossible. Malfoy stared at his tingling wrist, his face pale. He had never witnessed anyone so effortlessly countering Expelliarmus. Ron whistled from the sidelines. Seamus, that was way cooler than Harry's Bat-Bogey Hex. Ultimately, the conflict reached Professor McGonagall's ears. Observing the chaos strewn across the corridor, primarily the suits of armor toppled when Malfoy was flung back, she frowned and issued her punishment. Gryffindor loses 10 points, while Slytherin loses 20. The four of you, Simo, Harry, Ron, and you, Malfoy, will accompany Hagrid to the Forbidden Forest tomorrow afternoon to assess the injured magical creatures. Malfoy's face instantly turned pale. The Forbidden Forest? There are werewolves. They're trolls. You cannot subject me to this. This is a punishment for your magical disputes. Professor McGonagall stated coldly. Now, all of you must write a 500-word reflection. The following afternoon, a rusty cart laden with bandages and herbs stood before Hagrid's hut. Do not worry, he reassured Simo, patting him on the shoulder with such force that he nearly stumbled. We will only venture to the outskirts today. You shall not encounter anything perilous. The air at the forest's edge was thick with the scent of damp earth, as towering ancient trees cast a canopy that obscured the sun, allowing only dappled light to filter through. Hagrid pointed to a series of enormous footprints on the ground. These were left by centaurs. They are currently migrating, and we must ensure they have not clashed with any unicorns. Malfoy lingered at the back of the group, gripping his wand tightly, muttering incantations under his breath. Simo ignored him, choosing instead to carefully survey their surroundings. Professor Flitwick had taught him that the dangers within the Forbidden Forest often lurked in silence, like the sudden cessation of birdsong or leaves stirring without a breeze. As they arrived at a clearing adorned with clusters of purple flowers, Hagrid abruptly halted, his nose twitching as he inhaled sharply. Something is amiss. There is a scent of blood. From the thicket at the center of the clearing came a faint whimper. Hagrid parted the branches. Gasping as he discovered a unicorn lying in a pool of blood, a ghastly wound on its neck, its silvery blood gushing forth and forming a small stream upon the grass. It was that monster. Hagrid's voice quivered. I knew it hadn't left. At that moment, from the shadows of the underbrush, a figure cloaked in black emerged slowly. He was gaunt, resembling a withered branch bent by the wind. The pale hand that protruded from beneath the robe was as white as parchment, greedily fixated on the unicorn's lifeless body. Simo felt his blood run cold in an instant. He had never fathomed that a person's presence could be so chilling. It was not the ferocity of a beast, but a pure, cursed malevolence that made his wand begin to heat in warning. Stay away from it, Hagrid bellowed, raising his massive wooden staff. The dark figure paid him no heed, merely turning his head slowly. Though Simo could not discern his face, he felt a pair of icy eyes sweep over him, like the flicker of a serpent's tongue against his skin. He suddenly recalled Dumbledore's words and the whispers surrounding the one whose name must not be spoken. It was him. It had to be him. Run. Simo nearly shouted, simultaneously waving his wand and shouting. Thunderbolt explosion. Earth and stones erupted, forming a temporary barrier. Harry pulled the dazed Ron back, while Hagrid stood firm at the forefront, his enormous frame resembling an iron tower. The dark figure seemed incensed, extending a pale finger from beneath the cloak towards Simo. Without uttering a spell, an invisible pressure surged forth, constricting his throat and rendering breathing a struggle. Quickly move, Hagrid urged, shoving Simo aside, though he himself was hurled backward by the force, crashing heavily to the ground. Simo gazed at the fallen Hagrid and the ailing unicorn, suddenly comprehending the true essence of Professor Flitwick's words regarding dueling. He did not flee. Instead, he took a deep breath and concentrated all his magical energy, not to attack, but to protect. Directional blast. He shouted at the trunk behind the figure in the black cloak, simultaneously reciting the counterbinding spell. The ancient tree's branches snapped with a resounding crack, but rather than scattering, they converged like a barricade, ensnaring the dark figure in place. Silver splinters glimmered in the air, a testament to the combined effects of the unicorn hair protective charm and the explosive spell. Hagrid, take him away, Simo bellowed, his wand unwaveringly aimed at the trapped figure. He could sense the malevolent force battering against the barrier, each impact sending tremors through his arm. Harry helped Hagrid to his feet, while Ron dragged the still, trembling Malfoy. And they finally vanished into the depths of the dense forest. Simo watched their retreating silhouettes, then suddenly released his wand. The barrier shattered under the dark figure's assault. But he had bought them enough time. As they emerged from the Forbidden Forest, the sun dipped below the horizon. Seamus collapsed onto the grass. Gazing at the distant lights of the castle, his heart racing wildly, he understood that those fleeting moments had irrevocably altered everything. The name hidden in the shadows was no longer mere legend, but a ravenous wolf poised to pounce at any moment. And he must grow stronger, strong enough to shatter all darkness, strong enough to protect those around him from harm. In the distance, Hagrid and Harry's voices called out. Seamus lifted his head, gripping his still warm wand tightly. The shadows of the Forbidden Forest stretched ominously in the twilight. Yet within his eyes burned a brighter light than ever before. Chapter 71. Conflict and the Forbidden Forest continued. Is that him? Harry's voice was soft, laced with disbelief. Seamus nodded, his fingertip brushing against the bruise, still tinged with a chilling coldness. Professor Flitwick had said that the essence of dark magic was to siphon life force, and the aura surrounding him felt as if it had drained the vitality from 100 flowers. That night, Seamus found himself distracted during meditation for the first time. With his eyes closed, he did not envision a tranquil lake, but the cold eyes from the Forbidden Forest, the silver blood of the unicorn. And Hagrid's silhouette as he was tossed aside. He abruptly opened his eyes, realizing that the half-finished protective robe on his bedside was shimmering with silver, a reflexive defense triggered by the unicorn hair sensing the presence of evil. I cannot stop, he murmured to himself, seizing needle and thread, continuing to weave by the light of the moon. His fingertips trembled with fatigue. Yet each stitch was imbued with even greater determination. He aimed to inscribe the robe with warning runes, to reinforce the cuffs with 3 layers of explosive protection, ensuring that this garment would safeguard everyone in the event of another encounter with the dark figure. At breakfast the following day, Professor Flitwick intentionally sat beside the Gryffindor table. His brow furrowed as he observed the bruise on Seamus's wrist. It is a preliminary form of the Dementor's kiss. Fortunately, you managed to shield your mind with your magic in time. He handed Seamus a small vial of golden potion, a blend of phoenix tears, capable of neutralizing the residual effects of dark magic. Seamus took the potion and suddenly recalled the barrier that ensnared the dark-cloaked figure in the Forbidden Forest. Professor, did I err by reinforcing the tree trunk with directional blasting? He pondered. No, you acted correctly, Professor Flitwick interjected, his silver beard gently swaying. In the face of such overwhelming darkness, ensuring the safety of his companions was indeed the wisest course of action. Remember, courage is not merely about confrontation. It is knowing when to fight and when to retreat. He paused, lowering his voice significantly. Headmaster Dumbledore is aware of this incident. He instructed me to tell you not to doubt your path due to a single encounter. Your efforts over the past 4 months saved everyone yesterday. A warm breeze seemed to caress Seamus's heart. Gazing out at the budding branches beyond the window, he suddenly comprehended that the nights spent in the library and the sweat shed in the dueling arena had not been in vain. It was precisely those daily accumulations that enabled him to make the right choice in the life and death moment within the Forbidden Forest. That afternoon, when Harry and Ron found him, they held a scroll of parchment in their hands. "We come to an agreement," Harry said, pushing the parchment toward him, which bore a crooked protective diagram. "You teach us your directional blasting and protective spells, and we will help you gather materials." Ron claimed he could persuade the twins to fetch Moonstone from Diagon Alley. He nodded vigorously. "Next time we venture into the Forbidden Forest, the 3 of us will stand back to back, ensuring that dark-cloaked figure cannot escape." As Seamus observed the earnestness in their eyes, a smile broke across his face. He tucked the parchment away and pulled out 3 notebooks from his bag. "These contain my notes on Professor Flitwick's dueling techniques, Professor McGonagall's emergency transfiguration, and Snape's potion antidote guide. Are you brave enough to reference Snape's work?" Ron exclaimed, wide-eyed. "Knowledge knows no boundaries. It depends on the wielder," Seamus replied, flipping through his notes and pointing to a page. "Today, we shall learn the silencing shield charm. It is the most practical." Sunlight streamed through the dining hall windows, illuminating the 3 heads huddled together. Seamus's voice was clear and resolute, while Harry and Ron's questions flowed in a lively exchange, occasionally interspersed with jests about Malfoy. The shadows of the Forbidden Forest seemed to be kept at bay beyond the castle walls, leaving only the soft rustle of turning pages and the heartbeats of young men striving for strength. Seamus understood that the dark figure still lurked in the shadows. Danger could resurface at any moment. Yet, he no longer felt fear, for he was not alone. He was accompanied by friends, guided by professors, equipped with a wand capable of precise destruction as well as gentle protection, and adorned with a cloak of courage gradually taking shape. As for the next encounter with darkness, they would let it experience the formidable power of their 4 months of diligent study and the bonds of friendship, a force far mightier than any dark magic. Chapter 72. The Challenge Game. June at Hogwarts basked in warm sunlight, the cheers from the Quidditch finals still resonating. When a piece of news doused Gryffindor Tower like cold water, Headmaster Dumbledore would temporarily leave the school to attend to urgent matters at the Ministry of Magic. How fortuitous! Harry echoed Hagrid's unintentional revelation. He has just departed, and Snape will undoubtedly seize the opportunity to steal the Philosopher's Stone. The secret behind the trapdoor has finally been pieced together. The three-headed dog guards the Philosopher's Stone, the elixir of immortality, created by none other than Albus Dumbledore's old companion. Seamus remained silent, his fingers unconsciously drumming against the table. He recalled the figure in the Forbidden Forest dressed in black robes, and Snape's ever-present silhouette lingering on the third floor, a vague suspicion forming in his mind. Yet, upon observing the resolute expressions of Harry and Ron, he ultimately nodded. "I shall accompany you." He retrieved a protective cloak from his backpack, having inscribed the final rune overnight, capable of repelling 3 dark magic attacks. That night, the trio donned Harry's invisibility cloak, slipping out of the common room like phantoms. The corridor was deserted, save for the shadows of armored knights flickering under the torchlight. Seamus led the way, silently parting the obstructive portrait with a nonverbal spell, his movements more graceful than during their practice of the disillusionment charm. The first obstacle was the formidable three-headed dog. Harry whispered, gesturing towards the door at the end of the corridor, where heavy breathing emanated, akin to the wheezing of a bellows. Seamus produced a small cloth pouch from his pocket, containing the music that Hagrid had inadvertently revealed to be the creature's favorite. He had crafted a sound pouch woven from mandrake fibers and silver threads, capable of mimicking the melodies of a harp. Indeed, as the enchanting strains filled the air, the breathing behind the door gradually calmed. All set, Ron murmured in quiet celebration. Beneath the trapdoor lay the treacherous devil's snare. Before Hermione could utter the incantation for blue flames, Seamus had already waved his wand, casting precise blasting curses at the roots of the plant, not to incinerate it, but to loosen the soil and diminish its grip. "Quickly climb," he urged Harry and Ron, while he held the rear, using his wand to fend off the encroaching vines. The next challenge was the flying keys. Hundreds of keys buzzed about the room, and Harry quickly recognized the silver key with wings. Seamus suddenly recalled Professor Flitwick's dual notes, used the spark spell to disrupt their flying patterns. He unleashed a flurry of sparks from his wand, causing the keys to scatter in disarray, allowing Harry to mount his broom and firmly seize the target key. The giant wizard's chess set was Ron's domain. As he commanded the pieces to charge into battle, Seamus quietly reinforced the Gryffindor Knight's shield with basilisk scales. Sure enough, when the Black King swung his sword, the scales emitted a sharp clang, effectively absorbing the blow. "Checkmate," Ron shouted triumphantly as the Black King toppled. In the potion room, Hermione deduced the correct vial through logical reasoning. However, Seamus, with a cautious heart, slipped a piece of moonstone powder into Harry's pocket. Should they choose incorrectly, it would neutralize the poison. Beyond the final door stood not the anticipated Snape, but the pale visage of Professor Quirrell. He murmured to a mirror, which reflected the dark-robed figure encountered in the Forbidden Forest. "It's you." Harry's voice trembled. Quirrell abruptly turned, revealing a face contorted by fear beneath his turban. "Potter, I did not wish to harm you, but my master requires the Philosopher's Stone." His hands suddenly clasped around his own throat, his voice growing cold and hoarse, an echo of Voldemort's voice. "Kill him, Quirrell." In an instant, Seamus positioned himself protectively behind Harry, the runes on his protective cloak illuminating with a silvery glow. "Harry, use the spell you excel at. I'll keep him occupied." "The blasting curse 1T work on him," Harry exclaimed, having previously attempted to strike at Quirrell, but it was as if an invisible barrier surrounded him. Yet, Seamus chuckled, recalling Dumbledore's words, "Some darkness can only be dispelled by light." Rather than attacking Quirrell, he channeled all his magical energy into his wand and uttered the simplest of incantations, Lumos. However, this was no ordinary light. He infused the spell with the pure magic of unicorn hair, the warm glow of phoenix feathers, and even a hint of his own inner light. The tip of his wand erupted not in blinding white, but in a gentle, irresistible golden halo, akin to the first rays of dawn, instantly enveloping the entire room. Quirrell let out a piercing scream, shielding his face as he staggered backward. Voldemort's voice roared within him. "Impossible. A child's magic, it is not magic. It is courage," Seamus declared, his voice soft yet resolutely firm. Seizing the opportunity, Harry rushed forward and grasped Quirrell's arm. A miracle transpired. Upon contact, Quirrell's skin sizzled as though set aflame. "Quick, destroy the mirror," Seamus shouted. Harry seized a nearby stone hammer, and struck the mirror of Ariste with all his might. In that moment of shattering glass, Voldemort's anguished roar erupted from Quirrell, dissipating into black smoke as it fled the room. Quirrell collapsed limply to the ground, a look of relief finally gracing his features. The room lay in disarray, with only the Philosopher's Stone quietly resting among the shards, emanating a warm glow. Seamus picked up the stone, suddenly realizing it was not as mysterious as the legend suggested. Its power perhaps paled in comparison to that golden light. To Harry's brave hand that dared to touch the darkness, and to the courage of 3 boys who pressed on despite knowing the dangers. When Professor Dumbledore appeared at the doorway with the Phoenix Fox, he beheld this scene. Seamus and Harry standing back to back, Ron limping forward with a broken chess piece. All 3 weary yet standing tall. "It seems I missed an extraordinary adventure," the headmaster said with a smile of contentment. The Philosopher's Stone had fulfilled its purpose. It was time for it to rest. Seamus handed the stone to Dumbledore, feeling its warmth linger on his fingertips. He understood that this summer, they had not only thwarted a conspiracy, but had proven a profound truth. The most potent magic resides not within stones or spells, but within the hearts of those willing to fight for one another. Just as his blasting curse was ultimately not meant to destroy, but to carve a path to light for friends amidst the darkness. Fawkes's golden-red feathers glimmered in the morning light as Dumbledore gently tapped his wand, causing the scattered shards of glass to reassemble, the Philosopher's Stone being carefully tucked away in a velvet pouch. Nicholas Flamel had long desired to destroy it. He gazed at the 3 panting boys, his blue eyes filled with warmth, for it was they who had inspired his resolve. Seamus leaned against the wall, the silver sheen of his protective robe considerably dulled. The runes had nearly depleted their magic when he blocked Quirrell's last malevolent curse. He gazed at the faint burn on Harry's arm, a mark left by the darkness, and suddenly understood why Dumbledore always spoke of the coexistence of light and darkness. Professor Snape. Had he truly been safeguarding us all along? Harry's voice broke the silence as he recalled the moments when Snape had covertly rescued him. Dumbledore nodded with a smile. "He owes your father a life, Harry. Some forms of protection often manifest in the most unconventional ways." As they departed from the trapdoor, Ron excitedly recounted the triumphs and defeats of wizard chess. "If I hadn't sacrificed my knight to draw the fire, you wouldn't have made it here at all." Seamus chuckled, patting him on the back, yet he felt his hand tremble slightly, not from fear, but from the adrenaline's retreat. And an unprecedented clarity washed over him. They had truly accomplished it, utilizing everything they had learned over the past 4 months to confront the darkness that even the professors feared. Upon returning to the Gryffindor Tower, dawn had already broken. Hermione was waiting in the common room with a copy of Ancient Magic and Modern Defense, and as she saw them return safely, her eyes instantly welled with tears. "I knew you could do it." She handed Seamus a vial of her homemade invigorating potion, infused with moonlight grass, capable of quickly restoring magical energy. Seamus accepted the potion, suddenly recalling the deceased unicorn in the Forbidden Forest. He drew his wand and whispered towards the morning light outside, "Lumos." The tip of his wand emitted not an ordinary white light, but a warm glow tinged with a gentle silver hue. This was a new spell he had created, infused with the magic of unicorn hair and a reverence for life. Hermione's eyes widened in astonishment. "Let us call it the Guardian Light." Seamus smiled, brighter than an ordinary Lumos charm, capable of dispelling darkness in a small area. Chapter 73. The request of the explosive boy of the castle was particularly serene following the Philosopher's Stone incident. Even the knights in the portraits had sheathed their swords, regarding the passing students with gentle gazes. Seamus clutched a parchment filled with formulas, standing at the door of the headmaster's office for the 3rd time. When finally the stone gargoyle shifted aside, this time he did not utter lemon drop, but instead Nicholas Flamel. Inside the office, the Phoenix Fox was preening its feathers, and Headmaster Dumbledore sat by the window, cradling a well-worn copy of Principles of Alchemy. Sunlight filtered through his crescent-shaped glasses, casting soft patterns on the pages. "See, Seamus." Dumbledore's voice was warm and steady like the flames in the hearth. "I presume you're not here merely to request lemon drops." Seamus pushed the parchment across the table, which detailed intricate formulas in Muggle mathematical symbols, accompanied by annotations he had marked with magic. "Headmaster, I wish to study alchemy." He took a deep breath, meeting Dumbledore's gaze earnestly, not for the sake of transmuting gold or crafting the elixir of life, but to comprehend the ultimate form of matter. Dumbledore's eyes fell upon the parchment, and a flicker of surprise crossed his blue eyes when he encountered the unfamiliar terms such as nuclear fission chain reaction. "These symbols are from Muggle physics? I recall my father's notes mentioning them." Simo elucidated, tracing the formulas with his fingertips, that muggles could unleash cataclysmic energy through a device known as an atomic bomb. The principle involved the splitting of atoms. This bears a striking resemblance to the impact of explosive spells, yet it surpasses any magic in its thoroughness. He raised his gaze, his tone imbued with an almost obstinate seriousness. I pondered, what if we could achieve such fission through magic? Of course, this is exceedingly challenging, so much so that even legendary wizards might struggle with it. The precision of magical control would need to reach a molecular level, while also addressing the issue of runaway energy. Dumbledore set his book aside, lightly tapping his fingers on the table. You wish to merge magic with Muggle science? Not merely to merge, but to uncover their commonalities. Simo's eyes sparkled. Is alchemy not the study of material transformation? From lead to gold, extracting magic from stone. If I could master alchemy, perhaps I could discover a method to control magical nuclear fission. He paused, adding, not to create weapons, headmaster. Just imagine, if this energy could be safely harnessed, it might provide an endless source of magical power for the wizarding world, even heal lands ravaged by dark magic. The office fell silent for a moment, broken only by the occasional soft chirp of Fawkes. Dumbledore regarded the first-year boy before him, whose eyes burned with a flame reminiscent of a younger Grindelwald, yet reflected a pure yearning, not for domination, but for exploration. Do you know the first principle of alchemy? Dumbledore suddenly inquired. Simo shook his head. Equivalent exchange. The headmaster's voice was soft yet laden with gravity. To gain something, one must pay an equal price. If you wish to wield world-ending energy, you must first learn to constrain it with commensurate responsibility. He picked up the book Principles of Alchemy and placed it before Simo. This book may be borrowed, but I will not teach you the specific techniques. Engaging with alchemy prematurely, before you truly grasp the weight of responsibility, would be perilous for both of us. Simo accepted the book, the gilded lettering on the cover shimmering in the sunlight. He understood the headmaster's meaning. Power itself is neither good nor evil. It is the wielder who determines its nature. I will prove this to you, he earnestly declared. I will continue to practice meditation to enhance my control over magic. I will refine the explosive spell to such precision that not a single hair will be harmed. I will delve into Muggle physics books to comprehend the true meaning behind those formulas. Dumbledore smiled, retrieving a small copper key from his drawer. This is the key to the ancient alchemy section of the restricted area. Every Wednesday afternoon, you may spend an hour there. But remember, first understand this book, then approach the more ancient tomes. Simo took the key, feeling the cold metal against his fingertips. Suddenly, he recalled the golden protective light behind the trapdoor, Harry's bravery in confronting darkness, and Ron's decisiveness before the wizard's chessboard. It dawned on him that the cost of equivalent exchange encompasses not only effort, but also courage and responsibility. As he left the office, Fawkes suddenly flew down from his perch, landing on Simo's shoulder and affectionately nudging his hair with his head. With a smile, Seamus gently caressed its golden-red feathers, and the tome on alchemical principles in his arms seemed to radiate warmth. Upon returning to the dormitory, Harry was lost in thought, staring blankly at his broomstick, while Ron examined the protective sigil diagrams that Seamus had sketched earlier. Have you figured it out? Harry inquired, looking up. Seamus raised the alchemical text, beaming with delight. I've accomplished half of it. The rest will require our collective effort. The setting sun filtered through the window, casting a warm glow upon the pages of the book. Seamus turned to the first page, where he found a note penned by Dumbledore. The ultimate mystery of magic lies not in the extremes of destruction and creation, but in the balance between the two. He tightened his grip on the copper key, and a sudden clarity of purpose surged within him. Perhaps one day, he would indeed stand at the intersection of magic and science, employing precise explosive spells to rupture atoms, and guiding energy through the wisdom of alchemy, transforming cataclysmic forces into nourishing light for the world. For now, however, his first step was to comprehend the book in his hands, master each incantation, and prepare himself to bear the weight of responsibility that accompanied such a profound exchange. Chapter 74. The conclusion of the first year. The June sun bathed the Hogwarts lawn in a golden-green hue, yet the tension of final examinations loomed over the castle like morning mist. Seamus sat in the examination hall, his grip on his wand steady as a rock. 4 months of meditation and dueling practice had honed his magical control to precision akin to that of a Muggle clockwork mechanism. During the charms examination, his demonstration of the silent, blasting curse left Professor Flitwick wide-eyed. The sparks emitted from the wand tip coalesced into silver starbursts in the air, accurately shattering a crystal ball 10 meters away while sparing a nearby quill. An impeccable display of control, the professor remarked, inscribing a vibrant A on the grading sheet, better than my own graduation assessment. The transfiguration exam yielded even more surprises. When Seamus transformed a teacup into a singing robin with a wandless spell, Professor McGonagall adjusted her glasses, her voice tinged with unmistakable approval. The form is stable and retains the core characteristics of a non-living object. This demonstrates a level of transfigurative thinking beyond that of a first-year student. Even the subject that had troubled him most, history of magic, yielded a stellar performance, thanks to Dumbledore's suggestion to engage in a mental resonance to experience historical scenes, earning him the highest score in his year. Professor Binns floated behind him, observing the annotations on his paper that analyzed the rise and fall of medieval magic through the lens of magical fluctuations, and surprisingly remarked, a touch of originality. On the day the results were announced, the Gryffindor common room erupted in jubilation. Seamus's name was followed by 3 A's, second only to Hermione, who had achieved perfect scores across the board. You actually surpassed Harry. Ron laughed heartily, slapping him on the shoulder. Next time, we'll have to call you the scholarly demolitions expert. Harry shook his head with a smile. His wandless transfiguration is indeed superior to mine, I concede. However, the true climax unfolded at the end of year feast, when Headmaster Dumbledore ascended the podium to announce the House Cup scores. The cheers from Slytherin nearly threatened to lift the roof off. They led Gryffindor by 50 points, and victory seemed assured. For Seamus Finnegan's contributions to innovative spell work. An additional 50 points, Dumbledore declared. The Gryffindor long table erupted in excitement. Seamus looked up in astonishment, meeting the encouraging gaze of the headmaster. For Harry Potter's courage in the battle against darkness, 60 points are awarded. Ron leapt up, nearly spilling pumpkin juice onto the student beside him. For Ron Weasley's strategic thinking in wizard chess, 50 points are granted. The numbers on the scoreboard danced wildly, as the emblem of Gryffindor, the lion, gradually caught up with the serpent of Slytherin. Finally, Dumbledore's voice, imbued with mirth, awarded 50 points for Hermione Granger's wisdom and composure. As the words Gryffindor House Cup Champions illuminated the hall, the entire dining room transformed into a sea of red and gold. Seamus was hoisted into the air by Harry and Ron, surrounded by deafening cheers that thrilled him more than any exam result. After the feast, a silver owl perched on Seamus's shoulder, carrying a note from the headmaster's office. Come quickly, urgent matters to discuss. Inside the office, Dumbledore smiled at the silvery mist swirling in the pensieve. Fawkes rested on his arm, his golden-red feathers glimmering in the candlelight. Sit, Seamus, the headmaster gestured towards an armchair. Congratulations on winning the House Cup. Your blasting curse was instrumental. Seamus's cheeks flushed. That was the result of everyone's efforts. But I have come to speak with you about something of greater importance. Dumbledore's demeanor shifted to one of gravity. I wrote to Nicholas Flamel, mentioning your ideas on the fusion of magic and muggle science, particularly regarding the connection between nuclear fission and alchemy. Seamus's heart raced at once. He is quite intrigued by your notions. The headmaster handed him a gold-embossed invitation. This summer, he invites you to his estate in France for a personal introduction to basic alchemy. Really? Seamus's voice trembled, nearly dropping the invitation. Indeed, Dumbledore replied with a smile. I have already contacted your mother via owl, and she is very supportive of your endeavors. After all, having Nicholas Flamel as a mentor is a dream for many wizards. He paused, adding, after the holiday, I hope to hear about your new discoveries, such as how to apply the principle of equivalent exchange in alchemy to constrain your concept of magical nuclear fission. Seamus clutched the invitation tightly, the magic at his fingertips vibrating with excitement. He recalled the words from his father's notes. The ultimate of blasting is creation, and suddenly the path ahead seemed remarkably clear. From the classrooms of Hogwarts to Nicholas Flamel's estate, from blasting curses to alchemy, he was exploring the profound mysteries of magic in his own unique way. As he left the office, Fawkes suddenly unfurled his wings, and a golden-red feather landed on his shoulder. This is a gift for you, Dumbledore's voice echoed from behind. Phoenix feathers can stabilize one's mental strength, which is very helpful for a novice in alchemy. Seamus shared the news of his trip to France, and the two erupted in cheers. Remember to send us postcards. Harry chuckled, and be sure to ask Flamel if the Philosopher's Stone really can turn things to gold. I will, Seamus promised. With a smile, Seamus nodded, yet his mind was occupied with more pressing matters. He intended to divide his summer into 3 parts. In the morning, he would study alchemy alongside Nicholas. In the afternoon, he would delve into muggle physics. And in the evening, he would practice meditation to strengthen his magical abilities. Chapter 75, The Beginning of Summer Vacation. Would there be a castle in the French estate? Ron leaned closer, still savoring the last piece of chocolate frog. Nicholas Flamel had lived for over 6 centuries. Could his basement be overflowing with gold? Alchemy was more than merely transforming base metals into gold. Hermione adjusted her glasses. Pointing to the book in Seamus's hand, The Principles of Alchemy, which stated that true alchemy lies in understanding the soul of matter, just as one comprehends the essence of a blasting curse. Seamus nodded in agreement. As he opened the book, a line of new writing appeared on the title page, penned by Dumbledore. The journey is more important than the destination, especially when you know where the destination lies. At that moment, Harry rummaged through his backpack, producing a small cloth pouch. Hagrid asked me to deliver this to you. He said it contains freshly picked moonlight grass from the edge of the Forbidden Forest, suitable for brewing stable potions. Seamus accepted the pouch, his fingertips brushing against the dew-kissed blades of grass, filling him with warmth. He suddenly realized that over the past year, he had gained far more than just knowledge and spells. There was Hagrid's generosity, the professor's guidance, and the presence of his boisterous yet steadfast friends. On the platform, his mother's figure stood out conspicuously amidst the crowd. Unlike other parents who embrace their children, she simply smiled and handed him a brown paper envelope, the address of Nicholas Flamel's estate, marked with a magical route. She gently ruffled Seamus's hair, her tone imbued with pride. Your father would be immensely proud to know you have such an opportunity. As Seamus took the envelope, he recalled the last words in his father's notes. The power of magic lies in making the world a better place than when you found it. He had never fully grasped the depth of that statement until now. Observing the light in his mother's eyes and the smiling faces of Harry and the Weasley family bidding farewell in the distance, he suddenly understood that whether it was a blasting curse or alchemy, whether guarding friends or exploring the unknown, they were fundamentally engaged in the same endeavor, using one's power to bring a little more warmth and light into the world. I will, Seamus affirmed to his mother and to himself. Sunlight bathed the streets of London as Seamus tightened his grip on the straps of his backpack, his steps light and resolute. In his pocket, a phoenix feather lay quietly, akin to a spark awaiting ignition. He knew that as long as the flame within him remained alight, he could navigate the challenges ahead with the same precision he applied to the blasting curse, tenderly safeguarding his ideals, ensuring that each bloom would outshine the last. The magical legend of Seamus Finnegan was only just beginning. Chapter 76, The Flamel Estate. The estate nestled deep within lavender fields in southern France. Its stone tower adorned with ivy, from which emerged not black smoke, but steam shimmering with a faint golden glow. Seamus would later learn that this was a unique phenomenon occurring during the alchemical refinement of magical power. Nicholas Flamel appeared much younger than anticipated, his silver beard braided, his eyes gleaming like gems steeped in wine, radiating wisdom. You must be Seamus? He smiled as he grasped Simon's hand, his palm warm and strong. Dumbledore's letter praised you to the heavens, stating that you can make the blasting curse as precise as a symphony. Simon's face flushed. I merely enjoy pondering the temperament of magic. Precisely so. Nicholas led him into the laboratory, where shelves brimmed with bizarre crucibles, the most prominent being a bronze balance at the center, with a piece of lead on one side and a leaf of gold on the other. The first lesson in alchemy, to listen to the voice of matter. Behold this lead. It yearns to transform into gold, yet requires equivalent magic as a bridge, much like your blasting curse, which necessitates precise control as a switch. Throughout the summer, Simon immersed himself in the laboratory. Nicholas never directly taught him formulas. Instead, he encouraged him to touch the ores, to feel the flowing magic within, to observe the color changes of flames, to comprehend the energy differences when various substances combust. Muggle nuclear fission tears apart atoms. One afternoon, Nicholas pointed to the molten metal in the crucible and said, but magical fission can be gentler. For instance, allowing a stone to willingly release the light concealed deep within. Suddenly, Simon understood. This is what Dumbledore referred to as equivalent exchange. Not forceful extraction, but a dialogue with matter, coaxing it to willingly yield its energy. He attempted to connect with a piece of iron ore through a meditative resonance, closing his eyes and envisioning himself as part of it. A miracle occurred. The surface of the ore began to glisten with silver light, the purest crystallization of magic. Excellent. Nicholas clapped him on the shoulder. This is far more valuable than any blasting curse. You have learned to request rather than to plunder. As summer neared its end, Simon sketched his first complete alchemical array in his notebook, the core featuring the runes of the blasting curse, and the outer circle inscribed with ancient symbols of equivalent exchange, with annotations on the Muggle law of conservation of energy in the corners. This is my design for a gentle fission array, he explained to Nicholas, allowing to slowly release magic without spiraling out of control like an atomic bomb. Nicholas gazed at the drawing, his eyes shimmering with wonder. Dumbledore was not mistaken. You indeed possess a gift. Not a gift for destruction, but a gift for connecting different worlds. He handed Simon a thick parchment tome. This is my lifelong compendium of alchemical notes, more precious than any tome in the Hogwarts library. On the day of his departure from the manor, the lavender fields swayed in the wind, resembling a purple ocean. Nicholas stood at the door, waving to him. Remember, true legend lies not in how much power one wields, but in transforming that power into a light that illuminates the world. Simon cradled the notebook in his arms, feeling its weight surpass that of any philosopher's stone. He knew that this summer had imparted to him not just the formulas of alchemy, but also a reverence for power. Just as he used the blasting curse to protect friends and listen to the stone's voices through alchemy, the essence of magic ultimately lies in making the world a better place. On the train journey home, Simon opened Nicholas's notebook, where the front page bore a line. Magic and science are but two sides of the same coin. He smiled and added a remark. And perhaps the blasting curse is the force that makes the coin spin. The scenery outside gradually transformed from the elegant estates of France to the pastoral fields of England. Simon knew that the castle of Hogwarts awaited him not far off. In his second year, he would encounter more intricate spells, more formidable adversaries, and perhaps even deeper shadows left by Voldemort. Yet, he felt prepared, armed with Nicholas's notes. A phoenix feather, the promises of friends, and a heart that eternally beats for protection and creation. Chapter 77. The Invitation to the Burrow. The last 10 days of summer basked in a languid warmth as Simon reclined by the window of his attic, twirling a wand made of sycamore wood, crafted from the timber he brought back from the French estate, now polished into a practice wand. Spread upon the table were Nicholas Flamel's alchemical notes, weighed down by a crumpled letter penned in Ron's uneven handwriting. Come to the Burrow. Fred and George have acquired new instant escape suites, and Charlie has sent dragon scales from Romania, claiming they enhance blasting spells. His mother knocked on the attic door, bringing in a glass of chilled pumpkin juice. The Weasley owl has arrived, peering at you from the windowsill. Simon accepted the cup, gazing at the gray owl outside, and suddenly chuckled. Throughout the summer, he had immersed himself in alchemical notes or practiced the gentle fishing charm on various oars. His nerves taut like a bowstring on the verge of snapping. Ron was right. It was time to unwind. I'll go tomorrow, he told his mother, tucking the practice wand into his backpack. The 2 days at home passed swiftly. He helped his mother repair the oven, which had been damaged by magic, using the newly learned precision repair charm, restoring even the screw threads to their original state. Completed 3 pages of annotations on blasting runes for his father's old notebook, and finally painted a simple alchemical array on the attic wall that could automatically absorb moonlight to recharge the practice oars. On the third morning, as Simon stood at the Burrow's doorstep with his suitcase, he nearly got knocked over by George tumbling from above. You finally made it, George exclaimed, brushing off the weeds from his clothes, while Fred behind him held up the smoking cauldron. We just tested the mint-flavored stunning spell. It worked wonders. Ron ended up dancing a tap dance in the yard for 3 minutes. The Burrow was even livelier than Simon had anticipated. The house resembled a stack of cakes, crooked yet full of life, with Mrs. Weasley's half-knitted sweater hanging in the garden and a pile of dragon scales, glimmering with a dangerous red light. Near the chicken coop, colorful smoke billowed from the kitchen chimney. Simon, Ron called from the second-floor window, his hair a disheveled nest. Come up. I want to show you Percy S. Hidden Head Boy's Handbook. It tells how to use magic to deduct points from troublemakers. We could turn that around. Mrs. Weasley emerged from the kitchen with a plate of freshly baked pastries, flour dusting her apron. Don't listen to his nonsense. Come in and have something to eat. Just out of the oven, honey cakes drizzled with mistletoe syrup. She smiled, patting Simon on the shoulder. How is Mr. LeMay's estate? I heard Arthur mention that their alchemical furnace can turn water into gold. More like infusing the desire to turn things into gold into the water. Seymour took the biscuit, savoring a generous bite that was sweeter than anything from the Hogwarts kitchen, infused with the comforting essence of home. The afternoon was thoroughly immersed in delightful chaos. Fred and George tugged at Seymour, eager to test their new silencing, exploding fireworks, which erupted in a soundless cascade of silver at the corner of the yard, startling the chickens into a flurry. Ron insisted on demonstrating his newly practiced bat bogey hex, only to transform his own ears into bat wings, while Seymour adeptly used a directional blasting spell to precisely detach the excess wings, of course, employing the gentlest magic. Meanwhile, Ginny sat quietly beneath an apple tree with a copy of Magical Plants Illustrated, occasionally glancing up at them with a bright smile, her eyes sparkling. Honestly, Ron lay on the grass, a blade of grass held between his teeth. Isn't this far more entertaining than mumbling at stones all day? As Seymour gazed at the scattered remnants of fireworks floating in the sky, he felt his taut nerves finally relax. Alchemy demanded absolute focus, and blasting spells required precise control. Yet at this moment, he could let his magic flow freely with the laughter, without calculating angles or fearing loss of control. It was indeed quite enjoyable. He chuckled, casually conjuring a crown woven from grass for Ron with a nonverbal spell, proclaiming, "Here, let us celebrate our final summer carnival." Mrs. Weasley stood at the kitchen door, observing the playful children in the yard, and quietly remarked to her husband Arthur, "Look at Seymour. That child could easily transform stones into gold. Yet he chooses to join Ron and the others in setting off fireworks. This is how you thought to be." Arthur adjusted his glasses, watching as Seymour created a crooked G, the abbreviation for Gryffindor, in the sky with a blasting charm, unable to suppress his laughter. A genius at explosions? I would say a genius of joy is more fitting. The setting sun cast elongated shadows of a modest dwelling, while the aroma of stew wafted from the kitchen. Leaning against the apple tree, Seymour listened to the Weasley twins enchanting dragon scales and overheard Ron and Ginny debating which bat bogey was the ugliest. Suddenly, he realized that, compared to the serene laboratory at Nicodemus Manor, the noise and festive atmosphere here embodied the most vibrant essence of magic. "Hey," Fred called out to him. "How about trying to explode the dragon scales into stars?" Seymour laughed and jumped up, raising his wand. Whatever the chamber of secrets or darkness may entail at this moment, joy was indeed the most deserving of an explosion. Chapter 78, Saving the Imprisoned Harry Potter. The breakfast atmosphere at the Burrow abruptly turned grave. Mr. Weasley trembled as he held the Daily Prophet, the headline photo depicting Harry locked in the bedroom of number 4, Privet Drive, with a glaring notice affixed outside. "Dangerous individual. Do not approach." That wretched Vernon Dursley. Ron slammed his pumpkin juice cup onto the table, the magical anti-slip charm failing to hold it steady as he exclaimed that he had actually locked Harry up with a muggle lock. Fred and George exchanged glances, pulling out a scroll of parchment from their pockets. We were prepared. The parchment bore a hasty map, marking the location of Privet Drive, with a note alongside stating, "Contingency plan, portable swamp charm." Seamus' fingers lightly tapped on the tablecloth, his mind already engaged in calculations. Muggle locks could be easily dealt with using a directed blasting curse, though noise must be minimized to avoid attracting Muggle authorities. The crux of the matter was how to extricate Harry from the Dursleys' watchful eyes. "By flying car," Ron exclaimed, nearly toppling his chair in excitement. "Dad's Ford Anglia. We've secretly repaired it, and it can fly." Mrs. Weasley burst forth from the kitchen, crumbs of bread still clinging to her apron. "Absolutely not. That car wouldn't pass the ministry's inspection, and flying is illegal. Surely we can't let Harry be confined until school starts?" George interjected, winking conspiratorially before lowering his voice. "We could sneak the car out while Dad is at the ministry working overtime. We could say we're off to procure materials for Charlie's dragon scale preservation charm." The plan coalesced within half an hour. Fred and George would be responsible for starting the car and keeping watch, while Ron and Simo would infiltrate number 4, Privet Drive. To rescue Harry, Ginny would remain at home, ready to use a delaying charm to distract Mr. and Mrs. Weasley should they discover anything amiss, a tactic Simo had just taught her. As dusk descended, the Ford Anglia emerged from the Weasley garage like a colossal metallic beetle, gliding silently into the night. Simo sat in the back seat, gripping a small vial of silencing spray, an alchemical enhancement of a Muggle product that could reduce spell noise by 90%. "We're almost there." Fred indicated towards the somber house ahead, its curtains drawn tightly. Harry was surely in the brightly lit room on the second floor. The car nestled into the shadows at the corner of Privet Drive, and Ron and Simo stealthily approached the garden wall of number 4. Simo sprayed the lock with silencing mist and whispered, "Directed blasting. Lightweight." A soft click resonated as the rusty iron gate swung open. The two slipped into the yard like shadows, and Simo glanced up at the second-floor window, tapping the glass with a nonverbal spell, a series of 3 short knocks, their agreed-upon signal. Immediately, a commotion erupted from within, and Harry's face appeared between the curtain folds, his eyes alight with astonishment. He swiftly opened a window and descended the soft ladder conjured by Simo's vine spell, clad in a faded old t-shirt. "What are you doing here?" Harry's voice trembled with suppressed excitement. "I thought I'd have to wait until school to... less chatter, more running," Ron urged, pulling him toward the street corner. The Dursleys were preoccupied with their Muggle television, oblivious to their escape. Before he could finish his sentence, the upstairs light flickered on, and Uncle Vernon's roar pierced through the window. That little monster has escaped. Drive. Simo leaped into the back seat of the car, waving his wand at the pursuing Dursleys, chanting, "Obstacles abound." An invisible barrier sent them sprawling in a heap. Hurry! The Ford Anglia surged into the sky, narrowly avoiding a lamppost. Harry pressed his face against the window, watching Privet Drive recede into the distance, suddenly bursting into laughter. This is far more exhilarating than riding a broomstick. Hold on tight, Fred shouted, yanking the steering wheel as the car jostled through the clouds. We need to return before Dad notices the car is missing. As Simo watched Harry, who was laughing uncontrollably beside him, he felt that this illicit flight was especially worthwhile. The essence of magic transcends mere precision in alchemical circles or the might of explosive incantations. At times, it manifests as the ability to conjure a flying car, a life-saving vine, or a night that rekindles suppressed laughter when a friend is ensnared. Harry, cradling a cup of hot cocoa, sat before the kitchen fireplace, observing Seamus and Ron frantically scrubbing the car, when he suddenly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, guys." "Thank for what?" Seamus replied without lifting his gaze, his cleaning charm rendering the car's tires gleaming. "Isn't that what friends do? Next time someone gets locked up, we'll just blow the roof off his house." "Don't listen to him." Hermione's voice suddenly echoed from the doorway. She had arrived through the Flynn network, declaring that a simple unlocking charm would suffice. Explosive spells were too barbaric. Laughter erupted in the kitchen. Outside, the moon ascended into the night sky, illuminating the Ford Anglia's mottled body and the smiles upon the faces of the young boys. Seamus understood that the adventures of their second year had yet to commence. Yet with friends willing to engage in mischief by his side, he felt emboldened to confront even the darkest chamber or the most fearsome beast. After all, the most potent magic has always resided within the bonds of unwavering friendship. Chapter 79, The Action in Diagon Alley. The second-year book list lay upon the Weasley dining table, its parchment edges crumpled from Fred's syrupy fingers. Mrs. Weasley circled break with a banshee in red ink, insisting that Professor Lockhart's books must be purchased in their original editions, as she had heard he would sign the title page. He's just a pompous buffoon, Ron scoffed, yet he folded the list and tucked it into his pocket. But their essay new flavor at the ice cream shop in Diagon Alley, made with fire whiskey. We must try it. The following morning, the Weasley family huddled around the crowded fireplace, taking turns grasping the flue powder and calling out Diagon Alley. Seamus watched as Mr. Arthur's hat was singed by the flames, unable to resist casting a fireproof charm upon it, a small trick he had learned from his alchemy notes, mixing ashes with powdered moonstone to create an invisible protective layer. "Thanks, kid," Mr. Arthur said, patting his now undamaged hat and winking at Seamus. "Much better than those fireproof hats from the ministry." The green flames of the fireplace engulfed them, and upon landing, they found themselves on the cobblestone streets of Diagon Alley. Sunlight streamed through magical lanterns, illuminating the shop signs that gleamed with brilliance. At Ollivander's wand shop, fresh mistletoe would lay stacked outside, and sure enough, Florian Fortescue's ice cream shop displayed the new amber-hued flavor in its window. "Let us head to Flourish and Blots." Mrs. Weasley clapped her hands, reminding them that Lockhart's book signing began at 10, and they must not be late. Flourish and Blots was teeming with witches and wizards, all clamoring for copies of defensive magical theory. Gilderoy Lockhart stood on a makeshift platform, his golden red hair more radiant than in the photographs, blowing kisses to the crowd. "His defensive spells aren't as practical as my explosive charm," Seamus whispered to Harry, his fingertips unconsciously tapping against the practice wand made of sycamore wood in his pocket. Lighter than his usual phoenix feather wand, perfect for practicing nonverbal spells. As Harry was about to speak, a sudden commotion erupted among the crowd. Lucius Malfoy, accompanied by Draco, pushed his way in, the shimmering silver-green cloak sweeping past the shelves and toppling a stack of monsters and their beasts. "Oh, isn't this the Weasley family?" Lucius's voice pierced like an icicle. "You actually have the money to buy new books for your children? Haven't you rummaged through Knockturn Alley for some scraps?" Mr. Arthur's face turned crimson. "Our money is earned honestly, Malfoy." "Honestly?" Lucius scoffed, his gaze sweeping over Seamus and Harry. "Is mingling with mudbloods and the so-called savior considered honest?" Draco immediately chimed in. "Father is right. A bunch of impoverished Gryffindors, only capable of using pathetic spells." His words were abruptly silenced when Seamus cast a silent spell, causing a standard spell book, level 2, to fly off the shelf and strike him squarely on the head. No one noticed Seamus's action, except for Harry, who caught a glimpse of the faint glow at his fingertips. "Who did that?" Lucius bellowed, his wand aimed fiercely at the Weasley children, only to be blocked by Mr. Arthur's wand. "This is a bookstore, not a dueling arena." Mr. Arthur's voice, though soft, was imbued with undeniable firmness. If you seek trouble, I wouldn't mind accompanying you to the ministry for a cup of tea. Lucius's face turned ashen, glaring at them before dragging the dazed Draco away. Seamus observed that as Lucius passed Ginny, his fingers twitched beneath his cloak. Yet he ultimately did nothing, no secretive offering of a diary as he had in the past. Strange. Seamus furrowed his brow, sensing hesitation. Harry too felt something was amiss. But the excitement for Lockhart's signing event soon drowned out their concerns. Upon spotting Harry, Lockhart waved enthusiastically. "Ah, our savior. Come, let me sign something for you, perhaps to Harry, a braver wizard than I." After the signing event concluded, they found a quiet corner in the ice cream shop. Ron licked his fire whiskey-flavored ice cream, mumbling, "The Malfoys deserve a good thrashing. Next time, I'll use a bat bogey hex to turn their hair into cockroaches." "Don't act rashly," Seamus cautioned, stirring his peppermint syrup. The fact that Lucius didn't hand anything to Ginny suggests things may be more complicated than we think. He recalled the hooded figure in the Forbidden Forest and Quirrell behind the trapdoor. Some plots are far more intricate than they appear. Harry nodded, absent-mindedly tapping the spoon against his cup. Whatever he intends to do, we must remain cautious. The afternoon shopping went smoothly. Seamus exchanged his practice wand for a new unicorn hair core at Ollivander's and purchased sulfur crystals needed for crafting a mild explosion potion at the apothecary. Mrs. Weasley insisted on buying each child a new cauldron, stating that second-year exploding snap required sturdier containers. This made Seamus's cheeks flush slightly as they departed Diagon Alley. The setting sun bathed the magical lanterns in a golden hue. Watching his jovial companions, Seamus suddenly felt that the diary that had not materialized was like a silent warning. The second year at Hogwarts may conceal dangers even more unpredictable than the Chamber's secrets. Until we meet again at the start of term. As Harry bid farewell before the fireplace, he embraced both Simon and Ron tightly, reminding them not to forget to practice the upgraded version of the Lumos spell, for he had an inkling it would prove useful. The sound of the train whistle seemed to reverberate in his ears. Simon clutched his sycamore wand in his pocket, acutely aware that regardless of what schemes the Malfoys were concocting or what secrets lay hidden within the Chamber of Secrets, as long as his friends were by his side and magic was at his fingertips, he possessed the confidence to confront anything that came his way. The flames in the fireplace, warm and steady, mirrored the growing brightness in his eyes. The second year was about to commence. Chapter 80. The Perilous Return to School. The piercing whistle of the Hogwarts Express shattered the clamor of King's Cross Station as Simon rushed onto Platform 9, just in time to see Hermione on tiptoe, waving eagerly at him. "You finally made it," she exclaimed, offering him a piece of chocolate. Neville just mentioned he left his History of Magic textbook at home and is frantically pacing. Blushing, Neville scratched his head and said, "My grandmother insisted on packing me a bag of protective charms, but it ended up pushing the textbook out." Simon chuckled, patting his shoulder. "No worries. You can borrow my notes, provided you don't spill ink on the page about the giant wars like last time." The trio settled into a compartment by the window as the train gently pulled away from the station. Simon gazed out at the fields whizzing past, yet a lingering unease gnawed at him. Where were Harry and Ron? The Weasley family was never late. Perhaps they had overslept? Hermione opened her copy of magical plants and potions, attempting to soothe her anxiety. Fred and George had mentioned that Ron's alarm clock was perpetually chewed by his pet rat, Scabbers. But as the train departed London, the compartment remained solely occupied by the three of them. Neville had begun counting his protective charms. Hermione's brow furrowed deeper, and Simon incessantly tapped his fingers against the windowsill, a nervous habit he resorted to during meditation. Suddenly, he grasped Hermione's shoulder, exclaiming, "Wait, what is that?" A silver shape was gliding alongside the tracks, moving with the speed of a shooting star. As it drew nearer, the trio gasped in unison. It was Mr. Weasley's Ford Anglia. Through the window, they could faintly make out two familiar figures frantically gripping the steering wheel. It was Harry and Ron. Hermione's voice pitched higher. "They're driving a flying car." Simon's mind raced. The platform was sealed off. It had to be the Malfoys' doing. He sprang to his feet, declaring, "I'll find Percy." He asked the prefect. He must have a way to contact the school. He located Percy in the prefect compartment, frowning at the prefect code of conduct. "Percy, something's wrong." Simon relayed the situation, and Percy nearly lost his glasses off his nose. Absurd. Utterly absurd. He hurriedly produced a special owl communication charm for prefects. "I'll notify Hogwarts and my parents immediately. If they crash into the castle walls, my father will be furious." Watching Percy's owl disappear into the sky, Simon exhaled in relief. At least the school and parents would be informed in advance and could take measures in time. Far better than if they landed clandestinely in the Forbidden Forest. Upon returning to the compartment, The flying car had already vanished without a trace. Hermione sat curled up in a corner, her knees drawn to her chest. Will they be all right? That car looks as if it could fall apart at any moment. Do not worry, Simon replied, attempting to keep his tone light. Ron is well acquainted with that vehicle, and besides, the school will certainly send someone to retrieve them. Yet, deep down, he understood that this escapade in the flying car would not simply be brushed aside. As the train rolled into Hogsmeade Station, dusk had already settled. Simon disembarked with the throng of passengers and suddenly noticed the carriage before the castle, drawn by peculiar creatures with bat-like wings. Their scales glimmered dully in the moonlight, and their eyes were hollow, resembling two swirling clouds of darkness. Did you see that? A gentle voice inquired beside him. Turning, Simon beheld a girl with pale golden hair, gazing at him with curiosity. Most people cannot see the Thestrals unless they have witnessed death firsthand. A chill ran through Simon's heart as he recalled the sight of the unicorn's demise in the Forbidden Forest during his first year. In the moment, Quirrell lay lifeless on the ground. Indeed, he had already encountered the visage of death. My name is Luna Lovegood, the girl said, smiling as she extended her hand, adorned with a ring fashioned from a butterbeer cap. You're Simon Finnegan, correct? I've heard of your impressive blasting curse. Fellow, Luna, Simon replied, shaking her hand, suddenly sensing an extraordinary clarity in the eyes of the girl whom the upperclassmen referred to as the Loony Girl. The sorting ceremony took place in the Great Hall. Simon sat at the Gryffindor table, watching as Luna was sorted into Ravenclaw, calmly nodding and smiling at the applauding classmates. His gaze occasionally drifted towards the entrance until Professor McGonagall announced that Gryffindor had gained points for the inventive return to school exhibited by Harry Potter and Ron Weasley. At which point he noticed two disheveled figures slipping in. Leaves were tangled in Harry's hair, and Ron's sleeve bore a large tear. As they settled into their seats, Ron whispered, thanks to Percy S. Owl, Professor Dumbledore had set up a protective enchantment over the castle. Otherwise, we would have surely collided with the Whomping Willow. Harry shot Simon a wink, saying, cheers, mate. Simon chuckled, shaking his head, but his heart was heavy. The shadow of the Thestrals, Luna's words, and the hidden conspiracy behind the flying car loomed like an invisible net, silently enveloping their second year at Hogwarts. The pumpkin juice at the feast was sweet, yet Simon felt an unsettling undercurrent beneath the tranquility of this semester, concealing a tempest far more perilous than the flying car. He knew he must remain vigilant, like calibrating a blasting curse, prepare to confront the dangers that could arise at any moment. Outside, the Thestrals gently flapped their wings, as if silently reminding him that some darkness is only fully understood by those who have glimpsed death. Chapter 81. Reflections After the Feast. The Gryffindor common room erupted with excitement. Fred and George surrounded Ron, insisting he describe in detail the sensation of weightlessness while traversing the clouds in the flying car. Meanwhile, Hermione clutched the student code of conduct, lecturing Harry about the severe repercussions of flying without permission, including the use of cars, while Neville anxiously added, my dad says the Ministry of Magic is especially strict about enchanting Muggle objects to fly. Seamus reclined in the corner armchair, idly twirling a practice wand crafted from sycamore wood, while his gaze drifted toward the window. The silhouette of the Thestrals emerged subtly in the moonlight, resembling a group of silent guardians. Luna's words echoed in his mind. Only those who have witnessed death can perceive them, for they bear the eyes of the departed. What are you pondering? Harry approached, a half-eaten treacle tart in hand. Worried we might get expelled? Rest assured, Professor McGonagall has only assigned us to assist Hagrid in the Forbidden Forest, without uttering the word expulsion. Seamus accepted the tart and took a small bite. I was contemplating the Thestrals. He gestured towards the window. Have you seen them? Harry followed his gaze, his brow furrowing slightly. Seen what? The carriage is empty. Indeed. Seamus understood, yet he inquired further. Have you ever encountered death? Harry's expression darkened. I have. My parents. And Quirrell. Then why can't you see the Thestrals? Seamus was perplexed. Perhaps it is because a voice interjected. Luna stood at the door of the common room, cradling a magazine adorned with a picture of a bowtruckle. You have yet to truly accept their departure. Death is not an end. It is the commencement of another form of existence, just like the blasting curse, which destroys the old to allow the new to emerge. Her words illuminated Seamus's thoughts like a faint glow. He recalled the new green shoots that had sprouted when he had used the blasting curse to clear the devil's snare. He remembered the pure, magical essence that precipitated when he decomposed or as an alchemy. It dawned on him that destruction and rebirth are indeed two sides of the same coin. You are right. Seamus stood up. Let's tend to your injuries. Ron's arm is bruised, and Harry has thorns from the hawthorn tree stuck in his hair. In the dormitory, Seamus applied a special herbal ointment to Ron's arm, an elixir he had concocted using Nicodemus's alchemical teachings. Infused with powdered dragon scales for rapid swelling reduction, while Harry struggled in front of the mirror to extract the thorns from his hair. Honestly, Ron grimaced. That car nearly fell apart over the Whomping Willow. If Seamus hadn't alerted Percy, we could very well be confined in Madame Pomfrey's ward right now. Harry nodded, discarding the last thorn onto the floor. Shall we thank Percy tomorrow? Though he will undoubtedly scold us first. Seamus chuckled. He is likely drafting a report for Mrs. Weasley, titled on the law-breaking tendencies of my brothers and proposed corrections. The three shared a laugh, easing the tension in the dormitory. Yet, Seamus knew this was merely the beginning. The Malfoy family's actions at the closed platform, the Thestrals Luna mentioned, and that elusive diary. Hogwarts in the second year was destined for turbulence. He lay down on his bed, retrieving his alchemical notes from beneath his pillow, opening to the page titled Material Transformation and the Connection of Souls. Moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating the paper, and the ancient symbols seemed to come alive, dancing between the lines. Seamus suddenly felt an unsettling premonition. The darkness he would face this year might be intertwined with souls. Just as the Thestrals carried the memories of death, a hidden enemy was perhaps attempting to manipulate a soul that did not belong to him. See you tomorrow. Harry and Ron's breathing gradually steadied, clearly exhausted. Seamus let out a sound of acknowledgement as he tucked his notes beneath his pillow. He closed his eyes, embarking on a meditation not to practice magical control, but to calm his mind. In the darkness, he envisioned the hollow eyes of the nightmare, Luna's radiant smile, and the peaceful faces of his friends in slumber. Whatever awaited him ahead, he felt prepared, armed with the precision of explosive spells, the wisdom of alchemy, and the courage to see the light despite enduring countless shadows. Chapter 82. A Breakthrough in Transfiguration. The sunlight of September filtered through the windows of the Transfiguration classroom, casting diamond-shaped patterns on the floor. Professor McGonagall stood at the lectern, tapping her wand, transforming the desk into a glossy-furred Persian cat, which elegantly leapt onto the windowsill and licked its paw. Today we shall practice transfiguring inanimate objects into living beings, she declared, reverting to her human form with her customary seriousness. Remember, the essence of transfiguration lies not in merely mimicking the form, but in instilling the target with a will to live. For instance, when transforming a teacup into a squirrel, one must envision its desire to climb the branches. A rustle of wand movements filled the classroom. Ron recited the incantation over a feather quill for quite some time, managing only to sprout a few disheveled tail hairs. Harry's inkpot transformed into a beetle that persistently burrowed into his shoe. Only Hermione succeeded in transfiguring a notebook into a turning-page owl, earning a nod of approval from Professor McGonagall. Seamus took a deep breath and closed his eyes. The technique of mental resonance during meditation unfurled in his mind. He refrained from hastily waving his wand. Instead, he immersed his consciousness into the oak block resting in his palm, feeling the tree rings within its grain, imagining its breath as it grew within the forest. Magic flowed gently with his intention, like a stream nourishing the soil. When he opened his eyes once more, he merely tapped his wand lightly, without uttering an incantation, and the piece of oak began to tremble. The bark shed to reveal tender green skin, and furry claws sprouted at the corners. With a resounding pop, it transformed into a plump red squirrel, clutching his finger and nibbling on it, its tail adorned with the light brown hue of oak. What was even more astonishing was that this squirrel did not scurry aimlessly like other transfigured creatures. Instead, it climbed up Seamus's arm to his shoulder, nuzzling its tiny head against his ear as if it truly possessed an affectionate awareness. The classroom fell into an immediate hush. Harry and Ron gaped, and even Hermione paused in her actions, astonished by the lively squirrel. Professor McGonagall adjusted her glasses and hurried over, scrutinizing the squirrel's form. The skeletal structure was stable, retaining the core hue of the wood, and it even exhibited basic emotional interaction. This exceeds the second-year level of transfiguration thought, she remarked. Turning to Seamus, her tone softened with rare gentleness. She inquired, "How did you accomplish this?" "I attempted to establish a connection with the wood block through the mental resonance of meditation," Seamus replied, allowing the squirrel to leap back onto the desk. With a gentle wave of his wand, it transformed back into the oak block, as if listening to its desire to become something else. Listening to the will of matter. Professor McGonagall reiterated her commendation, a glimmer of approval in her eyes. This was indeed the essence of advanced transfiguration. Seamus Finnegan, your mastery of transfiguration no longer requires reinforcement through introductory assignments. She paused, announcing to the entire class, from this day forth, Simo is exempt from all transfiguration assignments for the semester and will directly join my advanced group after class. Ron whistled with delight, exclaiming, "No homework. Simo, you're destined for greatness." Once the bell rang, classmates gathered around Simo's oak block, buzzing with conversation. Even a few Slytherin students couldn't resist casting glances his way. Professor McGonagall deliberately held him back, inquiring, "Your meditation techniques are quite remarkable. Did you discover them on your own?" He modestly replied, "Mr. LeMay mentioned that every object possesses fragments of a soul, and the essence of transfiguration is to guide these fragments into reassembly." McGonagall paused, then smiled warmly. "Mr. LeMay is indeed correct. Come to my office after afternoon class. I shall provide you with some advanced transfiguration notes. Perhaps you will uncover the answers regarding biological transfiguration stability." As they exited the classroom, Ron slung his arm around Simo's shoulder, laughing, "From now on, you'll handle our transfiguration assignments. For instance, could you turn principles of transfiguration into a comic book?" "Not a chance," Simo chuckled, gently pushing him away, his heart brimming with motivation. The magical control gained from meditation not only heightened the precision of his blasting curse, but unexpectedly opened the door to transfiguration. It reminded him of his father's notes. The various branches of magic are merely different trees within the same forest. The afternoon's advanced group consisted of merely 3 students, all upperclassmen in their 3rd and 4th years. Professor McGonagall instructed them in practicing interspecies transfiguration. Although Simo was the last to join, he quickly caught up. When he transformed a quill into a singing lark, even a 4th-year prefect couldn't help but applaud. "Did you see that?" As he left the office, Professor McGonagall handed Simo a worn notebook, saying, "These are my young transfiguration cases, documenting my failed attempts. Remember, progress often lies hidden within errors. Just as your blasting curse began with countless ruined cauldrons." Simo accepted the notebook, his fingertips brushing against the ink stains on the pages, suddenly realizing that the world of magic was far broader than he had imagined. From blasting to transfiguration, from alchemy to meditation, seemingly different paths all lead to the same destination, an understanding of the essence of magic. The setting sun streamed through the corridor's stained glass windows, casting a kaleidoscope of colors upon the floor. Simo felt the weight of his practice wand made of sycamore in his pocket. Knowing that being exempt from assignments was not an end, but a new beginning, he aspired to learn more in the advanced group, to intertwine transfiguration with blasting curses, and perhaps one day, create his own transfigured blasting curse, imbued with the agility of a squirrel and the precision of explosives. Ron and Harry awaited him at the staircase, holding freshly purchased pumpkin pasties. "Celebrating your early graduation," they exclaimed. "Tonight, by the fireplace in the common room, we must hear all about what Professor McGonagall's office looks like." Simo smiled, taking a bite of the pasty, the sweet aroma blooming on his palate. He understood that the challenges of the 2nd year lay ahead. Yet as long as magic blossomed at his fingertips and friends walked alongside him, each breakthrough would draw him closer to legend. At that moment, the first line of his notes in Transfiguration gleamed with an increasingly bright light in his eyes. The ultimate goal of magic is understanding and creation. Chapter 83. The eccentricity of the new defense against the dark arts professor. From the very first day, Professor Lockhart's defense against the dark arts class exuded an air of peculiarity. Before the class bell rang, the classroom was adorned with pink drapes resembling a birthday party, with each desk displaying a copy of his signed work, Years with Werewolves, the cover showcasing Lockhart's radiant smile, brighter than the sun. "My dear children," he glided into the classroom in silver-heeled boots, his golden red hair shimmering under the lights. "Today, we shall learn how to confront the most terrifying of dark creatures, vampires." With a flourish of his wand, the podium transformed into a coffin, and a mannequin wearing a toothy mask sprang forth with a loud thud. The entire class, except Hermione, who was fervently taking notes while clutching magical defense theory, could not help but roll their eyes. The key to dealing with vampires is to maintain elegance. Lockhart struck a classic pose from his book, his wand twirling like a conductor's baton. "Remember, fear will sap the power from your spells. Just like this," he shouted. "Bind them swiftly." But the spell veered awkwardly towards the ceiling, ensnaring an innocent bat specimen. Laughter erupted in the classroom, and Draco Malfoy exaggeratedly clutched his stomach. Seamus frowned, not due to the spell's failure. Such mistakes are common among beginners, but because he sensed an unsettling discord in Lockhart's magical energy as he waved his wand, as if someone were manipulating a puppet from behind with invisible strings. It seemed the professor was in need of assistance. He whispered to Harry, his fingertips unconsciously caressing his practice wand made of sycamore. When it was time for the students to practice, Lockhart called upon Seamus to demonstrate. Our explosive genius. He beamed enthusiastically. Show us how your signature spell can be used against a vampire. Seamus refrained from using the blasting curse. Recalling Professor McGonagall's words, the essence of transfiguration lies in guidance, and perhaps defense against the dark arts is no different. With a gentle flick of his wand, a soft protective light, his modified Lumos spell enveloped the mannequin vampire, causing the sharp fangs on the mask to gradually melt in a harmless fluff. What spell was that? Lockhart's smile faltered, a flicker of panic crossing his eyes. Defense spells should be more aggressive, like this. He waved his wand again, this time accurately hitting the mannequin, but it resulted in a series of small explosions strikingly reminiscent of Seamus's blasting curse. Professor can do the blasting curse? Ron exclaimed in astonishment. Yet Seamus felt a sinking sensation. The magical energy of that explosive spell mirrored that of the earlier binding spell. Clumsy, stiff, as if it were a forced imitation, lacking the fluid control exhibited by Professor Flitwick. After class, Lockhart called Seamus over and handed him a gilded copy of the Art of Magical Defense. My dear child, your protective light is quite creative, but defense cannot rely solely on gentleness. He lowered his voice, urgency suddenly permeating his tone. Come to my office after class tomorrow. I shall teach you the true advanced defensive spells, far superior to your blasting curse. As Simon accepted the book, his fingertips brushed against Lockhart's hand, which felt as cold as if it possessed no warmth. Thank you, Professor. I will be there, he replied nonchalantly, yet his internal doubts deepened. During lunch, he shared his findings with Harry and Hermione. Lockhart's spells seem off, almost borrowed. Borrowed? Hermione adjusted her glasses. Are you suggesting he doesn't know those spells? Yet he has authored so many books. The books might also be borrowed, Harry interjected. When I saw him during an interview, he always dodged questions, as if afraid of being probed too deeply. In the afternoon herbology class, Simon was restless. He recalled the photographs adorning the walls of Lockhart's office, showcasing his triumphs over dark creatures, with Lockhart beaming flawlessly while the creatures in the background appeared suspiciously blurred. What are you thinking about? Neville was jolted from his thoughts by the mandrake's wailing, and Simon quickly cast a silencing charm to protect his ears. I was contemplating Professor Lockhart, Simon replied. He claims he will teach me advanced defensive spells tomorrow. Do you think that's reliable? Neville shook his head. Last week he taught us how to deal with a boggart. Yet he ended up cowering under the desk. Professor McGonagall had to save the day. Simon's heart sank further. He retrieved the book given by Lockhart and opened the front page, discovering a small note tucked inside, written in a trembling hand. He is looking at my notes. Please help me. The handwriting was so scrawled it was nearly illegible. This further confirmed his suspicions. Lockhart's oddities might extend beyond mere incompetence. After class the next day, Simon clutched the note as he approached Lockhart's office. The door was ajar, and he could hear the sound of things being rummaged through. Peering inside, he saw Lockhart feverishly transcribing from a stack of old notes, murmuring to himself, "This bat bogey hex is excellent. This disarming spell variant could be useful." Upon hearing footsteps, Lockhart hastily shoved the notes into a drawer, plastering on a standard smile. "Simon, come in. I have a surprise for you." Simon raised the note in his hand. "Is this yours, Professor?" Lockhart's face drained of color in an instant. As Simon observed the panic in his eyes, an understanding dawned upon him. This professor, who perpetually smiled at his reflection, harbored not confidence, but profound fear. He was utilizing the magic of others to construct a false legend, and this peculiar borrowing could perhaps be more perilous than any dark magic. Chapter 84. The True Face of Lockhart. Lockhart's office was even more extravagant than a classroom. The walls were adorned with colossal photographs of himself, some depicting him smiling while riding a broomstick, others showcasing him battling a fake giant with a wand. Even the ceiling was adorned with magically crafted golden stars, each embedded with his miniature portrait. Seat, Lockhart exclaimed, hurriedly concealing the notes behind him, his silver-green silk waistcoat stained with ink. "I was just about to find you the comprehensive guide to advanced defensive spells." Seamus did not take a seat. Instead, he lifted the crumpled note. "This note fell from your book," he stated, his voice calm, yet imbued with an undeniable authority as he caught a glimpse of my notes. Who was this he referred to? Lockhart's complexion drained instantly, more blinding than the gold of his hair. Children should not meddle in adult affairs. He feigned composure, waving his hand, inadvertently knocking over a picture frame on the table, within which he was casting a spell on a paper vampire. "You cannot possibly perform those defensive charms, can you?" Seamus pressed on, the tip of his practice wand, crafted from sycamore, radiating warmth, a reaction born from the magic sensing deceit. "Your book, your legend, they're all pilfered." "Nonsense." Lockhart suddenly raised his voice, a glimmer of madness flashing in his eyes. I am the greatest wizard. I have vanquished werewolves, banished vampires. My spells' words faltered in his throat. With a subtle flick of a wandless charm, Seamus caused the notebook concealed behind Lockhart to slide into view. Its cover inscribed with Alastair Moody's defensive magic notes. Another flick revealed a second notebook, signed by Minerva McGonagall. Did you steal these notes from other wizards? Seamus inquired, picking up Moody's notebook and flipping to a page, revealing a diagram of the disarming charm's reverse variant, identical to the original spell Lockhart had demonstrated in class. Lockhart slumped in his chair, his golden red hair disheveled against his forehead, stripped of its former luster. They willingly gave them to me, he muttered, like a child whose lies had been exposed. They said they were old, that fame no longer mattered. I merely helped them perpetuate their legends. With the Obliviate charm, correct? Seamus suddenly recalled. You made the true heroes forget their accomplishments and then claimed their stories as your own. This revelation struck Lockhart's final defense like a key turning in a lock. He covered his face, his shoulders trembling violently. I have wanted to be a hero since childhood, but I could not master complex spells. I could not even transform a teacup properly. He suddenly lifted his head, an eerie light flashing in his eyes. But I can perform the Obliviate charm, the most powerful Obliviate charm. With just a wave of my wand, they will forget everything, and then I will be the hero. Seamus's heart sank to the depths. He had witnessed dark malevolence, the kind that siphoned lives like Voldemort, but he had never encountered such darkness, stealing another's glory through lies and erasing the memories of true heroes with magic. You know about the Chamber of Secrets, don't you? Seamus suddenly asked, recalling the petrified students and the blood-written words on the wall proclaiming, the chamber has been opened. You came to Hogwarts not to teach. Lockhart's gaze flickered with panic. I don't know. You sought to seize more legends amidst the chaos. Seamus articulated the answer for him. If you could resolve the chamber's crisis, your name would be forever etched in Hogwarts history. The office fell into a deathly silence. Outside the window, the wind rustled, lifting a few fallen leaves that tapped against the glass with a soft patter. Lockhart stared at his trembling hands, the hands that had once cast countless legendary spells, now devoid of even the strength to grip his wand. Don't tell anyone. He suddenly seized Simon's wrist with an alarming strength. I can teach you the most formidable forgetting spell, and I can provide you with all my notes, provided you remain discreet. Simon forcefully shook off his hand, retorting, I have no interest in stolen magic. He returned the notes to the table. You ought to confess to those wizards whose memories you have pilfered, to all who have placed their trust in you. As he exited the office, the sunlight was so blinding that it was almost unbearable. Leaning against the corridor wall, Simon felt a heaviness in his chest. He had assumed the peculiarities of the dark arts defense class stemmed from dark forces, not from such pitiful vanity, a hero constructed from lies, more chilling than any monster. Simon? What's wrong? Harry and Ron rushed over, concern etched on their faces. Gilderoy didn't do anything to you, did he? Simon shook his head and recounted his recent revelation. Ron, nearly crushing the pumpkin pasty in his hand with rage, exclaimed, that fraud. I told you he acted like a frightened rabbit when dealing with the boggart. We must inform Professor Dumbledore. Harry's expression turned grave. Having someone like him remain at the school was perilous, especially with the troubles surrounding the Chamber of Secrets. Simon nodded thoughtfully. Suddenly, he recalled the forgetting spell Gilderoy had mentioned, and a terrifying thought crossed his mind. What if the creature in the chamber was connected to him? What if he intended to use the forgetting spell on anyone who discovered the truth to conceal his lies? Let's not make a scene, Simon whispered. We must find evidence that he has stolen others' memories. Perhaps we can uncover clues related to the chamber. The three exchanged a knowing glance, reaching a silent agreement. At the end of the corridor, the portraits were still celebrating Gilderoy's so-called heroic deeds, oblivious to the ugly truth hidden behind this so-called great wizard. Simon tightened his grip on his wand, made of sycamore wood. He understood that exposing Gilderoy's true nature might be more crucial than confronting the creature within the chamber. For once a lie is accepted as truth, the darkness that ensues is far more challenging to dispel than any dark magic. And he was determined to shatter this false legend in his own way, with precise judgment and irrefutable evidence, as decisively as he would use a blasting spell to obliterate the shell of a lie, leaving no room for doubt. Chapter 85. The Blood Writings on the Wall. The chill of October seeped into the castle's stone crevices, rendering the torches in the corridor dimmer than usual. Simon, clutching the medieval defense against the dark arts book he had just borrowed from the library, hastened towards Gryffindor Tower. The weight of Gilderoy's true identity pressed heavily on his heart, instilling a sense of impending doom. Simon, wait! Harry and Ron dashed around the corner, their cloaks dusted with snow. We just returned from Hagrid's hut. He mentioned that the spiders at the edge of the Forbidden Forest have been acting strangely, constantly making their way towards the castle. Simon halted, about to speak, when a piercing scream echoed from the direction of the girls' lavatory, shattering the corridor's stillness like a shard of ice. It's Hermione's voice. Ron's face paled, and he sprinted towards the source of the scream. 3 individuals burst into the lavatory at the end of the corridor, only to be met with a chilling sight. At the entrance to the compartment of Mrs. Norris, the caretaker Filch's cat, she hung from the ceiling like a rigid carpet, her body ensconced in a translucent film. She has been petrified. Harry's voice trembled as he clutched his wand tightly. Seamus's gaze drifted past the cat to the opposite wall. Under the flickering torchlight, a line of dark red script seeped into the stone bricks like blood, twisted and grotesque. The chamber has been opened. Beware, descendants of the enemy. The chamber truly exists. Ron's voice quivered with fear. The monster within had emerged, petrifying Mrs. Norris. Seamus leaned closer to the wall, his fingertips brushing against the letters. Magic pulsed at his fingertips. A cold, viscous sensation washing over him, reminiscent yet more primal and savage than the dark presence he had felt in the Forbidden Forest. This is no ordinary blood, he murmured. It has been fabricated with some magical ink mixed with basilisk venom. A basilisk? Harry recalled the description in Magical Creatures, a guide. The kind whose gaze can kill? But Mrs. Norris had merely been petrified. Seamus glanced at the puddle on the floor. She might have seen the basilisk's eyes through the water. An indirect gaze would only result in petrification, not death. Filch's anguished roar echoed down the corridor, drawing closer. Quick, hide, Seamus urged, pulling Harry and Ron into a nearby stall and gently closing the wooden door with his wand. Filch stormed in, spotting the petrified Mrs. Norris, letting out a desperate wail. My cat. Who did this? His gaze swept over the bloodied writing on the wall, then suddenly turned towards Gryffindor's direction. It was you. You filthy wizard brats. The footsteps gradually receded, evidently heading to seek Dumbledore's counsel. The 3 emerged from the stall, their faces grave. Basilisk. Harry repeated the word. Only Parseltongue can control it, right? Seamus nodded, a sudden thought flashing through his mind. Lockhart claimed he had defeated a basilisk, yet he could scarcely perform basic defensive spells. He must be lying, and he might even know the secret of the chamber. We must inform a professor. Hermione's voice came from the doorway, her face pale and clearly shaken. I saw Filch run past in the corridor and hurried to follow. Which professor should we tell? Ron frowned. Lockhart? He'd only have us read his books. Snape? He would relish any misfortune befalling Gryffindor. Professor McGonagall might be a possibility, but we need evidence. Seamus looked at the bloodied words on the wall. Descendants of the enemy likely referred to wizards of Muggle descent. He recalled how Malfoy often threw around the term mudblood, and the heir of Slytherin seemed intent on purging Hogwarts of Muggleborns. Whoever he is, we must stop him. Harry's expression hardened, before he harms anyone else. News of Mrs. Norris's petrification rapidly spread throughout the castle, panic proliferating like a plague. As the students walked along the walls, apprehensive of any lurking monsters emerging from the shadows. The Hufflepuff students began to gather in pairs on their way to the lavatory, while some Ravenclaws donned protective goggles against petrification. During the interval, Seamus encountered Professor McGonagall. Without directly mentioning Lockhart, simply referred to the blood writing and speculations regarding the basilisk. Upon hearing his words, Professor McGonagall's expression turned grave as she asserted that the school would enhance its patrolling efforts, yet insisted that the 3 of them must refrain from conducting their own investigations. The basilisk was far too perilous. We shall be cautious, Seamus promised, though deep down he knew they could not simply stand by. At dinner, the Gryffindor long table was enveloped in a somber atmosphere. Seamus glanced across to Luna at the Ravenclaw table, who was calmly drawing something on a piece of paper with a feather quill, her demeanor oddly serene amidst the crisis. Noticing Seamus's gaze, she lifted her head and offered him a faint smile, revealing her artwork, a unicorn with bat wings, accompanied by the words, "The truth lies hidden within the stories that are not believed." Seamus felt a stirring in his heart. Perhaps Luna was indeed correct. Those speculations dismissed as mere nonsense, those concealed lies, could be the key to unraveling the mystery of the Chamber of Secrets. He turned to Harry and Ron, who were silently consuming their meals, their eyes mirroring his own determination. The blood writing on the wall acted as a clarion call, signaling the genuine peril facing their second year. Yet as long as the 3 of them remained united, as long as they could see through the deceptions and uncover the truth, they would certainly be able to thwart the heir lurking in the shadows. As night deepened, the fireplace in the Gryffindor common room crackled. Seamus opened the book Defensive Magical Theory, and beside the chapter on the basilisk and the chamber, sketched a small alchemical symbol as a warning to himself, reminding him that the truth might be concealed in the most terrifying of places. He resolved to unravel it step by step, akin to disassembling the most intricate explosion charm. Chapter 86. Hermione's Research Enthusiasm. The news of Madame Pomfrey's petrification plunged Hogwarts into a state of panic, akin to a boulder cast into a tranquil lake, sending ripples of fear throughout. However, for Hermione, this crisis ignited her fervor for research. Before breakfast had concluded, she burst into the Gryffindor common room, clutching a stack of books, their edges already frayed from her eager fingers. "Look at this," she exclaimed, slapping a worn copy of Hogwarts, a history before Seamus, and pointing to a page that detailed how Slytherin had enlisted the help of a fairy adept in animal languages during the construction of the chamber. This suggests that the ability to control the monster with Parseltongue may not solely be an innate skill, but could also be mimicked through magical artifacts. Seamus leaned in closer, observing a blurry rune on the page that bore resemblance to the sound simulation arrays he had seen in Nicholas Flamel's notes. "Are you implying that someone used magic to feign Parseltongue?" "It is quite possible," Hermione retorted, pulling out another book, Fairy Magic and Ancient Spells. The fairy's voice modulation spell can replicate any creature's sound, including the hissing of snakes. If Slytherin's heir has mastered this, then he may not necessarily be the true Parselmouth. Harry suddenly interjected, twirling his wand in his hand. "Like Malfoy? He constantly boasts about being pureblood. Perhaps he secretly learned this kind of magic." Ron chewed on his bread and mumbled, "I told you that fellow was no good." The way his father looked at Ginny last time in Diagon Alley was off. Seamus remained silent, his fingers gliding gently over the illustrations in the history of Hogwarts. Hermione's research direction was indeed sound, yet he felt as if something was amiss. The basilisk thrived in dark, damp environments, and the only suitable location within the castle was the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets, likely hidden in the girls' lavatory. He suddenly spoke up. "What?" Ron nearly spat out his crumbs. "That ghastly place, Moaning Myrtles?" Lady Lorelei had been petrified there, and the blood-written words were nearby. Seamus recalled the scene vividly, noting that the lavatory's pipes connected to the castle's sewage system, spacious and dark enough for a basilisk to conceal itself. Hermione's eyes sparkled with realization. "You're right. I must check the castle's plumbing layout. The complete guide to Hogwarts architecture in the library must have it." She seized a book and dashed out, the hem of her cloak sweeping across the dining table and knocking over Ron's pumpkin juice. She was like an unstoppable machine. Ron watched her retreating figure and shook his head in resignation, thinking to himself that without her, they might still be wondering if that blood writing was merely ketchup. In the ensuing days, Hermione virtually lived in the library. Seamus occasionally brought her breakfast and often found her buried beneath a mountain of books, stray parchment clinging to her hair, yet her eyes shone with remarkable brilliance. "I found it." One afternoon, she burst into the common room, brandishing a yellowed map, exclaiming that the castle's main sewage line lay directly beneath the girls' lavatory, with a concealed maintenance hatch just the right size to accommodate. She paused, lowering her voice, a fully grown basilisk. Seamus took the map from her, where the hatch's location was marked in red ink, alongside a note indicating that it required the Alohomora spell combined with fairy runes to unlock. "You even researched the unlocking spell?" "Of course." Hermione proudly lifted her chin. "It states in fairy magic that this rune requires a dual trigger. First recite the unlocking charm, then use your wand to draw the Slytherin serpent emblem." She suddenly furrowed her brow. "But none of us can draw the serpent emblem." "I can," Seamus replied, recalling a similar ancient magical symbol he had seen at Nicodemus's estate over the summer, the alchemical serpent of transformation closely resembling it. "I can give it a try." Harry, glancing at the map, suddenly murmured, "We need to be cautious of Lockhart. He has been lurking in the corridors lately, asking if I found any clues about the chamber, and his gaze is unsettling." Seamus nodded. Lockhart's lies were already crumbling. He likely aimed to uncover the chamber before them, weaving a tale of vanquishing the basilisk to bolster his own standing, perhaps even employing the Obliviate charm to silence the true discoverers. "Tonight at midnight, we shall investigate the lavatory," Seamus declared, tucking the map away. "Hermione will handle the unlocking charm. I'll draw the serpent emblem, and Harry and Ron will keep watch. Bring my silencing explosive charm, should danger arise. We can create chaos without a sound." Hermione nodded vigorously, her eyes gleaming with the thrill of adventure. "I'll look up the basilisk's weaknesses. It said that the crowing of a rooster can kill them." As she prepared to dash back to the library, Seamus chuckled and restrained her. "First, let us have dinner. Even in the pursuit of saving the world, one must possess the strength to wield a wand. Wouldn't you agree? During dinner, Hermione was diligently pushing her potatoes around the plate while elucidating the defensive techniques against the basilisk's gaze. Direct eye contact would prove fatal, while viewing through a mirror or water surface would lead to petrification. Thus, we must carry a mirror at all times to remain vigilant of our surroundings. Her discourse was abruptly interrupted by a commotion emanating from the Slytherin table, where a chorus of laughter erupted as Malfoy brandished a copy of the Daily Prophet, loudly proclaiming, "The renowned wizard Gilderoy Lockhart has announced a lecture this Saturday titled Capturing the Chamber of Secrets." "What'd I say?" he continued. "True heroes do not need to operate in secrecy." Seymour and Harry exchanged wary glances, both sensing the underlying mischief in Lockhart's intentions. It appeared that proactive measures were in order. Seymour set down his cutlery, resolved to venture to the bathroom that very night to uncover clues before Lockhart's lecture. Hermione nodded emphatically, shoving the last morsel of potato in her mouth. "I shall prepare the mirror and the illumination charm immediately. Oh, and remember to bring the anti-petrification potion. I just brewed it yesterday." With that, she dashed away like a whirlwind, leaving Seymour and Ron exchanging glances. "How fortunate we are to have her on our side," Ron remarked. "Had she been in Slytherin, we might have been outmatched by her intellect on the very first day." Seymour chuckled softly, yet he understood well that Hermione's fervor for research was not mere impulsiveness. It was a steadfast dedication to truth, a profound trust in her friends, and one of the most formidable weapons one could wield in the face of darkness. He felt the familiar surge of magic emanating from the silencing charm nestled in his pocket. This evening's adventure promised to be anything but easy. But with Hermione's wisdom and the camaraderie of his friends, he felt a surge of confidence in inching closer to the truth of the Chamber of Secrets. After all, compared to Lockhart's borrowed legends, the truths they forged through courage and intellect were far more deserving of remembrance. Chapter 87. The Onset of the Petrification Incident. Lockhart's lecture on capturing the culprit resembled a farcical performance. He stood in the packed auditorium, brandishing his jewel-encrusted wand, regaling the audience with tales of how he single-handedly subdued 10 basilisks, until Professor McGonagall furrowed her brow and urged him to get to the point, at which he begrudgingly retrieved a copy of Basilisk Defense Guidelines, the author's name prominently displayed on the cover, belonging to a retired wizard of considerable repute. Seated at the back, Seymour unconsciously tapped his fingers against his knee. Hermione leaned closer and whispered in his ear, "The content of that book is verbatim from Chapter 37 of Complete Guide to Goblin Magic." He couldn't even be bothered to make amendments. As the lecture concluded, an urgent bell resonated throughout the castle. Not the class bell, but a signal for an emergency assembly. Something had gone awry. Harry sprang to his feet, his wand already in hand. The four of them surged with the crowd towards the second-floor corridor, where they spotted a cluster of professors gathered around a suit of armor, their expressions grave. As they approached, they discovered a student from Ravenclaw, Colin Creevey, lying motionless at the feet of the armor, clutching his camera, his body rigid as stone, eyes wide open yet devoid of life. Another case of petrification. Ron's voice trembled as he remarked, "Could it be that he saw the basilisk through the lens?" Seamus knelt down and carefully touched Colin's shoulder, which felt cold and hard, like a wax figure frozen by magic. The camera lens served as an indirect gaze. He whispered his analysis, much like Mrs. Norris glimpsing the basilisk through the water's surface, only capable of petrifying, not killing. Headmaster Dumbledore parted the crowd, his blue eyes lingering on Colin for a moment before turning to Professor McGonagall, notifying Madame Pomfrey to treat him with a mandrake potion. His gaze swept across the onlooking students, his voice calm yet powerful, urging everyone to remain composed. The castle would bolster its patrols, and no one should wander alone after dark. Snape stood in the shadows, his black robes rustling ominously as they brushed against the ground. "I've always warned that allowing Muggleborns and half-bloods into Hogwarts would only invite disaster." His gaze, like that of a venomous serpent, fixed on Harry, suggesting that perhaps the culprit was among them. "What do you mean?" Ron exploded, nearly losing his wand. "Silence," Professor McGonagall commanded sharply, asserting that no one should make unfounded accusations until the truth was ascertained. Seamus rose, noticing Colin's camera had fallen to the ground. Its lens cap left ajar. With a gentle flick of his wand, the camera emitted a click, ejecting a photograph that was hazy, capturing only a distorted shadow, vaguely revealing an elongated outline shrouded in chilling mist. "Is this the basilisk?" Hermione stared at the picture, her complexion paling. It moves too swiftly for the camera to capture its full form. More troubling still, Seamus handed the photograph to Dumbledore, who observed it has begun attacking students. "Mrs. Norris is an animal," Colin is a wizard. This indicates a clear target for the assailant, namely, to eliminate the impure. Dumbledore took the photograph. His blue eyes profound like the ocean. Thank you, Seamus. This photograph is of great significance. He paused, adding, remember, fear obscures our vision of the truth. Much like the basilisk's gaze can cloud the mind. After Colin was taken away, the atmosphere in the corridor was stifling, leaving everyone breathless. Students dispersed in small groups, whispers crashing like waves. Some claimed Voldemort had returned, while others believed it to be the ghost of Slytherin causing mischief, and still others pointed fingers at Harry. Who could speak Parseltongue? How dare they suspect you? Ron fumed, his face flushed. How could Harry possibly be the culprit? Ignore them, Harry replied, his expression grim as he fought to remain calm. The priority now was to locate the basilisk and prevent it from harming anyone else. Suddenly, Hermione seized Seamus's arm. Before Colin's incident, I saw him chasing someone. Wearing Slytherin robes, their back looked quite familiar. She lowered her voice, Draco Malfoy. Seamus felt a stir of intrigue. Let us see where Malfoy is now. The trio quietly made their way near the Slytherin common room, and indeed spotted Malfoy, conversing with two cronies, a smug smile adorning his face. That fool dares to follow me. He deserves to be petrified, he remarked, his voice not loud, yet distinctly reaching Seamus's ears. Once I find the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets, the first thing I'll do is eliminate all the Muggle-borns in Gryffindor. He certainly knows something. Ron clenched his fists. Seamus held him back. Don't act impulsively. He was merely bragging. A true murderer would not be so ostentatious. Yet he knew full well that Malfoy's words were not without foundation. At the very least, he certainly possessed knowledge of some secrets pertaining to the chamber. Upon returning to the common room, an eerie silence enveloped the space. The Gryffindor students were either huddled in corners engrossed in their books or whispering amongst themselves, with even Fred and George's jokes falling upon deaf ears. Hermione secluded herself in a corner, fervently flipping through the comprehensive guide to curses and counter-curses, desperately seeking a swifter method to reverse the petrification. We must hasten our efforts, said Simon, seated beside her as he pushed forward a study of basilisk behavior. Recently borrowed from the library, Colin was merely the beginning. If we do not locate the entrance to the chamber soon, more will be harmed. Hermione nodded, her eyes bloodshot. I discovered that the Mandrake potion requires at least a month to mature. Before that, we must halt the basilisk. Suddenly, she lifted her head. I have an idea. We can create a mirror tracking charm, projecting the basilisk's image onto the tracking charm through a mirror, thus enabling us to pinpoint its location. What materials do we need? Harry inquired immediately. Basilisk shed powder, mirror shards, and... Hermione paused, a drop of basilisk venom. But we currently have no means of acquiring that. I might be able to help, Simon interjected unexpectedly. When Colin was petrified, his clothes absorbed some of the blood ink from the wall, which mixed with basilisk venom. I secretly collected a bit yesterday. He produced a small glass vial from his pocket, containing a few drops of dark red liquid that shimmered eerily in the light. Hermione's eyes brightened instantly. Excellent. We shall craft the tracking charm tonight and begin our search at dawn. Outside, the sky had completely darkened, and the footsteps of the patrols within the castle echoed ominously. Simon gazed at the vial of venom, suddenly realizing that this crisis was more urgent than anticipated. The basilisk had begun to move. The murderer lurking in the shadows with a sinister grin, and all they possessed were a blurred photograph, a few drops of venom, and an unwavering spirit. Yet, he felt no fear. Just as one can find a balance of magic amidst chaos during meditation, he believed that together with his friends, they would inevitably uncover the traces of truth within the dense fog of uncertainty. Let's begin. Simon handed the vial to Hermione, his fingertips warming against the handle of his sycamore wand. Let us discover where this lurking monster conceals itself within the castle. Hermione nodded, carefully pouring out the venom. The fireplace in the common room crackled, illuminating the focused faces of the three boys. The curtain had risen on the petrification incidents, yet they knew that the clarion call for retaliation had officially sounded from this very moment. Chapter 88. The Formation of the Secret Research Group. On the third day since Colin's petrification, panic within the castle had proliferated like a rampant vine. Younger students clutched their companions' cloaks tightly as they walked, and the portraits in the corridors began to lock their doors. Even the notoriously boisterous Fred and George had stowed away their jests. They hung a sign at the entrance of the common room. Free basilisk eye shields available. Effectiveness unknown, but better than nothing. Simon sat by the window, twirling his sycamore wand, watching the swaying of the willow in the wind outside. Colin's rigid expression, Malfoy's smug smile, and Lockhart's insincere consolation swirled in his mind like an unexploded detonator. rendering him restless. If they lingered any longer, the next victim of petrification might be Neville, or Ginny, or even Hermione. Suddenly, he broke the silence of the common room. Harry and Ron, engrossed in examining the photographs in Colin's camera, looked up at his words. What do you intend to do? Harry's gaze was resolute. Are we going to storm the girls' bathroom to find the entrance? A forceful intrusion seemed too perilous. Seamus shook his head, retrieving a stack of parchment from his backpack. We require a strategy, a genuine team effort to resolve this predicament. Not blind guesses or impulsive actions, but a systematic search for clues, evidence analysis, and a well-structured plan. He unfurled the parchment and, with his wand dipped in ink, delineated 3 columns. Known clues, points to investigate, and action steps. The known clues included the basilisk, the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets located in the girls' bathroom, the possibility that the culprit employed goblin magic to mimic Parseltongue, Lockhart's deceit, and Malfoy's knowledge of the situation. At some point, Hermione approached, clutching a half-eaten chocolate frog. May I join? She inquired, pointing to the points to investigate. I found a mention of the Chamber's guardian in the Slytherin logs, but did not specify what it was. This should qualify as a point of inquiry. Of course, Seamus replied, handing her the quill. You are our intelligence officer. Ron suddenly clapped his hands. And Neville, his grandmother, sent him a book titled A Compendium of Medieval Dark Creatures. It must contain the basilisk's weaknesses. Without waiting for a response, he dashed downstairs to find Neville. 5 minutes later, Neville burst in, clutching the hefty tome, his ears flushed crimson. I don't quite understand all this. But my grandmother said this book could save lives. He flipped to a page, pointing to an illustration of a rooster. It says here that the basilisk is most afraid of a rooster's crow. Hearing it will cause instant death. Splendid. Hermione immediately noted in the action steps. 1. Find a crowing rooster. 2. Research how to magically amplify the rooster's call. Wait, Harry interjected. Luna might be of assistance. She mentioned that Thestrals can sense the scent of darkness. Perhaps she could detect the basilisk as well. Seamus raised an eyebrow. A Ravenclaw joining a Gryffindor secret group? Sounds thrilling. That evening, Luna appeared at the entrance of the Gryffindor common room, clutching her magazine, The Quibbler. The fat lady hesitated for a moment, but eventually allowed her entry. I knew you would seek me out, she said with a smile, settling down. From her pocket, she produced a glass jar containing several glowing insects. These are nargles. They can track magical residues in the dark. The basilisk's magic should be easily detectable by them. Ron stared at the jar. Can those really work? They look like flying snot. More reliable than your bat bogey hex, Luna replied, blinking. She placed the jar in the center of the table, and the insects immediately soared towards the girls' bathroom, colliding with the jar's wall and emitting a faint glow. Simo gazed at the 5 individuals gathered around the table. Harry, who was responsible for analyzing the clues in Parseltongue. Hermione, who managed the intelligence database. Ron, who insisted on providing practical support. Neville, who contributed his knowledge of ancient texts. And Luna, who brought forth peculiar yet unexpectedly useful magical creatures. This makeshift assembly, surprisingly, complemented each other well. We need a name, he suddenly proclaimed. We can't just call ourselves the Snake Monster Squad, can we? How about the Chamber Breakers Alliance? Hermione adjusted her glasses, excitement gleaming in her eyes. That's far too formal, Luna softly interjected. What about Truth Seekers? After all, we are searching not only for the monster, but also for the individuals hidden behind it. No one opposed her suggestion. Simo inscribed Truth Seekers at the top of the parchment, drawing a simple shield emblem using alchemical symbols. The outer circle bore the Gryffindor lion, while the inner circle featured the Ravenclaw eagle, with a small explosive rune embedded at the center. Now for our roles, he continued, tapping the parchment with his wand. Harry and I will confirm the entrance to the chamber. Hermione and Neville will investigate the identity of the chamber's guardian. Ron and Luna will venture to the edge of the Forbidden Forest to locate a rooster. As Hagrid mentioned, there are wild ones there. Each evening, we will reconvene here to compile our findings and use the concealment charm to hide our clues, lest they be discovered by Lockhart or Snape. And this, he said, producing a small pouch of silver powder, is tracking powder made from moonlight grass. When sprinkled on clothing, it allows members to sense each other's location. Should anyone encounter danger, the others can respond immediately. Luna took the powder carefully, pouring it into her palm. Is there unicorn tail hair mixed in? No wonder it emanates a gentle magic. Simo raised an eyebrow in surprise. He had indeed added a touch of unicorn hair to enhance the sensitivity, and he hadn't anticipated Luna's keen perception. As night descended, the inaugural meeting of the Truth Seekers concluded. Neville rushed back to the dormitory with a book in hand, muttering about writing a letter to his grandmother to inform her of his involvement in a secret organization. Luna left behind a jar of gillyweed. explaining that it would consume spiders when hungry and required no feeding. Ron excitedly dragged Harry along, animatedly discussing how to make the rooster crow like a dragon. Simo and Hermione remained behind to organize the clues, the writing on the parchment growing denser, resembling a web gradually coming into focus. "Do you think we can succeed?" Hermione suddenly asked, her voice tinged with uncertainty, considering they were merely second-year students. "Precisely because we are students, no one will suspect us," Simo replied, tucking the parchment away and concealing it within the bricks of the fireplace using the concealment charm. "And let's not forget, we possess what others do not: mutual trust and a determination to protect our friends." Hermione smiled, tucking a stray lock of hair behind her ear. "You're right. No matter how lively Lockhart's lectures are, or how arrogant Malfoy may be, the ones who can truly resolve the issues are us." Moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating the clues resting quietly within the fireplace. Simo understood that this secret group might not be the most professional or powerful, perhaps even a bit absurd. Yet therein lay their strength. Much like his expertise in explosive spells, which appeared chaotic but could precisely shatter the most formidable obstacles at crucial moments. This time, what they aimed to obliterate was the enigma of the hidden chamber, a mystery concealed for a millennium, the conspiracy lurking in the shadows, and a darkness that had plunged Hogwarts into a state of terror. "See you tomorrow," he said to Hermione. "See you tomorrow, Captain," Hermione replied with a smile. Seamus paused for a moment, then chuckled. Perhaps being the captain of the Truth Seekers was far more intriguing than merely being the wizard who understood only explosions. In the ensuing days, the operations of the Truth Seekers functioned with the precision of finely tuned gears. Seamus retrieved the gillyweed jar left by Luna, opened the lid, and the creature immediately darted towards the drainage pipe, swirling incessantly at the mouth of the pipe. The residual magic was strong. He tapped the pipe wall with his wand, and a hollow echo resonated. The entrance was undoubtedly here, merely requiring the correct method of access. Hermione and Neville immersed themselves in the restricted section of the library and finally unearthed a clue in a tome titled The Legacy of Slytherin. The guardian of the chamber was not human, but a living key, conjured from Slytherin's blood and magic, capable of sensing the voice of the air. Neville pointed to an illustration depicting a serpentine metal ring, a Parseltongue lock, which could only be opened by uttering a specific incantation in Parseltongue. "So, only Harry can unlock it?" Seamus furrowed his brow. Or, Hermione turned to another page. "We could use a fairy voice mimicry charm to imitate Parseltongue, but this charm is difficult to concoct and requires a snake's shed skin and," she hesitated, "a nail from a descendant of Slytherin." Ron's face contorted in disbelief. "You want me to pull Malfoy's nails? I'd rather duel a basilisk." Luna and Ron's chicken endeavor proceeded unexpectedly smoothly. Hagrid happened to have a rooster that crowed precisely at 3 in the morning. Luna traded borrowing rights with Hagrid for butterbeer and included a recipe for an amplifying charm that would enable the rooster's crow to resonate throughout the entire castle, even reaching the spiders in the Forbidden Forest. Each evening, the common room by the fireplace transformed into their secret base. They conjured soundproof barriers, lowering their voices to exchange intelligence, and the clues on the parchment became increasingly lucid. The basilisk was concealed deep within the sewers, controlled by the Parseltongue lock, and the perpetrator was likely someone who could access Slytherin's legacy. Additionally, it seemed that behind Lockhart's lies lay secrets pertinent to the chamber. "I believe Lockhart is searching for the chamber," Harry suddenly declared one night. "I saw him sneaking around the second floor yesterday, clutching a blueprint that resembled our pipe map." "He wants to claim the glory," Seamus scoffed. "Once we locate the entrance, he might employ a memory charm to steal our recollections and then assert that he discovered himself. Then we must be swifter than him." Hermione inscribed a large exclamation mark in the action plan. Neville discovered that on the next full moon, the basilisk's power would intensify, potentially breaking through petrification to kill directly. Only 7 days remained until the full moon. The atmosphere instantly grew tense. 7 days. They had to find the entrance to the chamber within 7 days to prevent the basilisk from harming anyone again. "I have a plan." Shima grasped his wand and inscribed a rudimentary formation upon the ground. "By combining my gentle fission array with Hermione's voice modulation charm, we might forcibly unlock the Parseltongue lock without resorting to the snake language or Malfoy's claws." "Isn't the fission array designed for extracting magical energy?" Ron inquired, perplexed. "It can also be employed to persuade matter to alter its form," Shima elucidated, "just as I can compel or to willingly release its magic. I can attempt to coax the Parseltongue lock to open voluntarily, provided Hermione can craft a sufficiently potent transformation charm." Hermione nodded. "I can gather the materials by tomorrow. I merely require your alchemical notes for reference to ascertain how to harmonize the charm with the formation. Luna suddenly raised her hand. I can enlist the aid of the nightmares. They can sense the location of dark creatures on a full moon night. If the basilisk emerges, they will inform me. Neville produced a small vial from his pocket. This is a wakefulness potion my grandmother gave me. If anyone falls victim to Lockhart's memory charm, this will restore their recollection. Ron patted his chest. I've trained a rooster. It will crow precisely at 3 in the morning, guaranteed to scare the basilisk away. Seamus gazed upon his companions. A warm surge of emotion enveloping him. They may not be the most formidable wizards, nor the wisest scholars, yet when united for a common cause, each striving in their own manner, they forged a power stronger than any spell. 7 days later, on the night of the full moon, he tucked away the parchment, his eyes shimmering with resolve. Let us venture to unlock the entrance to the chamber, confront the basilisk, and unearth the true culprit lurking in the shadows. The crackling flames in the fireplace mirrored the faint glow of the Truth Seeker emblem upon the parchment. Seamus understood that the true adventure was about to commence. But this time, he would not face the darkness alone. With friends by his side, clues in hand, and courage in his heart, even with the ancient chamber and the deadly basilisk ahead, he felt assured that together with his companions, they would unveil the ultimate truth. The moonlight of the full moon began to gather behind the clouds, akin to a sword awaiting its unsheathing, and they had sharpened their own weapons, wisdom, bravery, and that unbreakable bond of friendship. Chapter 89. The Acquisition of the Marauder's Map. With 3 days remaining until the full moon, the plans of the Truth Seeker had reached a critical impasse. The precise route of the basilisk within the sewers remained elusive. Hermione's mirror tracking charm could only detect a general direction, while Luna's gillyweed turtle could only trace the entrance to the sewers, its signal thwarted by the thick stone walls beyond. We require a map that reveals all the secret passages of the castle. Seamus scrutinized the diagram of the pipes, his finger tapping upon an indistinct note. There should be a hidden door leading to the Forbidden Forest here, yet it is not clearly marked on the map. The basilisk might circumvent through this route. Ron suddenly slapped his thigh. I know who possesses such a map. Fred and George. They always claim to have a treasure that reveals the location of everyone in the school and can be used to evade Filch patrols. Really? Harry's eyes brightened. Then let us hasten to ask them for it. It will be futile. Ron's expression fell as they spoke of it being a treasured heirloom of the Weasley family, something they would not part with even for dragon scales. Hermione adjusted her glasses and suggested, perhaps we could consider an equivalent exchange. For instance, the recipe for Seamus's silencing explosive. Fred and George had long desired to enhance the silencing effect of their quick-acting skipping class sweets. This idea proved fruitful. When Seamus handed the parchment inscribed with the recipe to Fred, the twins exchanged a knowing glance, suddenly revealing mischievous grins. A deal was struck. George withdrew a tattered piece of parchment from his pocket, emblazoned with the words Marauder's Map in elegant script, accompanied by a note, created by Moony, Wormtail, Padfoot, and Prongs. What is the purpose of this? Seamus inquired as he unfolded the map, revealing only blank parchment devoid of any visible pathways. I solemnly swear I'm up to no good, Fred whispered, his eyes gleaming with mischief. The moment Seamus uttered the incantation, ink surged forth from the parchment, revealing the castle's layout, the locations of every room, and even the names of every wizard, all in motion. Harry's name flickered in Gryffindor Tower, while Snape's lingered in the dungeons and a vague mark slithered slowly along the sewers. That's the basilisk, Hermione exclaimed, pointing at it's heading to the 3rd floor. George proudly lifted his chin, declaring, this map can reveal the locations of all living beings, including those that should not exist. We once operated a shop of forbidden goods in Hogsmeade using it, and we were never caught. But you must promise not to use it to blow up the school walls. Fred suddenly turned serious, patting Seamus's shoulder. Father said if your explosive charms improve any further, Hogwarts stone walls will need to apply for protection from the Ministry of Magic. Upon acquiring the Marauder's Map, the secret meetings of the Truth Seekers escalated immediately. The map lay sprawled across the table, all eyes fixated on the moving mark, which slithered through the sewers like a slippery serpent, occasionally nearing a room's pipe, pausing for a few moments before continuing its journey. What was it searching for? Neville asked, nervously clutching his shirt hem. Could be seeking its next target? It resembles more of a patrol, Seamus pointed out, tracing the map's trajectory. Its movement was remarkably systematic, originating from the Chamber of Secrets entrance, circling the castle, and returning to its starting point, much like a sentinel. Luna suddenly pointed at a marker on the 3rd floor. Pansy Parkinson is there, and she is accompanied by Gilderoy Lockhart. On the map, Lockhart's name followed Pansy's, both pausing at the door of an empty classroom. What could he be doing with a Slytherin student? Ron furrowed his brow. Does he intend to steal their secrets? Harry's finger landed on the location of the Parseltongue lock, where the map indicated the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets in red ink, accompanied by a small serpentine symbol. We found it, he exclaimed with excitement. The entrance lies beneath the 13th tap in the girls' washroom, marked as accessible only by Parseltongue. And this, Seamus pointed to a concealed door in the corner of the map, provides direct access to the sewer's maintenance hatch, which is closer and more discreet than entering through the washroom. The Marauder's map resembles a key, unlocking the final lock of the chamber's enigma. They finally discerned the basilisk's movement patterns, pinpointed the precise location of the chamber's entrance, and even uncovered Lockhart's furtive activities. Each afternoon, he clandestinely visited the restricted section of the library to research advanced applications of the forgetfulness charm. On the night of the full moon, Simon traced a circle on the map with his wand, and they split into two groups. Harry and I would enter the sewers through the secret passage, attempting to unlock the Parseltongue lock using the fission charm and the transfiguration spell. Ron stood guard at the entrance with a rooster, ready to let it crow at the slightest disturbance. Hermione and Neville remained in the common room, using the Marauder's map to monitor the basilisk's location and relay updates. Luna was tasked with contacting the Thestrals, so that if they found themselves trapped, messages could be sent. I have something as well. Neville suddenly produced a small silver whistle from his pocket. His grandmother had told him it was an emergency distress whistle. 3 blasts would summon every phoenix within a 10-mile radius. Though Hogwarts lacked phoenixes, perhaps Headmaster Dumbledore could hear it. The plan grew increasingly refined, the action steps on the parchment marked densely in red ink. As Simon observed the moving names on the map, he felt the previously murky conspiracy crystallizing into clarity. The trail of the murderer, Lockhart's fabrications, the basilisk's trajectory, all interwove on this map like a web awaiting unraveling. The night of the full moon would be their opportunity. Harry's finger glided over the chamber's entrance, his gaze resolute. Regardless of what lay within, they were determined to thwart it. Simon tucked away the map, fully aware that this creation of the Marauders might very well become the key to saving Hogwarts. Just as those seemingly absurd pranks concealed the purest courage of youth, the adventures of these truth-seekers would ultimately lead them, guided by the map, to a secret hidden for millennia. Moonlight streamed through the clouds, illuminating the words Hogwarts Castle on the map. Simon gripped his wand, made of sycamore wood, tightly in his pocket, feeling the familiar warmth radiating from his fingertips, magic resonating with resolve, awaiting the arrival of the full moon night. Chapter 90. The Study of the Impact Charm and the Shockwave Charm. The shadow of the full moon night loomed ever closer. Simon understood that confronting the basilisk could not rely solely on courage. The markers on the Marauder's map were moving with increasing frequency. On the third day following Colin's petrification, Hermione had also been struck while researching in the library. She collapsed beside basilisks and ancient magic, clutching a note that read, "Mirror reflection," while her body was encased in a frigid stone membrane. They needed to learn more potent offensive spells. Simon secluded himself in an empty classroom, the sycamore practice wand growing warm in his palm. The blast charm was too prone to causing cave-ins, making it perilous to use in the sewers. He opened advanced combat spells borrowed from Professor McGonagall, his finger pausing over the sections on the impact charm and the shockwave charm. The impact charm released directional waves of magical energy, suitable for breaching hard defenses. The shockwave charm could disrupt the nervous systems of living beings, particularly effective against large magical creatures. The combination of both might tear through the basilisk's scaly defenses. The crux of the impact charm lay in compressing magical energy, akin to striking a wall with one's fist. Seamus practiced against the effigy, his wand tip coalescing into a sphere of white light. With a resounding boom, the effigy was sent hurtling against the wall, shattering into fragments. However, his aim was lacking, posing a risk of collateral damage. Just then, Professor Flitwick happened to pass by and, upon observing the scattered remnants, remarked, "Try integrating the precise control of the blasting curse with the concussion charm." He waved his wand, sending a slender beam of white light towards the remnants, which seamlessly penetrated the cracks and reduced the shards to dust. The concussion charm requires a frequency of vibration, akin to the resonance principle in your alchemy. If you can find the vibrational frequency of the basilisk scales, the spell will seep through like water. A revelation dawned upon Seamus. He closed his eyes, employing the technique of material resonance he had previously meditated upon. His fingertips seemed to sense the texture, hardness, and even the rhythmic vibrations of each scale. When he next waved his wand, the concussion charm transformed into a spiraling beam of white light. accurately striking the target at the effigy's chest, while the concussion charm emitted a deep hum, causing the effigy to tremble as if its very bones resonated. Excellent. Professor Flitwick nodded. But remember, the true power of magic lies not in its destructive capability, but in its control, much like when you explode a cauldron, ensuring the shards land in a designated basket. Over the next 2 days, Seamus perfected both the concussion charm and the concussion spell. He could make the concussion charm curve abruptly before striking the target, and adjust the frequency of the concussion spell in accordance with the target's movements. Ron jokingly remarked that he could now use the spell to massage the basilisk, then knock it unconscious while it was relaxed. Simultaneously, his alchemical studies flourished. Using mirrored fragments, moonstone powder, and anti-hex silver foil, he crafted 6 pairs of disposable anti-petrification sunglasses. These lenses could reflect the basilisk's gaze, while the runes on the frames absorbed petrification magic. Though they were single-use, they would suffice until the rooster crowed. Before the night of the full moon, they needed to be thoroughly prepared. Seamus distributed the sunglasses to his companions, observing Harry as he took the glasses, his fingers unconsciously brushing against the lenses. The Marauder's map revealed that the basilisk would depart the Chamber of Secrets at midnight, heading towards Gryffindor Tower. That would be their opportunity. Ron patted the cage containing the rooster, assuring, "Don't worry, my super rooster call amplification charm is perfected. It will surely rupture the basilisk's eardrums." Only Luna gazed at the empty seat, softly stating, "Hermione mentioned she found a backup key for the Parseltongue lock, but unfortunately, she hasn't had the chance to inform us." Seamus tightened his grip on his wand. He understood that Hermione's petrification was not the end, but rather a resolute reason to prevail. They must triumph, for all those who had been harmed, and for the clues yet unspoken. The full moon outside grew ever rounder, like a cold eye observing the undercurrents swirling within the castle. Seamus inscribed the incantations for the concussion charm and the concussion spell onto parchment, neatly folding it and placing it into his pocket, alongside the pair of anti-petrification sunglasses. The cool metal frame pressed against the skin like a silent vow. The moment of the decisive battle drew near. Chapter 91. Confrontation with the Basilisk and the Diary. The castle on the night of the full moon felt as though it were submerged in ice water. Even the torchlight exuded a chill. Seamus and Harry donned their anti-petrification sunglasses, standing resolutely before the hidden door marked on the Marauder's map, their wands gripped tightly in hand. Ron stood guard at the entrance of the corridor, clutching a rooster cage, while Luna and Neville monitored the map in the common room, relaying messages via owl. "Remember the plan. I will use the disarming charm to disrupt the serpent's lock, and you will attempt to communicate in Parseltongue to buy us some time," Seamus whispered, his fingertips poised with a ready spell. Upon hearing the rooster's crow, "Retreat, do not linger." Harry nodded and pushed open the dark door leading to the sewers. A wave of damp, metallic air rushed at him, and the torches on the walls flickered in the wind, illuminating the winding stone steps below. The map displayed a marker, slowly writhing in the pipes beneath. Just ahead, Harry suddenly halted, his eyes, hidden behind sunglasses, fixated on the shadow ahead. "I can hear its breathing." Seamus raised his wand, and the white light of the disarming charm illuminated the darkness. The sound of scales scraping against the stone walls echoed ominously. As a massive head slowly lifted, its golden eyes gleaming with a lethal light in the moonlight. Even through the sunglasses, Seamus felt the chilling magic emanating from that gaze. "Heir of Slytherin, I command you to stop," Harry suddenly shouted in Parseltongue, his voice reverberating through the pipes. The serpent's movements faltered, as if in hesitation. Seizing the moment, Seamus waved his wand, and the disarming charm unfolded around the serpent's lock, silver runes spreading along the pipe in an attempt to forcibly unlock the door. Roar! The serpent suddenly erupted in fury, its colossal body crashing against the wall with a deafening roar, sending stones shattering. Seamus staggered back, and the stunning spell was unleashed, its deep hum causing the serpent's scales to tremble, slowing its movements. "Quick! It's about to break free," Seamus shouted, the brilliance of the disarming charm intensifying, the serpentine symbols on the lock beginning to warp. "We did it!" Harry exclaimed with excitement. Yet, an unexpected turn of events occurred. In its dying throes, the serpent violently lashed its tail, causing the stones atop the pipe to plummet, crashing directly onto the disarming charm. The silver runes dissipated in an instant, and the serpent's lock resecured itself, while a dark figure rolled out from beside the serpent's corpse, clutching a tattered diary. "Ginny!" Harry rushed forward, supporting the limp girl, her eyes vacant and hollow, evidently under control for an extended period. Seamus picked up the fallen diary. The cover had been corroded by the serpent's venom, yet the writing within remained legible, Tom Marvolo Riddle-esque name. This is the Horcrux. It dawned upon him that it was not the serpent controlling Ginny, but rather the fragment of soul contained within this diary. The diary suddenly opened of its own accord, black ink seeping from its pages, coalescing into a youthful visage. Riddle's apparition smirked at them disdainfully. You think you've won? As long as this diary exists, I can live forever, not necessarily. A clear voice interjected as Professors McGonagall and Flitwick appeared at the dark door, their wands glowing red. Seamus sent Fawkes with a message. We have been waiting outside. Riddle's apparition-esque expression changed dramatically. You cannot before he could finish his words. Professor Flitwick's swift enchantment had ensnared the diary, while Professor McGonagall waved her wand, sending a beam of azure light towards the apparition. Riddle's visage twisted in the brilliance before dissipating, ultimately transforming into a wisp of black smoke, absorbed by the diary. It had been sealed. Professor McGonagall retrieved the diary and magically secured it within a leaden box. Headmaster Dumbledore was already on his way back to utterly destroy this Horcrux. Harry emerged from the tunnel, cradling Ginny, as Ron's rooster continued to crow tirelessly, its voice imbued with the joy of victory. Seamus gazed at the basilisk's corpse, suddenly feeling a wave of fatigue wash over him. The taut nerves that had been strung tight for so long finally relaxed in that moment. Was it over? Ron rushed over. The door of the chicken coop left ajar, allowing the rooster to flutter onto his shoulder. Hermione and the others joined them. Madame Pomfrey announced that the Mandrake potion was ready, and by tomorrow, everyone would be restored to their former selves. Professor Flitwick chuckled, remarking on the trouble these little ones had caused them, yet commending their splendid efforts. Moonlight streamed through the dark entrance, illuminating the bloodstains, scales, and their scattered footprints along the pipeline. Seamus removed his sunglasses, observing his companions, and suddenly smiled. From the summer in the burrow to the conflict in Diagon Alley, from the adventurous ride on broomsticks to the clandestine group, the perilous journey had finally reached its conclusion this night. Harry patted his shoulder, his voice weary yet relieved. Thanks to you, we did not turn a stone. It was all of us, Seamus corrected, his gaze sweeping over the flickering names on the Marauders map. Hermione's name glowed in the hospital wing. Luna's flickered in Ravenclaw Tower, and Neville's name was moving towards them. Some adventures are never fought alone. Just as the stunning spell requires the stunning charm for synergy, courage needs the support of wisdom. His explosive magic ultimately found its most potent power in the trust of his comrades. The stench of the sewer gradually dissipated, and in the distance, the night steed's whinny echoed, as if singing a victory song. Seamus understood that Hogwarts in its second year could finally embrace tranquility once more, while his journey in magic was just beginning a new chapter. Chapter 92. The Utilization of Basilisk Materials. Before the Ministry of Magic's cleanup crew transported the basilisk's remains, Seamus secured permission to handle the harmless materials, standing before the massive body cloaked in bronze scales. He felt for the first time that his knowledge of alchemy had found a practical application. The basilisk scales possessed formidable magical resistance, while its fangs and venom were rare materials for crafting advanced potions and weapons. The scales' hardness rivaled that of dragon hide, yet were more lightweight. With a specially crafted silver knife, Seamus carefully peeled away a scale. It shimmered with a dark green luster in the sunlight, its edge sharp enough to slice through parchment. And treated with alchemy, it could withstand most dark curses. Professor Flitwick offered his assistance, stating, I know a house elf skilled in leather enchantments who can tan the scales into supple fabric. He waved his wand, and several scales hovered in midair, their outer layers delicately stripped away by an unseen magical force, revealing the resilient fibers within. The Gryffindor warriors certainly deserved a well-crafted armor. In the week that followed, Simon immersed himself in the Hogwarts workshop. He categorized the scales into various tiers. The largest scales formed the basis for cloaks and enchanted robes, while the smaller edge scales were fashioned into protective boots. Even the tiniest scraps were ground into powder, mingled with silver foil to create circular protective talismans, upon which he inscribed counter-curse runes using basilisk venom, capable of automatically nullifying a single dark magic attack. This cloak would provide defense against petrification spells. Simon presented a dark green scale cloak to Harry. As it moved, flowing runes emerged upon its surface. I added a reflective array to the lining, so you need not fear gazing directly at the basilisk. Harry accepted the cloak, his fingertips gliding over the cool scales. This is far cooler than the school robe, though the color resembles Slytherin. Practicality is paramount, Simon replied. He then handed Ron a pair of protective boots, the soles embedded with fragments of basilisk rib, designed to grant steadiness on icy surfaces. Next time you duel Malfoy, don't slip. Ron grinned, If only it had explosive capabilities, it would be perfect. Neville received a scale hat, adorned with a string of protective talismans. Simon had thoughtfully infused it with a calming charm. It will help you maintain composure during your next encounter with a boggart. Flushing with gratitude, Neville accepted it, muttering a quiet thank you, his fingers tightly grasping the brim, clearly enamored with the gift. Having dealt with the scales, Simon turned his attention to the basilisk's fangs and venom. He utilized an alchemical crucible to distill the venom, eliminating its corrosive properties and retaining only the pure, destructive magic. This magic could sever the bond between soul and matter, making it the bane of Horcruxes. The fangs were fashioned into short blades, their handles wrapped in leather treated with a fire-repelling charm, sharp enough to pierce armor effortlessly. These are for you. Simon distributed small glass vials of venom and the short blades to Harry, Ron, and Neville. Only use them in dire circumstances. But you must carry them. Who knows what creatures we may face next? As Harry gazed at the swirling dark green venom within the vial, he suddenly recalled the diary Horcrux. Can this truly destroy a Horcrux? In theory, yes, Simon nodded. Horcruxes are sustained by dark magic, and basilisk venom can effectively neutralize that magic, much like acid dissolves metal. That afternoon, Simon, bearing a small vial of the refined venom, made his way to Dumbledore's office. Fawkes perched on the headmaster's shoulder, and upon seeing him enter, suddenly unfurled his wings, the golden feathers shimmering in the sunlight. You have arrived at an opportune moment, Simon, Dumbledore said, setting down his quill. His blue eyes fell upon the vial of venom. I was just about to discuss basilisk materials with you. Simon placed the vial on the desk. I discovered it can sever the connection between soul fragments and objects. It may be used to destroy Horcruxes. Dumbledore picked up the vial, observing it against the light for a moment before breaking into a smile. You share a remarkable trait with Nicholas Flamel. You always manage to find hope amid peril. He carefully stored the venom in his drawer. This will prove immensely useful, perhaps sooner than you anticipate. As Fawkes exited the office, he trailed behind, leaving a golden feather upon Seamus's shoulder. In that moment, he grasped the profound truth. The materials from the basilisk were not merely spoils of war, but a weighty responsibility. They harbored the essence of dark power, yet could be transformed into instruments of protection. Much like magic itself, there exists no absolute good or evil. It all depends on the choices of the wielder. Upon returning to the common room, Harry, Ron, and Neville were proudly showcasing their new scale armor to one another. Hermione, having been freed from her petrification, clutched fundamentals of alchemy and rushed over, exclaiming, "Did you incorporate a self-repairing rune into the scales? That's incredible. I just tried burning it, and it restored itself." Seamus smiled, ruffling her hair. "Next time, I'll teach you how to draw that rune, provided you don't use it to modify the library's books." The setting sun streamed through the window, casting fragmented light upon the scale cloak. As Seamus observed his friends gathered together, discussing the applications of protective runes, he suddenly felt that their battle against the basilisk had not only safeguarded Hogwarts, but had also bestowed upon them something far more significant than mere victory: mutual trust, the courage to face danger, and the ability to transform darkness into light. He felt the coolness of the remaining protective runes in his pocket. The second-year adventure had drawn to a close, yet he understood that these pieces crafted from basilisk materials would accompany them on a much longer journey, confronting even greater shadows. After all, true strength lies not in evading danger, but in transforming it into one's own power, much like his wand of Polonio would, capable of both destruction and protection. Chapter 93. Systematic Study of the Explosive Charm. The explosive charm cannot rely solely on brute force. He drew a circle in a clearing at the edge of the forbidden forest, placing 10 clay pots within, each adorned with different runes. I want the spell to be as precise as a scalpel, targeting only what I intend to destroy without harming the rest. This marked the third week of his systematic study of explosive magic, since he had employed the impact and shock charms to defeat the basilisk. Seamus had come to a startling realization. The essence of explosion is not destruction, but the controlled release of energy akin to alchemy's decomposition of matter, ultimately aimed at reconstituting a purer form. The directional explosive charm demands focused magical energy. Professor Flitwick stood atop his small stool, observing as Seamus wielded his wand. Of the 10 clay pots, only the one inscribed with the fire rune exploded, its fragments landing neatly in the designated basket, while the others remained undisturbed. Excellent. But precision can be further refined. Imagine your magical energy as a thread, only wrapping around the intended target. Seamus closed his eyes. The resonance of materials during meditation once again came into play. He could perceive the structure of each pot, the flow of magical energy within the runes, and even discern the minute cracks formed during the clay's firing. When he recited the incantation anew, the red light at the tip of his wand seemed to possess a consciousness of its own, deftly circumventing the other pots to create a small hole in the one marked with the water rune, allowing the clear water inside to flow perfectly into the cup below. This was the quintessence of explosive magic. Professor Flitwick applauded, exclaiming, "It's not merely about shattering objects. It's about making them break according to your design." In addition to directional blasting, he is also studying the spell of magical activation, a charm derived from alchemy that grants momentary mobility to inanimate objects. Seymour employs it to arrange fragments of stone into a defensive formation and to reconstruct metal debris from the explosion into tools. Ron humorously refers to this as the ultimate magic of resourcefulness. The shockwave and attack spells must be practiced in conjunction. Professor Flitwick tosses him a dummy and instructs him to first use the shockwave spell to loosen its internal structure, followed by the attack spell to strike its weak point with precision, much like one would first tap the thinnest part when dismantling a cauldron. Remember, Professor Flitwick retracts the dummy. No spell exists in isolation. The potency of your blasting spell lies in your understanding of alchemy. Your rapid progress in transfiguration stems from your ability to heed the will of matter. It is only by piecing together different forms of magic like a jigsaw puzzle that one can create a unique incantation. This insight illuminates Seymour's mind. He begins to experiment with spell combinations. After blasting the ground with the directional explosion spell, he immediately employs the magical activation spell to form a barrier from the rubble. As the shockwave spell disrupts the enemy, the attack spell is already aimed at the flaw. In one practice session, he even uses the force of the blasting spell to propel himself into the air, adjusting his trajectory mid-flight with the impact spell, evading Professor Flitwick's obstacle spell like an agile bat. "You are on the verge of becoming a living bomb," Harry remarks as he observes Seymour's practice. Catching sight of him emerging from the smoke of the explosion, his cloak dusted with debris. Professor McGonagall quips that the goblins at the edge of the Forbidden Forest have started relocating, fearing they might be inadvertently harmed by his spells. Seymour chuckles, brushing the dust off his cloak. "Once I master this, I'll create a hole in the Slytherin dining table," splashing Malfoy's pumpkin juice on his face without harming anyone else. Hermione is more concerned with the theoretical aspect. "You should write a blasting safety manual to document these techniques." Neville accidentally practiced your spell last time and sent the entire herbology class's pots flying. Seymour indeed finds a blank notebook, inscribing on the cover Finnegan's Guide to Blasting. The first page features a large warning symbol, beneath which reads, "Blasting is not for destruction, but to carve a path in dire circumstances." As spring arrives, Seymour's blasting techniques have evolved into a comprehensive system. He can leave after images of spells in the air, control the explosive force to merely upturn a sock, and even adjust the frequency of his magic to induce selective explosions, which shatters while metal remains intact. "Are you prepared for the OWLs?" Professor Flitwick inquires during their final guidance session before the exams. Seymour gestures with his wand, causing 10 leaves to simultaneously explode in midair, the fragments assembling into the words "thank you" like butterflies. "Always ready, Professor," he replies with a smile, "though I believe my blasting techniques may warrant a separate examination." Professor Flitwick chuckles, his beard twitching with amusement. "Perhaps Hogwarts will someday offer an advanced elective in blasting, provided you promise not to blow up the classroom." As the sun sets, Seymour closes his notebook. Gazing at the ground, he is both blasted and restored with a magical activation spell at the edge of the Forbidden Forest, his heart brimming with a profound sense of accomplishment. The shadows of the serpent monster and the diary have dissipated, and the path to mastering magic unfurls before him. He understands that as long as he continues to practice the art of explosion, intertwining various spells, there will come a day when he can, as Nacalm said, transform each explosion into a new beginning. In the distance, on the Quidditch pitch, Ron is practicing his batting while Harry's golden snitch glimmers in the sunlight. Seamus grips his sycamore wand tightly and turns to walk towards the castle. His guide to explosion spells has only reached the 3rd page, with more spell combinations awaiting his exploration and further secrets of controllable energy waiting to be uncovered. Chapter 94, Practice in the Forbidden Forest. The shadows of the Forbidden Forest loom like a heavy curtain, slicing the sunlight into fragmented patches. Seamus treads upon the thick carpet of fallen leaves, his sycamore wand warming slightly in his palm. The 8-eyed giant spider he seeks lies deep within this arachnid territory. Engaging in direct combat is an entirely different matter compared to pinpoint explosions. He feels the protective charm made from basilisk scales in his pocket, his last line of defense. For the giant spider's shell is formidable and it attacks in swarms, making it ideal for honing his combat reflexes. Ever since he began studying explosion spells, Seamus sensed something was missing. No matter how precise his directed explosions or how clever his magical activation, without the crucible of real combat, it all remains mere theory. The eight-eyed giant spider in the Forbidden Forest is the most suitable adversary he can find. They are powerful and numerous, yet they will not truly take his life. Hagrid assured him that as long as he does not trespass into the lair of the spider leader, they would treat humans as bothersome intruders rather than lethal threats. He has found them. Seamus crouches behind a tree, observing 3 giant spiders in a clearing ahead. They are as large as carriages, their black exoskeletons gleaming in the shade, and their 8 eyes sparkling like emeralds as they tear apart a deceased deer. The other 2 spiders immediately turn towards him, all 8 eyes locking onto their target, emitting a menacing hiss. Now is the moment. Seamus does not retreat, but instead charges forward 2 steps. He waves his wand, casting a magical activation spell that lifts the rubble from the ground, forming a temporary barrier to shield him from the spider's venomous spray. Immediately following, a shockwave spell resonates with a deep hum, striking the abdomen of the central spider with precision. Its movements noticeably falter, the opening and closing of its shell becoming erratic. An attack spell, aimed at the soft underbelly. A flash of white light erupts, causing the central spider to curl in pain, its 8 legs flailing wildly. The spider on the far right seizes the opportunity to lunge at him, its massive pincers crashing down with a foul wind. Seamus rolls to the ground, evading the assault, and unleashes another directed explosion spell, this time targeting the spider's eyes. Although the hardened shell of its eyes does not shatter, the violent tremors render it temporarily blind, causing it to collide with a nearby oak tree. In the span of a mere minute, the 3 giant spiders are injured, immobilized, and blinded. Seamus stands his ground, breathing slightly heavily, his sycamore wand steadily pointed at them. He refrains from delivering a fatal blow, merely proving his capability to confront them. Seamus exhales in relief, leaning against a tree to wipe the sweat from his brow. The recent battle, though fraught with danger, revealed glaring issues: the rapid depletion of magical energy, vulnerabilities in defense against multiple targets, and the insufficient duration of the shock spell. It is imperative to incorporate the alchemical energy circulation array into the incantation. He extracted his notebook and swiftly penned the following. 1. Enhance the magical compression method of the directed explosion to reduce consumption. 2. Enable the debris barrier of the activation spell to self-repair. 3. Utilize powdered basilisk scales to amplify the intensity of the shock spell. For the subsequent 2 weeks, the Forbidden Forest became Simon's clandestine training ground. He visited daily after classes, sometimes facing giant spiders, other times challenging werewolves under Hagrid's watchful eye to ensure their awareness, and even attempting to disrupt a flock of pterodactyls perched atop the treetops with explosion spells, merely to practice high-altitude, directed explosions. "You are playing with fire," Harry and Ron remarked during one of their visits, inadvertently witnessing Simon leap from the clutches of 2 giant spiders, his cloak torn by their pincers. "What will you do when faced with a monster 10 times more formidable than a giant spider?" Simon smiled as he mended his cloak, thinking it unrealistic to expect a rooster's crow to assist him every time. Hermione, however, provided more practical assistance. She compiled a list of weaknesses for all creatures from Fantastic Beasts and where to find them, annotating Simon's practice notes. Giant spiders fear fire, werewolves are vulnerable to silver, and the joints of pterodactyl wings are their weak points. She even sketched small protective runes in the corners of each page, which she learned from ancient runes, to enhance the stability of the spells. One evening, as Simon prepared to leave the Forbidden Forest, he suddenly heard a familiar screech. It was Fong, barking wildly at the depths of the thicket. Following Fong, he discovered a young unicorn ensnared in a giant spider's web, with several small spiders inching closer. Without hesitation, Simon's directed explosion spell precisely severed the web's corners, while simultaneously using a magical activation spell to ensnare the small spiders with nearby vines. After stunning them with the shock spell, he unleashed an offensive spell to clear the final obstacle, guiding the frightened unicorn to safety. As he watched the unicorn vanish into the sunset, Simon suddenly comprehended that the purpose of practicing combat was not to become more formidable, but to possess the capability to protect the weak, just like his explosion spell, which could both annihilate threats and carve a path to safety. He sheathed his wand and made his way toward the castle. The shadows of the Forbidden Forest stretched behind him, yet his heart was illuminated. The manifestation of his explosive talent was never meant for ostentation, but to prepare adequately before darkness descended. And he was steadily progressing along this path. Chapter 95. Professor Flitwick's Special Training. Upon discovering Simon's clandestine training in the Forbidden Forest, Professor Flitwick not only refrained from reprimanding him, but also proactively offered to provide specialized training. Your talent should not be squandered on reckless endeavors. The diminutive professor stepped onto his silk stool and extracted a dusty stack of notes from his office bookshelf. These are my dueling notes from my youth, documenting 37 precise striking techniques. They may prove useful to you. The rigorous training commences each day at dawn, before the castle awakens. Professor Flitwick transforms the charms classroom into a battleground simulation, conjuring various moving targets and hidden traps, even summoning mirror adversaries reminiscent of his duels with Grindelwald's followers. In confronting these mobile objectives, one must anticipate trajectories for precision blasting. With a flick of his wand, 10 dummies glide forth from the walls, moving at varying speeds around the classroom. Imagine your spell as an arrow aimed at a distant mark, rather than a hound chasing its prey. Seamus attempted thrice, each time failing, as the dummies moved too swiftly, his blasting charm consistently a beat too late. It was only when he recalled the technique of temporal perception from his meditative practice that he closed his eyes, tuning into the frequency of the dummy's movements. Upon casting his wand once more, a crimson light exploded with foresight, detonating precisely where the dummy was about to pass. "Excellent!" exclaimed Professor Flitwick, applauding. Magic is not merely a contest of sight, but a battle of perception. Flitwick's training regimen was exceptionally demanding. He insisted that Seamus, while blasting the dummies, also employ a protection charm on the antique armor adorning the classroom. When confronting mirror enemies, the shockwave must affect only the foe, sparing the surrounding cauldrons. On one particularly intense occasion, he had Seamus practice in a room teeming with spiders, warning that even a slight deviation in spellcasting would awaken these little creatures borrowed from the Forbidden Forest. "This is to hone your concentration," he remarked, observing Seamus nearly drop his wand in fright. "True combat will always present distractions. You must focus solely on your target, much like when detonating a cauldron." Gradually, Seamus began to grasp the essence of the training. He learned to lock onto core objectives amidst chaos, maintaining spell stability under pressure, and even managed to clear a path with blasting spells while transfiguring debris into shields. Professor Flitwick noted, "This is multitasking on the battlefield, 10 times more challenging than the OWL's exams. Your blasting technique lacks a concluding touch." One day, after training concluded, Professor Flitwick suddenly stated, "Merely causing an explosion is insufficient. You must learn to control the residual waves, akin to a fireworks master who not only ignites the display, but also directs the falling sparks." He taught Seamus an ancient containment charm capable of forming a magical vortex post-explosion, recapturing dissipated energy while suppressing the shockwave. After 3 days of practice, Seamus succeeded in entirely absorbing the residuals of the targeted blasting charm, leaving behind a pristine aperture at the target point, with the surrounding air undisturbed. "You may now consider yourself a master of precise blasting," declared Professor Flitwick, presenting Seamus with a small silver badge engraved with an exploding cauldron. "This was my mischief maker badge in youth. I now pass it to you. Do not let it gather dust. Mr. LeMay is an old friend of mine." Professor Flitwick seemed to read Seamus' thoughts. "You possess an undeniable talent for deconstruction and reconstruction." In their final training session, Professor Flitwick summoned a special mirror adversary clad in black robes and a mask, moving in a manner reminiscent of the mysterious figure who attacked Harry's parents, a visage Seamus had glimpsed in the pensive. "In the face of darkness, your blasting charm must embody more than mere anger." Professor Flitwick's voice took on a serious tone as he admonished, "Remember, what you shatter is merely the dark shell, not the soul ensnared within." Simon inhaled deeply, rather than employing a full-force blasting spell. He first used a shockwave charm to disrupt the flow of magical energy in the mirror, then executed a directed explosion to precisely shatter its mask. What was revealed was not a grotesque visage, but a blank void. "Excellent." Professor Flitwick dispelled the mirror, imparting that true strength lies in knowing when to hold back. Before the holidays, he asked Simon to assist Hagrid. Professor Flitwick accompanied him to the doorway, where an ancient oak at the edge of the Forbidden Forest was on the verge of collapsing. "With your precise blasting technique, help him dismantle the trunk into neatly cut timber. Consider it the final assessment of your special training." Simon nodded with a smile, aware that Flitwick's rigorous tutelage was not solely about teaching him magic, but also about mastering his own power. Like a craftsman with tools, like a scholar with knowledge, one must revere it, comprehend it, and ultimately transform it into a weapon of protection rather than a tool of destruction. Chapter 96. Ginny Weasley's Recovery. Ginny had lain in the hospital wing for a full 3 weeks. The efficacy of the Mandrake draft was slow yet steady. When she finally emerged from her rigid, petrified state, the wisteria outside had climbed the castle's stone walls, and the air was fragrant with the warmth of early summer. When Simon, Harry, and Ron first visited her, she was seated on her bed, clutching a pillow. Her complexion was still somewhat pale, but her eyes sparkled with their former brilliance. Upon seeing Simon, her cheeks flushed, and she lowered her gaze, murmuring, "Thank you. That protective charm, I've kept it with me." Simon paused, realizing it was the talisman he had crafted from scraps of basilisk scales, which Ginny had received when they were distributed. It was said that on the day of her petrification, the charm had cracked in her pocket, evidently shielding her from some peril. "It's a relief that you've awakened," he said, placing the scale-imbued protective boots he had brought at her bedside. Professor Flitwick had mentioned that these boots could guard against tripping jinxes, should she fall under the diary's control again. At least she wouldn't plunge into the entrance of the Chamber of Secrets. Ron immediately covered his mouth, exclaiming, "Don't say that. Ginny just woke up." Yet Ginny smiled, albeit with a trace of apprehension. "Actually, I remember some things. The voice in the diary was always talking to me, claiming it could help alleviate my troubles, saying Harry would like me." Her voice trailed off. "I was so foolish to believe it." "It wasn't your fault," Harry said earnestly, perched on the edge of her bed. "That was Voldemort's Horcrux. Even adults can be ensnared by it." Simon noticed Ginny's fingers twisting the bedspread, as if grappling with an inner turmoil. He recalled his own agitation when under the influence of dark magical artifacts, and spoke softly. "Being controlled does not signify weakness. The true courage lies in breaking free." He retrieved a small wooden carving from his pocket. Crafted from the oak near the basilisk's lair, it depicted a phoenix. "Fox told me that the tears of a phoenix can heal wounds. This is for you, though it is not a true phoenix. It serves as a reminder that you are stronger than you think." Ginny accepted the carving, her fingertips gliding gently over the phoenix's wings, before suddenly lifting her gaze to ask, "Will you still allow me to join the Truth Seekers? I know I caused great trouble, of course." Ron interjected eagerly, "Without you, how we have uncovered the secrets of the diary. Furthermore, you are now the sole individual who has confronted a Horcrux directly, and your experience is invaluable." In the following days, Ginny's recovery progressed swiftly. She began engaging in simple magical rehabilitation with Madame Pomfrey, levitating feathers in the air with her wand and practicing spells that had become rusty during her petrification. Occasionally, Seamus would assist her, not by teaching her explosive spells, but by instructing her on how to use alchemical purification charms to cleanse dark magic lingering on objects. It was akin to washing soiled garments. Seamus encouraged Ginny to practice on the remnants of her diary, which had been sealed by Dumbledore, envisioning her magic as pure water to wash away the sinister elements, leaving only pristine pages behind. Ginny dedicated herself to her studies. Her magic, while not as powerful as Harry's nor as precise as Hermione's, possessed a gentle resilience. The white light of the purification charm, though faint, steadily enveloped the diary, gradually diminishing the dark magical fluctuations upon it. "You see," Seamus remarked with a smile, "your magic is well suited for this. It is far more gentle than my explosive charms." On the day of her discharge, Ginny donned the protective boots gifted by Seamus, cradling the phoenix wood carving, and took a deep breath at the entrance of the hospital wing. Sunlight bathed her face, dispelling the last remnants of her pallor. "Let us go," she addressed her companions who had come to escort her. "I shall treat you all to Honeyduck Sweets with my saved pocket money." On their way back to Gryffindor Tower, they encountered Malfoy accompanied by 2 lackeys. Upon noticing Ginny, Malfoy immediately sneered. "Oh, isn't this the little fool who nearly destroyed Hogwarts? Aren't you ashamed to be out and about?" Malfoy was taken aback, likely not anticipating Ginny's retort. By the time he gathered himself to cast a spell, Seamus had already positioned himself in front of Ginny, and with a flash of red light from the tip of his wand, several small holes erupted in Malfoy's robes, revealing an undergarment emblazoned with a skull. Laughter erupted around them. "Let us move," Seamus advised, ignoring Malfoy's furious expression, tilting his chin towards Ginny. "If we linger, Fred and the others will snatch up all the Honeyduck Sweets." As Ginny observed his retreating figure, she felt a significant weight lift from her heart. The controlled fear and guilt from her missteps gradually melted away in the warmth of her friend's laughter. She quickened her pace to join the group, her protective boots tapping lightly against the cobblestones. The second year had yet to conclude, and perhaps more adventures awaited them within the castle. Yet, Ginny understood that this time was different. She was no longer the little girl who needed to hide behind her brother. She possessed her own magic, trusted friends, and a phoenix wood carving that constantly reminded her of her courage. As Seamus had said, being knocked down is not the frightful part. What truly matters is the ability to rise, bearing scars, and forging ahead. And she was ready. Chapter 97. Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration Assistance. As Professor Flitwick's special training concluded, Seamus was summoned to the Transfiguration classroom by Professor McGonagall. The ever-serious professor frowned at a heap of twisted metal pieces and, upon seeing Seamus enter, suddenly remarked, "Your talent in explosive spells is commendable, yet it lacks the supporting transformation. A sharp sword must always have a fitting sheath." Seamus was momentarily taken aback. He had never contemplated the connection between transfiguration and explosive magic until Professor McGonagall waved her wand, transforming a piece of scrap metal into a magnificent metallic eagle. As the eagle unfurled its wings, tiny flames shot forth from the gaps in its feathers. Do you see? Transfiguration can render your explosions more covert and versatile. In the ensuing weeks, Seymour was assigned additional tasks to practice the amalgamation of explosive and transfiguration spells in the Transfiguration classroom every afternoon after school. Professor McGonagall's demands were straightforward yet rigorous. To modify an object through transfiguration, then unleash an explosive charm from its altered form, all while ensuring the object itself remained intact. For instance, she handed him an empty pumpkin juice bottle, instructing him to transform it into a box that could open and close, allowing the directional explosion charm to emanate from the crevice of the lid, all while preserving the integrity of the box. It took Seymour 7 attempts to succeed. He first used transfiguration to mold the bottle into a square box, leaving a 3mm gap at the edge of the lid. Then, he compressed the magical energy of the explosive charm into a fine stream, precisely releasing it through the gap to strike the target 10 meters away. The box fell to the ground, effortlessly reverting back to a pumpkin juice bottle. This technique proved invaluable in practical applications. Professor McGonagall observed the bullet hole in the target with rare approval, noting that enemies would only focus on the wand in hand, oblivious to the stones at their feet or the bricks on the wall. The transformed object served as a second wand. She proceeded to teach Seymour more intricate techniques, transforming stones into smooth shields inscribed with miniature explosive runes that would autonomously unleash defensive detonations when under attack, converting metal sheets into bracers that could unfurl into miniature turrets, capable of launching controllable explosive spells, and even transfiguring a leaf into a dart imbued with a shockwave spell, activating only upon striking its target. The essence of transfiguration lay in preserving the inherent qualities of the object. Professor McGonagall observed as Seymour crafted a dagger from a piece of wood, its tip capable of releasing an explosive charm while still retaining the wood's texture. Having detonated so many cauldrons, you should comprehend that every material possesses its temperament. When transfiguring, aligning with its nature will ensure the spell flows more seamlessly. Seymour experienced an epiphany, recalling how he adjusted the spell's intensity based on the cauldron's material. 30% power for earthenware, 50% for metal. A principle that echoed the essence of transfiguration. As he practiced with this newfound understanding, the fusion of transfiguration and explosive magic began to feel instinctual. You are on the verge of mastering the art of creating explosive devices through transfiguration. When Harry came to observe his practice, he happened to witness Seymour transforming a hefty volume of History of Magic into a book-shaped cannon that could launch explosive spells, the rustling of the pages serving as the trigger for the incantation. Professor McGonagall calls this a concealed attack. Seymour reverted the book to its original form, the explosive runes on the pages vanishing, making it appear indistinguishable from an ordinary textbook. Next time we face Slytherin in Quidditch, I could turn the bludger into a delightful surprise that releases smoke bombs. This remark was fortuitously overheard by Professor McGonagall as she passed by, prompting her to tap Seymour on the head. Transfiguration is meant for the protection of oneself and one's companions, not for causing chaos during Quidditch matches. Should you entertain such thoughts again, I shall assign you the task of transforming all the quills in the school into harmless dandelions. Seymour flicked his tongue, yet retained the thought in his mind, perhaps to employ it against the dark wizard one day. As his practice deepened, his magical style became increasingly distinctive, crafting weapons through transfiguration, unleashing power via blasting curses, and stabilizing magical energy with alchemy, all three elements meshing together like interlocking gears. Professor McGonagall remarked that this represented an interdisciplinary application of magic, possessing greater potential than merely being a master of transfiguration or an expert in blasting. One evening, while practicing, Simo inadvertently allowed the power of a blasting curse to spiral out of control, threatening to strike an antique suit of armor in the corner. Instinctively, he waved his wand, transforming the armor into a gigantic metallic umbrella. The instant the umbrella unfurled, it perfectly shielded him from the shockwave of the explosion. Its ribs trembled slightly, but remained intact. Quick to react, Professor McGonagall stood at the doorway, clutching Simo's transfiguration assignment, and urged him to remember this sensation. Transfiguration is not merely to amplify destruction, but to ensure that it can cease when necessary. Gazing at the unscathed metallic umbrella, Simo suddenly comprehended that Professor McGonagall imparted not just skills, but also the wisdom of restraint. Just as the most adept demolitions experts understand how to control the blast radius, the finest transfigurers know how to direct magic towards protection rather than harm. The sunlight of second year streamed through the windows of the transfiguration classroom, illuminating Simo and the bracelet he had just transfigured, capable of unleashing defensive blasting curses. The metallic surface of the bracelet reflected his increasingly resolute gaze. The road of magic stretched long ahead. Yet with these skills imbued with wisdom and courage, he was prepared to embrace further challenges. After all, true magic has never been confined to a singular form. Chapter 98, Professor Snape's Potion Assistance. Simo had never anticipated receiving assistance from Professor Snape, especially after he had blown up the fifth cauldron in the dungeon classroom. As he bowed his head, bracing for a deduction in points, Snape, with his customary cold, serpentine tone, instructed, "Follow me, Finnegan. Your blasting technique lacks a touch of chemical support." This marked Simo's inaugural permission to enter Snape's private storeroom. The room was even darker than the dungeon classroom, lined with shelves filled with bottles bearing skull labels, the air thick with the malons of dragon blood, mandrake, and an unidentified metallic scent. Snape retrieved a black ceramic jar from the deepest shelf and tossed it to Simo. "This is a solidifying explosive potion, allowing your blasting curse to detonate 3 seconds after striking the target." Simo caught the jar, its surface icy, with the recipe inscribed in serpentine script on the label: bat bile, solidified dragon blood, and 3 drops of time herb juice. "Délai d'explosion? Fool!" Snape rolled his eyes, igniting the fireplace with a flick of his wand. "If an enemy hides behind an obstacle, you can let the blasting curse pass through, detonating when they believe themselves safe. This is far more effective than your clumsy charge forward." He then began assigning Simo tasks. Each week, he was to brew 3 auxiliary potions according to Snape's recipe, each to be combined with blasting techniques, or face a deduction of 50 points from Gryffindor, rather than a punishment. It was more akin to a rigorous lesson in the fusion of potions and magic. The diffusion explosive agent enables the force of directional explosions to spread in a fan shape. Snape observed as Seymour dripped the potion onto his wand. Upon striking the dummy, it simultaneously detonated 3 targets surrounding it, making it suitable for dealing with groups of enemies, albeit at the cost of precision, an aspect one must weigh carefully. The penetrating explosive agent, infused with the distilled venom of a giant serpent, was another creation he tossed over, a small vial that allowed one's explosive spells to breach non-metallic barriers up to 3 layers thick, with the caveat that the magical energy expenditure would double. Do not expect it to break through the vault door. Doing so would leave you utterly drained. Seymour was always meticulous in his potion brewing. Snape's standards surpassed even those of Madame Pomfrey. The concentration of bile, the viscosity of dragon's blood, and even the direction of stirring were critical details. A single misstep could result in a cauldron bubbling with noxious green fumes, followed by Snape's scorn, claiming the minds of Gryffindors were as prone to explosive failure as the cauldron itself. Yet, the results were undeniably effective. During his practice in the Forbidden Forest, the delayed explosive potion allowed a giant spider to be struck even after evading. The diffusion explosive agent helped him repel 2 ambushing werewolves simultaneously, and the penetrating explosive agent enabled him to hit a target across a hedge, catching an 8-eyed giant spider off guard. Your issue lies in relying solely on brute force to drive your spells. One day, after Seymour successfully brewed the silencing explosive agent, Snape suddenly remarked that this potion rendered explosive spells entirely soundless. Potions are external aids that can help compensate for the shortcomings of magic. But a true master transforms potions into extensions of their spells rather than relying on them. He rarely demonstrated, but this time he did, combining the silencing explosive agent with his own severing charm. An invisible slicing spell traversed the air, cutting through vines 10 meters away into several clean segments, far neater than Seymour's directional explosion. Do you see? The potion enhances the characteristics of a spell, not its power. Seymour etched this lesson into his memory. He began to experiment with utilizing potions to serve the precision of explosions rather than their destructive capacity, using the stability potion to prolong the frequency of the shockwave spell, employing the focusing potion to ensure a straighter trajectory for his attack spells, even utilizing the concealment potion to render the red light of his explosive spell transparent, making it difficult for enemies to anticipate. There was some progress. Snape observed as Seymour quietly detonated 20 miniature traps he had set, finally refraining from his usual biting remarks. You may keep these potions, but remember, potions will run out. The foundation of magic must be built upon your own practice. As Seymour departed the underground classroom, cradling a box filled with various explosive support potions, the setting sun streamed through the corridor windows, casting elongated shadows upon the ground. He glanced down at the potion vials within the box, suddenly perceiving that beneath Snape's aloofness perhaps lay another form of guidance, much like his potions. Initially bitter, but ultimately imbued with the power to enhance one's magic. Though the days of second year were growing shorter, Seymour understood that the techniques Snape imparted would become as indispensable to his magical framework as Flitwick's spells or McGonagall's transfiguration. After all, whether the knowledge is bright or dark, as long as it is applied for the right purpose, it can become a source of protection. He gently touched the silent, explosive potion in his pocket and quickened his pace toward the Gryffindor Tower. Tonight, the Truth Seekers would deliberate on their final practice plan before the end of term. With these new potions, they might attempt more intricate tactical combinations. Chapter 99, Dumbledore's Subtle Observation. It was on a rain-kissed morning that Seamus realized he was being watched. At the forest's edge, he practiced the fusion of transfiguration and explosion, transforming a rock into a curled-up hare, then unleashing an explosive curse from the hare's eyes, hitting the distant target with precision. As he stowed away his wand, he caught a fleeting glimpse of a golden feather in the depths of the forbidden forest, reminiscent of foxtail feathers. Dumbledore? He tentatively called out, but only the whispering wind responded. This was not the first time. A few days prior, during Professor Flitwick's specialized training, when he first successfully controlled the explosive aftermath with a constriction charm, a shadow of a phoenix had swept past the office window. Last week, under Professor McGonagall's guidance, as he transfigured a wristlet into a miniature cannon, he felt the weight of unseen eyes watching him from the portraits in the corridor. He is observing you. Harry, having listened to Seamus's musings, suddenly remarked, "The last time I delivered the Daily Prophet to the office, I noticed your practice report spread across the headmaster's desk." Both Professor Flitwick and Professor McGonagall had left comments. Seamus felt a stir of realization. He recalled Dumbledore's words regarding the basilisk venom after they had vanquished the creature. This will prove invaluable. He remembered Flitwick's abrupt mention of Nicodemus's old friend and how McGonagall, though strict, had never hindered his application of transfiguration to explosions. Perhaps these were not mere coincidences. He began to pay attention to the signs of clandestine observation whenever he researched ancient explosive techniques and soul magic in the library. The book was invariably placed in the most accessible position whenever he encountered a bottleneck in his magical circulatory patterns. A new line of formulae would mysteriously appear on the blackboard in the alchemy classroom. Even the potion recipe Snape had tossed his way subtly resonated with the low-consumption explosive charm he was studying. The headmaster is aiding you, albeit discreetly. As Hermione flipped through Seamus's practice notes, pointing to the improvements circled in red ink, she remarked, "This handwriting resembles the recommendation letter Dumbledore penned for me. He is quietly assisting you in rectifying your spell's flaws." Suddenly, Seamus recalled an incident. While crafting his anti-petrification goggles, he lacked a purifying agent for moonstone powder. The following morning, the potion appeared on his bedside table, accompanied by a small note adorned with a drawing of a phoenix, and signed, "Why doesn't he guide me directly?" Seamus pondered. "Perhaps he wishes for you to find your own path," Luna said leisurely, cradling her gillyweed jar. "The phoenix enjoys watching its young learn to fly. Even if they fall a few times, those wings that have experienced the tumble are stronger." That evening, Fawkes suddenly perched upon his shoulder, brushing his golden feathers against Seamus's cheek, a glimmering feather clasped in his beak. It was a tail feather of the phoenix, capable of crafting the finest wand cores and unleashing healing flames in times of peril. It seemed the headmaster was quite pleased with Seamus's progress. Ron gazed at the feather, his eyes wide with awe. It was more precious than any points awarded to Gryffindor. Seymour carefully placed the phoenix feather into a box, understanding that Dumbledore's watchfulness was not surveillance, but a form of guardianship, akin to an old gardener observing a seedling, interfering neither with its growth nor allowing tempests to uproot it. This trust fortified his resolve more than direct guidance, to master the art of explosive charms, not solely for his own sake, but to honor this silent expectation. In the final practical session before the end-of-term examinations, Seymour unveiled his newfound skill, transforming pebbles into a flock of sparrows, each concealing a miniature explosive charm beneath its wings. As the sparrow flock encircled the dummy, he recited the incantation, triggering all the explosive charms simultaneously. The force was just sufficient to reduce the dummy to harmless dust, leaving the surrounding flora unscathed. From a distance atop the castle tower, Dumbledore lowered his telescope and smiled at Fawkes. It appeared that our little demolitions expert had discovered his own precision and gentleness. Fawkes emitted a clear, bright call, his golden wings sweeping across the sunset, as if to pave a path of courage and wisdom for this burgeoning young man. Chapter 100. The Fate of Lockhart. Lockhart's lies deflated like a punctured balloon in the winds of the second-year final exams. Since the destruction of the diary Horcrux, those wizards from whom he had stolen glory began to inundate him with letters of gratitude, though they were, of course, filled with furious accusations and demands for restitution of their reputations. Professor Flitwick read one such letter aloud in Charms class, originating from the true hero who had repelled the werewolf tribe, inscribed in fiery script. Professor Lockhart, please return my werewolf-repelling medal immediately, or I shall personally come to Hogwarts and let you experience the taste of a wolf's kiss with a biting curse. The classroom erupted in laughter, while only Lockhart maintained a facade of composure, grooming his golden hair with his jewel-encrusted wand. These are merely trivial slanders, children. True heroes are always the targets of envy. Yet, his fabrications had long been unraveled. While clearing the Chamber of Secrets, Harry discovered a notebook hidden within the stone crevices, chronicling how Lockhart had used the Obliviate charm to usurp the adventures of other wizards, even annotating which tales were suitable for adaptation into bestsellers. When Seymour presented the notebook to Dumbledore, a flicker of disappointment crossed the headmaster's azure eyes. I should have seen it sooner. His courage lacks substance. How pitiable and tragic. Professor McGonagall observed Lockhart in the hospital wing, clutching a pillow and repeatedly asking, "Who am I?" With a complex tone, he had never sought courage, only the illusion of heroism in the eyes of others. Seymour visited Lockhart once. The former best-selling author now resembled a lost child, grinning foolishly at the phoenix outside the window. When Seymour mentioned the truth seeker, Lockhart merely shook his head in confusion, and when Seymour produced the notebook detailing his thievery, Lockhart simply poked at the name on the cover with curiosity. Perhaps oblivion was a form of liberation for him. Hermione let out a sigh and entrusted her notebook to Madame Pomfrey for safekeeping, relieved to be free from the web of her own deceptions. Dumbledore gently patted her head and murmured, "Yes, venture to a realm devoid of falsehoods." As he observed Gilderoy Lockhart being led away by his mother, Simon suddenly recalled Professor Flitwick's words. The power of magic emanates from one's true self. One may mimic another's incantations, yet cannot replicate the conviction that underpins those spells. His prowess in explosive magic was not derived from imitation, but rather from the foundation of personal experience, protection of friends, an unwavering quest for truth, and comprehension of alchemy. His fate ultimately imparted a final lesson. Ron gazed at the departing carriage, momentarily earnest, reflecting that insincerity, no matter how resplendent, would inevitably crumble, much like Simon's subpar cauldron. Simon chuckled and playfully nudged him. At least my cauldron can explode with creativity. Beneath the setting sun, the castle's shadow stretched long. Lockhart's departure felt akin to the curtain falling on a farce. Yet it deepened the understanding among the seekers of truth. What is truly worth pursuing has never been the halos perceived by others, but rather the genuine wand in one's own hand, capable of unleashing one's unique magic. The summer of their second year approached, the air thick with the tension of final exams and the anticipation of the holiday. Simon felt the smoothness of his sycamore wand in his pocket, now more polished and fitting to his palm than at the start of the term. This wand, which had borne witness to the Chamber of Secrets adventure and his growth in explosive magic, would accompany him through many more days, witnessing more authentic tales belonging to Simon Finnegan. Chapter 101. A private conversation with Dumbledore. On the evening following the conclusion of final exams, Simon was summoned by an owl to Dumbledore's office. The setting sun filtered through the stained glass windows, casting dancing patterns of light upon the floor, while Fawkes perched upon the headmaster's shoulder, his golden feathers aglow with the firelight. "Sit down, Simon," Dumbledore said, sliding a cup of mead toward him, his blue eyes twinkling behind his glasses. "Your growth this term has surpassed even the climbing vines of Hogwarts." As Simon accepted the cup, he felt a slight warmth in his fingertips. He knew the headmaster sought more than mere conversation. From the crisis of the Chamber of Secrets to the Lockhart incident, Dumbledore had remained like a player outside the chessboard, seemingly impassive yet fully aware of the entire landscape. Your insight into using basilisk venom to destroy Horcruxes is commendable, he remarked, gently swirling his drink. It is rare for a second-year student to connect the characteristics of dark magical creatures with the intricacies of soul magic. Such understanding requires wisdom beyond one's years. Simon set down the cup. I merely thought that if the venom can dismantle the connection between soul fragments and their vessels, it may serve as a weapon against Voldemort. A weapon is inherently neutral. It is the wielder's choice that determines its morality. Dumbledore rose and approached the shelf brimming with pensieves. Basilisk venom can indeed obliterate Horcruxes, yet it can also effortlessly extinguish an innocent wizard's life. Much like your explosive magic, which can breach the entrance to the chamber or raise an entire tower. He turned, his gaze deepening. I have witnessed your practice in the Forbidden Forest, your guardianship of your companions, and your restraint in wielding power. This is indeed rare, especially when one can maintain their true self amidst anger or fear. Seamus recalled his deliberate restraint in casting spells that would not cause harm when faced with the giant spider. He remembered the moment after the explosion in the underground classroom, where he promptly used a cleaning charm to clear the debris. It turned out that these subtle actions had not gone unnoticed by the headmaster. Voldemort's power stemmed from an obsession with control. Control over others, control over death, control over the very essence of magic. Dumbledore's voice grew somber as he asserted that true magical power arises from understanding. Understanding the will of matter, understanding the trust of companions, understanding one's own limits. He retrieved a worn book from his drawer and handed it to Seamus. Ancient Alchemy and Soul Defense, authored by Nicole LeMay. This was entrusted to me by Mr. LeMay, who mentioned your unique talent for resonating with matter and spirit. Perhaps you will discover new directions within its pages. As Seamus opened the book, a note slipped out, penned in Mr. LeMay's handwriting. The ultimate explosion is not destruction, but the emergence of new life from annihilation, akin to the Phoenix's rebirth. You need not rush to become anyone's savior. Dumbledore regarded him with gentle yet powerful eyes. You, in your second year, have already done remarkably well. But remember, darkness will not only come once. When it returns, I hope you possess not only the courage to explode, but also the wisdom to discern when to cease. He spoke of the Truth Seekers, a group composed of children from different houses and varied talents, yet fitting together like pieces of a puzzle. This, he suggested, was the best way to combat darkness, was it not? A solitary hero never travels as far as companions who support one another. As Seamus exited the office, Fawkes suddenly unfurled his wings and landed on Seamus's shoulder, nuzzling his cheek. Seamus stroked the Phoenix's warm feathers, feeling a sense of solidity akin to being warmed by a hearth. Dumbledore's words were like seeds planted in his heart, concerning the essence of power, the weight of companionship, and the direction of the future. In the corridor, Harry, Ron, and Ginny awaited him, holding a strawberry cake borrowed from the kitchen. The headmaster didn't deduct any points from you, did he? Ron asked nervously. Seamus smiled, raising the alchemy book. Not only did he not deduct points, but he also assigned me some summer homework. In the distance, the cry of a nocturnal steed from the Forbidden Forest sounded like a prelude to the upcoming break. Seamus clutched the book tightly, his fingertips seemingly grazing the secrets waiting to be uncovered. This time, he felt unequivocally prepared. Chapter 102, The Awards of the House Cup. During the end-of-year feast, the Great Hall of Hogwarts was magically adorned to resemble a starry summer night, filled with excited students at 4 house tables. Everyone speculated about who would claim the House Cup this year. Slytherin, buoyed by Draco's point contributions, held a commanding lead, while Gryffindor, due to their valiant efforts during the Chamber of Secrets incident, had discreetly received a significant number of points from Dumbledore. As Dumbledore ascended the podium, a hush fell over the hall. The venerable, white-bearded headmaster smiled as he surveyed the room, his blue eyes glimmering in the flickering candlelight. Before I announce the recipient of the House Cup, I would first like to commend a few exceptional students who have demonstrated courage, wisdom, and unity far beyond their years during this year's crisis. The first name he uttered was Harry Potter. Harry, in the face of the basilisk and Horcruxes, never wavered. His bravery illuminated our darkest moments. With a flick of his wand, Dumbledore added 150 points to Gryffindor's hourglass, and the red gems cascaded down with a delightful clatter. Next was Ron Weasley. Through his loyalty and decisiveness, Ron repeatedly aided his comrades in perilous situations, particularly when confronting Malfoy's provocations. His courage was unmatched. Another 100 points were awarded, causing Gryffindor's hourglass to rise into a small mound. Hermione Granger. Dumbledore's voice carried an air of approval, Her intellect provided us with crucial insights. Even when petrified, her notes continued to guide us. 150 points. The hall erupted into fervent applause as Hermione blushed and stood to bow, while Neville, beside her, clapped enthusiastically, nearly spilling his pumpkin juice. Neville Longbottom, Dumbledore continued. His knowledge of herbology and his grandmother's restorative potion safeguarded us at a critical moment, showcasing an often overlooked resilience. 50 points. Neville's face turned a deep crimson as he stammered a grateful, "Thank you, Headmaster," drawing a chorus of kind laughter from those around him. Lastly, Dumbledore's gaze settled upon Seamus Finnegan. Seamus, he paused, a hint of amusement in his voice. With his precise blasting spells, he forged pathways, crafted protective gear through alchemy, and ingeniously fused various magics to create his unique combat system. Most importantly, he revealed to us the true essence of strength lies in safeguarding others. With a wave of his wand, 250 points were added to Gryffindor's hourglass. The sound of the falling red gems drowned out all noise, causing Gryffindor's score to surpass that of Slytherin. The Gryffindor students erupted in jubilant cheers, tossing their hats and scarves into the air. Moreover, Dumbledore added, all members of the Truth Seekers group, regardless of their house, exhibited a remarkable unity that transcended house boundaries. An additional 50 points were awarded to both Gryffindor and Ravenclaw. Luna stood, waving her, singing the contradiction in greeting to Seamus and the others, her face adorned with a gentle smile. When Professor McGonagall announced Gryffindor as the winner of this year's House Cup, the Gryffindor table erupted in a sheer ecstasy. Fred and George ignited colorful fireworks, which danced across the ceiling, forming the words "We won." Ron twirled Harry in delight, nearly knocking off his glasses. Seamus was encircled by his friends, his face smeared with cake frosting, yet he beamed radiantly. Malfoy, incensed, turned a shade of deep anger, forcefully slamming his napkin on the table before exiting with the Slytherin students, but none paid heed, as Gryffindor's cheers resonated throughout the hall. Dumbledore observed the jubilant crowd and quietly remarked to Professor Flitwick, "Do you see? Courage, wisdom, and unity. These are the most treasured treasures of Hogwarts." Professor Flitwick nodded, his gaze resting upon Seamus, the young lad instructing Ginny on how to ignite a candle using the residual energy of a blasting charm. The exhilaration on his face concealed something far more significant than the House Cup, a profound passion for magic, an unwavering trust in his companions, and a mastery over his own abilities. After the feast, Seamus and his friends gathered atop the astronomy tower, watching the trophy glimmer under the moonlight. Harry handed the trophy to Seamus, stating that without his directional blasting and the materials from the basilisk, they might not have even entered the Chamber of Secrets. Seamus, ever humble, passed the trophy to Ron, adding that they would have another chance to reclaim it next year, provided Professor Snape deducts fewer points. Ron, cradling the trophy, grinned foolishly, declaring that next year the Truth Seekers would be even more formidable, ensuring Slytherin wouldn't come close. The night breeze carried the warmth of summer, lifting their robes. Seamus gazed at the distant outline of the Forbidden Forest, knowing full well that the conclusion of their second year was not an end. The alchemy book by Nicholas Flamel awaited his study. Flitwick's advanced blasting techniques were yet to be mastered. McGonagall's transfiguration assistants had room for improvement, and even Snape's potion recipes had been secretly noted in several pages. However, there was no rush. At this moment, he wished only to revel in the glory of Gryffindor with his friends and savor this pure joy. "See you next semester." Harry raised his pumpkin juice cup. "See you next semester." Everyone chimed in as their cups clinked, the crisp sound echoing in the night sky. Seamus understood that when autumn arrived and the Hogwarts Express departed once more from King S. Cross Station, new adventures, new magic, and new challenges awaited them. He was ready, armed with his willow wand, his blasting spells, and the most reliable companions by his side. The tale of their second year had drawn to a close, yet the legend of the blasting wizard was merely turning a new page. Chapter 103, Summer Research Plans. As the Hogwarts Express departed from King S. Cross Station, the sun shone fiercely. Seamus stood outside Platform 9, his bulging backpack slung over his shoulder, watching the Weasley family surround Harry in joyous commotion. Mr. Arthur Weasley held a Muggle electric iron that sparked, claiming it as a token of gratitude for Seamus' care of Ginny during the chamber incident. "Seamus, do come to the burrow." Aunt Molly tugged at his arm, her enthusiasm akin to wanting to stuff him directly into the Weasley Old Ford. "I bake your favorite gingerbread with a touch of fire lizard blood. I assure you, it's even more fragrant than Hogwarts." Ginny, blushing, added, "Fred and George have invented a new blasting candy and want your help to improve the formula." "I will certainly come," Seamus replied with a smile, though he would need to complete half of his summer plans first. likely by mid-August. He patted the side of his backpack, where Flitwick's advanced blasting techniques and Flammel's alchemy book were securely tucked away. I wished to solidify my foundation over the summer. The Weasley family was quite understanding. Mr. Arthur patted his shoulder, exclaiming, "Ambitious! Magic is something that benefits from practice. Should you need any materials, do not hesitate to ask. I know a few friends in the ministry who are involved in blasting research." On the first day of summer vacation, Simon meticulously drafted his plans in the barn. Morning, basic practice of the Patronus charm. The charm requires joyful memories as its core. He flipped through the compendium of defensive magic, his fingertips gliding over the incantation details of Expecto Patronum. Professor Flitwick had mentioned that the Patronus charm is crucial in combating Dementors, and according to Dumbledore's hints, he may encounter more dark creatures in the future. It was still insufficient. Simon noted that he needed clearer, more intense joy. Perhaps he could recall the moment he first successfully distilled basilisk venom through alchemy. Afternoon, deepening his knowledge of explosive magic. He divided his explosive practice into 3 directions. 1. Accuracy enhancement. Using the directional blasting charm to inscribe words on the barn's wooden boards, progressing from initial clumsy attempts to eventually engraving the full name of the truth seeker, with each stroke of the letters becoming neat and precise. 2. Magic control. Attempting to unleash an equivalent explosive charm with reduced magical energy. This was essential for prolonged battles. As he had nearly exhausted his magic in the Chamber of Secrets, he discovered that combining Snape's low-consumption potion formula could enhance magical efficiency by 30%. 3. New spell development. Following Professor Flitwick's suggestion, he researched the chain blast charm, allowing the aftershock of the first explosion to trigger a second, resulting in a series of attacks. Currently in the experimental phase, his most successful attempt involved 3 stones exploding in succession, with a perfect 1-second interval. Evening, researching the integration of alchemy and explosive magic. In LeMay's Ancient Alchemy and Soul Defense, it was noted that the explosion of matter resonates with the vibrational frequency of the soul. Finding the resonance point between the two could release purifying explosive energy. Simon experimented with metal plates treated through alchemy as targets, discovering that when struck by the explosive charm, they emitted a faint white light capable of dispelling the dark mist simulated by his dark magical artifacts. This could potentially counter the protections surrounding Horcruxes. An idea sparked in his mind, and he promptly sketched the waveform of the resonance frequency in his notes, intending to consult Dumbledore next semester regarding the specific connection between soul defense and explosive magic. Days passed in a rhythm of disciplined practice. The barn's wooden boards bore the marks of spells, while the corners were piled with practice debris of stones and metal fragments. His notebook was densely annotated in red ink, indicating which spells required reinforcement, which potion formulas needed adjustment, and which alchemical theories warranted deeper exploration. One day, in late July, Harry sent him an owl letter stating that the Weasley garden had been blasted by Fred and George's fireworks charm, creating a large crater, and inquired if he would like to assist in the repairs. Simon replied with a smile, "I'll arrive mid-August, armed with my precise repairing charm, ensuring the hole is filled more smoothly than before." Setting down his quill, he gazed out the window. The sunset cast a warm glow upon the barn's roof, his wand resting against the table, its tip still glimmering with the silvery light from practicing the Patronus charm. He understood that the efforts of summer were not for vanity, but to ensure that in the impending darkness, he could firmly grasp his wand and protect those around him. 3 weeks remained. At the end of his summer plan, Simon drew a checkmark, encouraging himself, "Keep it up, Finnegan." In the barn, a new explosion reverberated, this time lacking in magnitude, yet strikingly precise, crafting a perfect circle at its center as if to proclaim that this summer he was resolutely advancing step by step towards greater aspirations. Chapter 104. Continuation of the Summer Research Plan. Joyful memories must be more specific. Seymour furrowed his brow at the complete guide to defensive magic. Previously, he had merely contemplated the vague elation of winning the House Cup. Yet Professor Flitwick's letter conveyed that the most formidable Patronus arises from a moment so specific that one can almost perceive its scent. Expecto Patronum. The tip of his wand erupted with dazzling silver light, conjuring a palm-sized silver fox, which shook its damp fur and circled around Seymour thrice before dissipating into motes of light. Gasping, Seymour smiled. This was the first manifestation of his Patronus, though still feeble. It radiated a palpable warmth of companionship. However, the afternoon's chain explosion practice did not proceed as smoothly. He intended for 5 stones to explode in the sequence of front, left, right, back, and center to form a defensive perimeter, alas, his magical control faltered, resulting in the last stone detonating prematurely, sending shards of stone grazing his arm and leaving a crimson mark. Foolish me, I forgot to leave a buffer for the residual waves. Seymour muttered a simple healing charm over his wound and retrieved the study of magical waves, sent by Hermione. Tucked within its pages was her note. The frequency of the oscillation spell can serve as a detonator, allowing the vibrations from one explosion to precisely trigger the next. Akin to the rhythm of music, he endeavored to adjust his strategy, first inscribing different frequency runes on the 5 stones with the oscillation spell, then employing a directed blast spell on the first. Indeed, as the hum of the initial explosion faded, the stone on the left followed suit, then the right, and subsequently the rear. When the final stone detonated with a resounding boom, the splinter debris was remarkably held at bay by the shockwaves from the preceding explosions, forming a flawless protective shield. Success! Seymour leapt into the air, the pain from his arm seemingly vanishing in the joy of his achievement. He immediately penned a letter of gratitude to Hermione, inquiring about the correlation between oscillation frequencies and musical scores. Hermione's reply stated that she was exploring how to adjust the rhythm of the oscillation spell using violin compositions, aiming to imbue the incantation with the layered complexity of a symphony. Meanwhile, a breakthrough in alchemical studies occurred one evening. Seymour combined powdered basilisk scales with moonstone to forge a palm-sized metallic plate, inscribed with the soul resonance rune mentioned in LeMay's texts. When he struck the plate with an explosion spell, rather than the anticipated shattering, it emitted a clear, resonant hum, illuminating softly with a gentle white glow, causing a shadow beetle, acquired from the black market in Diagon Alley, meant to simulate darkness, to curl up in fright in the corner of the barn, purifying explosions. Staring at the trembling beetle, Seymour suddenly grasped LeMay's insight. This type of explosion was not for destruction, but utilized the energy of material explosions to forcibly disperse the forms of dark creatures. He hastily noted in his journal, testing required for effects on higher-level dark beings. Materials must include powdered phoenix feathers, already entrusted to Fawkes with a letter to Dumbledore, requesting assistance. The days of summer vacation slipped away like sand in an hourglass within a barn, accompanied by the incantations, the rustling of pages, and the occasional sound of explosions. Every week, Simon received letters from his companions. Harry wrote that the Weasley garden had been blasted into a 3-meter-deep pit by Fred and George's fireworks, and rather than being angry, Mr. Arthur was crouched in the pit, studying the soil's displacement patterns caused by the explosions, while Aunt Molly chased him with a spatula. Ron sent a charred piece of parchment, claiming it was the result of his and Ginny's practice in defensive blasting, with Honeyduke's sugar residue smudged across the page, which bore the crooked inscription, "Ginny's accuracy surpasses mine. She can detonate chocolate chips on a cookie without shattering the cookie itself." Luna enclosed a glowing feather in her letter, stating that she discovered an old newspaper documenting ancient blasting runes in her father's press loft and inquired if Simon would like to study it together. What delighted Simon most was Hermione's package, which contained a book titled The Interdisciplinary Study of Medieval Alchemy and Blasting. On the title page, she had written, "The energy conversion array on page 37 might help you resolve your issue of rapid magical depletion. I can attest to its effectiveness. Don't ask how I tested it. Professor McGonagall didn't find out." On a mid-August morning, the sun finally dispelled the rain. Standing in the center of the barn, Simon gazed at the neatly arranged piles of rubble, the runes etched upon the walls, and the heavily annotated tome of ancient alchemy and soul defense resting on the table. Taking a deep breath, he raised his wand once more and uttered Expecto Patronum. The silver fox grew larger than before, and wherever its tail swept, even the dust in the air shimmered with a silvery glow. It circled around the barn before dissipating into specks of light at the entrance. He directed his wand towards 5 stones in the corner, triggering a chain blasting spell with precision. The explosions sounded like a rhythmic drumbeat, and the protective shield that formed deflected even the axe he had deliberately thrown. He picked up the metal plate inscribed with the soul resonance rune. When struck by the blasting spell, bright light filled the barn, causing the shadow beetle in the corner to vanish into a wisp of blue smoke. Almost there, Simon patted his backpack, stuffing in his practice notes, alchemy book, and the interdisciplinary study from Hermione, finally placing the Mischief Maker silver badge given by Professor Flitwick atop the pile. He sent an urgent letter to the Weasley household. It would arrive by tomorrow, equipped with a precise repair spell to ensure the garden pit would be filled smoother than new. As he exited the barn, the sunlight fell upon his shoulders like the torchlight in the corridors of Hogwarts. He had accomplished more than half of his summer research plan. Although his Patronus charm lacked strength, the The intervals of the chain-blasting spell could still be refined, and the principles of alchemical resonance required further exploration. He could sense that his magic was growing, akin to the vines outside the barn, steadily ascending in the direction of protection and precision. Though summer was not yet over, his practice and growth were far from ceasing. In this moment, however, he looked forward most to reuniting with his friends. After all, no spell, no matter how intricate, could compare to the joy that emanated from practicing alongside friends under the sun. And this joy was, perhaps, the very secret to strengthening the Patronus charm, was it not?